NBA free agency is here. We are 4 hours away exactly from the start of NBA free agency. Welcome everybody to Utility Sports, whether you're watching this live or as a replay. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really glad to have you in here. Appreciate you guys all so much. Let me know who you are a fan of down below. I'm excited to hear who you guys are all rooting for. And a couple of stream updates here as well. You can tell on the side I have live comments flying in. I've made a couple changes to the stream setup here today to hopefully make it work a bit smoother and upgrade the experience for you guys a little bit. So I hope you guys do enjoy. Zach, welcome to the stream, says go Pacers. Tyrone says here just in time. At the bottom as well, you're going to be able to see the start time. I made sure to include that on all of my ticker graphics today. Tyrone, thank you for you being in here. Patrick says go Blazers. All of the comments today, by the way, that you'll see are from subscribers. I have it set to subscriber only mode in chat. So if you want to leave messages, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Completely free to do. You just have to be a subscriber for at minimum 1 minute in order to leave comments. Baked Toast says sup. Welcome to the stream, Baked Toast. Farzy says if the Rockets get Dorian Finney-Smith, they are going to be hella impressive. Wow. I think the Rockets are in line for Dorian Finney-Smith. We'll talk about my predictions for NBA free agency. Patrick says go Blazers. Welcome to the stream here, Patrick. Again, Araya says Cavs. Rudy says Lakers. I think we have a good influx of Lakers fans coming in today. Big day for them, I think. They're going to be very active today and at least sign 2 guys tonight. Josh here says Detroit. Welcome to the stream, Josh. Glad to have you in here. Carter says Thunder and Warriors. I think the Warriors are going to be one of the most fascinating teams to watch tonight. Gorgeous Rock says go Suns. We've got some more Suns fans coming into the stream as well. Ace says Lakers fan. Matthew says go Magic. What a start to the offseason already for Orlando. I thought they did a great job landing Desmond Bane. Makes them a lot better. I also think that the draft pick of Jace Richardson was an absolute steal for them at 25. Soren says go Spurs go. Love to see that. A lot of Spurs fans watching the channel. Anthony here says sucks that Sharpe re-signed with the Nets. I thought he was coming to the Lakers. Day'Ron Sharpe signing with Brooklyn definitely was a great deal for them. I do have a plethora of some of the notable free agent signings already down below as well. Kyrie Irving, of course, re-signed in Dallas. You saw Houston be able to retain Fred Van Vleet. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really hope you guys do enjoy. Marcus wants to know if I think the Hornets do anything. I do think they'll be involved with a center in some form or fashion. I'd be surprised if they go into the season with just Diabate and Kalkbrenner. So I do expect them to get a center today or tomorrow. K-Vol here says New York. Love to have you in here, K-Vol. Thanks for showing up big time to support the channel. Johnny says best center targets for the Pelicans, Ayton. Ultimately, I don't think the Pelicans are going to be looking for a center. They drafted Derek Queen. They signed Yves Missi, of course, drafted Yves Missi last year. I do think if they go out and find a center, it's going to be kind of in the bargain bin, minimum contract type of player. Dube here says, hey, Sheldon, hope you are well. Thank you, Dube. Appreciate you. He's a big-time Hornets fan. He says, do you think the Hornets will manage to re-sign Trey Mann? I was very surprised that they did not offer Trey Mann that $6.9 million qualifying offer. I was very surprised by that. I hope that they do keep him, but we'll see what's next for Trey Mann. Obviously, getting Sexton gives them a little bit of comfort, at least, in those discussions. Trevor here says, Pistons fan freaked out about Malik Beasley, but I think we can figure things out. The nice thing is you already have a starting point for Malik Beasley's replacement if that investigation comes back conclusive against Malik Beasley. You guys drafted Chaz Lanier. I think he's a very solid fit for what your roster needed, especially if there is a Malik Beasley-sized absence on your team. Grant says, Raptors for me. Appreciate you, Grant. Thanks for being in here. Gremlin says, Spurs going after Cornette first, I think. Maybe Yabusele second. I do think Gershon Yabusele would be a very nice get for San Antonio. Cornette would obviously give them a backup big who can play a bit. Damien says, you think the Heat will do anything? Watch for them to be a possible Jonathan Kuminga suitor. I think it's really between them and the Chicago Bulls right now for Jonathan Kuminga, if I had to be honest with you. Dylan says Warriors better do something. They're going to be active tonight, I would have to imagine. Tyrone says Utah Jazz. Texas Sports, big-time Rockets fan here, says, can the Rockets get Dorian Finney-Smith via sign and trade and get Nikhil with the mid-level exception? Yes, they can. And this brings me over to my Twitter. This is, I think, a very important tweet, and this is something that everyone needs to keep in mind tonight when it comes to things that could happen. And this is one of my favorite things about free agency in general. Going into free agency today, teams always have creative ways to make things happen. So don't rule anything out at this point. Joel, thank you so much for the 5. He says, what's the best fit Spurs can go after for center and power forward? I do think Guerschon Yabusele is a very good starting point for them if they were to go that way. Otherwise, pursuing someone like a Santi Aldama, even though he is a restricted free agent for Memphis, I think he would be a tremendous fit on their roster. Dorian Finney-Smith, although it seems like he's turning toward Houston, would be a good addition as well. I do really like the Luke Cornett idea as well as like a kind of cheaper big man who could make some legitimate sense for them. Al Horford could be a fun option. Mo Wagner, although I think he'll stay in Orlando. Kevon Looney could be another really cheap option for the Spurs to go after. That's kind of the center room that I'd be looking at for them. If they wanted someone offensively slanted, like a real under-the-radar name is Trenton Watford of the Brooklyn Nets, but I don't think he's going to be like a huge needle mover. But I do think right here, what I'm showing on the screen is really important. Sign and trades. Again, Joel, thank you as well for the 5. Super chats go a long way in supporting the channel, so really appreciate you a ton. But I do think the Spurs are definitely going to be a team to watch for tonight. Let's keep rolling here with the comments. So the Rockets, going back to what I was saying here for Texas Sports, the Rockets can do a number of things. And it really stems from their ability to make a sign and trade work, starting with Jock Landale's $8 million salary. They have a ton of flexibility as a result of that. Zach says, also, go Bucks. Appreciate you, Zach, being in here. Could be an interesting day. Of course, the Bucks were able to re-sign Bobby Portis yesterday. I'm not sure if I loved that contract for them, especially with what their roster presently needs. We'll see what happens with Brook Lopez today. I don't ultimately expect him to be back with Milwaukee. I think the Bucks are kind of a dark horse Ayton team, honestly. Taterhead here says LeBron is a robot. Yeah, I don't know how he is still playing. True Sports Live says Jazz. Appreciate you big time. Deez says Spurs. Big Toe says I don't even know if we have cap space, but go Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are definitely a team to watch after the Desmond Bane trade. They do have some extra long-term flexibility. Now, I don't think they're going to capitalize on that a ton this offseason, but one of the biggest things for them is retaining Santi Aldama, which is what I think they will do today. Let's go over to some of my predictions for teams. I'm sure some people want to see what I think is going to happen ultimately today. Here are my predictions for some of the bigger free agents. I think Miles Turner ends up in Indiana and stays there. I think Nickeil ends up in Atlanta. They have a huge trade exception, $25+ million. If they really want Nickeil, they can make sure they go get him. Chris Paul, Ty Jerome, both guys who do make some legit sense as point guard options. I could see this flipping where Dallas gets Ty Jerome and the Clippers get Chris Paul back, but I do at this point think CP3 goes to Dallas and Ty Jerome ends up in Los Angeles with the Clippers. Appreciate you guys. Dante here says Rockets got a bunch of flexibility and moves. Brendan says I'm drinking my King's Hopium. Dylan says Warriors. Ethan says what's good, Sheldon? Welcome to the stream, Ethan. Glad to have you in here. GSW is a Warriors fan. Sir Moore Kemp says the Nats. Josh is a Sixers fan. Welcome everybody to the stream. A lot of awesome comments in here already. Free agency, like you see on the bottom there, Araya, is at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, we will be covering all of the news, everything that you need to see today. We'll have it all. We'll keep live commentary on everything. So live reaction. I'm going to be live for at minimum 6 hours today. I started at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm going at least through 8 p.m. Eastern, probably longer. Steven says Jazz are turning it up. Mr. York says my favorite NBA free agency YouTube guy. Appreciate you, Mr. York. Glad to have you in here again this year. Kyle says I thought it started on July 6th. That's when the official league year starts. So that's when all of these contracts that will be reported today will be officially signed. But this is what we call moratorium in the NBA. So free agency does officially start today. Zach says I saw a lot of Pacers fans that want Ayton. It's crazy that the Pacers almost had Deandre Ayton, signed him to what was a horrible offer sheet, and ultimately was the beginning of the end for the Phoenix Suns as we knew them back at that time. Mateus says Sheldon looking wavy. Appreciate you, Mateus, for being in here. Glad to have you again with your support. Clegster says you think the Kings have a real chance of doing a sign-in trade for Kuminga. I ultimately don't think Kuminga will be a target for them, especially after drafting Nate Clifford. I think for the Kings, what we're going to see is probably a Dennis Schroeder target. They're going to look in the backcourt, try and find a point guard this offseason. If it's not Dennis Schroeder, it could be D'Angelo Russell, but I think Schroeder's the most likely. T here says, will Ivy Duren extensions look like Jabari's? I think Duren's extension will be maybe even a little bit more than Jabari Smith's, honestly. Ivy's will be a little bit less if I had to guess, just based on his injury. I'm not even sure if Ivy's going to get an extension just because of some of the uncertainty there. I would extend him, but I'm not sure. Quake here says, do you think someone goes for Trey Mann? I ultimately do think he'll probably be back with Charlotte, but we will see what happens. Marie says, since the Pistons maybe keep Schroeder, hope that he can at least do a sign and trade with the Kings to open up space. Of course, you get a trade exception as well. Barzy says, as a Wizards fan, I'm not incentivized to root for the Suns next season, but man, am I happy for Suns fans having some hope for the future back. Yes, they are much better off in the future now than they were even 2 weeks ago, I think. So they have to thank the Houston Rockets for that. And the Rockets got better too. You know, they got Kevin Durant, so they're very happy as well. Focus here says, is there a good fit for Emoni Bates in the league? I think that Golden State would be a good fit for him with the movement shooting, the value of that. I'm not sure if he's ever going to really get that true opportunity, though, unfortunately. Regulator says, new trend of declining tender and then re-signing players first. Nets next. Hornets, thoughts on the trend, or is it a trend? Thanks. Regulator, this is a great point. I do think this is somewhat of a mini trend going on now. We'll see how popular it remains over the next couple of off seasons. But it's kind of strange. Like, the one thing, too, about the Nets, they didn't re-sign Day'Ron Sharpe on a long-term deal, and I think that's a little weird to me. I kind of thought under the idea of, like, okay, well, you'll get a deal done before the start of free agency, whatever. The fact that they didn't sign him for 3 or 4 years is a little weird to me, because why would you forego restricted free agency under that circumstance? It's not like you're getting long-term security as Brooklyn, and it's not like, like if you were worried about him signing the qualifying offer, I mean, you're getting one additional year on the contract you signed him to. It just is weird to me, to be honest. Guy says, what guard do you think Mavs should go after? I do think they're going to go after Chris Paul. I could also see them going after D'Angelo Russell or maybe Tyus Jones as like an even cheaper option. Big J, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Big J is a diehard Wizards fan. Appreciate you big time. Blecky says, go Wolves for Green and Fleming for Randall. I don't think Phoenix will be doing that. And I think Minnesota and especially Chris Finch really likes Julius Randle there. King JB says Chicago Bulls are being considered as a possible destination for Simons in a trade involving Nikola Vucevic. We'll see. The reporting there from that reporter is somewhat spotty, so I'd be careful following that to a T. Loser here wants the Pistons to get Karis LeVert. Definitely a possibility, especially with Malik Beasley's kind of falling out given his circumstances right now. Texas Sports throwing in the W's for Joel. Thank you again, Joel. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joel, like Texas Sports was just throwing in there. OM Ragey says, do you think the Raptors do anything major or minor or even a trade? Maybe a sign and trade around Chris Boucher. The draft pick of Colin Murray-Boyles makes me believe that Chris Boucher's future in Toronto might be a little limited at this point in time. Now, they could definitely bring him back. I do think Boucher has quite a few fans in that Raptors front office and that fan base. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Boucher stays there. But if there's a trade for Toronto, I would have to imagine it's a sign and trade centered around Boucher at this point in time. Regulator says Phoenix Suns will not be retaining Cody Martin. His contract was non-guaranteed until today. He will be a free agent. I think Phoenix is an interesting team to watch for today. They definitely could trade Nick Richards. He could be a guy who ends up in Los Angeles. He could be a guy who ends up in Toronto. There's a lot of spots where that makes some sense for Nick Richards. So I think it's important for us to keep our eyes on Phoenix today as a whole, not just Cody Martin, but also the Nick Richards contract, because they drafted Kaman Maluach and also acquired Mark Williams via trade. So Nick Richards is kind of extra fat on the roster at this point. Jake here says, watch Ayton sign with the Lakers, then Grant get traded there. Definitely a possibility. We will see how this all plays out, but the Lakers are going to be looking for size, and I think Ayton is definitely the biggest candidate. Jasenia, welcome to the stream. Jarms, welcome, says, what's up, everyone? Plucky is cheering for the Wolves. Seawalk says, what would you expect the Knicks to do? I've thought, so this is kind of crazy here. But let's just go over and play around with it quick. We're just going to go over to the trade machine. I think if the Knicks do anything today, it will be a trade. Now, I don't exactly know what that trade is going to look like. 384 people watching live already. We are 3 hours and 45 minutes away from the NBA free agency, the start of free agency. Welcome everyone in here. And if the Knicks do go and make a trade, I think it would be probably between these two teams, and it would be revolving this player right here, LeBron James to the Knicks. Now, the issue that I see here is trying to match this money, and the money is very convoluted and difficult to actually match, unless they do something with Karl-Anthony Towns, which I don't really expect, but it definitely could be, an interesting way to go about things. I just don't really see it happening, though, so we're going to not trade Karl-Anthony Towns to the Lakers. And instead, you could look at like an OG Anunoby pairing. You could look at, Josh Hart plus Mikal Bridges to get your money like over halfway there. There are some pathways here for the Knicks. But I think the most realistic option in a LeBron James trade today, not that I think it'll happen. I ultimately am not certain that LeBron James will get traded. But if LeBron James does, I do think the team that will land him is the Golden State Warriors. There's been heavy reported interest for years and years about Golden State looking to pair LeBron with Steph Curry. If you watched the U.S. Olympics, you saw what these two guys look like together on the same team on the basketball court. LeBron and Curry together would be tremendous for Golden State, and the Warriors with their pursuit of another title, their final hurrah, so to speak, for Steph Curry late in his career with Jimmy Butler, Curry, and Draymond, and LeBron. You could argue they have a legitimate chance in the Western Conference. It will be hard to topple a team like Oklahoma City, but their pursuit, and you're wondering, okay, well, looking at the contracts, how do they get there? It really stems from this guy, Jonathan Kuminga. And no, I don't think he would be a Laker. I think he would get signed and traded somewhere else. That third team would send a center to the Lakers for LeBron James. If there is a trade of LeBron James this offseason, I do think it will center around Golden State. We have some news here as well to talk about, a signing of Nic Batum. So let's go over to Twitter. Nic Batum, I think, is staying with the Los Angeles Clippers, as I've talked about before at length. Let's go over to Shams Charania. And here we are. Free agent forward Nic Batum intends to sign a 2-year, $11.5 million deal to return to the Los Angeles Clippers. Deal includes a team option as well as a trade kicker. So that's a pretty good contract for Nic Batum today. Let me get that updated in the stream. Clippers re-sign Nic Batum to 2-year, $11.5 million deal. Updating that on the stream right now in the description. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are new here, please hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on future Utility Sports uploads. And then that way you can comment today as well. Thank you to everybody who's in the stream already commenting. Of course, trying my best to stay up on the comments. We are going to get a little bit behind today, so don't spam. We'll try and take care of everything as we can. True Sports Live says, where do you think Tyus Jones ends up tonight? 10-5 last season. Think he would be an elite backup point guard for a contending team, or could he go back to Phoenix? I don't think he'll be back with the Suns. Lost his starting job to Collin Gillespie last year, who ultimately re-signed today on a standard NBA contract. Last year he was on a two-way. So links in the description for the Twitter, by the way, if you want to go follow over there. I don't think Tyus will be back in Phoenix. I think the Clippers could be a real option for him. Otherwise, you look at a team like Minnesota, they have the tax mid-level. They're looking for one more guy in a roster spot. Ties to Minnesota, or a little bit of a reunion there back to his home state could make some sense. I do think Dallas is still a team to watch for. You're looking at teams that need point guards. Miami could be another option too. There's a little bit of depth insurance behind Davion Mitchell and Kasparas Jakic, although it's not their biggest need now at this point after some of the moves they were able to accomplish this offseason. Maurice says Pistons do a sign and trade with Minnesota, giving them a second-round pick. Talking about Nikhil, definitely like that prediction. Dylan here says, I would love to see Reeves on the Hawks somehow. Ultimately, don't see that coming to fruition, Dylan, but would be crazy. Brandon says, just getting in with the Beasley news. What do you think Detroit does? They've been tied to Nikhil and Aldama, but both have other suitors. I think Aldama is going to ultimately be back in Memphis. And I don't think, it's hard for me to see Detroit actually getting Nikhil unless they pay him a substantial amount of money, which complicates a sign and trade for them. And the reason, Atlanta has a trade exception that they can sign and trade Nikhil with and give Minnesota a significant trade exception back. And Detroit doesn't have quite that same level of flexibility from just a sheer salary relief and long-term trade flexibility for Minnesota to receive back. So if Atlanta wants Nikhil, they could go north of that $14.1 million mark, which is why I think Atlanta will get him today. Zach says, Thunder up, Sheldon. I'm fine with a boring summer this year. It will be a relatively boring summer. We already saw the Thunder dump Dylan Jones. They are full on roster spots. They are not going to be super active today. But you never know. Sam Presti always has a couple tricks up his sleeve. Taterhead says, Bulls say utility is getting signed to a 3-year deal to be an assistant coach. Oh, Bulls are signing utility. I see what you're saying, Taterhead. You're a real one. Appreciate you. Flexer says, how many signings Nets can grab today? They've got a lot of open spots. They could go out and sign 3, 4, 5 guys possibly. We'll see what they do. Sir Moore here says, Utility Sports, hey Sheldon, any educated guess on what would be the most reasonable contract the Nets could give to Cam Thomas? Keep doing what you're doing, by the way. Appreciate you big time, Sir Moore. I think the Nets are in a great spot with this Cam Thomas deal. The fact that he missed so much time this past year, the team is now loaded up with some playmaking juice. They're going to be able to get Cam Thomas for a bargain today, I think, somewhere around 4 years, $80 million. $20 million a year for a scorer of his potency is an absolute steal in today's NBA, especially as the cap continues to grow. You're looking at, I think, a very minute deal, something that would be around 17, 18% of the cap moving forward. That's an absolute home run for the Brooklyn Nets. Appreciate everyone who is following over on Twitter, by the way. We have eclipsed 5,500 followers over there. Let's see if we can get to 5,600 today at the bare minimum. So, Son here says Denver and Bruce Brown. A reunion there could be really good, although Denver does have some challenges financially to making that happen if Bruce Brown has a strong market. But I could see the two of them having some real value in returning and reuniting again. Neymar here says, Knicks, appreciate you. Ignorance, a Hornets fan. Washington fan here for Jarms. Love seeing everyone in the chat today. Adrian says, thank you for going live. I really enjoy you going live every free agency. Thank you guys so much. I'm having an absolute blast today already. We're just 22 minutes in, but it's been an absolute joy so far. Hopefully you enjoy all of the stream upgrades too today with especially the chat there on the right side. So that way, hopefully we can keep up with the news as it comes in too. Emmanuel Miller for the Bulls has signed his 2-way qualifying offer and will return to Chicago. That is a little bit of news. Guy says, honestly, hard to give up on Ayton's potential. I do love him going to the Lakers with all these great influences and basketball minds. The issue with Ayton has never been the talent or the skill. It's about the play style. And if he can ever hone that in, he'll be a much better player than he's been. Michael, thank you so much for the 2. He says, do you see the Pelicans making a trade today? Honestly, I'm not sure if New Orleans will. They, of course, have been very active, though, so I don't want to rule Joe Dumars out of anything. They've made a ton of trades since Dumars has taken over. They were, of course, involved in that Wizards trade with Jordan Poole. They've been involved in a trade with the Indiana Pacers around draft picks solely. Then they made the trade on draft night to land Derek Queen and kind of mortgage some of their short-term future in that deal with that 2026 first. So they've been making some risky moves. They've been making some bigger moves, some smaller moves. They've been very aggressive, and we'll see how that pays off for them. But they've already traded 2 2026 first-round picks in pursuit of assets this year. Maybe they continue being super aggressive going forward. Deadly Content says, what she got my Blazers doing, brother? Well, first of all, they've already struck big with the Drew Holiday trade, letting Ayton go. I think that they have really shifted their team toward a defensive first mindset, which I love for them. Klingon and Drew being, either starters. Klingon will definitely start. I'm not sure about Drew if he'll start or not, but nonetheless, their team is very defensive oriented now, and it's going to be good for their winning. I think this is a team that could honestly sneak into the play-in this year, be pretty competitive, and they're going to very much prioritize the development of Scoot Henderson, which I love to see. This is what they needed to do, and honestly, they should have done it sooner. But I'm glad that they're finally taking those strides now, moving off of Simons, moving off of Deandre Ayton, 2 guys who I do not think are high-level winning players, honestly, in the league, unless you have elite talent around them. Of course, we saw Ayton win in Phoenix next to CP3 and Devin Booker. But, I think that's why the Lakers make sense for DeAndre Ayton today as a possible landing spot. But, for a team like Portland who doesn't have that 1A guy quite yet, I don't think Ayton's a super additive player. So I'm not sure if they're going to strike big today or not. But I think they're better just by moving off of some of the guys that they moved off of this offseason. Leonardo here says, hi, Sheldon, I'm Spurs fan. We need backup center. Any names do you have in mind? Luke Cornett would be tremendous for them, but I think he'll stay in Boston probably. Other centers in free agency this offseason. Brooke Lopez could be an interesting one. I don't think that's going to be the way that they go. Marvin Bagley III could be another name to watch for them for sure. Patrick here says, I hope Grant is a Laker soon. Adrian says, can you rank the 3 Texas teams best to worst? The best one is Houston. The second best one is Dallas. And then the third best one is San Antonio. And this is not to belittle San Antonio. First of all, I think all 3 of the Texas teams are good. The Spurs are the youngest of the bunch when you look at a bulk of their minutes. Of course, the Rockets invested heavily into the current iteration of their team in that Kevin Durant trade. And they took a meaningful step forward with that deal for sure. It's hard to rank them anywhere besides first after being second in the West and getting better this offseason. And Dallas, of course, you have Cooper Flagg now into the mix and a very good team with veteran mentorship and leadership and talented players in Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving when he's back healthy. But the Spurs are really good too. So, the NBA teams in Texas is back, baby. They're going to be playing some good basketball this year, all 3 of those teams. Steven says the Clippers need a power forward because we don't have one. They're definitely going to be a team to watch for big bodies and big frames and point guard play this offseason, Steven. John, thank you so much for the 10. Says Sheldon, thanks for your commitment to amazing content. He says, chat, let's rise up as a community and tip at least $1 each to show him how much we value the work. We're going to do a little bit of a super chat challenge over the next 20 minutes. It's 2:26 p.m. right now. Over the next 20 minutes, let's see if we can get to, I'm going to set the bar low, $40. I think that's definitely doable in the next 20 minutes. John, thank you so much for the 10. Really do appreciate you big time. Always appreciate your comments, your support, and your super chats always go a long way in supporting the channel. So huge thank you to John. Let's get some W's in the chat for John. I'm going to shoot in some confetti right now for him as well. And I'm going to throw in my own W John comment below. Appreciate you big time, John. And on the stream, we're going to be able to see those W Johns fly in. There's mine. Love that from Texas Sports as well. Mateo says, keep it up, Sheldon. You're delivering it big time. Robert says, you think Bulls bring back Trey Jones? Definitely a real possibility there that he does stay. Adrian says, I really want to come on Malawach on the Spurs next to Wemby. Next, Duncan and Robinson. Malawach would have been awesome next to Wemby. Unfortunately, not able to happen, but Carter Bryant's going to be an awesome piece for them for sure. Inside the Horseshoe podcast says, I fully expect the Bulls to re-sign Giddey and then do absolutely nothing. I do think Giddey is going to stay with Chicago, and I think people are going to be surprised by the price on that. Let's jump over to the let's jump back over to the Twitter quick. I do want to tweet something out. This is important. I'm going to say this. Reminder, NBA fans. The salary cap continues to grow. The percentage of the cap on these deals do not. The Supermax is still 35% of the cap. There will be some real sticker shock on the contracts signed today. This is NBA inflation, especially when Josh Giddey signs. Like, Josh Giddey's going to sign for a lot of money today, and that's the point of that tweet ultimately. But it's also important for you guys to remember that, like, the percentage of the cap is not changing. It's just the cap continues to escalate and grow. We had a $14 million jump this year in the salary cap from $140 million to $154 million. That's a 10% increase, which is the max allowed by the NBA. So that jump is a very significant one. And over the next 5 years, we're going to see the cap go from where it was this last year at $140 million to close to probably $200 million, if not past that. So players are going to start getting more and more money. You're going to see some huge deals. And it's going to come with some sticker shock, but you have to remember everything's based on the percentage of the cap. So some of these deals, even with how big the numbers are, you have to remember it's actually not that bad for the teams depending on what those contracts specifically look like. Jimbo here, welcome to the stream, says, would you keep Wemby at the 5 and get a backup big or play Wemby at the 4? Wemby needs to be a center. I think that they should look for a skilled 4. Texas Sports, thank you so much for the 2. Says, Rockets 2026 NBA champions. There's the first 2 of 40 in our 20-minute super chat session here. Texas, appreciate you big time. An awesome moderator. You can tell by that little wrench widget he's got. He's an absolute beast. Runs our Discord in a big way as one of the lead moderators there. Just does an awesome job with everything. So Texas Sports, appreciate you big time. This is a great offseason for your Rockets. They are trending in the right direction for sure. Their worst skill was shooting. They had one of the best shooters of all time in Kevin Durant this offseason. What a start for them so far. Sports Masochist says D'Lo getting benched for Brandon Williams. Can't wait. Dude, Brandon Williams is a dog. I actually got to watch one of his first NBA games in person when he was with the Blazers, and I was super impressed by him. That was, kind of the year that I think first year Chauncey was coaching the team, and they were rebuilding a little bit, obviously, and it was late season basketball, so Brandon Williams had a bigger role than maybe he should have, but he was balling out big time. Emily says, what do you think the Pelicans are? Do you think the Pelicans are doing something? Of course, they've been active so far, like I mentioned. We'll see if something actually materializes for them or not. JC So Cool says, I'm not giving up Dalton Connect for Wiggins. I would not rule out a Dalton Connect trade today, unfortunately. I hope it doesn't happen for Lakers fans, but I don't want to completely rule it out at this point. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really glad to have you all in here. 500 people watching live right now. Duncan Robinson to the Pistons says, Regulator, definitely think there could be a market there for him. I was very surprised he opted out at $20 million, though. I would not have advised him to do that if I was his agent, but Make America Great here says Spurs don't need to trade for Yabusele. Yeah, he's a free agent. Dylan here says possible the Hornets are clearing space for a big sign and trade. The Hornets are kind of a sneaky team right now. They badly need a center. We'll see if one materializes. Joseph, thank you for the 2. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joseph and Texas Sports. W Texas Sports and W Joseph for the super chats with the 2. He says thoughts on the Sexton trade. Lowry, no value. Like I've kind of said, I don't think Lowry's going to get traded this offseason. I actually think the Jazz are trying to improve their roster presently. Now, I don't think they did so in the Sexton trade, but they're also opening up minutes for some of their young guys. They have Isaiah Collier, they have Keontae George, and then, of course, drafted Walter Clayton Jr. With Sexton on the roster, I just don't know if the minutes were going to be really there for all 3 of those young guys. So trading Sexton, getting a backup big man in return in Jusuf Nurkic, at least shifts out their position strengths a little bit. Didn't love that they gave up a second-round pick to do that, but that's how it is. Adrian says, give a like to the live stream. Sheldon might lose his voice. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I very likely will lose my voice tonight after streaming and talking for 8 hours today. Probably 8 hours at the minimum. You guys are already killing it. Over 100 likes on the live stream already. 540 people watching live right now. Remember, free agency starts tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time. On the bottom of the screen right now, on the ticker, you're going to be able to see. So right down here, you're going to be able to see the values of all of those new exceptions. So there's the mid-level exception, 14.1. I put a lot of work into having all of this stuff ready for you today. I'm trying to make the stream as positive and as useful for you guys as possible. So Neymar wants to know if I think Giannis gets traded. Ultimately, until he actually demands a trade, he will not get dealt. So as of right now, I'm going to say no. But if there's news or if there's a report that he does get traded, it will completely change how we feel about this offseason. Logan, appreciate you. Big time Conqueror says Tobias 2026 first and 2028 first for Cam J and Tyrese Martin. If I'm the Pistons, I would be reluctant to do that. I don't want to trade 2 future firsts for Cam. I would probably look at just doing that 2026 first if the Nets are willing. But we'll see if something actually materializes there. Joshua says, you think this will be a boring summer? No, I think this summer's already been awesome, to be completely honest with you. I mean, we've already had some big moves. We, of course, had the Kevin Durant trade already. There's been a lot of buildup for this, but I think for the most part, it's already been a lot of fun, Josh. So I've been enjoying this summer so far. The draft was crazy this year. Adrian says Al Horford to the Lakers is like Shaq. It's honestly I don't know how well it'll age for the Lakers, but they're going to be looking for front court players for sure. Dark Report says John Magic should get Jones. He will be playing with his former teammate Bane. Tyus to Orlando would be a pretty solid depth option for them, but I'm not sure if they're going to value that too much. So we'll see how things go. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are new here, really appreciate you guys. Nemanja here says, seems like the Nuggets are interested in Cam Whitmore. That is a report right now. Not sure if a deal will get done, but Whitmore would be a super additive player off of Jokic, in my opinion, with his athleticism. Packers go. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back in here, my man. Trevor says, what do you think of the Pistons trading Fontecchio and Sasser for Grayson Allen? He fills the Beasley role for them while the Suns save a bunch of money and they clear out their shooting guard room. I do think that would be solid. Saving money is, of course, huge for Phoenix. And I actually think Sasser could be a pretty positive addition for them, too, in that deal. I would love this for Phoenix. I'm not sure if Detroit will aggressively pursue Allen or not. His contract is a bit larger than maybe what they'd want to stomach, but definitely a good name to at least shout out here as a possibility. Simeon Carter wants to know about the Milwaukee Bucks. They, of course, kept Bobby Portis around yesterday, re-signing him. Brook Lopez is a free agent. I think they are going to lose Brook Lopez. I'm not exactly sure where he ends up. San Antonio is an option. The Lakers could potentially be interested in a reunion there. Remember, he was actually with the Lakers prior to going to Milwaukee. So I think Brook Lopez is the name to watch for them this offseason. George, thank you so much for the 2. We are up to 6 of the 40 in just 5 minutes here. So you guys are absolutely killing it. George here says, can you see a sign and trade with Kuminga today? If so, to who? I do think Kuminga will get signed and traded, if I had to guess. Otherwise, Brooklyn, like the Nets could be the one team to offer Kuminga an actual offer sheet with free agent space. So if it is a sign and trade for Kuminga, I think it would either be the Heat or Bulls. I do think this is an important one to go over to Twitter for and talk about. The Jonathan Kuminga restricted free agency is perhaps the most interesting aspect going into tonight. The Nets could outright assign him to an offer sheet, and a big one at that. We've seen Sean Marks do this before with Tyler Johnson and Alan Crabb. Otherwise, Heat, Bulls could be in. I need to shorten this so that Twitter doesn't hate me. There we go. Let's post that. So yeah, I think George, first of all, thank you so much for the 2. Let's get some W's in the chat for George. And I do think this Jonathan Kuminga restricted free agency tonight is one of the most important to watch for. Brian, thank you so much for the 5. We're up to 11 of that 40, and we still have, looks like, let me do the math on this, like 12 minutes left on that $40 challenge. So we're doing great. Brian Pumper, thank you for the 5, says, Sheldon, what do you think my Sixers do at the power forward? I knew Yabu is basically gone. Not completely. They could maybe find a way to reunite, but probably at this point, like you're saying. Trey Lyles, I don't really love Trey Lyles for them, to be honest. I don't think an Al Horford reunion is in the cards for them either at this point. So, you know, with Dorian probably going to Houston, you're maybe looking at someone like Marvin Bagley. A Chris Boucher makes a lot of sense. Larry Nance Jr. on a minimum would, you know, not suffice, but would fill the position a little. It's kind of a hard, like Jake LaRavia. Jake LaRavia is a pretty big-time free agent to watch for, so we'll see. Love seeing all the John Lewis W's in the chat. Appreciate you guys big time for hyping each other up as well. That's one of the things I love the most about streaming is seeing you guys all interact and bringing good vibes and everything. Adrian says, I remember when you were live when Dallas traded Porzingis to the Wizards. That was the beginning of the end for me with Dallas. John, thank you for another 5. Let's get some more W's in the chat for John. And let's also send some W's in the chat for Brian as well. Appreciate you guys. John says ties to Minnesota would be similar to Phoenix deal. They have a $3 million committed to incentives. Likely won't know for a few days, would make up for a lack of trade. So the one thing about Minnesota, this is an important thing to note. They do have access to the taxpayer mid-level, and they could very possibly squeeze someone into that salary slot right below the second apron. Now, if they do use that tax mid-level, they would hard cap themselves at the second apron. But given where they're currently at, it might make some sense. So if Minnesota targets somebody this offseason and feels like someone could be, you know, the 8th or 9th guy in their rotation that they really want, they can ensure that they get him. Not sure if that happens with Tyus or not, but would definitely be a big name to watch. Sean here, thank you so much for the 5. Sean, let's get some W's in the chat for Sean as well. He says, do you know how much Ayton left on the table to leave Portland? I haven't seen the firm reporting on what those buyout numbers look like. My guess is he got close to his full contract, though, to be completely honest with you. I'm sure he left just a couple million on the table or something, but not something insanely different. Trevor Lane is saying that Dorian Finney-Smith is the one who doesn't want to come back, but wouldn't spill the reason why. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, well, this is apparently the news. I'm not sure. We'll see, but Dorian Finney-Smith, he did have a little bit of slippage in his play over the last 2 years. So, I think he helps Houston, but we'll see. But thank you, Sean, again for the 5. Daniel, thank you for the 5 as well. Let's get some W's in the chat for Daniel here too. Let's appreciate you all. Here's some confetti for the super chatters. Appreciate you guys big time. He says, what do you think the Magic do today? So Orlando's already been busy, right? They've already made big moves, drafted Jace Richardson at 25, traded up for Noah Penda at 32, and then they also traded for, in a huge deal, they went out and moved for Desmond Bane. So I already think Orlando's made a prioritization of who they've wanted on their roster. I think the biggest thing for them today, Daniel, is keeping Mo Wagner around. They declined the $11 million team option on him. I think you're going to see him back a little bit closer to the tax mid-level, somewhere between $5 and $8 million, I think is the most likely. They still have bird rights on him, so I think that's exactly what we're going to see today. Penelope here says, I thought Cleveland was going to draft a big. Do you think they will sign a UDFA for a big? I think they're going to keep Tristan Thompson around, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, that's what they do. Balaji here says, heard lots of Warriors trade talks. Are those possible and real? Yes, starting with Jonathan Kuminga, I definitely think that's their best avenue to figuring out a trade. They could also sign and trade Kevon Looney somewhere tonight. So we'll see what happens. Looney's another important conversation in this. But again, I think the Jonathan Kuminga thing is the most fascinating situation. Retro says, no way Sexton's being treated as a salary dump. Sexton's a solid player. So George, thank you for another 5 here. He says, I've seen a lot of discourse about the value of Grimes and how much he could be paid. How much do you value him at? How much do you think he'll be paid in general? So the $25 million mark that he wants, he's not going to get. I think his number is going to come in close to the mid-level exception, maybe even a little south of that. Like I'm thinking anywhere from 10 to 13, $14 million. I don't see him getting a huge contract. I don't know where that huge contract would come from in free agency. And I think Philadelphia should be very comfortable playing out his restricted free agency. He's not going to get a big offer. He's not going to get an offer anywhere near $25 million, honestly, unless Brooklyn does it, which Brooklyn has cap space. And we've seen, like I said here in this tweet, we've seen Sean Marks be aggressive and do crazy stuff before to kind of hamstring other teams around the league. He did it with Tyler Johnson, did it with Allen Crabbe. Could he do it with Quentin Grimes today? Maybe. Could he do it with Jonathan Kuminga today? Possibly. We'll see. I think the Nets are the real dark horse this offseason. But I do think ultimately Grimes will be back with Philadelphia one way or another. George, appreciate you again, big time. Let's do a little bit of counting at where we're at. We got 2, 4, 6, 11, 16, 21, 26, and 31. So we are at 31 of our $40 mark, and we've got 4 minutes to go, I believe. Actually, a little bit, 4.5. Yeah, about 4.5 minutes to go until that 20-minute threshold's over. So we are super close, just $9 away. Appreciate you guys all so much for all of the support. The super chats, of course, go a long way in supporting the channel. Fibs here says, as a Nets fan, if we were to get Kuminga, I would try Cam Johnson and get picks ASAP, even though I don't want Kuminga. We'll see what happens with the Nets. Kuminga, they could just sign outright in free agency and put pressure on the Warriors with an offer sheet. So offer sheets are deadly, man. And especially with the new CBA, you only have 24 hours to respond to it instead of 48. So we'll see. Demo here says more likely to be traded by Dallas. Omax or Hardy, go Mavs. I think Hardy's the more likely one because his salary is a bit larger, which gives them a little bit more flexibility in the kinds of players that they could reacquire in a deal. Appreciate everyone in here so much. Dube here says, I wouldn't put it past Rob Pelinka to do that. Lakers are shady. Definitely some crazy stuff going on. You guys are leaving such great comments. Volcano here says, Ty Jerome landing spots. So the Magic were a team. Let me go back to full screen here. The Magic were a team that were reportedly interested in Ty Jerome. That kind of made a lot of sense before the Jace Richardson and Desmond Bane acquisitions. With that in mind now, I don't think Ty Jerome ultimately lands in Orlando. I think the Mavericks, I think the Clippers, I think the Kings are probably the leaders in the clubhouse right now for Ty Jerome. But you never know, right? There could be some sleeper team. There could be some dark horse team. Maybe Milwaukee with Damian Lillard out tries to find a way to get involved. Old Crow, thank you for the 10. Old Crow puts us over the top And Fear Rude also comes in with another big $2 super chat. Old Crew, let's get some W's in the chat for Old Crew for pushing us over that super chat goal. Appreciate you guys, W Old Crow and W Fear Rude. Appreciate you guys big time. Absolute W's. He says, are the Wizards going to keep all of the vets? So right now, remember, they did acquire Marcus Smart. They acquired Chris Middleton. The Wizards do have significant trade flexibility. So one thing I could see the Wizards doing, and I think this is a good idea to go back over to Twitter for just to fully hash out here for Old Crow, because it's a great question regarding Wizards and veteran contracts like Marcus Smart and Chris Middleton. I think it's a real possibility the Wiz use these big short-term contracts as walking trade exceptions to eat other big salaries moving forward. Could trade short-term money for long-term money plus picks. So this is what I think Washington will do, and this might be a trade deadline thing. Let's deadline or now. I want to try and shorten this for long term. We're going to do that so that it shows up all in one tweet. But I think the biggest thing for the Wizards is trying to use these contracts to accrue other stuff. And that's bailing other teams out of money, trying to figure out ways that helps them long term. So Old Crow, thank you so much for the 10. I do think right now they'll look to keep Smart Middleton and use them as trade exceptions at some point in the near future. Okay, we have news. Sham Charania news. We got to go over there now. This is actually semi-important news, I think. We have a contract buyout. Jordan, just 17 seconds ago. So that's how on top of the news we're going to be in this stream here, for everyone wondering. Jordan Clarkson is finalizing a contract buyout with the Utah Jazz. Sources tell ESPN Clarkson will target contending teams for his new home, with interest from multiple playoff teams already expected. Fear Rude, appreciate you a ton. It wants to know about any Spurs news. I think for them, you're looking at front court players. How can they get a center or a big, rangy, long power forward in the mix? Someone like a Chris Boucher could definitely make some sense for them. Appreciate you big time, Fear Rude. But this is big news right here. Jordan Clarkson finalizing a contract buyout. I just got done talking a few minutes ago about the Jazz opening up minutes. The Jazz continue to ensure there will be backcourt minutes for Walter Clayton Jr., Isaiah Collier, and Keontae George. Clarkson could land with a number of contenders like the Mavericks, Clippers. I don't think Lakers. I don't think that's the most likely, though. I'm going to actually take them off. Like the Clippers, Mavericks, Nuggets, and so on. There's a bunch of teams that it could be in on Clarkson. But I think the Jazz, this is, first of all, telling us more about them and what they're trying to do with their young guys. And they're trying to give a lot of minutes to young guys. Luca says, do you think the Grizzlies are going to make any moves? It seems that Kennard is not going to be back. I think, Luca, the biggest thing for your Grizzlies today is what the Santi Aldama contract ultimately looks like. I think that will be their biggest and best priority moving into this offseason. DMD says, what do you think the Bulls will do besides potentially re-signing Josh Giddey? I think they will be interested in a potential Jonathan Kuminga acquisition. You're looking at them acquiring more athletic, fast players. The Bulls are very clearly trying to shift their team orientation over the last couple of years, getting Giddey, getting Noah Senge on draft night, getting Isaac Okoro. They're trying to be athletic, long, and fast. And those ideas are very good. Kuminga would add to that for sure. So we'll see how they go. JC wants to know when free agency starts. It is on the bottom ticker. I made sure to put that on the bottom ticker here. Here are some of the free agent signings so far, some of the most notable ones. I don't have every single one on there, but for the most part, the ones that you really need to know about are going to be down there. Jethro says, I like Jerome on to the Pistons, especially after Malik Beasley. Yes, So Jerome to the Pistons, especially if Schroeder's not back, could make some sense for them for sure. Love seeing all the W's in the chat. Appreciate you guys big time for being so supportive to each other. Always want this to be such a collaborative space. If you guys want to look for another collaborative space, another great spot to talk hoops, ask questions, and enjoy the offseason with other members of the utility sports community, the Discord, links in the description for, is a great place to do so. So make sure to go check that out there. We'll go over to Shams. He has another update here. I'm not trying to give ESPN extra stuff, but let's extra attention. But Jazz officials and Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul finalized the buyout Monday, allowing Clarkson to join a contender in July ahead of more cap space teams next summer. So we'll see what happens this offseason. A little bit over 3 hours at this point now, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Thank you, Texas Sports, for throwing in those updates. If you don't mind, if you could throw in those updates just periodically so that everyone is aware. Appreciate you big time for all of your help again. Devontae, thank you so much for the 2. He says, what do the Pistons do with Beasley being on ice? I think you're looking into the backcourt. Dennis Schroeder might be gone. Malik Beasley right now is a huge question mark. So you're looking at either shooting or point guard play, or maybe a combination. That's where Ty Jerome does make some legitimate sense for them. As a guy who could do a little bit of both, shoots the ball very, very well, but can handle and pick and roll, one of the more effective pick and roll players in the league, which sounds crazy because he's Ty Jerome, but it's literally the truth. I think the Pistons are going to be looking into the backcourt one way or another, whether it's a shooter. They did draft Chaz Lanier to give themselves a little bit of insurance there, but it's hard to imagine them playing Chaz Lanier 25 minutes a game as a rookie. So you're looking at, maybe a Duncan Robinson, maybe a Luke Kennard reunion to Detroit. There's definitely some possibilities there. Mamadou says, what shooters do you think the Blazers could target? Kind of the same line of thinking there. A Luke Kennard, a Duncan Robinson, some of the lesser athletic white dudes out in free agency. I'm just joking a little bit. But Taste here says, dang, I thought free agency started already. Free agency, right now teams are allowed to sign their own guys. So that's some of the news that you're seeing. Here we go. Best in the North says, can we get some likes for my Wizards? We're trying. Shout out to the Wizards, man. I mean, I think they're doing some smart stuff, right? They went out and got Trey Johnson. Appreciate all of the support from everybody. We are going to be keeping up with all of the news today. So we're going to be constantly looking at what Sham Sharani is putting out, some of the big news. And I do appreciate when you guys tag me and stuff too. So if there's news on Twitter, tag me. I will be occasionally pulling my Twitter up on streams like this example here from AF that we pulled up earlier about the Rob Pelinka situation. So we'll see how it goes. Carter, appreciate you for being over on the Twitter. Everyone go follow over there. We are slowly grinding up that following over there too. So Supnet says Lakers off the bench for Clarkson. Definitely a possibility. Real Ruben asked about Atlanta. I don't think this is the fit for Atlanta, to be honest, but I think the Hawks are looking for longer players, someone like a Nikhil Alexander Walker. Mamadou here says Clarkson to the Bucks. Definitely would fit John Horst's kind of strategy with the way he's been building his teams. Josh here says, do you think Wizards projected $100 million in cap space is bad? Won't they just take on bad contracts from teams and not benefit from that whatsoever? They won't even actually get stars. I mean, 2026 free agency projects to be pretty decent possibly this next offseason. We'll see. Obviously, when you're away, it always looks better than it actually ends up being. That's just kind of the reality in the NBA. Like, guys end up re-signing, which is good for the league, by the way. You don't want free agency to be the best way to acquire talent. It's just not healthy for the league, in my opinion. But the Wizards, like, the thing is that $100 million in cap space, what they're going to be able to do is eat bad contracts, acquire draft capital, and continue their long-term rebuild with those. And then they're going to be able to stockpile long-term picks, which gives them trade flexibility. So down the road, they might not sign a star, but they could trade for one. And that's exactly, it's pre-agency. And Washington is actually building up a pretty attractive destination right now. They have a lot of length. They have a lot of size. They now have some extra shooting with Trey Johnson in the mix. They got Will Riley, who can shoot the ball. I mean, they're building up a team that has a lot of solid young players. And 1 or 2 years from now, we could look at them and say, wow, if they had a 1A guy, this team's actually going to be pretty good. Could they line up for some big trade? Possibly. And I think that's what we should really be watching for with Washington right now. Enginola here says Hornets should try to land Cam Whitmore. I do think Cam Whitmore would have a pretty strong market. Oh, here we go. This is what I've been talking about. This is, okay. This is not the best site or source for news, but this is one that I have spoken about at length. Chicago and Golden State have spoken about Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade scenarios. Deal would include Nikola Vucevic heading to Golden State. So this is something I've talked about at length. Now, there are some stipulations here that come into play with this being possible. Kuminga is going to have to make a pretty good amount of money for this, but I have talked. This is, again, if we just go back over to the profile here, I literally just tweeted this about 18 minutes ago. Heat Bulls could be in on Kuminga. So I think the Bulls continue to be the team to watch for. They might have even been on the thumbnail today. I don't remember exactly which thumbnail I said. I have like 3 or 4 different ones ready. Kuminga's not on the one that I have presently, but maybe I will update it here in just a little bit. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. 650 people watching already, and we are 3 hours and 5 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency. I am going to switch over to the best free agents available tonight. They're not in an exact order, but they're kind of in a loose order. I think Miles Turner and Nickeil are 2 of the most important free agents this offseason when it comes to their skill set and what they're going to provide when it comes to winning. Brandon says, I see a lot of people saying Pistons switching focus to LeVert with Nickeil likely not an option. Personally, I think that's a terrible fit. Kennard reunion, Duncan back in Michigan. This Beasley news really screwed us. So I don't love LeVert as a player, to be completely honest with you. I've been lower on LeVert pretty much his entire career than everybody else. Remember, this is a guy who, when he was a little bit younger, everyone was saying had star upside. Never materialized. I was not shocked by that. He's an okay player. And I don't think for Detroit, like you're saying, Brandon, he's the best fit. I would personally prefer someone who's either a sniper or someone who can functionally guard up and down the lineup quite a bit more, like Nickeil would have been able to do for them. So honestly, I would stay away from LeVert if I was Detroit. I don't think Robinson's really the move. Kennard is the guy that I think makes the most sense out of those options you listed, just from a shooting perspective and the ability to handle the ball just a little tiny bit. No Cap says, why are some people saying free agency starts at 3 p.m. Eastern? It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. So it's 6 p.m. Eastern. Just stay tuned for that. John Lewis says, help me understand the love of Ty Jerome. Does he play defense? He seems so small, and his shoulder are more narrow than his waist. Well, he plays pretty strong, and he plays into traffic pretty well because he plays balancing on 2 feet. So those are the biggest things for him. The Best in the North says, thank you so much for the $2, first of all. He says, also Washington, if they can get one of 3 in 2026. Exactly. That's another great point. We're looking at their current roster, and I'm already excited about the future for them. If they get an AJ DeBonsa or a Cam Boozer or a Darren Peterson, that team's going to be really good. So I really love the direction Washington's headed. They just need a little bit of lottery luck this next year, and then they're in position to strike big time. 2026 could be the offseason of the Wizards. I really do believe that. If they win the lottery and get their choice of the top guys and have $100 million in cap space, be absolutely incredible. Russell Westbrook has emerged as a potential free agent target for the Knicks, and Al Horford is a top target for Golden State. Interesting. This is according to Jake Fisher. So definitely interesting here. We're seeing some Al Horford to the Knicks or to the Warriors possibly, and Russell Westbrook to the Knicks. Definitely some functional, feasible, understandable fits. Knicks need anyone who can dribble the ball off their bench, and then the Warriors need more length and size, and Horford someone who can also still do that and stretch out a little bit, stretch out the floor a bit. Brian, thank you so much. Nuggets desperately need some bench scoring. Yes, they do. The Nuggets need anyone who can do anything off the bench, really, with the ball in their hands. They don't have that, which is why Clarkson does make some sense for them to appreciate everyone for all of the continued support. You guys have been absolutely awesome this offseason. Scoob here says the new new CBA is turning teams into the NFL where players will start getting bought out a little bit more and more. I don't think it's going to be quite to that extreme, obviously, but the NFL is really unhealthy with the way their CBA set up and the lack of guaranteed contracts, in my opinion. But NFL's a league where players age out a lot faster, though, too. So for team protection, maybe it just has to be that way. Texan by Nature says OKC. Appreciate you for being in here, man. Jae'Sean says anything the Spurs could do. I do think Chris Boucher is a good option for them. Another big, long, lengthy forward, someone who does make some legitimate sense for their roster. Appreciate everyone for being in here. Gustav says, where do you think Ayton is going? Are the Warriors in the mix for him? I do think the Warriors are going to be looking for size. We just saw a report about Al Horford possibly being a target for them. my overall final prediction here for the Deandre Ayton situation is Los Angeles. I think he will end up with the Lakers. So we will see. Brian says, thank you for this, Sheldon. Appreciate you, Brian. Thanks for always supporting the channel like you do. You're an absolute legend. Theo says, what do you think the Bucks are going to do? They'll sign some form of center. Now, they could be another underrated team for Deandre Ayton. They could also be a team I see considering Al Horford, adding size and some shooting out of their front court a little bit. I don't love it for the Bucks. I think they need to get a lot more athletic. Al Horford does not answer that bell for them. But they don't have a lot of flexibility either. So it's part of why I think Giannis requesting a trade, I would not blame him, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point. We'll see, though. We'll see. Laboom here says, thoughts on Ariel Hukporti signing? Super cheap for New York. It was super obvious they were going to do that. Coming in at just about $2 million. It's about as cheap as you can get on an NBA contract right now. So it was an absolute home run. Mamadou says, Horst is a terrible GM. To be honest, what do you think about the Bobby Portis contract? I think it's another example of exactly what you're saying. I don't think Horst, who just got an extension, by the way, this offseason, really knows what he's doing. He's sent out all of the Bucks' future picks. He doesn't have any good young players in the building, really. I think Milwaukee's in a bad spot, to be completely honest with you. I don't know if they're going to win a first-round series with Giannis again. And that sounds super harsh, but look at how the last 3 or 4 playoffs have gone for them. Look at all the disappointment along the way. And, along the process, they sacrificed Drew Holiday, who then went on to win an NBA championship with Boston. They had to move on from Middleton because of injuries and how he's aged. And along the way, as their players age, they haven't had young guys stepping into roles. And, they drafted Marjon Beauchamp round 1. Didn't work out. They just have missed on a lot of picks, and they've missed on a lot of opportunities. And then the swing for Damian Lillard at the expense of Drew Holiday instead of Middleton's contract was kind of the biggest flaw in the entire move. So, I just feel bad for Bucks fans. I just don't think their team's going to be that good moving forward, even though Giannis is still one of the 3-4 best players in the world. Brendan here says, rumors in past season have sent Ayton to the Kings. Please tell me that won't happen now. I don't think so, Brendan. I don't think he'll be in Sacramento. No Cap says, no, I'm a Warriors fan. We want Kobe White. I don't think Kobe White's going to be on the table for the Warriors. David here says, so long, Ayton. Good luck to any team that picks him up. Dude has no hustle. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Deandre Ayton, if he wanted to play like an inside dominant big man, he could literally dominate teams. He could be one of the 10 best centers in the world. He doesn't consistently play that way, and it limits who he is as a player, unfortunately. So Wesley, he has, I believe, out of all the players with a 15% usage rate or better in the league, he has the lowest free throw rate at 13%, which is just miserable for a center as talented and as physically gifted as he is. Wesley here says, what's the latest on the Knicks? Well, they're going to be limited. They did pick up the team option on Ariel Hukporti, Wesley. And then also there's some reports right now about them potentially being in on Russell Westbrook as another ball handler for their team. So we will continue to keep our eyes out here. Anthony Slater says, here's the latest on the Warriors' 3 hours of free agency. They're in search of a veteran stretch center. Al Horford is a name many in the league are linking to them as a preferred target. Very interesting. So more news here and info here on Horford as a target for GSW. I've also talked at length about a Kuminga to Chicago, Vucevic to GSW, or Vucevic to Warriors in a sign and trade mechanism. I think Vucevic is the guy that makes, honestly, the most sense at this point for the Warriors. Appreciate you guys for tagging me in all of the stuff. Vegas Dan, appreciate you for the follow over on Twitter. Depleted Mind, thank you. As well as Roberto Puna, thank you. Young Baller, as well as Dante. Appreciate you guys all big time. For all of the support over on Twitter, I do try and show some love to the people who follow over on Twitter by showcasing their profile for a quick second like that. Because I do appreciate you guys. Trevor here says Kennard is the closest thing to Beasley out there in terms of skill and shot diet. That's who the Pistons should want, barring Nikhil and Aldama. If we fail on all three, go for Grayson. Definitely a good observation there from Trevor. Appreciate you. Big time, Trevor, again. Dante here says Russell Knicks breaks my brain. Dude, a team with Karl Anthony Towns, Russell Westbrook is it's going to be like the all-time leader in turnovers. And not just turnovers, like stupid turnovers. Like what the hell did I just watch happen? John here says Jones to the Knicks makes sense. Yes, Tyus is going to be like a really solid minimum option for a bunch of teams. Yes, Bojan Bogdanovic officially retired, one of the most overrated players during his NBA career. There was even one offseason where people were trying to label him as a defensive stopper. He's like one of the worst defenders I've ever watched, like on a high minute basis. He's not. He was. It's good. the league's in a better spot now. 70 Bubble says, when can Ayton sign with the team? So he has to clear waivers. He will clear waivers today at 5 p.m. Eastern. So I think we're going to start hearing some more noise in about 2 hours around that. Russ's energy is perfect for New York. Yes, we are just a little bit under now 3 hours away from the start of free agency. K Smooth says, do you see the Suns doing anything? I do, and let's head over to the trade machine, because I think for Phoenix, the first thing we're going to talk about for them is trades. And you might think, oh, okay, Bradley Beal. No, I don't think Bradley Beal will be the guy. What I think is most likely for Phoenix is to start somewhere with the $5 million contract. If this will let me do anything, this is being really dumb right now. There we go. We'll just restart it all. The Phoenix Suns, what they have is this $5 million Nick Richards contract right here. This is their best asset to work with. And honestly, if they salary dump this, like this is something that I think makes a lot of sense for them. If they're just flat out salary dumping him somewhere, or you could see like a third team get involved. So a team that could look for another center. We're just going to do the Lakers right now because they are very center hungry. We're going to send in this deal Nick Richards to the Lakers. In this deal as well, it doesn't really matter who, it's just whatever. Like, don't worry too much about who's going where in this. We're just going to, for the idea of the deal right now, we're going to send Dalton Connect to, actually, we're just going to do something like this. Like, Dalton Connect for Nick Richards, and the Suns also give up, a future second round pick or something. Like some kind of deal like this makes sense where the Suns get a little bit cheaper. They shave off just a bit of money. They get a shooter. They, of course, are valuing that. They drafted Kobe Bray in the second round, who I think will play for them. This is another chance to add another wing shooter on their roster around Devin Booker. This will help their three-point volume. And now they have a little bit of an influx at the center spot. They can trade Nick Richards in a second-round asset to the Lakers. Lakers get a depth big man. This is the kind of deal that I think makes a little bit of sense for both sides. I would not do this if I was the Lakers. I don't think Nick Richards is good. But the Lakers didn't play Dalton Connect in the playoffs like at all. So maybe they are okay with doing that. We'll see. Robert here says, what about the Raptors? I think their biggest thing is what happens with Chris Boucher today. Do they do some kind of sign and trade? Boucher is definitely a guy who I think could be a very valuable addition for a team at a low price point. So I'm excited to see what that looks like. Nic Batum is off the market now. Let me take that off the ticker there on the bottom. I forgot to update that. Save that there, and let me try and get Nic Batum on here as well. Clippers. Okay, why is this being difficult? Clippers re-sign Nic Batum to 2-year, $11.5 million deal. So remember, guys, today we will also be going over to Twitter a bunch when we got news from Sham. So I'm keeping my eyes on that. This is going to be the one-stop place for everything you need today. My analysis, and of course, everything in between. Elizabeth here says second best stream day of the year, maybe third. Nothing beats trade deadline streams, though. Trade deadline streams are goated, and at the very end of them, my throat is literally like so raspy. I'm barely even able to speak. I get sick at the end of the trade deadline every year because I've sat there and talked for about 30, 40 hours that week. So Soul Train here says, random thought, it wouldn't happen, but CP3 would be a nice mentor for Jace Richardson, Anthony Black, and Jalen Suggs in Orlando. Yeah, like you're saying, I don't think it'll happen because, I think that they're pretty content with where their backcourt now sits. But Chris Paul is going to be an elite vet mentor for a team. He's had a huge impact everywhere he's gone from a mentorship role. And he still can play pretty decently. He actually led the Spurs in win shares this year, which isn't the best stat, but it's still one that kind of suggests he was pretty impactful for them. Ted here says, who, if any, will Pacers lose by re-signing Turner? Benedict Mathurin's, I think, a big name to watch this offseason, Ted. I'm glad you asked this question. I think for them, one of the biggest questions is, will they trade Benedict Mathurin somewhere? I do want to go over to bookmark tweets right now. This is, I think, one of the biggest points of emphasis here for me, and the Rockets are working to secure 3 meetings at the start of free agency. One with Dorian Finney-Smith, who it sounds like there's going to be an agreement in place here pretty soon. One with Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and then one with Luke Kennard. So the Rockets are busy. Now, I don't think they'll land all 3 of these guys, but we will see how it goes. Daniel says, you are the best. Appreciate you, Daniel. You guys are the best. Let's get a W for chat here in the comment section. Appreciate you guys all so much. We have another $2 super chat coming in. Spacey K, thank you for the 2. Says, if Lakers split mid-level exception, can you still do multi-year deals? Yes. So for those who don't know, if you're actually going to use the full mid-level exception, you're going to use the non-tax mid-level, you have to sign guys to multi-year deals. It has to be 3 years in length. Now, that final year can be a team option, so you could really do like a 2+1. But if you're going to do the mid-level exception, they are multi-year deals. So keep that in mind. Watch for that. It's a great question here from Spacey K. And yes, you can split the mid-level, but they still have to be. It's not even that they can be multi-year deals. They have to be. So keep that in mind. That's one of the reasons why I'm a little hesitant on if Al Horford will actually be a mid-level signing this offseason, because at 39 years old, are you giving him a 3-year contract, even if you have a team option? So like a 2+1 seems a tad bit risky for a team. So we'll see. 2+1 is really not that bad, because then you have a contract and then expiring, but it's a great question here from Spacey. Thank you so much for the 2, my man. Subnet here says, D'Anthony Melton to the Lakers. Thoughts? It's okay. I still think the Lakers need to get longer and bigger. Just more front court play in general. As much as I like Melton, he hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he's a little bit of a smaller guard. So, I just don't think that's the way the Lakers are going to necessarily look to build. Now, one guy like that on your roster fits, but they already do have Jordan Goodwin, who's kind of a super cheap version of that. Not to the level of Melton, obviously, as a player, but, kind of a budget Walmart brand version of that in a way. Fred the Jig says, what do you think about Day'Ron Sharpe to the Magic? So Day'Ron Sharpe actually signed with the Nets. So he is staying in Brooklyn on a multi-year deal. Love seeing the W's for chat coming in. You guys are absolutely beasts. Adrian says, who misses Woj? I do. First of all, this is my biggest flex, honestly, this offseason. This is my favorite thing to show off right now on stream. Adrian Wojnarowski actually follows me over on Twitter, so he's an absolute beast. Shout out to Woj. Woj was an absolute beast. Shout out to Woj. And honestly, one thing too, shout out to Shams. Like, I know like there's a lot of hate right now for Shams sometimes and stuff. Like, Shams does a great job. He's such a consistent reporter. When he reports something, it's always correct. Has typos here and there, which are funny, but he's an absolute beast. So I appreciate him big time. The Miami Heat and Chicago Bulls remain the 2 likeliest outside suitors for Kuminga. Thank you, Yash, for tagging me in this. I'm going to go grab this tweet here too. Let's go back over to the notifications. We have been here. Appreciate you guys all so much. Samir says, who are the Lakers going to pick? We need a center. My predictions for them today, Deandre Ayton at the very crux of it, and then Al Horford is another guy to possibly watch for them. Here are my predictions. What I want you guys to do right now, go comment your predictions either over on Twitter. Link is at the very top of the description for the Utility Sports Twitter if you want to go follow over there, or drop your predictions in the chat right now, and I will show them off. Andres says D'Lo to the Mavs. I'm hoping not, but definitely a possibility. Fans always talk themselves into D'Angelo Russell. He is so much worse as a player than the numbers even indicate, but it's the reality. K-Smooth says Pacers were interested in 8 when Phoenix was looking to trade him. They probably are still interested. At this point, I don't think so. I think Indiana is going to keep Miles Turner. Steven says, what players do the Clippers need to improve their team and be a championship contender and a top seed? I think they need a backup point guard. So Ty Jerome would be a great start for them today. D'Angelo Russell, Chris Paul could also both be options for them. Russian here says, any chance the Clippers flip Norm for Kuminga in a sign-and trade? Does it make sense for both teams? I don't think the Clippers should do this, to be honest with you. Kuminga is pretty heavily overrated at this point. He has lived off the idea of potential. And this is admittedly as someone, I liked him a lot pre-draft, but I'm just going to admit I was wrong. and low field wings who look to score the ball but aren't good enough at scoring the ball at a level to warrant them being a 28 point per game scorer for you, it's hard to win like that. It really is. Appreciate you guys all so much. Dexy here says Utility Sports. Who do you think would be a good option at point guard for the Wolves in free agency? Well, first of all, I'm a believer still in Rob Dillingham. I think Rob Dillingham will be the point guard of the future still for Minnesota. But if they do look to add one, and they do need to add somebody on their roster, they have just 13 guys right now. You need to get to at least a minimum of 14. Tyus Jones continues to be a name that I would watch for. Dante, shout out to you being in here. Trey Brown says Trey Mann's re-signing with the Hornets. Definitely think that's a very real likelihood here. Let's go back over to the Twitter. I had someone ask me a question over here. Any prediction on the Spurs? Maybe Chris Boucher. I think Boucher is one of the guys to watch for San Antonio. Dark Reaper here says I can see Magic getting Dennis Schroeder. Appreciate you for the post over there. King Nacho Man, appreciate you for following. Samir, thank you for the follow. Grandmaster, appreciate you big time. And we're back over to Vegas. Dan, appreciate you guys big time for all of the continued support. Again, the Warriors continue to be tied to Al Horford, so we'll see what happens. Karis LeVert to the Pistons, definitely a real possibility, Josh. Thank you for your prediction there. Ayton to the Hornets, says Trey Brown. Definitely think that's a good one. I like that prediction back there, Trey Man, as well. Brooklyn Go Crazy says we need to trade Cam Johnson. Might happen. We'll see. Is D'Lo for $6 million a year not a good deal? I mean, it's fine, but like at the end of the day, like this is one of the important things. The salaries on the cap table don't actually impact the game on the court. And D'Angelo Russell, like right now, the nice thing is Dallas has a lot of the do-it guys where they go get dirty, rebound the basketball. Cooper Flegg is going to be the ultimate pinnacle of that for them. D'Angelo Russell is like hey, I'm going to play way smaller than I am. I'm going to barely extend my arms. I'm not going to really have an impact defensively. I'm going to die on screens because I'm not a good screen nav guard at all. I can't get through any real screen. And I'm not really going to rebound the ball as well as I should. And my defense on the ball is pretty bad. So, like, at the end of the day, whether D'Angelo Russell is making $6 million or $18 million in the playoffs, it doesn't really matter because he's still going to be attacked and targeted and not impact your team in ways that you want him to. So we are 2 hours and 43 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency. I am excited, stoked, and ready for a crazy offseason to continue today. Brooks says DFS is a free agent, so no sign and trade available. That's sign and trades actually work for only free agents. Like the Lakers. So let me explain this for everyone wondering, and I'm going to put this down below on the thing and on the ticker here. I'm going to go over to this. So when a guy is a free agent, the Lakers right now still have his cap hold, and cap holds are such a little niche, but super important thing to understand. Right now, the Lakers, even with him declining his player option, have rights on him, and those are called bird rights. Sometimes it's early bird rights, sometimes it's full bird rights, and this goes back to when the Celtics had Larry Bird. That's why the name bird rights exists. What it allows a team to do is retain players past the salary cap. So if you drafted well, if you have good players in your team, if you have guys you want to keep that were already on your roster, you're able to go over the cap, you're able to avoid using exceptions to keep guys. But with that in mind, when a guy does want to leave your team, or perhaps does, or retires even, those cap holds remain intact. And what it does is it gives a team like the Lakers, who now might lose Dorian Finney-Smith, it gives them the option to toggle into a sign and trade if the Rockets want to. Now, Houston might not need to. Houston might just use the full mid-level exception and say, hey, Lakers, screw you. We're not going to work out a trade. We're just going to sign Dorian Finney-Smith, and you're going to lose him for nothing because he's an unrestricted free agent. Definitely still a possibility here. But if the Rockets have something else up their sleeve, if they want to get another player, if they want to maintain different kinds of flexibility, they could help the Lakers out by doing a sign and trade, and the Lakers could thus, in return, help the Rockets out, adding extra flexibility for both teams. So sign and trades are always a niche little thing. This tweet I have up on the screen, I think, is super important to note. Right now, people are going to say, well, this doesn't make sense, or how could a team do that? Or every single team has tricks up their sleeves. They have ideas of what they want to accomplish, and they've thought through every possible pathway to get there. At least I would hope so. For me, before free agency, the last couple days, I've spent a lot of time looking at caps, looking at cap holds, looking at salaries, looking at teams that might look to buy, teams that might look to sell, And then you start to picture, okay, well, this is an avenue for this team to do that. Hey, Brooklyn could be super useful here. In the Terrence Mann trade, for example, with the Porzingis going to Atlanta deal. Like, there's a lot of different flexibilities and pathways. So a sign and trade here for Dorian Finney-Smith is still available. I want to make sure that everyone understands that when a team is losing a guy, they still have the cap hold until they renounce those rights. So keep that in mind. Real Ruben wants to know if I think LeVert will re-sign with Atlanta. Ultimately, I don't expect him to. I think the Hawks will get Nickeil Alexander-Walker today, which is way better for them. But even if they do get Nickeil, maybe the Hawks could just keep Karis LeVert anyway for depth. They have a pretty good amount of room between their current position and the luxury tax. So I wouldn't be surprised if Atlanta says, hey, why don't we run it back with LeVert, add some extra depth to our backcourt with Nickeil, and still be a very good team. King Nacho, appreciate you big time. Adrian here says, Dallas give up one of your big men to the Spurs. I think the Mavs are going to keep their front court pretty much intact. PJ Washington maybe could be on the move today. We'll see. And, obviously there's going to be LeBron rumors as well. Here's the thing. If LeBron gets traded today, I think it will be to Golden State. I don't think he'll get traded anywhere else, but there has been some fire between him and Dallas in the past. You think about when Kyrie Irving got traded there, reports that LeBron was considering Dallas, this, that, and the other thing. I don't think that'll happen. Ultimately, I do think LeBron will probably be with the Lakers next year. One example as to why, not that the people running the social media really know, but the Lakers today debuted their new Statement Edition jerseys, and they had LeBron's jersey number front and center today in that reveal. So they weren't leaving anything up to imagination for Twitter. So I think LeBron very likely stays in Los Angeles, but if he does get traded, I don't even think it'll be to Dallas. I think it will be to Golden State. So JC So Cool says, I hope it is a sign and trade for the Lakers for Dorian Finney-Smith. Yes, exactly. If you're the Lakers, that's what you really want. You don't want to just lose a player for nothing into a signing exception like the mid-level. So a sign and trade is really the best mechanism for the Lakers because it opens up flexibility, whether it's Landale and Whitmore or Landale and something else for Dorian Finney-Smith. And the Lakers could reroute Landale somewhere. You turn it into a 3-team sign and trade deal. I believe last year there was like a 5 or 6 team sign and trade deal between Dallas and many other teams for Klay Thompson. So there's a lot of possibilities for sure. Welcome everyone to the stream. King Nacho here says Beal for LeBron works for both teams. Both have zero trade value. I don't think the Lakers would do this. Beal just does not help them. If I'm the Lakers, I would rather just hold on to LeBron. His deal is 1 year shorter, and LeBron's just a better player than Beal, and positionally fits better onto your team anyway. So Eric Kush wants to know what happens with Vucevic. I do think Vuce, if he does get moved, will end up in Golden State. As you can tell, I think Golden State is kind of central to this offseason, and it really stems from Jonathan Kuminga like I talked about. So we'll see how everything shakes out. I think Luke Cornett will probably stay in Boston, but we shall see what happens. Shout out to everyone who has followed over on the Twitter. Hey, Mr. Nick, thank you. Kobe, thank you for the follow. C. Rogers, as well as SupNet Pixel. Appreciate you guys all big time. We are getting dangerously close to that 5,600 follower mark. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Dante here, yep, exactly right, Dante. Cap hold plus bird rights equals you can sign and trade. Yes. The only restriction with this now is the new aprons. And the new aprons, if you're a team that's way past the first apron and like into the second apron, you have some restrictions. So keep that in mind. Shadow here says D'Lo has been an overrated starter when he should have been a 6-man his entire career. Yes, and the one thing I'll say too about this, the days of a scoring point guard 6-man off the bench have come and gone. You look at the best teams in the league. Oklahoma City's not bringing in a bench guard to score, right? They're bringing in, hey, here comes Kenrich Williams. Here comes Cason Wallace. Here comes defensive-oriented guys. And, hey, we're just going to share the minutes between Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Those are our 2 scorers. We're not going to bring in a third, like the Lou Williams, the Jamal Crawfords of the world. Not Jordan Crawford, his brother, Jamal Crawford. Those guys, that's kind of dying archetype. So we'll see what happens. Adrian wants to know about Josh Giddey to Dallas. Don't think so. I think you're looking at Josh Giddey staying in Chicago on a 4-year, $120 million deal. Maybe even more than that. So we'll see. Andres says, I'd rather have Spencer Dinwiddie than D'Angelo Russell. Well, I mean, we'll see. I do think D'Lo is like roughly the same caliber player as Spencer Dinwiddie, honestly. So Dante here says, also receiving a sign and trade means you are hard capped at the first apron. So this is another good point. This is why, a team like Houston can get away with this because of their positioning right now. But because right now they're even below the tax. But right now they could be below the tax. We'll see. They're going to be very close to that number. But whether they're taxed or not doesn't matter because they'll be below the first apron. So Subnet here says sign and trade for Dorian Finney-Smith and signing Ayton for the mid-level is possible, right? If you're talking about for Los Angeles, yes. Although it's gonna depend on what contracts they bring back in a Dorian trade. So the thing is, though, the Lakers, this is another important thing. I'm going to jump over to the trade machine quick just to make a point here. And just like I had on the screen where I was saying about, teams always have these flexibilities that you don't expect them to. They're always able to accomplish something. Let's just look at the Lakers, for example, right? They don't have a lot of first apron space right now with their cap holds, right? They have a lot of cap holds, and specifically one of the biggest ones on their roster is this Dorian Finney-Smith one. This, this isn't his cap hold. This was his player option he declined. But in general, you look at these salaries and you say, okay, well, they don't have a lot of space. How are they going to be able to make things work? This is where, use some assets to salary dump Gabe Vincent, or use an asset to salary dump Maxi Kleber, or you do a sign and trade where one of or both of these guys go out the door. All of a sudden you're starting to say, oh, okay, I realize how this is all going to work now, right? Because they have pathways to opening up space. So right now you might say, oh, well, they can't sign a mid-level and a biannual exception guy. As of right now, they can't. But if they have a deal lined up where they move Gabe Vincent somewhere because Gabe Vincent's not good and they don't want him on their roster anymore, all of a sudden they are able to accomplish that. So there's definite pathways here for teams to explore and work out. I think the Lakers are a great example of that this offseason right now. Mo Gravy, I did not see that anywhere. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Ted Offensive says, I want Ayton on the Lakers, ex-Sun center versus Mark Williams, who got screwed by the Lakers. Definitely would be a little bit of a fun story here. Ty Jerome could be a potential Memphis landing spot too. We'll see what happens. Mo Gravy here says Ayton will be far from a Laker. I mean, we'll see what happens tonight. Spacey K says, is Ben Simmons a minimum player or non-tax payer mid-level? He's a minimum player. I'd be shocked if Ben Simmons gets anything more than that. Maybe gets the biannual exception, but he should be a minimum player at this point. But I think he's a very valuable minimum player because he can give you 5 to 10 minute spurts of actual good defensive basketball. So Dexy here says, Utility Sports, I do think Rob Dillingham is the future. I just don't think he's ready yet, and Conley needs to come off the bench this year. Honestly, I'm all in on throwing him into the fire. He's the best ball handler on the team. So I just think they should let him ride, give him minutes, and learn to play through the mistakes. The seeding doesn't really matter. I think the Wolves are good enough to make the playoffs, even with a young point guard running the show a little bit. The nice thing is you always have Edwards to lean on. He's taken such significant strides forward with the ball in his hands the last few years that I think you're in a pretty safe spot to lean on him during those thoughts. Appreciate everyone for all of the support. Dan, thank you for tweeting your predictions at me over there. Skurs, thank you for Scoos and Zach, thank you for the follow. Oh, let me go back over to the Twitter so you guys can all see this. Appreciate you guys all so much. Let's go back over here. Scoos, thank you for the follow, as well as Zach. Appreciate you guys big time. If you haven't followed the Twitter already, make sure to go do so. Zobster here says, do you think there's a market for Jackson Hayes, and if the Lakers will be forced to use part of their exception on him? So they have bird rights on him, early bird rights, I believe. They won't have to use the exception on Hayes. So they'll be set with Hayes. WCOE says you should do 2K rebuilds. Definitely have thought about it. Tyrone says if the Raptors sign another 6'9" wing player, I'm going to be pissed. I mean, they've got a lot of them already. Mr. York says, how would a Clarkson addition to the Mavs help, especially when they need ball handling point guards? Just curious. It gives them someone who can handle the ball a little bit off the bench and someone who can score. Again, I think it's a dying archetype. It's not something I would do for Dallas, but with them being reportedly linked to D'Angelo Russell this offseason, it seems like the archetype they're looking for. Starvi here says, Luke Cornett, the Hornet, definitely a realistic possibility. Russell should be an option for Orlando. JNC wants to know when signings start getting announced. That will be at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So we are 2 hours and 20 minutes away only from the beginning of NBA free agency. Shout out to all 800 of you awesome people watching live right now. Emil wants to know about Sharpe. Yes, his deal with the Nets is reported as done. So yes, barring something crazy happening. John here says, do you think Celtics will look to move Pritchard? No, this is their best contract. Super cheap, super good player. He will probably be their starting point guard this year. And if you told me Peyton Pritchard averaged 20 points a game this upcoming season, I would not be shocked. I think Peyton Pritchard's due for a huge season with Boston. Word is Ayton's agent set up with Blazers that they let him go to get picked up by Lakers, and Lakers will take on Jeremy Grant's contract as they want both of them. Makes sense. I'm not sure about that. We'll see. We'll see what happens for Portland, but I don't think a Jeremy Grant trade to the Lakers is going to happen, to be honest with you. Steven here says, should the Jazz trade Walker or extend him? I think the Jazz should extend Walker Kessler. Unless they get like 2 good future picks for him, then I would consider trading him. But I think Walker Kessler is a pretty good big man. Two Guard says, who in the world, who would Golden State give to the Lakers for LeBron? Why you keep saying this? They would sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga to Chicago or to Miami. The Lakers would get a center in return from the third team, whatever team that ultimately ends up being. And they would also get two of Buddy Hield and Kevon Looney, or Buddy Hield, Brandon Pajemski. There would be some combination that. Golden State actually has some pretty good players that could help the Lakers, and the Lakers would be better moving forward without LeBron long-term, in my opinion. And the Warriors are the one spot that actually makes a ton of sense, where LeBron can be such an additive player for them around Jimmy and Draymond and Curry. So, M-Dude, appreciate you. Venkata says, I think Chris Paul rejoins the Clippers. I definitely think that's a realistic possibility. BTS Dance Studio says Lakers will sign Ben Simmons, clutch guy. Very possible, right? We'll see where he goes. But I think the Warriors are a good landing spot for Simmons. Otherwise, staying with the Clippers makes sense as well. Soul Train says, what if the Pacers sent Benedict Mathurin to the Warriors for Kuminga? Can see Kuminga at small forward with a backcourt of Nesmith and Nembhard. I think the best thing for the Pacers is moving off of these low field wings in general. Doing Mathurin for Kuminga, I don't love for Indiana. I would stay way away from Kuminga. Get players who have feel, can pass the ball, play within an offense, fit around your star talent. That's not Jonathan Kuminga. It hasn't been Jonathan Kuminga in Golden State. It won't be Jonathan Kuminga in Indiana either. That's why a team like Chicago, who just wants to play fast and get in transition a bunch, that's why it works, because Kuminga can do those things. If you want Kuminga to be a super useful player in a post-split offense, good luck. Appreciate you, Texas Sports. Again, absolute legend. Brandon here says, Detroit shock on the way back. First expansion team ever to race 3 banners on opening night. Appreciate you, Brandon. Ted Offensive says, Larry Nance Jr. an unrestricted free agent. He might be solid with Luke on the Lakers. Yes, Larry Nance is an unrestricted free agent. Now, I'm not sure where he's going to ultimately be, but he's dealt with a bunch of injuries the most recent years, so hard to bet on him. Lucas, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Io, thank you as well for the follow. JNCTN, appreciate you big time. I know you've been watching the channel for a while and always supporting the live stream, so appreciate you guys big time. Right now, it does seem like the Warriors are in on stretch big men. I think they liked what they saw from Quentin Post this year, so JNCTN here wants to know about Delano Banton. Cheap. If Delano Banton is signed, he's going to be cheap. Not much at all. League Bound here says, who could the Wizards be targeting this free agency? A veteran center on a cheap contract. Just like what they did last year with Jonas Valanciunas. Something that they can sign and then trade later. Dallas fans want all of OKC's players on Bleacher Report in the community tab. Y'all was pressing for Jay Will. Thought y'all hate OKC. I mean, Oklahoma City's just good. They got good players. I think a lot of teams want their guys, to be honest. Yes, sir. 25 says, when do undrafted free agents officially sign their contracts? I think that's at the start of the new league year. So you're looking at July 6th, which is coming up soon. Rad here says, can the Rockets get Dorian Finney-Smith on mid-level exception and sign and trade for Nikhil? don't think they're high on Whitmore themselves. I think it would be the other way around. I think they would sign and trade for Dorian and then sign Nikhil on the mid-level. But we'll see. They obviously could flip back and forth depending on which contract costs more, and it might be Nikhil. So I don't think – here's the thing, though, too. I don't think the Rockets need to sign 2 guys today. They have 9 very good players already. They have Amen Thompson. They have, obviously, Kevin Durant, Fred Van Vleet. You look at their forwards, Jabari and Tari. They have Şengün and Adams. They have Amen Thompson, who's an absolute beast legend in the making for them. And then Cam Whitmore, if you're signing and trading him out, you're still at a 9-man rotation. So I don't think the Rockets need to get 2 guys. The 10-man rotation is just not really sustainable in the NBA. And I think staying away from that is the best for them. So I think just 9 guys is what they need. So if it's a sign and trade with Cam, they got to get someone else. Here is very interesting. So we got a report here. Rival teams are increasingly projecting Memphis to secure a free agent commitment from Ty Jerome in the annual range of $9 to $10 million. That's a steal of a contract. Thank you for tagging me in that. Over there, Farzodi, appreciate you big time. We also have a report here. Yep, Ty Jerome expected to sign with Memphis Grizzlies. No tampering, right? Crazy how all of these. That's my favorite part about free agency. You just see crazy stuff like this. Shout out to RO for the follow. Appreciate you big time over there for following. That's one of my favorite things about free agency, how crazy this is. Thank you to American Asset for the $5 super chat. Did not put a message on there, but thank you, American Asset. Let's get some W's in the chat for American Asset here. I'm going to throw in some confetti for you too. Make sure to throw your message in the chat right now. I'll be watching for it. I know you didn't have a message attached on the super chat, but I will be watching for your message as it comes in. Tari's potential extension around 4 years, 60 to 70. Yeah, I think the ceiling is you're looking at 4 years, 76 million, probably 19 million a year, which is pretty cheap for him, given how good of a player he is. So if I'm Houston, if I can get him on that kind of deal, I am signing that today. And if I'm Tari Eason's agent, I'm saying, no, thank you. We'll play out this next season. And then go into free agency next summer as a restricted free agent. But we'll see. Brock here says, do you see the Mavs trading either PJ or Gafford before the season starts, or do they see the fit, then make decisions? I think they're going to keep both of them. I think they want to be a big, long, athletic team. I think Cooper Flagg's going to play with the ball a ton. And I think they're going to play Flagg as a 3 or 2 or even a point guard a majority of the season. So Jaziel here says Darius Garland and Allen for Jaylen Brown. I don't think the Cavaliers will do that. And I don't think Boston would probably do that either, to be honest. It's just it's a big trade to try and finalize. So Kirk here says, love my Blazers move so far. Just need to trade Jeremy Grant. The nice thing is for Portland, let's go over to the trade machine real quick, because I just want to make a point about the Portland Trailblazers quick for everyone to understand. And this is more so about long-term, what the Blazers are looking to do. I think it's very interesting that these two guys both have the same duration of contract here, right? Jeremy Grant, Drew Holiday, and you put the money together, you start to realize they're making a little bit over $60 million combined. What could that be useful for 2 years from now when, let's just go look at what the Blazers have to trade. They've got control of a decent amount of their own future first-round picks. They've got this Magic pick in 2028. They've got Milwaukee swap rights in 2028. They've got all of this other stuff, Milwaukee swap rights down the road. They have a Bucks pick. What could the Blazers be planning on doing 2 years from now, 1 to 2 years from now, with Drew Holiday and Jeremy Grant, what could they combine $60 million together to go get on the market with 6 or 7 first-round picks? Start to think that through a little bit. You start to realize, oh, the Blazers might be big fish hunting in a year or two. And they won't trade Jeremy Grant right now in a salary dump. They're going to be looking to pair Jeremy Grant with Jrue Holiday's contract down the road to get better big time. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. American Asset says, sorry about that at work, but my hands fully love your show. Big time Bulls fan. How many years and how much for Giddey? So American Asset, thank you again so much for the $5 super chat. Really do appreciate you, and I'm glad I'm able to answer your question here now. I think for Giddey, specifically, let me go back to full screen for this. I think Josh Giddey's going to sign for 4 years, $120-something million. 120 is kind of the floor for him, $30 million a year. And then I'm looking at maybe upwards to 126, 128, somewhere in that ballpark. Anywhere from $30 to $32 million a year is what I would expect for him. Jackie says, do you see Cavs getting a backup center? I think they'll retain Tristan Thompson if I had to guess, Jackie. Jamal here says, can you give me Corey Kispert trade ideas? I need him off my team before people realize he's actually not that good. Honestly, I don't know if Kispert's getting moved. But if he does, I could see Sacramento being a landing spot for him. We'll see what that looks like, though. Jake here says, how do you feel about the Suns in 2025-2026 season? So they didn't solve all their issues. This is the one thing I'm very optimistic about their future now. I thought had a great draft, but they're still going to be young now with some of the guys that are going to be playing big minutes. So I'm a little worried. I am a little worried about how good they're going to be this upcoming season. I still think that pick that they owe to Memphis now through Orlando is going to be valuable. It's a swap, but or it's not a swap. It's got a bunch of convoluted stuff involved, but it's a good asset and one that I think is still going to work out pretty good for Memphis. Lucas Land, Fun here says, surprised the Cavs kept Merrill over Ty for roughly the same money. I am too with that. Ty Jerome should not be that cheap of a player. So if the Grizzlies get him at that, that's an absolute home run. Chris Nguyen here says, what backup center should the Spurs target and who is most likely to end up on the team? I think Chris Boucher is a name that continues to come to mind. Luke Cornett would be a good target. Clint Capella as like a veteran addition that could actually like play some impactful minutes for them this year. Is definitely possible. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Emily wants to know what I think the Pelicans are going to do. Let's pull up the Pelicans roster real quick just to talk through what they have and what they could need to remember. They drafted Derek Queen. They already have, at this point, 13 guys under contract, 13 guys under contract if you factor in their 2 first-round rookies, and then it would be 14 guys if you factor in their second-round pick at number 40. So I don't think we're going to see this team be like a huge spender this offseason. I don't think it's going to be anything huge. Josh says, if you attach Herb Jones to Zion, would picks be enough for Jaylen Brown? I don't think the Celtics are going to trade Jaylen Brown, and I think trading Jaylen Brown for a package around Zion would be very dangerous for Boston. Very dangerous. Kirk Royce, appreciate you. Adam Silver, welcome to the stream. Adam Silver says, breaking news, LeBron will be sent with Kyrie and AD to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for Cooper Flag. Adam Silver's calling it in again this time. Appreciate you guys. Dean here says, is Nickeil Alexander-Walker an option for the Heat? Dean, I don't really think so. If I had to predict, and right now my prediction currently stands for Nickeil to land in Atlanta. I think that is the most likely outcome. We will go down to where I tweeted that. I do think Nickeil here will end up with the Atlanta Hawks if I had to bet. So appreciate you guys all a ton. Thank you for being in here. Fuzzy here says, time for a like spike, folks. Everyone, go hit that like button on today's stream if you are enjoying. We're over 224 likes right now, which is very good, but I think we can do way better. We've got almost 800 people watching live. Everyone, take 1 second out of your day, go leave a like. Doesn't really help me too much. It just lets me know I'm doing a good job and that you're enjoying the content. So I really don't think the algorithm like hinges on likes much, but it just lets me know that you're enjoying, which is the most important thing to me. Wesley here says, I'm hearing Nick Richards to the Knicks. How do you feel about that? I don't know how the money would work there, and I don't know what Phoenix would be getting back. I think that's a little bit of a complicated trade to actually see play out, given the Knicks' current salary designations and what they have committed to already, and they already have two bigs in Cat and Robinson. So if this is true, what Wesley's saying here is you're looking at some kind of three-team trade probably where Mitchell Robinson is going somewhere else, and then you have some other salary coming back as well. I don't really think this is going to happen, to be honest. If that does happen, I mean, we'll see what the deal is, but I don't love it inherently for the Knicks because I don't like Nick Richards as a player. I don't think he's that good. So Warriors have been linked to Al Horford. We'll see how that actually plays out. Dante says, with two possible salary dump players being bought out instead, looking like teams prefer to eat the money rather than attach assets to get off. Well, especially shorter term deals, right? That's the smart way to go about it is just, eat the dead cap this year and say, hey, we're washing our hands of it. Why would we give up future stuff to ultimately get off the money for this short term iteration of our team? I think it's a great point to bring up there from Dante. John here says, who do the Bucks want in free agency but can't afford? Spurs should sign those guys to help facilitate a future trade, with a little bit of a winky face there. That's a good one. Obviously, maybe alluding to a possible Giannis trade in the future. We'll see what ultimately happens there. I don't think San Antonio is going to be a huge player in free agency. I think they like the direction of their team, but I definitely think they'll find someone in the front court to help out a little. Jacob here says, I was thinking Ayton on Spurs too, but it's probably Lakers or Boston. Yeah, if I was the Spurs, I would stay far away from Deandre Ayton. He just does not strike me as a Spurs type of player. He's a low effort, low intensity guy, and I don't think that's what they should put around Victor Wembanyama and their young core, honestly. Bird here says, is there a 76ers trade for a power forward that makes sense to you? I mean, the Lowry Markkanen thing around Paul George is the one that made sense, but it doesn't look like that's going to be on the table. So at this point, no, I really don't think there's a meaningful power forward trade that is incredible for them. Appreciate all of you guys again so much. Texas Sports asking everyone to go smash that like button. I'm going to do a quick little update. We're going to do a little speed check here. 250 likes, over 20 extra likes in just 2 minutes. You guys are doing absolutely awesome. Silver Jaguar says, how many trades can we historically expect from the first day of free agency? I think we're going to see, from a sign and trade perspective today, one or two meaningful ones. There's always more. Like, the thing is too, sometimes signings will get reported as not a sign and trade, and then teams realize, look at their cap table and say, oh, well, this actually might benefit both sides if we do something here as a sign and trade. So keep your eyes out for that. Clay here says, man, I know the Suns are cooked, but I hope we make good decisions this free agency to be at least decent for the next few years, or maybe a Booker trade. So Booker's this is a little bit of news. Booker's going to sign an extension within the next 6 days. Booker will extend with the Phoenix Suns for 2 years, $149.8 million. So JNCTN says, what can Norm Powell fetch back trade-wise? I don't think the Clippers are going to trade him, to be completely honest with you. Their moves on draft night made me feel that way. Noah says, how would you feel about trading Norm Powell for Kuminga? I would not like that for the Clippers, and I would like it a lot for the Warriors. Norm Powell would be tremendous for Golden State. I would not like this at all for the Clippers, though. Texas Sports says, a lot of good people in here, Sheldon. Yes, a lot of great people. Now seems like a great time to plug the Discord. Everyone go to the Utility Sports Discord. Link is in the description. I want everyone to go check that out right now. It's a great place to talk hoops. Texas Sports is one of our moderators there. Always does a great job. He's been an absolute legend for us over there, as well as some of the other really great moderators. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to everybody who's involved. Zach as well. Really, and of course, Baglin. Got to shout out Baglin. You guys are absolutely awesome. So shout out to our mods. Shout out to that awesome community we got over there. A lot of awesome users. Really do appreciate each and every one of you guys big time. If you're already involved in the Discord, links in the description for that. Look at that. We got on my phone here, I get the notifications. It's to Late GG just joined the Discord. Look at that. I know it's going to be a little blurry here from my camera, probably not focusing, but I get the notifications. I read pretty much every single message that comes in there, as much as I can at least. So if you're looking for more ways to stay connected with me, talk to me about basketball, that kind of stuff, It's another great place. I, of course, read every comment on the YouTube channel, but I also am committed to fostering a good community over there with the help of my awesome moderators. So it's a great place to be. Packer Boy here says Blazers need to sign a secondary ball handler or a sniper on the wing. Definitely could look for them taking a shooter for sure, Packer Boy. I think that's a great point. Here, Wynn says, I think Spurs get Dancing Bear. Yabusele could definitely be a target for them. The Wing says LeBron trade for Exum. Definitely a possibility. Carter here says he's gassing up Norm Powell. Well, Norm Powell was pretty darn good this past year. He almost made an all-star game. On the season, he averaged 21.8 points, shot 48% from the floor, 42% from three. That's a pretty darn good player. He's a lot better than Jonathan Kuminga, that's for sure. Desmond here says, what type of moves should Detroit make considering the Beasley drama? You're going to look for them to add a shooter and a ball handler, or maybe both. Like one or two players in the backcourt who can do those two skills: shoot, handle basketball. Now with Jaden Ivey coming back from injury, we'll see. Jacob here wants to know about Jordan Clarkson's best fit. I think the Denver Nuggets are the best landing spot for him, but there's definitely going to be a few other teams. So. According to Jake Fisher, we do have some more news here. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. Jake L. Fisher. Here we go. Additional suitors still in the mix on Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome is expected to speak with multiple teams once free agency opens. He's had no shortage of interest in this busy point guard market. I'm still thinking my prediction pre-free agency here was the Clippers. I think there's a real chance here still. Daniel here says Clippers should try Bogdanovich for Kuminga. I don't think the Warriors would have a ton of interest in that one, unfortunately. Ted here says great content as always. Thank you. Of course, Ted, glad to have you guys in here. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're all enjoying. Over 750 people watching live, which is just incredible. We are still 2 hours away from free agency. Tilted says expect anything from the Wizards. Maybe a veteran mentor signing in the front court, probably a center if anything. Tony G says, can the Lakers at least do a sign and trade for Dorian Finney-Smith and get Cam Whitmore? The Lakers could, kind of find a way to make that happen. Now the Rockets, if it is around the mid-level exception price, they don't need the Lakers' involvement. So it comes down to what Houston wants to do. It's crazy. Like this might sound weird to some people, but the Lakers might give up an asset to do a sign and trade. Like they might give up some form of second-round draft capital or something in order to convince the Rockets to help them out in a sign and trade. So definitely some real possibilities. Protocol, appreciate you for being in here. NBA Summer League says LeBron for Randall, Dante, and Conley. Don't think that's happening. The Wolves really like Julius Randle, especially head coach Chris Finch. He's a huge fan of his game. Coached him actually in New Orleans before becoming the head coach in Minnesota eventually. Depleted Mind says, go Spurs, go. Appreciate you for being in here. King Nacho says teams with state income tax should be able to offer more than teams with no state income tax. I don't know. Geography is always going to be a disadvantage in the NBA. It's just how it is. I don't think that would be a competitive balance that would get approved by teams for sure. Mud Dog says, what's up, Sheldon? The hardest working man in showbiz. Appreciate you big time, Mud Dog. Glad to be repping for you guys here, and of course putting so much time and effort and energy into the content. I hope you guys always do enjoy. Magnus here says, is there any moves for the Kings, or will they have another mediocre season? I think for the Kings, we're going to see them target a point guard. Dennis Schroeder continues to be the name that I think is the most likely. Pluto Guy says, guys, join the Discord. It's so hype. Appreciate you big time. The Shy says, is Cooper Flagg going to play Summer League? Yes, he definitely will. I don't really remember a time that an incoming rookie draft pick did not. Now, if he twists his ankle or something and, the Mavericks will shut him down immediately, but as long as he's healthy, he'll play. So, Venkata says the Clippers are interested in Ayo Dosunmu and Anthony Simons. I hope not for Simons. The Clippers need more offensive talent for sure, but Simons is not the guy that I would go after for them. Jared Glenn says, what team do you think have won the offseason so far? Given their circumstances, I really liked what Phoenix has been able to accomplish. Kind of getting out of Kevin Durant drama mess in the way that they did, I thought was pretty decent. Houston got a lot better getting Kevin Durant, though, so they're definitely in that mix. Mavericks getting Cooper Flag, like as lucky as that is, it's the reality. Like it helps them a ton. San Antonio, I thought, killed the draft. I really like what Orlando's been able to do for their short-term roster. They got a lot better this offseason with Bane and Jace Richardson. And then I also think there's a lot of teams that have been able to accomplish stuff with their margins. So right now I'd probably lean toward one of the Texas teams or Orlando up to this point. But Phoenix is in that mix. There's a bunch of teams that have accomplished good stuff already. So Daniel here says, do you think Raps can sign a backup center, Wagner, Ayton, Sharpe, Brooks, or do you think Raptors are too cheap to go over the tax? I think they're going to try and stay under the tax. Their starting five is one of the most expensive in the league. So they are, and this is one of the reasons I didn't love the Brandon Ingram trade for them. It came with a kind of a wink-wink extension in place, and I just didn't love that for Toronto. So I think they're going to not pay a center. And Day'Ron Sharpe is off the board now at this point too, just so everyone is aware. Best free agents are going to be down below on that ticker if you want to check them out. Cooper versus Harper, July 12th. Emil says we need a miracle to be able to trade Bradley Beal. I don't think Beal is going to happen. I don't think a Beal trade is going to happen. At this point, if it would have been on draft night around pick number 10. Ultimately did not materialize. And instead for a Beal trade, I think, a buyout and a sign it or a stretch and waive provision is the most likely. So Capybara here says, do you think the Spurs managed to get a backup big man? Yeah, they'll find someone in the front court tonight for sure, or tomorrow. MJ says, do we think Kuminga getting traded, or are we going to take him back? I don't think he will be on the Warriors next season, to be completely transparent. Scott here says, I would like the Rockets to get Io from Chicago. Sheldon, can this happen? And if so, how? I don't think the Rockets will do so. I think the Rockets, specifically with the likelihood of them retaining Jae'Sean Tate, retaining Aaron Holiday, keeping some of their current existing veterans on the roster, looks like they're going to fill out their team and then add Dorian Finney-Smith to it most likely tonight. And then from there, their roster is going to be kind of set in stone. So Audesunu probably will not be in Houston. Maybe he'll find a way out of Chicago to another team. Maybe, a team that I think does make some sense for Desumnu could be the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll see. But at this point, no, I do not think Io will go to Chicago or to Houston, unfortunately, Scott. Capybara, yep, I answered this one for you. Joe here says Atlanta will be a sneaky good team next year. I think Atlanta's very good. I should have mentioned them. This is another winner. I completely lost them in my mind for a second. Of course, I'm responding live to your guys' comments, so I'm not sitting here and thinking about it super in-depth as much. Obviously, there's a lot of prep that goes into it, so I can answer these questions. Atlanta's another team I should have mentioned. So, Joe, thank you, first of all, for being a long-term supporter here, and then also thank you for bringing them up. I loved them getting Porzingis. I really like the value that they were able to get, trading pick 13 down to 23 and getting New Orleans first-round pick. Best of either them or Milwaukee. It gives you maybe even 2 stabs in the lottery. We'll see how that happens for them. But Atlanta got a lot better. True Sports Live says Cody Williams, Isaiah Collier, and Kyle Filipowski will play in full summer league. Bryce Sensabaugh likely only plays Salt Lake City summer league for the Jazz. The Jazz are going to have a good summer league team. I'm hoping Cody Williams, I want to see a real aggression improvement for him this season. I want to see him really try and exert himself and impact the game. Basketball video game enjoyer says still a bit annoyed at the Sexton trade for Utah, but I'm wondering what's going on, especially once Nurkic expires for them. I think it's just a positional realignment, to be honest. I think they were trying to open up their backcourt minutes. Bought out Jordan Clarkson today. Felt like Sexton, moving off of him was whatever. They gave up a second round. The second round pick's really not that big of a deal, especially with how far out it is and how many other assets Utah has. But it was a weird trade, not one that I love for the Jazz, but I think it's more of a kind of an inclination to wanting to play their young guys a ton this year. So Zach here says, how much do you think Dub and Chet get paid for extensions? Full rookie maxes. Every bell and whistle, all NBA, defensive player of the year, whatever, all of the little clauses in there will be full maxes. The Thunder will pay these 2 guys. They will commit to Shea, J-Dub, and Chet long term. The rest of the roster is going to get ready for turnover, turnaround, and turmoil a little bit. Like, if you're the 6th guy on OKC, don't get comfortable. Have your bags packed, because long term, like with the CBA restrictions, you have to be willing to part ways with good players. The Thunder are going to do that, but they're not going to do it with the top 3 guys on their roster. They just won't. Too Clutch Corey says, hopefully my Spurs land the dancing bear. Definitely a real possibility. Of course, the international connection there is quite good. Pluto Guy says, where do you think Jordan Clarkson is going as he's currently finalizing a contract buyout with the Jazz? If I had to guess for Jordan Clarkson, we'll go back over to the Twitter for this. Appreciate you guys big time. Let's go down to this right here. I think the most likely outcome is the Denver Nuggets, and if it's not the Nuggets, it would maybe be the Clippers. But I don't think the Mavericks would be like their 4th option, honestly. The Nuggets, I think, are the most likely at this point. So that's where I would predict he lands, but we will see what ultimately happens. Of course, free agency can be a real frenzy. Stuff can happen very, very quickly. So we're going to try and keep our eyes on everything. Tonight, we will be covering all the live news 2 hours away. Let's go back to full screen quick. Guys, 2 hours away. I'm going to send in some balloons to celebrate for that 2-hour mark. We are 2 hours into today's live stream and 2 hours away from the start of a potentially historic NBA free agency. Could LeBron James get traded today? Jonathan Kuminga, where will he play? What about Nikola Vucevic? Does he get moved? A lot of news. Miles Turner's free agency, Ty Jerome's free agency, Malik Beasley with his gambling investigation. A lot of crazy stuff today that will impact the league going forward. Atlanta could be a big-time player for Nickeil Alexander-Walker tonight. Detroit's looking for talent upgrades after making a playoff appearance last year. A lot of crazy stuff. A lot of insane stuff. Adam Silver says, Chet Holmgren won FIBA U19 versus Wemby. Don't sleep. I would recommend, so for anyone wondering about this, I would recommend going back and watching that game, and I would probably say, hey, Chet Holmgren did not win that game for Team USA. He actually played pretty horrendously in that one. Wembanyama dominated that matchup. So I wouldn't say Chet Holmgren won that. Team USA did beat Team France, but I wouldn't frame it in the way that you did. Daniel says, do you think Aldama will get a similar contract as Jabari? No, I think Aldama is going to get a similar contract to what Tari Eason will probably get. They're looking 4 years, $70 million, somewhere in that range, maybe up to 4 years, 80, but I think a little south of 20 million a year is what he's going to get for like 16, 17, $18 million a year, a little bit more than the mid-level exception, which is pretty good for him, I think. Magnus says, I'm sad for Onyeka. He's going to go back to the bench again unless KP doesn't stay healthy. Well, the other thing is the Hawks can play the two of them together. And that's the one thing you can do now if you're Atlanta that you couldn't do as much with Capella and Okongwu. You can play Okongwu and Porzingis because you have more shooting with Porzingis over Capella. So I think the Hawks are going to have some real lineup flexibility this year. They have two different bigs that can anchor their team a little bit, but then they can play them together, get a little bit bigger, longer, and play fast. So I'm excited for it for sure. Ty Jerome here says, or Ty Jerome would make the Clippers contender, says Volcano. King JB says to check out Hoop Central. Let's go over to Dunk Central and see what they've got going on. Here we go. Rob Pelinka remains zeroed in on Brook Lopez despite – whoops. Sorry, guys. Rob Pelinka remains zeroed in on Brook Lopez despite Deandre Ayton becoming a free agent. Late development in this run-up to Lopez potentially heading back to Los Angeles was Deandre Ayton getting surprisingly bought out. While Pelinka likes to bet on draft pedigree and Ayton's skill set mesh as well as a lob threat, I wouldn't say that myself. It's an interesting way to frame it. I don't think Ayton's a super good lob threat. But sources say the Lakers remain zeroed in on Lopez. I mean, we'll see what happens. Capella's also in the mix. We'll see. Adrian Wojnarowski with a little tweet today on NBA free agency. Nothing crazy going on. To me, still, one of my favorite things. It's crazy how all of these 8 to 9 figure deals will get negotiated within 30 seconds of the start of free agency. Hashtag no tampering necessary. Piano, welcome to the stream. Piano Matt says Jordan Clarkson for Pat Connaughton on the Bucks. Who says no? Well, the Clarkson got bought out, so there's no sign and trade there. This is one thing. When a player gets bought out, you're basically renouncing their rights. So Clarkson can't be signed and traded for Connaughton. Joseph says gap year for the Celtics, a.k.a. tanking and playing the young guys. I mean, I don't even think the Celtics are going to be that bad. When you have Peyton Pritchard, Derek White, and Jaylen Brown, your team's still going to be pretty competitive. So wouldn't be shocked. if they're still a good team. G Master says, what about the Clippers? The Clippers, I think, are going to be in on Ty Jerome. They're going to be looking at point guards. Chris Paul, very good chance there. Michael wants to know realistic chance of a LeBron trade. I would say probably not. I would give it like a 12% chance today. Actually, a 12.67% chance. Josh here says, hopefully Mavs get Chris Paul. Wemby cooked. Yeah, that was it was not a close game from the two of them individually. Solid J Ken here says the free agency is a lot less stressful now that the Kings suck again. I mean, hey, the Kings are going to win 32 games this year, I'm certain. So that'll be good for them. Ty Jerome's a good player. Believe in Knicks here. Ty Jerome, like if you look, you should look at pick and roll efficiencies last year. Ty Jerome was one of the most effective pick and roll ball handlers in the league. The Clippers would go from having no good backup point guard behind James Harden to one of the best ones. Yeah, I would not want Brook Lopez here if I was the Lakers, to be completely honest with you. But yep, hour and 55 minutes away. Thank you, Carter, for throwing that in. Brian Mahaney here says, hello, everyone. The season never ends. It's a never-ending season here in the NBA. There's no sleep involved for me either. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. I'm very excited for the start of free agency. Drop your predictions down below right now in the chat. Dylan says chances of Chris Paul to the Knicks. I don't think super likely. I think the Knicks might lean toward Tyler Kolek or taking like more responsibility this next year. Or also there's been reports about Russell Westbrook. So I don't think Chris Paul will go to New York. And based on the noise right now, I do think Chris Paul probably ends up with the Clippers or the Mavericks. Sam Jonesy here says, I was expecting a huge NFL trade. I wasn't expecting that. Wow. Talking about the Steelers-Dolphins trade today. Definitely a big one. I'm not super huge into football, but I still keep up with it a little bit. Joe says, if Knicks can't make playoff push to the finals next year in a diminished East, will they blow it up all core starting five? I mean, no. You have Jalen Brunson. You've got a chance. You've got a good team. I don't think they're going to blow anything up at this point in time. Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Spurs. I don't think that's going to happen. Justin says Clarkson could be interesting on the Wolves as another ball handler, familiar with Gobert, Conley, and Randall. Yeah, the Utah Timberwolves getting back together. At first, it was the Chicago Timberwolves when it was Thibodeau's team. Now it's the Utah Timberwolves a bit. Don't forget they have Ingles there as well. So, Piano says, do you think the Bucks will do anything today? Yeah, they're going to be central in anything around Brook Lopez and the starting center market. Maybe Clint Capella. They're going to have interest around the league. Jacob says, hey, what was your favorite draft pick? My favorite individual one was most definitely Kaman Malawach to the Suns. I thought that was an elite fit. Ryan Mahaney rejoins as a member. He's been a member on the channel before. Let's get some W's for Brian in the chat. Absolutely love that. He is one of the elites here now at Utility Sports. Shout out to Brian. Let's get some balloons in here for him. And some lasers even. We're going to throw a real party here for Brian. Appreciate you big time. I want to see those W's for Brian flying in on the side of the screen there. Thank you guys all so much as well. I love that I can see the comments here live too. I've been able to keep up with that a little bit. It's helped me keep up with the comments when news comes in and everything. So in the future, when we get like news and signings, this is also, there's some report that this is very good. Let's go. I just talked about this a couple minutes ago. Let's go back over to Twitter here. We're going to go to Mike A. Scotto, one of the better reporters around the NBA. He does a great job in general. Here we go. Sources, Phoenix Suns center Nick Richards, I just talked about this a few minutes ago, said has drawn trade interest from several teams, including the New York Knicks, Indiana Pacers, and the Los Angeles Lakers. So the Knicks, of course, there would have to be something else involved in that kind of deal. Salary-wise, it would be a little tricky. The Pacers would, of course, make some sense. But they did pick up Tony Bradley's team option, so I don't know exactly what that would look like. And then the Lakers, there's been, of course, a ton of reports and rumors about them with any center available. We'll see what happens. Balaji says 3:30 a.m. my time for free agency. Is it worth to stay awake based on how many trades happen on day one? Yes, Balaji, I definitely think it's worth staying up. The start of free agency is always kind of a whirlwind. So within the first 20 minutes of free agency, we're probably going to have a good deal of news. And then free agency cools off a little bit, about an hour, 2-3 hours in. So Balaji, I definitely recommend staying up right now. Stay up until that 3:30 mark, and then you're going to get some good news at the very beginning of it, I would have to imagine. Unless we get an unprecedented free agency where everything's slow, I do think we're going to get news immediately at the start of free agency. So we'll definitely see which way this goes. BB Mute Man here says, shout out to Kenny Lofton. Yes, that is Kenny Lofton put in work that game. That was the Kenny Lofton game for sure. So that's a good shout out and callback there, BB Mute Man. All right, sorry, I had to sneeze really quick, so I took myself off the stream for a second, so I didn't blast any headphone users. Texas Sports says Rockets will likely try to sign Nickeil Alexander-Walker first. If they offer 15.4, then Atlanta will need to offer 17 to get him. Likely that happens. If so, Houston won't trade Cam Whitmore. They'll sign DFS outright. Definitely a good possibility there. Pretty good breakdown from Texas Sports. The Nogs, shout out to you. Thank you for the 5. He says, I think Bucks are going to be a dark horse team to land Deandre Ayton. I think this is a good shout. I've referenced them a few times with regard to Deandre Ayton. I think there's a real possibility there that that Milwaukee does get involved in the center market. And given the buyout situation here with Ayton, he probably would be relatively affordable and a name to watch for. So Chicago's reportedly a team that could be interested in Anthony Simons. Not sure if something's going to actually materialize there or not, but I don't know. It'd be a little weird to see Simons there, but appreciate everyone. Nickeil to the Thunder. Just not going to happen, Carter. As much as I'm sure they would love to have Shea's cousin there with him, just isn't going to be a thing. Zachary says, are there any other teams a threat to sign Exum from the Mavs? Maybe the Lakers. Like, you're looking at a minimum signing, though. So I don't even know if Dallas is going to really prioritize Exum this offseason. So love seeing the W's flying in here from everybody. Awesome community we got. Bird says, could Sixers package Oubre and Drummond and picks for Cam Johnson? So the salaries there aren't close enough. You're looking at $13 million only. So there'd have to be other salaries in that deal. But it would be a starting point for sure, Bird. Do I think Reed Shepherd gets steady minutes? Yes. I think he'll play at least 20 minutes a game this next year and probably play in 65 to 70 games. I think Reed Shepherd's a pretty big focal point for what the Rockets are going to be able to do this offseason, or what they're doing already this offseason. And that's why a 2-for-1 trade for Durant made sense for them, because they needed to open minutes for Reed anyway. Buzzer Beater says, salute, welcome to the stream here. Lino says, is Kamal Malawach and Bol Bol, are they going to play together on the Suns? I don't think Bol Bol is going to be back in Phoenix. Bol Bol should be a Spurs, like, hey, can we get him as the 15th, 14th guy on the roster? That's what San Antonio should get him, because he's long and tall. And putting another one of those long, tall guys around Wemby would be, well, first of all, fun to watch. Would it be good for them winning games? Probably not, but I would like it. Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Clippers, just do it. Would help them a lot. Nickeil would be fantastic for them, but I don't think it's going to happen. Andres says, Kidd to the Knicks is still alive. I think Jason Kidd, with the Mavericks winning the lottery, is looking at Dallas and saying, well, at least I have this guy going forward. So I don't know if Kidd's going to commit to going to New York. Packerboy says, how much money do you think the Blazers are going to get back from Ayton? I hope it's like the Blake Griffin situation. I don't think they're going to get much, to be honest with you. Maybe a few million, but not like a majority of the contract or anything. Benny says, who do you think is going to be the first free agent to sign tonight? I think it'll be Dorian Finney-Smith. I think he will agree to a mid-level exception with the Rockets tonight. Clay says, I would like to see the Suns get a true point guard or an athletic wing from a trade or free agency. I mean, yeah, like more big wings is what they need. I don't know, says, what moves will the Kings make? Sacramento will look for a point guard. Dennis Schroeder is the name that I continue to mention. Adrian wants to know if I think Clarkson to the Nuggets would work out. Decently well. Jokic has this great ability to make everyone play better than they are. So he's done it with Jamal Murray his entire career. So Anthony here says Bol Bol is Bonds. We don't need to bring negative energy to San Antonio. Well, first of all, I don't think Bol Bol is like all this negative energy. And again, it's just for fun. Like, you're looking at a guy who's going to be the 14th, 15th guy on the roster. Ben here says, do my Thunder use Usman's contract to facilitate a trade for assets? Possibly. Sam Presti's always got something up his sleeve. So Usman's contract is probably one of the best assets to do that with because it's going into the final year, decently sized at around just a little bit north of $5 million, I believe. Definitely usable, right? Sean says, why do people still believe in Bol Bol? It's not even that I believe in him. Like, don't misinterpret me. Bol Bol is not good. I've been saying this for a very long time. But I do think his length next to Wembanyama could at least be interesting. So is he going to be a good player? No. Will he lead the Spurs toward extra winning? No. But would it be a lot of fun to watch 2 7'3" guys that are super long and wiry play together for 2 minutes a game? Yeah, I'd have a lot of fun watching that. Joe says Mathurin will move into the Pacers starters as the 2 with Nembhard at point. So they drafted Cam Jones, who's a ball handler, and they drafted also Talon Peter, who's another guard. So I don't think that the Pacers are going to be signing a ball handler, to be honest with you, Joe. I think they're going to be mostly focused on their center room. Carter says, I think Miles Turner will be the first and he will resign. Definitely a real possibility there. Those re-signings, he could even sign before the start of free agency, right? Like we've already had guys like Joe Ingles sign today because they are re-signing instead of going out into the market. So we will see. James says, can the Warriors land Ayton on the cheap? Possible. It sounds like the Warriors right now are going to be leaning toward Al Horford. But you don't want to rule the Warriors out for anything. I think the Warriors are one of the hot button teams to watch tonight. Retro says, any prediction on who the Bucks land in free agency? I'm going to say Ayo Dosunmu. I think he is a realistic possibility, Retro, as a backup or as a guard. Mr. Awesome says, do you think the Pacers and Celtics will tank for the upcoming season? No, I don't think either of them are going to tank. I think both of these teams are still pretty good. The Pacers, I think, are going to miss Halliburton even worse than the Celtics missed Tatum. I don't think either of these teams can contend without those top guys, but I still think they could be playoff caliber teams. Bird says, convince me the Jazz aren't going to tank for chance at Dybonsa. They're going to tank. I don't think there's any question about that. Their team's not good, and they're young, so they're going to lose a lot of games. Dan White here linked Melton to the Lakers. Possible, right? Like, the skill set makes sense. As long as the contract's cheap because of his injury concerns, like, that's fine for LA. Ethan says Boban was on the Rockets. I feel like Bol Bol will be good. I'm not sure about good. I don't even know about role player, but he's tall, and he gets people excited for him to come in the game. So Sean said, not me. Yeah. I just want to make sure I was clear to everybody, too, like, because I do feel myself more excited about Bol Bol because he's just fun. Like, I don't know. I just want to make sure everyone knows I'm not like legitimately thinking he's going to be this huge impact player or anything, because he's not. Andrew said, with the Beasley story, how cooked are the Pistons? I wouldn't say overly cooked. Like, they still have optionality. Imagine this. Imagine if the Pistons signed him and then the news came out 2 weeks from now. How bad would then the Pistons would be a little bit cooked. They at least have flexibility yet at this point. Instead of Beasley, maybe it's somebody else now this offseason. So Wemby, Bol Bol, and Mo Bamba make it happen. Yes, tall, long, and athletic. It's okay to laugh. Says, rumor has it Spurs are interested in Yabusele. Wemby teammate on the France team and can outspend Philly if true. How does Philly pivot? Chris Boucher. He continues to be a name a reference for teams looking for long forwards. Chris Boucher, I think, is a solid player. Shots fired at Jamal Murray. Yeah, Jamal Murray has made a living off of playing off the best screener and dive player in the entire league. He's got the most skilled big man arguably ever on his team, and it makes their pick and roll game unbelievably good because you can't really effectively hedge on Murray because you don't want to leave Jokic in the middle of the floor unattended to. So it's pretty crazy. Jamal Murray's vastly been overrated in his career because of that. The Shy says, what time does free agency start? Free agency starts here in an hour and 42 minutes. So we are getting closer and closer. Shy says, why does nobody want to play for the Lakers? I don't think that's true. I think you're going to see a real market of guys interested in the Lakers coming up pretty soon here. We are 9 followers away from 5,600 over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys big time. I'm also going to showcase here on the stream now how we're doing on our subscriber count. Almost 35,000 subscribers, 34,635. You guys have been absolutely killing it with the support lately. We are in pursuit of 35,000 subscribers. Appreciate you guys. Here we have a comment saying, I saw Kenny Lofton play in China last year. He was an all-star. I don't know why the NBA can't find a spot for the kid. It's just the play style is not the most effective way to build around. You look at the way the NBA game is played now. It's all about defense, length, speed, and then talent, like shooting talent especially, and decisive talent around your star players. Look at how OKC's built around Shea and J-Dub. It's long, connective pieces. And that's what wins. The Indiana Pacers have that around Andrew Nembhard and Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam. That's what wins. As much as Kenny Lofton's a talented individual player, really good post-up game, mismatch nightmare with how built he is. Built's not probably the word to use. How big his frame is. It's a matchup nightmare, but it's not an effective way to win games playing through him. And he's not the kind of guy who's a fit piece around other talent. So that's the reason why, even though, this is, again, a testament to how good the NBA is, there's a lot of good players who can't make it. Okay, wow. Let's go over to Shams here quickly. Appreciate you guys all so much for all the great comments today so far as we are nearing in on NBA free agency. Appreciate you guys. Again, we will be live throughout all of NBA free agency. Shout out to John for the follow, as well as Fredo. Appreciate you guys big time. Let's go down to Shams here. I saw that Terry Rozier has been cleared of involvement in a betting scandal. So that's good news, at least for Terry Rozier. The betting stuff is nasty, man. It's just not a great situation. Appreciate you guys all so much for all the follows over on Twitter. Matt here is saying Mamu Kelishvili is getting an offer from a Greek team. Last I heard, probably not sticking with the Spurs yet. So this is the one thing too, is some of these, either international players or like bench talented guys like a Mamu Kelishvili. Sometimes going to Europe is better. You get more opportunity, more brand deals. You become a star over there instead of a bench player here. Joe says, you're clever. Give us a shocker that might happen. No one is thinking of. That nobody is thinking of, huh? Give me 1 second to think about this, okay? I'm going to say, well, Bruce Brown to the Nuggets is one, but I don't think that's like a shocker. I'm going to say Luke Kennard to the Timberwolves is like a surprise one. It's not a big one. Or Jake LaRavia to like Brooklyn. It's another one. I mean, they're not huge deals, but G Master says Boucher and Jerome to the Clippers. Wow, definitely would both help. Here we go. We got news. Mike A. Scotto here. Let's go back over to Twitter to Mike A. Scotto. That's not where I wanted to go. I clicked the wrong one. Houston Rockets intend to sign Jae'Sean Tate to a one-year, $3 million deal. League sources told Hoops Hype CAA representatives Austin Brown, Max Seidman, Shakira Wardley, and Aaron Mintz worked with Rockets officials to negotiate the deal. Jae'Sean Tate staying in Houston as expected. So this is what we expected to happen today. I'm going to make sure to update the stream here. But there's some news, right? Jae'Sean Tate will re-sign with the Houston Rockets. Remember, teams have the right to re-sign their free agents ahead of time. Houston Rockets re-sign Jae'Sean Tate. I'm updating the description here now. I'm going to try and do that to help everyone keep up with free agency today so that you don't miss out on any of the news, so that you feel most prepared and most knowledgeable out of everybody on YouTube, because the entire goal today is to do a good job helping everyone know what the heck is going on. And one of those things that you're going to see here on the bottom as the ticker passes through is Jae'Sean Tate staying in Houston. So the Rockets will be retaining a lot of their depth. It sounds like Aaron Holiday will be back with the team as well as Jeff Green. So the Rockets are keeping everyone around. That's kind of what we expected. Dante says Lakers will get guys. They just don't have the assets to get really good guys. I mean, that's kind of the issue yet when you have your money tied into a couple players and you're kind of thinner on assets. That is the case. James Cannon says Kennard reunion in Detroit makes sense this offseason, especially if Beasley is finished. We'll see how that goes, right? This Beasley news is big news and might limit what that market looks like. Big time for him this offseason. Joseph says, where do you see Miami making moves in free agency? I think Miami, of course, is going to be a Kuminga team. And if it's not Kuminga, it might be DeMar DeRozan. So if you're a Kings fan, that's probably what you want to be hoping for, honestly. Jacob here says, I feel like Jeremy Grant's going to the Lakers. That's been a popular prediction today, but I'm not sure if I see that happening or not via trade, says Jacob. Appreciate you for being in the stream here today. Dylan says DeRozan and Monk for Jamal Murray. I think closer is DeRozan and Jonas Valanciunas for Michael Porter Jr. This is one thing that I continue. This is one thing I continue to think. Let's go over to the trade machine quick, and then we're gonna tweet this out ultimately too at some point. One thing that continues to not be able to escape my mind is a Kings and Nuggets trade. And I do think this legitimately makes a lot of sense for both sides, given the Kings' probable pursuit to get a little bit younger here. Michael Porter Jr. to Sacramento, and in return, see DeRozan and Jonas Valanciunas to Denver. Okay, this kind of deal is one that I think makes a good amount of sense for both sides, and makes the Nuggets a little bit deeper, gives them a little bit more talent on their roster. Maybe you see this 2032 second-round pick going out the door, but this is kind of the beginning framework of a trade here that I think makes a lot of sense for both sides, where the Nuggets get DeMar DeRozan, who I think would actually be a brilliant fit off of Nikola Jokic with that kind of in-between game, the mid-range scoring, and DeRozan, I think, notably made a pretty big three-point stride this past year in Sacramento. And then Jonas Valanciunas gives the Nuggets a legitimate backup big. Now, they do have Day'Ron Holmes II, but I do think that this is a pretty notable upgrade for their depth. And then for the Kings, it's pretty obvious you're getting younger and you're getting an elite three-point shooter off of Sabonis. So I think this is a trade that makes a lot of sense. Trade framework between the Nuggets and Kings that I continue to come back to as a legit, sensible move for both sides. Nuggets get a lot deeper in the front court, and Kings get notably younger. I think this is a deal that makes a lot of sense between these two organizations, to be honest with you. Like, is this a trade that drastically changes the offseason for either of them? I don't know about that, but I do think there's a lot that makes some sense here. Michael Scotto, yep, we were able to get to that. Had that news. Jake Laravia, Kings player. King Nacho, I see that. Tridy here says San Antonio Spurs don't need another 6'8" player with Victor pulling 7-footers out of the paint with 3-point shots. We still need a 7-foot plus player to roam the paint and collect rebounds. Go Spurs, go. I mean, we'll see how they go about it, right? A lot of different options. Vincent, thank you so much for the 2. Says after Deandre Ayton buyout, could my Blazers sign Nickeil Alexander-Walker or any free agent? So the one thing about the buyout is you're actually not opening up that much money. You probably shaving a little bit of money off your salary, but after the Drew trade and the money committed right now, I don't think the Blazers are going to be significant players in free agency. Now, they could have access to the mid-level, try and find ways to improve their team that way. They still could look at another point guard, right? You could look for a shooter, someone like a Luke Kennard. Maybe a Duncan Robinson could be in the mix here. I think he'd be a fun fit off of clinging and dribble handoffs and playmaking hub off the top of the key type stuff. So Vincent, first of all, thank you for the 2. But I don't see the Blazers as huge players today. I think they'll be small to moderate-sized players. I don't think they'll go after someone like Nickeil as much, although he would be a very good fit there. I think the most likely thing is you're looking for some shooting instead. Retro says, just wanted to thank you, Sheldon, for the fun and educational streams in regard to the NBA CBA. Of course, Retro, really glad I can help you guys out. A lot of work and time goes into preparing for these, obviously, as you guys can imagine. So I appreciate you big time. Cassio says, check out the Trey Mann news. The latest I've seen on Trey Mann is that they did not offer him the qualifying offer, making him an unrestricted free agent. I have not seen anything since then. David here says, Pelicans have full mid-level exception. Who do you think they make a run at? Getting Santi Aldama would be a home run signing for them. I don't know, man. New Orleans has been really weird, to be honest with you. It's hard for me to predict what they're going to do this offseason because it's Joe Dumars' first offseason running the team, and he's been stupid aggressive so far. Stupid aggressive, and I say that in a kind of positive way, saying like he's been really going after it, trying to improve the team pretty drastically, trying to leave his impression on the team. And, you can tell there's some Troy Weaver involvement too. So not sure. Maybe another front court player could be in the mix for them. We'll see. Adam here wants to know about Nickeil or Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets. I do think Dorian Finney-Smith will be the Rocket. In fact, he was my prediction to be the first signing this offseason. I don't think Jamal Murray is going to get moved this offseason. I think if anyone does from Denver, it will be Michael Porter Jr., but we will see. Tatsu says Kings need a point guard. Yeah, I just don't know if the Kings have what the Nuggets would want back for Jamal. So I'm not sure if there's a deal there that really makes that much sense. Hen City says, really hoping the Hornets can keep Trey Mann. I hope so too. Felt like that was going to be the spot that actually gives him that opportunity. How good is Ayton? He's very talented. Is he a really great player though? No. He just, as good as Ayton is talent-wise, like you watch him, like if you watch highlights only, you're going to say, wow, Ayton's really talented, really good. The issue is the consistency of the hustle, the desire to screen and roll, the desire to get on the glass, impact the game as a defender, as an anchor. I don't know. I've just been off of Ayton for a while now, to be honest with you. I didn't even really like him that much in the run to the finals, but that was the best he ever played for Phoenix, was when he was super engaged and locked in, playing into a role more. June here says, is there a world where Ben Simmons goes back to Philly? As much as the fit maybe makes sense for their skill needs that they have, no. Ben Simmons will never play for the Sixers again, and I don't think that city would welcome him back very well. So, no. Bird wants to know, Cam Whitmore trade destination, the Lakers or a third-team deal with the Lakers. Those are the most likely outcomes. JJ says, W. Sheldon, only an hour 30 left watching the stream while trying to get through the flu. Appreciate you, JJ. Hope you get healthy soon. Let's get some hashtag cold medicine in the chat for JJ. Hashtag cold medicine. Obviously, probably won't help him too much with the flu, but glad to help you out here. And remember, hour 30 left until the start of free agency. I'm going to be live for multiple hours in through free agency, looking at like a 6+ hour stream today. So you guys are due for some good ones. I'm seeing those hashtag cold medicines fly, and you guys are awesome. Joseph says, serious Celtics fan fear Horford to the Lakers. It sounds like Lakers or Warriors right now for Horford. Sean Johnson said, do the Knicks get Jordan Clarkson? Jazz beat writer said they could be the team for him. Definitely a possibility. I think Denver's more of a likelihood at this point, but we will see. Spoonfed says, from draft to free agency, great stuff, man. That's the one thing. I hope you guys can tell how much work goes into this. I feel like I'm really the only one in the game that can cover the draft to the level and to the intensity and degree that I do, and then also cover free agency in the way that I do. And the team needs and trade season. I cover everything in NBA basketball. So I hope for some of you who are first-time listeners, first-time tuning in, I hope you think about that and take that as a good reason to subscribe and follow. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Having a lot of fun here with the stream today. Let's go over and see how the subscriber count is doing, because you guys have been so fantastic, so awesome. Let's go check it out here now. See that number growing a little bit. Love to see that. 34,643 awesome humans. Appreciate you guys all the time. Tom says, morning, mate. Looking forward to the opening of free agency. Which center do you think my Raptors may sign? That's a great question. Capella could obviously be a name to watch for. Retaining Chris Boucher, although he's not necessarily a true center. He's a longer front court player. He's a name that I continue to think about for sure. Otherwise, Brooke Lopez, who's been tied to the Lakers, could be another option. Thomas Bryant could be a cheap option that makes some sense for you guys. Jackson Hayes on the very cheap, very low as an athletic big man. Those are the kinds of names that I'm first drawn to here for them specifically. Luke Cornett, obviously, I think could have an okay market this offseason. We'll see what that all looks like and entails in a little bit here, as free agency is just less than 90 minutes away. But I appreciate you guys so much. Prayers up for JJ. Hopefully he gets feels better. Adam says, you and me both, JJ. Adam, hopefully you feel better here soon too. Appreciate you guys. Buzzer Beater says, how in the hell are you going to do 6+ hours straight with no co-host? I'm built different. That's how. I'm just like that. That's what we do here at Utility Sports. You should see the trade deadline live streams, Buzzer Beater. We do week of the trade deadline. I literally stream for 35 hours with straight talking, and I get through it. Well, not 30. Let me say that. Let me change. Not 35 straight hours. That would be ridiculous. 35 hours that week straight with no just me. So as an NBA stream, how did you not use #flu game? Because we don't want him to have the flu. We're not trying to have JJ go out and play through the flu here. We're trying to have him get better. That's why. #cold medicine. Trisona here says, if the Rockets trade Whitmore, what do you think they're getting for him? Dorian Finney-Smith in a sign and trade. But again, they don't necessarily need to do something like that. The idea here would be that there's some other reason for that to be involved, whether it's another signing or if Cam Whitmore is looking for opportunity and trying, like this is one thing that's important to remember. Agents play a big role in what actually happens in the league, trying to get their clients, their players to situations. So if if something happens, sometimes it has to do with the agent side of things and, maybe forcing their way somewhere. JJ says, thanks, guys. Hen City says, get this man to 50K. We are on the road there. I am pushing in that direction. Something that says, do you see Ayton and Brook Lopez as a good center rotation for the Lakers? I wouldn't say good. I would say serviceable. The issue is too often the media associates name recognition with good. So, yep. And according to Anthony Irwin here, it does look like the Lakers will be the front runners for Brook Lopez. We'll see how that ages, though. I don't love that, but we shall see. We shall see what happens. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Andrew here says, with Horford likely gone, do you think the Celtics hold on to Simons? Simons probably could be a Celtic this year. I don't think he's going to be a long-term center, though, or a long-term core piece of their roster, to be completely honest with you, Andrew. Kirk says, on vacation, can only join for a few. Any quick Spurs free agent trade predictions today? Gershon Yabusele. I think he very likely will be a Spur, if I had to predict. And if it's not him, it will probably be Chris Boucher. Someone in the front court who can be relatively cheap. Eric says, love your streams. What do you think of the Yang pick? Surprised me a lot. I had him in the 30s on my final big board, but I understand some of the appeal. He was super productive in the CBA, very talented. I'm hoping everything works out good for him and for the Blazers. And with the Ayton buyout kind of coming to fruition now, I think it gives us better insight as to why Portland was looking at a center to begin with. And it also, I do think you have to factor in the point they were able to trade back, right? They moved down from 11 to 16. They were able to get a future draft pick in the deal too. And I think that helps my overall picture of what Portland did on draft night here. Spoonfed says, bummed about what the Wolves are doing. Randall isn't a winner. Give me some hope on free agent moves. The best thing for Minnesota right now would be to get a sign and trade for Nickeil that they could carry into next offseason. This is actually, I think, a really important note. So Spoonfed, I'm glad that you asked this. I think this is really important to understand for everybody. And Nickeil Alexander Walker sign and trade has potential huge ramifications for the Minnesota Timberwolves. As the salary cap continues to spike, the Wolves' flexibility long-term improves. Receiving a sizable TPE for the future is very good for Minnesota if a deal with TL exists. So I think the Hawks being the favorite for Nickeil opens up a lot of flexibility for Minnesota long-term because of how long those traded player exceptions last. Lachlan, thank you so much for the 2. Says make or break free agency for old man Pat. Appreciate you big time. Lachlan, we'll see what happens in free agency here this offseason. Of course, a lot to keep our eyes on. A lot of solid players out on the market. We'll see what happens with Patty Mills this offseason. We'll see if he gets another NBA contract or not. But Lachlan, appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for the 2, and we'll see what happens with Patty Mills. 320 likes, says Texas Sports. Let's keep that number growing. I'm going to go check the like counter now over there. Over 325 likes now. You guys are doing absolutely awesome. Roy says, is at the top of the hour or in 90 minutes? It is at 6 p.m. Eastern time, so hour 20. We are looking at an hour 20 right now, Roy. Brian Mahaney, the most recent rejoining member on the channel here, he says, any Spurs predictions for tonight? The sell trade, any impactful acquisitions? First of all, Brian, thank you again. And Spurs predictions for tonight, I'm going to guess that they signed Guerschon Yabusele. I do think that will be an impactful signing for them. I do not see Devin Vassell being traded tonight. You never know, but we will see. Future Fox says, will J.J. Redick get fired next offseason because of new owners and LeBron is gone, so why would they keep him? Redick's a good coach. He will not get fired. Had a bad playoffs, admittedly. I did not like the way he coached in the postseason. But I think, it was his first playoff experience as a head coach. You have to take a growth mindset sometimes. We will see how that goes. Brandon says, hearing more and more about LeVert being linked to Detroit, we're running it back to the lottery like an abusive ex. No, I don't. So here's the thing. Even if you guys sign LeVert, I don't think that locks you into the lottery. I think you guys can still be a playoff team. Plus Walker here says Lopez is a terrible fit for the Lakers. I do tentatively agree with that. Slow-footed. I do think they need an elite screen and roll player. But it looks like they're looking at stretch bigs, which I understand. But Lopez is a clear caliber below some of the better stretch bigs in the league. So if you look at the impact Miles Turner has, Chet Holmgren, you look at Kristaps Porzingis, those guys are all on a different level than Lopez at stretch big men. So Entity says, any free agent centers you like for the Hornets? Clint Capella, I think, could be a stabilizing big man for them a little bit in like a short-term window of like trying to be competitive. Otherwise, like Kevon Looney could be another really cheap option, a good screen-setting big, good rebounder. I would have loved Day'Ron Sharpe, but he re-signed with Brooklyn today. Thomas Bryant could be like another really solid cheap option. So those are some guys that stand out to me, Hen City, for Charlotte. Chosen One says, how could the Pistons come back from this Malik Beasley situation? It kind of sucks for us fans. Well, at least it happened before free agency. That's the one thing I continue to think. Imagine if you guys gave him $40 million and then this happened, right? Then, all of a sudden he can't play. And then you lost your window on free agency. So at least it happened now and not a week from now. Tridy here says, which backup big would slot best behind Wemby, Lopez, Portis, Cornette, Horford, Capella, or Yabusele? So Lopez or Portis is re-signed with Milwaukee, so that's not an option. Cornette would be very affordable and solid for them. And Yabusele, I think, is one that fits best alongside Wemby. And I really do think if you're trying to build a team, you need to, instead of valuing the backup spot behind him, you need to value the guy who can fill in minutes when he's off the court, but also fit with him. And Yabusele, I think, checks that box better than anyone else on the list, assuming Horford regresses a little, like he's old. So Vincent says, Time Lord in a couple of seconds for Cam Whitmore. Udoka loves him, and he would have a minimal workload. That'd be great for Portland. I just don't think, honestly, with the fact that there hasn't been a Robert Williams trade up to this point, points to that teams aren't really willing to give up anything for him. So, for Houston, like this would, again, stem from Cam Whitmore asking out, basically, asking for opportunity, and then that's where a deal can maybe materialize. But I don't know. It's hard to see Houston wanting to do that, though, too, still, because they have Adams extended now. And, of course, Şengün is the core piece of the future for their team. So, Hansen Yang is going to be good for in the summer league. He's going to play pretty well, I think. Jacob says predictions on Celtics front court situation. I think they're going to keep Luke Cornette. I think that's going to be at the heart of their team going into this offseason. So we will see. Here we go. We got news. A lot of rival executives who hold Austin Reeves in high regard weighs in on Reeves exploring free agency after turning down an initial. So this is not this offseason. That's one important thing to note. This is a next offseason endeavor. So we'll see what actually happens there. Here we go, Yash. Thank you for taking over here. Warriors haven't made any progress on a deal involving Jonathan Kuminga, and the Bulls and Heat have emerged as the most likely outside suitors to land him per Anthony Slater. Despite a few conversations between the two sides, the Golden State Warriors have generated no real traction toward a deal with RFA Jonathan Kuminga in recent days, and as anticipated, he is expected to explore the market when it opens at 3 p.m. Pacific time, so 6 p.m. Eastern time today, this afternoon and evening. The Miami Heat and Chicago Bulls remain the two likeliest outside sources, or outside suitors, sources say. So that's kind of exactly what we've been talking about, right? Like if we go back over to what I tweeted probably a little bit over an hour ago now, even if you go look at my predictions, I predicted Kuminga to the Bulls here at 1:46 p.m. Eastern time, so about 3 hours ago exactly. And now you're looking at what I tweeted here. Heat Bulls could be in. I tweeted this 2 hours ago. So, this is not surprising stuff that's materializing. This is what I've been kind of preempting you guys to understand and to look at for weeks now. I've talked about Kuminga probably being somewhere else, and that's intentional. I don't think he will be back with the Warriors. Buzzer Beater says, do you ever get a sip of water, restroom? I have been slowly sipping on my strawberry acai lemonade here. And no, we do not use the restroom here at Utility Sports because we are #built different. Mama Do says, Jake Fisher is reporting that Ayton took out a third of his salary. Would make sense because him and his agent went to the Blazers to ask for a buyout. I did not see that number. Let's go over to Jake Fisher and see if I can find that. I have not seen him say that, but maybe it was in a podcast or something. I don't know, but I have not seen that myself up to this point. So if it is a third of his contract, that's good for Portland. It gives you a little bit of extra flexibility and space against the tax and aprons and stuff. That gives you flexibility this offseason. With Mitch Johnson and Sean Sweeney on board, how does coaching chemistry play into free agent targeting? Well, I think the biggest thing with Sean Sweeney is he has built good defenses when the teams have size and athleticism and strength. That's why Guerschon Yabusele makes a lot of sense. That's why Chris Boucher, someone who's really long, can block three-pointers a bit, cover out in the perimeter, and take up space with his length. Those are the two guys that I continue to highlight for them because I think they make the most sense in a Sean Sweeney defense, which really prioritizes helping, prioritizes clogging the paint, and then having strong, hard closeouts, which I think will work well with Wembanyama on the floor as well. Damos here, welcome to the stream, says, hey, what are the targets for my favorite team, Golden State Warriors? Any news? Great videos. Keep it up. Appreciate you big time, Damos. And when it comes to targets for the Warriors, it continues to be stretch big men. Al Horford, Nikola Vucevic, and a Kuminga sign and trade today, possible. And maybe LeBron James. Don't think that will happen. Again, I gave that, I think, a 12.67% chance of happening today, which is very low, but not impossible. Akram says, do you think the Warriors, I don't know exactly what your question is. Babasolo says, when does free agency officially start? Like it says on the ticker there down below, NBA free agency starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time today, hour and 13 minutes from now. Well, Leave It Knicks says Russ Westbrook to the Knicks would be sick. Him and Karl Anthony Towns would be pretty crazy. Here we go. Chris Haynes. Let's go over to Chris Haynes now. This was, again, my prediction before free agency. I don't think it was a super hot take or anything. But let's go over to Chris Haynes. I might have to go to Chris. Here we go. Chris B. Haynes. Chris Haynes says there's a strong possibility that Deandre Ayton joins the Lakers. All signs are pointing in that direction. So definitely big news there. I'm going to repost that. Not the most shocking thing. Also, here is that news on Batum signing a multi-year deal with the Clippers. Not shocking today, right? That they could be in on the news here. Rich Paul told me there have been no trade discussions. There have been no trade talks with the Lakers regarding LeBron and the Lakers. So that's also good news. Thank you, Yash, for tagging me in that. So nothing definitive yet at this point on LeBron. But again, like I said, coming in, it's very unlikely to see him get traded today. But if he does get dealt, I do think it would be the Golden State ultimately. Patrick here says, I'm in Australia, just confirming free agency officially starts in an hour 20. Yes, at this point now, I'm a few minutes behind on the comments, but yes, an hour and 10 minutes now at the time I'm answering this. Appreciate you guys big time. Glad. Thank you for helping each other out in the chat too. You guys are absolutely awesome. Love seeing the comments come in. I'd be shocked if someone don't want to go play with Victor in that Spurs squad. Definitely think a lot will. I definitely think you saw what Fox did, right? A lot of players want to play there. I think going forward. Joel, thanks for the 2. He says, does Miles Turner actually leave the Pacers? My firm answer to that and my prediction earlier today says no. That I do think ultimately Miles Turner will stay in Indiana. I do think my prediction here on Turner is accurate. We'll see how many of these I get right. I am a little worried about these 2 right here, Chris Paul and Ty Jerome. These are 2 that I could get wrong. I could see CP3 going to the Clippers. I could see Ty Jerome going to either the Grizzlies or another suitor, maybe even the Mavericks. Although the Mavs are kind of hard to imagine working out that way, but definitely a lot. Vita here says Jazz going all in on rebuilding the rebuild. Jacob says, if the Celtics lose Horford and Cornette, what move do you see them making? Well, they do have, they drafted Amari Williams. They could give him some run. They're going to try and stay cheap. So if they lose some of those guys, which I don't think they'll lose Cornette, but when they lose Horford, it's going to be about staying cheap this year when Tatum's out with his Achilles. So free agency is going to be a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys all for being in here. Gary says, I know that's right. Packers says, how would you like a Brogdon reunion to Milwaukee? Would think that's actually pretty solid. Could definitely help them. Welcome, 850 people watching live. You guys are absolutely awesome. Shout out to all of you for being in the stream today. We're at 340 likes on the stream right now. I know we can get to 400 though. That is the new like goal. 400 likes today. Toxic here says, what would be the best situation for Whitmore? Stay in Houston or trade to Denver or Los Angeles? So him staying in Houston's not bad for him. I really don't think it's bad, but like for opportunity, Denver's a great one. He could be such a dynamic cutter transition threat for them off of Jokic. And then with Los Angeles, like there's minutes there, right? That's where you have like the most ample amount of time to make mistakes, play through mistakes, and try and have an impact. Joe Maves here says, waiting for shell bombs at 6 Eastern time. We are going to be on top of it. I think there's a lot to definitely keep our eyes on. My predictions, of course, I think will, of course, be right. Ray, I don't know who this is. 4,000, As of now, the Pelicans and the Kings are the ones at the front of the mix that are trying to land Kuminga in a sign and trade. I don't know if I believe that or not, but thank you for tagging me, Yash. He's been doing an awesome job. Let's get some W's for Yash in the comment section. I'm going to get some confetti in here for him. Ian says there will be mutual interest between veteran guard Russell Westbrook and the Knicks when free agency opens. The Knicks are one of several teams who have interest in Westbrook. Knicks currently have the $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception and the veterans minimum. Interesting. So Bagley here, who's pretty tapped into the Knicks in general. Russ to New York would be fascinating. Knicks need more depth in playable veterans. Cat and Russ would combine for 4 of the most head-scratching turnovers per game we've ever seen, though. Slightly joking, right? Slightly joking with that. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys. Frontishek says Spurs already have Sohan, Barnes, and Bryant to fill the power forward spot now and the future. I think Carter Bryant's more of a 3 than a 4, to be completely honest with you. And I don't think Barnes is factoring into their plans in any way, both now and in the short term. I have been so Nape's here asking about FIBA U19. I have been keeping up with them. Of course, there's a lot of very talented players in them. Right now, obviously, I'm not watching any that are ongoing currently for any of the FIBA play because I'm streaming. But I have been keeping up, especially with Team USA and some of their games. So been very impressed with some of the young guys there. So especially Michael Brown and Koa Pete. They've been playing very well. Of course, Debonsa and Boozer are very good. Nothing surprising there with those 2 guys. Toxic says, what would be the best situation for Whitmore? Staying, yep, we answered that one. Anthony says, if Golden State gets Horford, Do you think that they will be out on Vooch? Not necessarily. Like the Warriors have like no legitimate size right now because Looney's also a free agent. Obviously, they have Draymond who they'll play at center some, but like getting Horford and Vucevic together gives the Warriors like two legitimate bigs who can still stretch the floor, play out of the post a little bit. Like you're going to get the post splits with Vucevic, which I like. So definitely some real value there. Gary says, I want the Rockets to get Ty Jerome. That sounds like one of the few guys they're not in on this offseason. He would help them, though. I agree. Akram says, do you think my Warriors are going to make trades? Yes. Sign and trade around Kuminga tonight. It will happen. I'm very certain of that. Could be wrong, but I think that will happen. Tridey here says, which current free agent has the highest WAR from last season that nobody's talking about? Well, WAR, like win above replacement or VORP is what you're really thinking about, like value over replacement player. Like at the end of the day, it's not I don't care too much about those numbers. Those all-in-one metric stats don't do a good job of actually encapsulating what happens in basketball. But I think someone like Chris Boucher is an underrated player who is going to bring value to a team. Someone who's not really talked about very much. Another one is Santi Aldama. Like I know we've talked about him in this stream today quite a bit because I value him, but he's undervalued around the league and around fan bases especially. Taurean Prince is an okay player. Trenton Watford's like a young one that is maybe worth a swing for some team. I don't know. There's a few others. Like Duncan Robinson's underrated. Pretty solid player, but definitely someone who will return a little bit of value. Darren here throwing in the what's up emoji. Appreciate you, Darren. Toxic says Schroeder's a good fit for the Magic. Don't think Orlando's going to be looking in the backcourt anymore after getting Bane and also landing, in addition to Bane, after getting Jace Richardson. I don't know if they're going to be looking there anymore. Master here says Trey Mann is a baller. Hope Magic signed somebody, says Dark Reaper 45. Appreciate you being in the stream. Shout out to that new Magic logo, by the way. Man, it looks so clean. I love it every time I see it. JC Bio, who's been watching the channel for a long while, says, what's up, everyone? Happy free agency day. Everyone comment happy free agency day down below. What a day it is. Start of NBA free agency. Always a great time. Appreciate you guys all so much for being in here. Dylan Brown says, how much is too much for Miles Turner? And do you think Pacers may get outbid? I don't think the Pacers will get outbid. I do think $30 million is too much for him. But we'll see. Michael Solju says, is there a way Dorian Finney-Smith stays in LA? It doesn't seem like it at this point. We'll see. But him opting out of the player option was pretty surprising to me. Joy Taylor says, I'm low-key surprised he didn't put a timer until the start of free agent signings below the video, since we got people across the world here. I mean, I've got the start time down below. So you just have to calibrate your time to 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's flashed on the screen 1,000 times since the stream has started. So I've got a built-in solution. If people look at the ticker, they'll see the solution. Buzzer Beater says, who will the Knicks pick up as their backup point guard? Chris Paul, Tyus Jones. Right now it sounds like Russell Westbrook is going to be the leader in the clubhouse for that. And to answer Backstreet Boomer here, thanks for the question. I do think Russ to the Knicks is what seems like it's going to happen. I don't love, but possible. JC here says, just waiting for that backup center to sign with the Spurs. Shabab says, why are the Knicks not going after Juzang? I mean, maybe they will. We'll see what happens. He just got waived today, so he's probably on waivers too. Jared here says, Pels need a veteran 5. Any thoughts on who they should target? Well, remember they have Yves Missi and they have Derek Queen now, so you're looking at a minimum guy, in my opinion. I don't think they're going to spend more than that for a big man at this point. Everett wants to know where Ty Jerome is headed. I think the Ty Jerome market is going to be very strong. A number of different teams I could see in on him. Source from 3 different rival teams have linked the Lakers to DeAnthony Melton as we near the official start of free agency. Expectation is that there's strong mutual interest. Hopefully it's not too much. Yash, thank you for taking me over there on that. A lot of great stuff going on in the NBA today. Free agency is going to be huge. Here's the Russell Westbrook report from Ian Bagley. Thoughts on J. Will and AJ Mitchell new contracts? Like it for OKC, keeping some of their well-liked depth guys in place. AJ Mitchell's a good young player. I think he's going to end up being a nice long-term piece for them. Ted Offensive says Ayton to the Pelicans. Willie Green was defensive coach in Phoenix with him. They had success together. I mean, I hope not for New Orleans. I just think it would be miserable. I would stay far away from Deandre Ayton stuff unless I was a team that like really badly needed a big man. And the Lakers fit that. So Emily says, man, I hope the Pelicans do something. Baba Sola says thoughts on Ziaire Williams as a glue guy stretch 4 for the Clippers since J. Will got extended and is unlikely to be traded. I'm not sure if the Thunder are going to trade anybody, really. They've got 15 guys on the roster. They might just be set. The Ziaire Williams would be awesome for a bunch of teams. I don't think the Thunder are going to be like wanting to give him away, and they don't really need draft picks from anybody at this point. Unless you're overpaying, then they'll do it, but I'd be hesitant. Matt C says, think 2 of Aldama, Boucher, LaRavia would be a dream for my Spurs. Aldama would be tremendous for San Antonio. Aldama's like the dream fit, in my opinion, for them because he's long, athletic, can block a few shots, covers a lot of ground, can shoot it a bit, just really talented player. Will he get to the Spurs? No. I think Boucher is definitely a possibility, though. Dan Wynn here says, happy free agency day. Appreciate you guys. Michael wants to know, will Washington look to sign a center? Yes. Very similar to what we saw with Valanciunas last year, Michael. I think that's a great point. This is exactly what I've been watching for. Alan says, happy free agency. Dark Reaper says, happy free agency day. Two Clutch Corey says, best day of the year and my birthday, too. Let's get some balloons in here for Two Clutch Corey. Everyone comment happy birthday for Two Clutch Corey. Appreciate you big time. Happy birthday, my man. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Emily says, happy free agency day. Matthew as well. Tom, thank you guys all for throwing in the free agency day comments. Josh says, pick up Karis LeVert to Pistons by 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Definitely a real possibility. Good prediction there from Josh for sure. Spinning Wheezy says, Pat Connaughton for Wendell Carter. I don't see the Magic doing that. Connaughton did not have a real role for Milwaukee this past year. What is this? Says, Two Clutch Corey, happy birthday. Hornets going to trade for you. Appreciate that. What is this? Glad to show you, have you guys show some love to each other in the comments section. Adam says, who wins the Quentin Grimes sweepstakes? Not Quentin Grimes. He's going to get significantly less money than he wants. And I do think he will stay in Philadelphia this offseason. We'll see. We'll see where he goes, but I do think he will stay in Philly. If you guys haven't noticed, some of the best free agents are down there on the ticker below. Lakers receive Trae Young. Already, I can tell you that is a no. Lakers will not trade for Trae Young. Joe says, Knicks always do dumb things. Russ will drive Brunson up the wall. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be going after Russ. But the Knicks don't have a lot of flexibility. That's part of the issue here. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar fan for the 2. He says, who's a player you think the Blazers could target? First of all, Kendrick, thank you so much for the $2 super chat here. Appreciate you big time. And I think if you're looking for someone, like you're looking front court, maybe a Trey Lyles, a Larry Nance, some longer wing forwards, or not wing forwards, longer forwards in general. Isaiah Jackson could be like a really fun budget signing for somebody, probably not for Portland, but coming off an Achilles injury, he's the type of guy I would try and rehab back and recoup some value on. Former first-round pick with really good athletic tools and shot blocking talent. Vlatko Cancar would be an interesting depth guy for Portland. You're noticing I'm probably going smaller names here, but I don't think they're going to be huge players in free agency. They've already made their big swing with Drew Holiday, in my opinion, this offseason. But the Chris Boucher, the Marvin Bagleys of the world, that kind of player is where I could see Portland maybe looking a little bit. But thank you, Kendrick Lamar fan. Backstreet Boomer here. Thank you for the 2. Says best NBA channel out here. Keep up the work, my man. I appreciate that big time. I feel like we got a lot of diehard supporters here on the channel, and that's what I love to see. You guys have been absolutely awesome, and as we continue to grow, I hope you feel just still cherished and valued as supporters and viewers, because that's one of the most important things for me. We are less than an hour away from NBA free agency. Who is excited? I am absolutely stoked. What is this? Thank you, good sir. You need me on that squad for real. Appreciate you too, Clutch Corey. Tom Graham says, when does free agency end? Start of the NBA season, basically. Free agency will, essentially stroll through the entire offseason and honestly throughout the year too. So, of course, a lot of the best free agents will be signing within 30 seconds of the beginning of free agency, which is what brings me back to this tweet that I think is pretty crazy. All of these huge salary deals will somehow get negotiated within 30 seconds. There's no tampering at all in the NBA. Of course not. Only one team will get investigated for it. It's crazy. Golden State wasting their time. Mr. Awesome here says Golden State wasting their time building around 37-year-old Curry. They should trade Curry for a haul of picks and build around Kuminga. I understand this reasoning based on age, but I think this is a good way to win 20 games a year. You're not going to win with Jonathan Kuminga being your number one player. You probably won't win with him as your number two player. The playoffs showcased that. The moment Curry went down, the Warriors had zero chance against Minnesota. Zero chance. They probably would have won that series if Curry was healthy. So, free the cash cow, Malik Beasley. Beast Boy says, I'm very disappointed with Memphis getting Jerome. Don't feel like he is what we need. We have so many guards. This was not the right move. We need centers. I mean, you have investments into Edey and Jaren Jackson Jr., so you have two front court starters already filled out. It's going to be hard to invest there, and you're going to keep Santi Aldama. So Brooklyn says, can somebody get Cam Johnson off my team? We'll see if a trade materializes for him tonight. Clay says, sign and trade Kuminga to the Nets for Cam. The thing is, Brooklyn doesn't need to do a sign and trade. They have cap space. They can just sign Kuminga to an offer sheet. Wizards fans assemble, says Jarms. Also wishes a happy birthday over there to Two Clutch Corey. Adam Silver says crickets. Talking about eight needs a good mentor. And then people are linking him to New Orleans with Zion Williamson. Definitely sounds like a great mentor place. Here's the thing. Took a bum public school to a championship. We're counting high school championships now, by the way, for NBA legacy, I guess. So thank you, Adam Silver. Quentin says, dog days of summer right now, no NBA or NFL. Well, the nice thing is you're getting NBA free agency today. So Two Clutch Corey, glad that you're enjoying all the videos, and appreciate you always being in on the live streams too. King Nacho says, do you think Woj has fallen off? No, he's just moved on to better things. He's working with the college basketball program now. He's living his dream, working with St. Bonaventure. So good for him. You know, I'm sure he's got a better work-life balance now too. Eric here, he's a diehard Hornets fan. He says, what's going to happen with Trey Mann, and what center should, if any, Hornets go for? Well, first of all, Eric, thank you for all of your support over the years. Big Hornets fan, always appreciate your comments. I think Trey Mann will stay with Charlotte. I could be surprised by something, though, tonight. I was very surprised by them not offering him that qualifying offer, losing restricted free agency status on him. I thought that was very strange. But from the center perspective, Capella could be a valuable guy. Cornette could be a nice budget value pickup for them. Here we go. We've got news. Okay, Lakers are, according to Ramona Shelburne, not consulting with LeBron this year. So that's good. Thank you, Yash, for taking me over there. Knicks are showing interest in Jordan Clarkson. And also over here, too, Miami Heat are a potential landing spot for John Collins. It wouldn't be an NBA offseason. Let me go over to this one. It would not be an NBA offseason without John Collins trade rumors. Like, this guy is perennially in the trade machine. I swear to God, John Collins probably never unpacked any of his bags when he got to Utah, because this guy is in trade rumors more than anybody else. You know, it's him and Miles Turner. Those are the two guys always in the news. Appreciate you guys big time. Shout out to everyone in the chat right now. 800 people watching live. Logan says, any fun depth ideas for Orlando? Again, if you're looking at the center spot for them, like, it's just mostly about keeping Mo Wagner. I don't have any like super fun, like way out there ideas. It's just keep the team together. They already did a big move in Desmond Bane. I think a very calculated fit. They did a great job on draft night getting Jace Richardson and Noah Penda. I think the Magic have had a great offseason. I think just keep the band together now. Retain Mo Wagner. We'll see if Caleb Houston sticks around too. But I really like what Orlando's been able to build. Beshnik says, bro, how real is this LeBron to Dallas? I don't think it's the realest thing, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. We'll see if something actually materializes or not. But at this point in time, I'm not predicting LeBron to end up in Dallas. I just don't think that is the most likely outcome tonight. So keep that in mind. We'll see what actually happens here. But I am updating the thumbnail. Quick little update there. We got now Chris Paul on the thumbnail, Nickeil Alexander-Walker in a Hawks uniform on the thumbnail, Kuminga in a Bulls uniform, a little bit of foreshadowing there maybe. We'll see someone clip that in case it happens. OM Ragey here says thoughts on the Masai Ujiri firing and likely candidate to replace him. I think it's good for Toronto. I've been off of Masai Ujiri for a while. I think if you look at the last 3 years of moves, he's fumbled pretty much all of them. So I am very happy with that. Appreciate you guys big time. Shout out to Texas Sports here. Sending the clip. Please trade him to Detroit. Talking about John Collins. Pistons fans are hungry this offseason. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Yash says, I would not give up Kuminga for this version of LeBron. I would be fine with moving Kuminga for LeBron. I don't know. I think here's the thing. Kuminga's this idea of a player at this point in time. He was getting DNP-CDs in playoff games because the Warriors were better without him. So I really don't think some of the people that talk about the NBA watch the NBA. So that's part of the issue here. Vanessa says Cornette now and Yabusele to Clippers. It's official. Well, nothing's official yet. Free agency has not officially started, but we are 50 minutes away. 50. Everyone comment 50 down below. Let's get a 50 train in the chat here. Appreciate you guys so much. Okay, here we go. We do have news from Jake Fisher. This is what I was alerted to a little bit earlier. Let's go over to Jake Fisher here now. Deandre Ayton's contract buyout with Portland forfeited $10 million, so a little bit under a third. For Portland, Ayton likely gets all of that $10 million this offseason. We'll see what that shakes out to be, but Ayton forfeited $10 million, so pretty significant saving. Jones here says, I think your brain is a machine. I think you're AI. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just an early version of those Google Gemini things or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. Am I even self-conscious? I don't even know at this point. But Jones, appreciate you. Glad to have you guys all in here. Seeing a lot of 50s coming in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Yes, this is another important note. This is Texas Sports. Thank you for sending this too. I wanted to make sure I touched on this today. Right now with the reports, obviously it's your mind jumps to like, oh, well, now the Pistons are screwed. And oh no, Malik Beasley might not ever play a game again. All this, like we just had Terry Rozier get cleared from this exact same kind of idea or the same kind of issue. So, Malik Beasley might just be innocent. Try to withhold all of your judgment until we have more details and better information. Okay. Obviously it's going to slow his market, understandably this offseason, but hold your judgment. Beast Boy says, hopefully we don't keep Aldama. He isn't good at all. No defense. I think the Grizzlies are going to keep him. I'd be shocked if they don't, to be honest. Victor here says, talk to me, man. Please tell me it'll be okay and the Pistons will get someone. Do you speak Karis LeVert? No, I'm just playing. I think Detroit's going to be fine. Even if they don't get someone great this offseason, like they're still going to be in an okay spot. So, the biggest thing is you have Cade Cunningham. You have a franchise 1A player. And that's the most important thing. One thing I'll say, guys, be careful. Sam Amico is not a super reliable source, okay? So Money Memphis over on Twitter, I would say be careful about, his reports. They are not always accurate. And in fact, a lot of them are inaccurate. So stay away from some of those bad reports. Joshua here wants to know who's joining his Spurs front court. First of all, we got 860 people watching live. That is the top of the stream so far. I am expecting us to eclipse 1,000 tonight at some point at the very least. So you guys are all absolutely awesome. We are 48 minutes away from NBA free agency. I am so excited. Soul Train says, random question. I know you're not high on Jonathan Kuminga, but is his ideal role similar to Hunter with the Cavs last season? Yeah, something like that. But then again, you need him to be willing to do that. Josh, going back to your question, just I had forgotten to answer it. I think Yabusele or Chris Boucher are going to be the two primary targets. Brisket says, Raptors sign anyone? I know the cap space doesn't help. We'll see if they can do a sign and trade, although that would hard cap them at one of the aprons. So, this is one of the issues of committing so much money to a team that I'm not certain will be a playoff team. We are one Twitter follower away from 5,600. Someone go hit that follow button over there right now. I'm going to be watching for who is that follow. I'm going to leave my my screen right here on the notification tab as those come in. Penn City says Jerome to Orlando would be funny. I'd be a starter on your team. It would be hilarious. I don't think it's going to happen now after the Bane trade and Richardson selection, but would be good. Eric, big diehard Spurs fan, he says, can the Spurs do something crazy with Fox? I don't think any big trade, any De'Aaron Fox trade is coming. I do think an extension is the most likely pathway or outcome there. And there we are. Andre, thank you for the follow. Thank you to Raman for the follow, as well as Adriel. Thank you to CEO. Thank you to Nicholas Avdalas, appreciator, 2026 draft prospect at VTech to watch for this year, coming from overseas. Mason Byers, thank you for the follow. Mervin, thank you so much, as well as Sherwin and Heal by Nature and Jonathan. Appreciate you guys big time. Look at us. Oh my gosh, what a follower jump we just had over that 5,600 mark. Appreciate you guys all big time so much. Brandon Arenas, thank you for the follow. Thank you to Ryan. I'm glad we're able to shout out everyone here. Jewel, thank you for the follow. Diego, appreciate you big time. And Nathaniel, thank you guys all so much. Absolutely awesome to have all of this support. Link is at the top of the description, by the way, if you're looking to follow over on Twitter. Venkata says, love Nickeil Alexander-Walker and a Clippers uni in the thumbnail. Magnus says, depth ideas for Orlando. Get Grady Dick would be the best backcourt ever with Anthony Black. Definitely would be a pairing, that's for sure. Yash here taking us over in clutch points. Al Horford, from my understanding, is on top of the Warriors list with the taxpayer mid-level at this point. Definitely an interesting name to watch for sure. We'll keep our eyes on that. How many picks would it take to get Jared Allen from Cleveland? Hornets give Josh Green, Okogie, 2 first-round picks. I see. The thing is, I don't think, Eric, the Cavs are going to do that because they're looking to compete. So this kind of trade package is a pretty significant step backward for their current team, and it comes with some significant risk. Vic, thank you for the follow. Thank you to Joey as well as Static. Appreciate all three of you guys big time. Absolute legends. So love seeing that Twitter following grow. Let's go back over to my predictions for free agency today. Here they are. Miles Turner, Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Hawks, Chris Paul to the Mavericks. We'll see what happens here, though. I do think if any of these are wrong, which some of them will be, but these are the two right now I'm the most concerned about, the Chris Paul, Ty Jerome predictions. I think Giddey stays in Chicago. I think Cam Thomas stays in Brooklyn. Kuminga will go to Chicago as well. Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets today. Ayton to the Lakers with Al Horford, although there's a lot of rumors about the Golden State Warriors right now on Al. Schroeder to the Kings, and Santi Aldama staying in Memphis. Those were the ones I really wanted to tweet about, talk about. Of course, we have Gershon Yabusele, a possible Spur. A lot of other crazy stuff today. Trevor Gilmore says, what's your dark horse signing? That's a good question. It's Duncan Robinson to Detroit. That's kind of like my dark horse, like out of nowhere. He opted out of money. Maybe he gets a decent long-term deal with a team that isn't Miami. And Detroit could definitely be one that makes sense with the Malik Beasley news. And it depends on how active the Pistons want to be. Make sure to comment your predictions down below, whether it's over here on the Twitter or in the comment section today on YouTube. Pathra says, Kawhi left. Yep, Kawhi did leave Toronto, but he also fumbled the Siakam trade. He fumbled Fred Van Vleet, lost him for nothing in free agency. Fumbled the OG Anunoby trade. Just hasn't done well, to be honest with you. Spurs control $44 million of tax cushion, but they're capped by contract exceptions, not cap. Apron rules matter. So, that's the thing. But like, $44 million of tax, like you're being capped at the apron doesn't. The apron's larger than the tax. So, if they do whatever with money and stay below the tax, like if they sign mid levels and make sign-in trades, whatever, like they're still going to be fine. So, Illuminati says, do you see the Spurs trading Keldon Johnson and give those minutes to Carter Bryant? Big fan and great work as always. P.S. Spurs need a strong rebounder with size. See, that's why Yabusele makes a lot of sense. Super active, big, strong physical frame. I don't think a Keldon Johnson trade materializes tonight. And I think San Antonio might just slow play it a little bit this offseason, which is okay. One thing too, everyone, as soon as you draft a rookie, especially a lottery rookie, you want to think, okay, well, how do we get this guy in the court? How many minutes do we give him? Sometimes like slow playing it, making them earn those minutes, not thrusting them into a role immediately just because you drafted them high, I think is some of the best opportunities. Like and brings a lot of development. It holds young players responsible. Rockets fans can attest to this. When you had Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green in the backcourt with no veteran leadership, no good players ahead of them, it was just kind of a, hey, do what you want offense for Steven Silas. And that didn't mold winning ways. And now neither of them are in Houston. And I think there's a reason for that, right? Like, I think for young players, like for Dylan Harper coming off the bench early in his career, it's going to be super valuable for him to learn what works and what doesn't, and that he needs to play a winning style of basketball. It's not just go out there and do whatever I want. It's go out there and try and succeed. So, Illuminati, thank you for all your support. And I think for Carter Bryant, making him earn that role over time is actually probably the best pathway. Do I think long-term he'll be better for them than Keldon? 100% I do. But I don't think just handing him that role immediately is the best way to go about it. Love seeing the 50s fly into the chat. Appreciate you guys. Brock here says, is Drew Holiday expected to be moved somewhere else? No, I think he will be in Portland. The Blazers really wanted him, and they got him. Thank you to everyone for all of the support. Appreciate you guys all so much. Scoop says if the Lakers get Ayton, that would help with the remainder of the mid-level exception for other free agents. We'll see how much Ayton takes of that mid-level. It could be a decent number for sure. Joe here says Bobby Marks late last night so that Ayton's market would be around 8 to 10 million. That's roughly, again, he's taken a pretty good amount of that mid-level. So 14 million. If he takes 10 million, which is what he gave up in that Portland buyout, like we saw earlier, if we go back over here to Jake Fisher, who had the news on that, if he gave up 10 million and gets 10 million today with the Lakers or something, then all of a sudden you're looking at him being net even on the year for what he was going to make and playing in a different city that he wants to play in. So, Buyer Boys, welcome to the stream, says Dorian Finney-Smith to Houston. It seems like the outcome, right? That's where my prediction has him right now, and that's where we likely will see him land. Jeremiah here says Jordan Clarkson as a Orlando six-man would be nice. I don't think so. Again, I think this is I'm going to go full screen for this. Look around the league. Look at the teams that are winning. The scoring small guard six-man is a dying archetype. It just doesn't exist really. Oklahoma City doesn't have it. Boston does with Peyton Pritchard, but I think he's kind of the exception to the rule right now as this elite, like shot-making dynamo off the bench as an elite ball handler and shooter. And the nice thing for him is he's in a context where they already have big wings who do a lot of the ball handling anyway, and one of the best defensive guards in the league in Derek White next to him. So they already have a lot of support around that kind of archetype to make it succeed and work. It's hard. Orlando does have some of those similar contexts, but Jordan Clarkson isn't the shot maker from three, especially that Peyton Pritchard is. So I just don't think Clarkson is as good as people will value him as. It's a role that continues to get valued in the league at times, but especially by fans. But the league is kind of trending away from it as a whole from the winning teams. So keep that in mind. Dark Reaper says, I need my Magic news. We are just 39 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency. So news is coming soon. Here, let's go over to Mike Scotto, who has a report here for us too. Luke Kennard is expected to draw interest from several teams in free agency. Let me make sure I get this up on the stream. Including the Nuggets, Hawks, Rockets, Knicks, Clippers, Blazers, and Pistons. Kennard is not expected to return to the Grizzlies. Shot 43.3% on three-pointers this season. So obviously a very talented shooter, one of the quickest triggers in the NBA, and can do a little bit of ancillary ball handling. Not a ton, but a little bit. Sean Haddock says, what is Twitter? I mean X. I'm so sorry. Jeffrey says, if Grizzlies get Ty Jerome, what would they do with Cole and Scotty? Cole Anthony's not a factor for them long. He was just matching salary in the deal. Cole Anthony's not going to be a huge minutes player probably ever again in his career. It's another example of a scoring point guard off the bench not being valued. Joe says, just for your information, Rick Carlisle said on local radio that James Wiseman never left Indy after we traded him. He's been using Pacers facilities for rehab, and he keeps in touch on his rehab. Very interesting. I did not hear that, Joe, so thank you for sending that. Maybe after trading him, I don't know if the rules might not allow him to sign. I need to refresh on that. I'd be careful about Ari report as well. I see a couple of people tagging me in their posts. Ari report does not have super legitimate sources. Okay, so I'd say be a little careful there. This is an all-timer here from Brandon. I'm not going to hold it up on the stream too well, but you guys saw it. Brandon says, what do you think is the floor and ceiling value the Wizards could get for CJ at the deadline? A few second-round picks, maybe. I think the biggest thing what they're going to get for him is use him for other salary at this point. Let's go here to Lout. No way Rockets get DFS. They're going to be stacked. I think there's a good chance they have access to their mid-level exception. Sexton's not really a point guard. He's more of a hybrid combo guard. Does a little bit of both. Handle the ball a bit, solid. Reddy says, I was thinking about Duncan to Detroit earlier too when we were talking about him going under the radar. I think that's a spot that makes sense, right? Michigan, that Michigan connection and the shooting skill set is what would fit really well off of Jalen Duren and Cade Cunningham, that two-man game. Trevor here says Duncan would thrive in Detroit. I agree. Duncan Robinson to the Pistons makes sense. Michigan Wolverine, exactly. Shrek here says, do you think a Cam Johnson for Tobias Harris first-round pick trade makes sense? I do, but I don't know if it's the deal that I would make at this point. I think being a little bit more hesitant for Detroit might be good, and then keeping your chips and your assets together to make a bigger trade down the road for another star-caliber player. I will see what happens. Some of the reporting, I think like the best reports to follow through are Chris Haynes, Jake Fisher, of course, Shams Charania. Those are the ones I would stay closest to. Mark Stein's pretty good. Of course, Windhorst, if he has anything today. I would stray away from some of them. JC here says Yabusele, Wemby, French national team connection would be nice in San Antonio. Shout out to Darren. Io says, hey, brother, love your channel. How are my Bulls looking? Watch for Kuminga today. I do think there's a good chance that the Bulls facilitate some kind of sign and trade, trying to move from their past iteration of the team, the Lonzo, the Levine, DeRozan, that kind of team, the Vucevic squad, right, and maybe pivoting to a younger, faster team. And Kuminga could be an additive piece into that for sure after they drafted Noah Senge. Volcano says, Sheldon, who do you think has the worst future in the NBA? I will record a video on this very, very soon. So, Volcano, stay tuned for that. Brasil here says, any chance Bulls get Cam Whitmore? What would the package look like? I do think the Bulls could be in on Whitmore. Probably, again, some kind of sign and trade centered around Kuminga, some salaries, some second-round picks, a bunch of different stuff in there. Here we go. We got news from Shams Charania. Let's go over there. We're going to try and stay on top of everything here today. 49 seconds ago, so you can see how committed I am to making sure that all of this gets done and reported on in a timely fashion here today for you guys. Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the New York Knicks for their head coaching job and has emerged as a strong candidate. Very interesting. So the Knicks look like they're starting to target a head coach, one that actually is not employed by another NBA team as a head coach at this point. We will see. But Mike Brown to New York is a possibility at this point. Mamadou says, happy about Ayton being bought out rather than saving some money than taking more bad money that doesn't come with a first. Do you think it makes sense to attach a pick to Grant for John Collins? I would not attach a draft pick at this point. I would just wait and then try and line up the Drew and Jeremy Grant contracts together for a bigger trade down the road. Becca here says, any Milwaukee trade rumors? Nothing definitive at this point. Again, we will be watching and keeping our eyes on all of the news. Miles Turner is not a restricted free agent. He is a regular free agent. We are 33 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency. So excited. The Memphis Grizzlies. I'm glad someone caught it. I had a little misspeak. Way to catch it, JC. Jared says, wait, Duncan's a free agent. Bucks, please, I'm begging. Yes, he is a free agent. He declined his $20 million player option, which I would not have done if I was him, but he did. Birch says, hey, Utility Sports, what's your favorite team? Also, what is your thoughts on Luke Cornett? So I grew up a Dallas Mavericks fan, but I love the NBA as a whole. Still, root for Dallas a bit, cheer for Dallas, but I love the NBA. Luke Cornett would be awesome for the Lakers, but I do think he will stay with Boston. Brock says, do you see any under-the-radar signings happening, specifically a veteran coming from a different league like Dante Exum? This is a great question. There's a few. Like one name that I thought was going to come over from the NBL a few years ago was Bryce Cotton, who's been like the best NBL player ever, honestly. I thought he was going to come over to the NBA, but hasn't, and actually signed with Adelaide this offseason. So it doesn't look like he will be coming over. Right now, honestly, I'm not expecting like a ton of guys to come over from Europe or anything at this point. It looks like free agency is going to be more United States centric this offseason when it comes to guys who are already here. But we will be keeping our eyes on everything that we need. I am not sleeping on Milwaukee. No, the Bucks are just old and slow though, so it's going to be hard for them with their expenses to sign someone super meaningful. Brandon says, since we are bringing Michigan people back, I heard Booker just threw the first pitch at a Tigers game. Booker would be awesome. I do think he's going to sign that extension though, with the Phoenix Suns. Can Golden State get Ayton plus Kuminga sign and trade for Kobe White? They could get Ayton, but right now it sounds like Horford and Vucevic are the more likely outcomes for them this offseason. Volcano says, my thoughts on the new CBA, Sheldon. I really like it. It forces teams to be creative, and it forces teams that are not good at their jobs to work even harder, and I think that's good. NBA PR here says, National Basketball Association today announced that the salary cap was set at $154.647 million. So let me tweet this out. This was a $14 million bump from the cap last season. A 10% bump, which is the largest allowable in the NBA. So like this is why, you know, when you see contracts today, the sticker price is going to be surprising to people. That's why. Okay. Yash says, I would love Kennard to Warriors. Him with Steph Gravity's nasty. Shooting obviously works very well in Steve Kerr's system, right? George, thank you for tagging over there. Reddy says, couldn't the Nets hypothetically offer him a one-year deal worth $46 million? I mean, they could, but they're not going to do that. So that's just like, typically that kind of stuff's just not going to happen. Sacramento or New York, Russell Westbrook has options in free agency according to Chris Haynes. So interesting. We'll see what happens. Sacramento is reportedly interested in Russell Westbrook. Don't love that for them, but interesting enough. Tyler Clayton here says, just got here. Any thoughts on what the Lakers could be doing? Centers, big men. You're looking at either a trade for Nick Richards, signing of Brook Lopez, signing of Clint Capella. Those are going to be the biggest targets for them for sure. So those are the guys that you need to watch for. Let's go back over to my most recent tweet here. The cap again had a 10% bump, which is the most allowable in the NBA. W pickup for the Knicks. Yes, sir, says, what do you think the biggest deal tonight will be? Nickeil Alexander-Walker will be the biggest contract tonight, if I had to guess. Well, actually, no, it'll be a restricted free agent. It'll be like Giddey or Kuminga. Those will be the two biggest, but or Miles Turner. Like those are the three biggest. But then Nickeil will be like, he'll be the biggest one that switches teams, in my opinion. That's what I was trying to say. Well, Kuminga will switch teams too, but his will be through a sign and trade, probably a little bit different, right? I'm trying to zero in on an unrestricted free agent big contract, and that's what Nickeil will be. Less than 30 minutes away from NBA free agency. Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm so excited for today. It's going to be a great day. What can the Spurs do to upgrade the bigs? If you want to know, over on Twitter, go follow. Thank you to Brian. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Michael here. Thank you to H-Town. And back over to Vic. Appreciate you guys all so much. Growing the Twitter really nicely. So I appreciate you guys a ton. Michael Key says Tibbs was a great defensive coach. Mike Brown's a horrible one. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. Definitely a lot of crazy stuff for sure. So appreciate you guys. Here we go. We have news. NBA says that the salary cap for next season has been set at $154.647 million. Notable too, the minimum team salary is $139. So for a team like Brooklyn, who doesn't have a ton of money committed to their roster next year, they're going to have to do some work to keep some talent around. So we'll see. Miami Heat connected to DeMar DeRozan as well, says Dane. Appreciate you guys big time. A lot of fun, a lot of crazy stuff going on here. Some really, really fun stuff to keep watching for. So we shall see how everything goes. Thank you for everyone tuning in here now. Almost 900 people live, still 25 minutes away from the start of free agency. Terrence here says Cornette to the Spurs. John Phillips says Boston can't re-sign him, and Horford, they need to trade. We'll see where Horford goes. AK Cap says if Hardaway leaves Pistons, they should definitely go after Clarkson. He does. I mean, he'll square up with anybody. That's a fair point there. Him and Isaiah Stewart would be an absolute menace tandem together. I don't know if you'd want to step into the ring with those two guys. Carolyn says, what team do you think the Warriors should trade Kuminga to? The Bulls or Heat. Those will be the two spots. Atlanta analyst, welcome to the stream. Love what your Hawks have been able to do this offseason. He's a diehard Atlanta fan. Appreciate you big time. He's been watching the channel for a long while now. Appreciate you big time, my man. Welcome into the stream. Scoop says, is there a market for Boucher? I do think San Antonio will have some interest. Sacramento could have some interest. Teams that are looking for long fours next to fives, and that's where Boucher is going to have some good value. JJ says apparently Russ to Sacramento is gaining a lot of traction. Definitely a possibility, right? Russ is going to have an interesting market. Denver will maybe look to retain him. You also have Sacramento and New York all in on him reportedly at this point. I don't think the Kings are going to go through a fire sale. I think they want to stay competitive. Adventify here says, where do you think Chris Paul will go? My prediction for him 3 hours ago was Dallas. I am becoming increasingly more and more concerned about that. But that is what I will maintain at this point in time, is the Dallas Mavericks will sign Chris Paul. We'll see, though. Unlimited says, hey, Sheldon, how you doing? Doing really good. Glad to have you guys all in here. Really excited for the NBA free agency to start. Again, we're going to be covering all the news, going over to Shams and everything. So this is the one-stop shop you need to be at. And thoughts on D'Lo to Dallas, which has been heavily rumored. Also, my Wizards able to bring back Gill and Vucevic, or do we not have enough spots? I know we can cut Holmes. I don't think you should worry about Gill at all. Vucevic will definitely be back with Washington if I had to guess. I don't love D'Lo for Dallas, but I understand, they're looking for ball handling. So that is the at least rationale behind it there. Appreciate you guys big time. If the Lakers lose Dorian Finney-Smith in free agency, expect the front office to be active on the trade market for a potential replacement. Jeremy Grant, John Collins, DeAndre Hunter, and Herb Jones could be realistic names to consider. The one that moves me in that group is Herb Jones. The rest I do not feel moved by. So we shall see what will happen. Texas Sports, appreciate you again, my man. Thank you guys all for tagging me over on Twitter. That'll, of course, help me keep up with the news. We are getting very close to the start of NBA free agency. 95% chance the Spurs stick with Biyombo as the backup. I hope not. Mike. We'll see, though. Clarkson to the Knicks, definitely a possibility. Sounds like Clarkson might just end up wherever Russ does not end up. So where will that be? I don't know. Denver could be an option. Look at Sacramento maybe, although I don't love that for them. And then I think the Knicks if Russ goes elsewhere. Ginger here says, is there any Miles Turner buzz to anywhere else but the Pacers? I don't think so. I think he will be a Pacer. Lionheart here says, W Celtics. Is it true LeBron will get traded? I think there's a very small chance, like very small. Don't think it's going to happen today, but never say never, especially at this point with some of the smoke around LeBron. Future Fox says if the Celtics sign Cornette, they will have to go back over the aprons, so that seems unlikely. I mean, I don't think Cornette's going to get a huge contract, and they still have ways to move Anthony Simons. So I think right now, and this is I think a great time to bring this back up, just for everybody to understand. Reminder, NBA fans. So if you're watching right now, this is one thing I think is really important to remember. The salary cap continues to grow. Oh, this is not the one I wanted. Whoops. I'm losing it here, guys. I'm losing it. I think maybe a little bit further back. Here we go. Going into free agency today, teams always have creative ways to make things happen that don't seem likely or plausible. It's why each team has a dedicated cap guy. Sign and trade, salary dumps, exceptions all mean flexibility, especially today. So even though right now something seems unlikely, even though something seems not possible, even though this, that, or the other thing, what's preventing Boston from trading Anthony Simons somewhere with a few second-round picks to shave another $7 million off their roster, right? Trade him somewhere like Brooklyn. Trade him, wherever for a $22 million player. Something like that where they're able to shave some money, save their roster a little bit, and then keep Cornette. That's a real possibility there. Theo says, any interest in fantasy basketball and diving into that type of content? I don't know. It's just not my forte, to be completely honest with you. As much as I love basketball, I stay more in realistic basketball than fantasy basketball. Like maybe at some point in the future, but not certain on that. Keto says 890 in the chat. Everyone hit that like button, especially if you guys are enjoying the stream here today. We're over 400 likes, which is awesome. I know we can do way better than that, though. I believe the record on likes in the stream before is like over 2,000. So I think we're going to be able to catch up to that over time here today. Of course, we're going to be live for at least 2 more hours at the bare minimum. We are just 20 minutes away from the start of free agency. Not Too Fam says, yo, welcome to the stream. Not Too Fam. Appreciate you guys. Sources confirmed to ESPN that the salary cap in 2026-2027 is projected to increase 7%. So let's go over to Bobby Marks here quick. This is what I was just talking about. Bobby Marks. Let's see here. Here we go. Sources confirmed to ESPN that the salary cap in 2026-2027 is projected to increase 7%. So if I do the math on that, 154.6 times 0.07, 154. This would put the 2026-27 cap figure around 164.9-ish $million. Big money. So each year, I mean, every time the cap grows, every single percentage in spike afterward is very substantive. So keep that in mind. Appreciate you guys big time. If you know, you know. Got breaking news alerts from Shams Charania. Yes, we will be watching for Shams. Shout out to Shams, guys. He does a great job. His reporting is always accurate, very timely. He does a very good job in his job. I know people love to hate on him, and I understand some of the thoughts behind it, but a lot of crazy stuff. So excited for the start of free agency. Everyone, comment right now down below. This is manifestation time. Manifest who you want your team to sign. Even if it's not realistic, try and manifest it. Let's try and get some good luck for your teams going into the start of free agency here. Zay says, Russ to the Kings is such a Vivek move. Anything for the ticket sales. As a Kings fan, I can't stand him. Vivek, we're on a Dive, man. All about the money for him. Adrian says sign and trade candidates for Portland. Grant, Robert Williams III as filler. Matisse as fillers. Possible for sure. Very, very possible. Let's go back over here. Appreciate you guys big time. This, I think, is actually really important news today that the cap is expected to grow to about that much. That's a very good number. Let the madness begin. We are closing in on it. Alex says, any guesses what the Magic are going to do in free agency? I don't think I think keeping Mo Wagner is the best number to start. Zach says, is the cap figure tweeted by Mark Stein the max increase as expected? Yes, the 10% is the max increase. That is the number I've been working with all season, under the 10% bump from 140 to 154. So a $14 million jump is exactly 10%. So yes, it was the max increase, Zach. It's a great question, and one that's really important for everyone to understand, that the cap went up. So when there's a little bit of sticker shock today, you're going to see guys sign for contracts. You're going to say, whoa, $40 million for him, $60 million for that guy. And then when you see some of the contract extensions that are coming up, cough, Devin Booker, just listen, everyone, right now, all 800 of you, you're going to know, hey, I told you ahead of time, don't be so shocked. Remember, everything functions off the percentage of the cap anyway. So as the cap grows, these contracts are going to get bigger. That's not surprising, okay? So keep that in mind as we go throughout free agency, both today and over the coming week or so. Reminder, I'll be live tomorrow as well. Matt C says, think LeBron and Rich Paul are just concerned about not being the number one option on a team for the first time ever. Same playbook since he was drafted, this time with less leverage. I mean, we'll see what happens. Zach says, "Can I beat you the last 2 years in fantasy?" You know, I think there's I don't even know what you're talking about here, Zach. I'm not even gonna pay attention. I'm giving this way too much screen time as is already. Zach is of course the Utility Sports Discord fantasy basketball champion, though. So everyone maybe send in his trophy here now. Shout out to Zach. Lionheart Fitness says, think we should keep him. Talking about Cornet, I think. Yes. Limited says me. LeBron for Cad. Who says no? I do. I say no. Sheldon, yeah, appreciate you, Enigmatical. Glad to have you in here. Jay Gordo says, where do you think Mamoukelashvili ends up? There's a good chance he ends up back in Greece. There's reports right now, rumors that he could return back overseas. Only 7 and not 10 is surprising. I agree. Zach says players with an 8% escalator in their contract is actually outpacing the cap. That's another great point that Zach's bringing up here. So for those who don't know, some guys who get max, like super max extensions and stuff with 8% escalators using bird rights, those guys will actually be making extra money than they should. So, but a lot of those are estimates. So sometimes the numbers will round down and there's things that kind of play into that shape the numbers a little bit. Graham says, dang, I started late. Recap, Sheldon. So don't worry. Free agency actually starts in 15 minutes. We are 15 minutes away from free agency now. Let's go back over here. Wow. Free agency starts in 15 minutes. We are nearing the beginning of NBA free agency. Leave a like on the stream if you are excited. Of course, we will be covering all of the news. We'll be on Twitter, showing off what Shams has to say and everything. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Appreciate you guys all so much. Curtis says, do you think the Warriors could end up with a center like Al Horford and could end up with Kobe White? I don't think Kobe White will be a part of a sign and trade. Taterhead says, Utility Sports, please sign with the Bulls. I could help them if Arturas Karnisovas gets fired. Someone give me a ring, okay? We can. We'll start off better in the 2026 NBA draft, that's for sure. Ash here says, Bulls find a way to sign Turner. That would be crazy. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Elijah says, just popped in. What move do you most believe in will happen? My most confidence is Miles Turner staying with Indiana. I don't see any way that doesn't happen. My next one is Josh Giddey staying with Chicago. I know those aren't sexy, like, oh my gosh, big crazy move because they're just staying with their team. But those are the two things I'm most confident in. If you had to ask me one like player departing their team, I think my biggest prediction today, and it's not like a crazy out there one, but I do think it's a Nikhil sign and trade here where he ends up in Atlanta and the Wolves get some flexibility back when it comes to a trade exception. Win here saying Miles Turner to San Antonio. Dube says Charles Lee will convince Cornet to be a Hornet. Definitely would like that for them. They need another big man in the mix. Right now, Ryan Kalkbrenner and Musa Diabate are really the two that they have on roster. So Max Jack says Kuminga to the Bulls. Definitely like that. Santi to the Clippers, says Venkata. Wizards, Shaquille O'Neal. I love this. You guys are trying to manifest. Tyrone says, as a Raptors fan, I want to manifest them getting another 6'9" wing player that can't shoot. Hey, Masai Ujiri's gone, so you probably don't have to worry about that anymore. You might actually get players who can shoot the basketball, and they're not just going to be role players off the bench. So we'll see. Mason says, are any chance Hauser and Niang get moved and the Celtics are able to re-sign Cornet or Horford? So this is a great question. I mean, both of them could get moved theoretically, right? These are both smaller movable contracts. I think, again, though, Mason, I think before either of those two guys, I would look at Simons getting moved. I don't know if Boston's going to be really committed to Anthony Simons. $28 million, definitely movable. We will see what happens. Brady Thompson says, let's get it. So excited, guys. Zach says, I thought what you pulled up from Bobby Marks said that was so Zach, let me just so you make sure you get the right information here, Zach. This was for the 2026-2027 increase. So this is not this upcoming season, it's the next season. So this is a projection right now. There's no guarantee that this will be 7%, but under the idea that it is, the maximum this year was reached at 10%. So the cap jumped from 140 to 154 this year. That's a 10% increase. Next year it will increase if it's at 7% from 154 to about 164, a $10 million increase. Still substantial, still substantive, but not the maximum potential increase. Graham here says, I think Ayton to the Bulls would be a low-pressure, high-upside, empty buckets option for him. Then Vucevic is prime for the Spurs. Go, Spurs, go. Appreciate you, Graham. We'll see what happens today for sure. Yuli, welcome to the stream. Manifesting Yabusele and Boucher to the Spurs. Like that. Two big, long players. Obviously, Yabusele quite a bit stronger. Boucher quite a bit longer. Could both fit there in San Antonio. Desmond here says, realistically, do you think Booker can be traded into where? No, Booker will sign a 2-year, $149.8 million contract. Couchin here says, I have a live show that I am co-hosting in about an hour, but I might call in sick to watch your stream. Appreciate you, Couchin. You got to stick in here. Have you supporting the channel. Graham throwing in that trophy for Zach. There it is. Yuli wants to know about a Hayes landing spot. If you're talking Jackson Hayes, I think staying with the Lakers as a depth big is the most likely outcome. Lionheart says Rich Paul is the GOAT. Definitely does a great job getting his guys where he wants them to be. Daniel here says, why would bringing Mo back to the Magic free agent move when they just rescinded him? It's because they wanted him cheaper than $11 million, Daniel. They're going to be able to give him like a 2-year, like 14, 2-year 12, something cheaper, $6-7 million a year, maybe 8 or 9, but cheaper than 11. The point of it is to make everything fit into their roster long term. So that's why, Daniel. Unlimited says some of my favorite free agent fits: Yabu to San Antonio, Bruce Brown to Memphis, Nikhil to Atlanta, and Ayton to the Hornets. I really like Bruce Brown back to Denver. Obviously would have to take a little bit less money to do that, but I think that would work out very, very well for them if that is the case. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really appreciate you guys big time. Let's go back over to the Twitter here now and see what else we got going on. Again, I will be updating on Shams' page here, especially because he's going to have all of the news that we need today, and then we will also be pivoting to a couple of the others who are keeping news. If you guys can do that as news comes in, if you're watching on your phone, go over to Twitter quick, tag me at _utility sports. Would be helpful. Yes, Zach. Hopefully my correction was able to help. Yes, yeah. Bobby was talking about next year. There you go. I'm glad that we were able to solve. So that's a projection. Bobby tweeted the same thing last year about this projection, and he projected 10% last year. So I would assume that Bobby's projection of 7% the following year is going to be correct, but you never know until actual revenue numbers come in and are confirmed by the NBA. So Future Fox says, first of all, Horford isn't worth anything to the Celtics. They won't make any moves to sign him. Yeah, I don't think he'll be staying in Boston. Second, Hauser is worth more than Cornette, so why would they move Hauser just to sign Cornette? Well, they need a big. I don't think they're going to move Hauser, though. I think that it would start with Simons. Simons getting salary dumped or shaving some more money off of Boston's payroll is the most likely thing. I don't agree with this. I understand, like, if you're watching TikTok edits, Simons looks like an awesome player. If you're watching NBA basketball, you realize he can't guard anybody. So we'll see. We'll see. Appreciate everyone. I just am not sure if Anthony Simons is going to be a long-term Celtic or not. Maybe he is. Definitely can shoot enough threes to make him. He'll be valuable. But we'll see. Maybe Killian Hayes. Yeah, glad I could clear that up for you, Zach. For some reason, honestly though, like, it is a little bit of a struggle. Sean says, as a Knicks fan, I hate Mike Brown. Carter Ferris says, are the Pistons screwed? Not completely. I wouldn't say screwed. Guys, we are less than 10 minutes away. 9 minutes now, says Texas Sports. Daniel says, understand on Mo. Just think we were trying to use part of the mid-level on another player before re-signing Mo. I mean, we'll see what the numbers come in. Obviously, this is where, like, there's always a signing or two every year that surprised me too. I'm going to go back full screen just for a second. Last year, Dario Saric, I did not think was going to get a biannual or the taxpayer mid-level from Denver. I thought that was ridiculous. What did he sign? Taxpayer mid-level from Denver. Did it work out good for them? No, it was way more than I thought he should have gotten. But Calvin Booth doesn't have that job anymore. So Joe says, getting popcorn ready. Double butter. You guys heard him. Everyone, get your popcorn ready. We are getting close to the start of free agency. Keto a little shaky. Kyle says, what do you think the Nets are doing? They are gearing up to spend and maybe eat salaries. We saw them already do that with Terrence Mann. And they have more optionality than just that one. They're going to be able to take in other salaries, bad contracts. Watch for them to be a facilitator of action today. In fact, I'm going to tweet that right now. I do think that's a very likely outcome. Watch for the Nets as a facilitator of action or as a handcuff that punishes other teams with RFAs. Giddey, Kuminga especially. So Either the Nets are going to be super helpful or they're going to try and corner teams because they have cap space. And this is what Sean Marks does better than anybody. Sean Marks knows how to use cap space and knows how to use leverage to get optionality. Leonardo, yes, Ayton's going to get close to the mid-level, probably about around $9 to $10 million if I had to guess. Josh here says getting popcorn ready now. Love to hear that. Wynn's got his popcorn ready in the chat. Everyone's spamming a popcorn emoji right now. Let me know if you're ready for free agency. Just 7 minutes away. Really do appreciate you guys. Big time. True Sports Live says I'm betting Dorian Finney-Smith or Miles Turner's first news to come out. Let me know in the comment section below who you think is going to be the first signing tonight. Here we go. True Sports Live throwing in Dorian Finney-Smith. Spurs should be looking up for a backup stretch big rather than a traditional big. Ginger says Trey Mann is an unrestricted free agent. What's the status of him in his market outside of Charlotte? If I had to bet, I think he will be back with the Hornets, but I was very surprised by that today. And I do think, whoever misses out on a free agent is going to look and probably pivot to Trey Mann. The Clippers could be a possible destination for him. Graham says this is the best listen on the drive to the construction site. Glad to hear that, Graham. Appreciate you big time. Super glad I can be here to provide the content for everybody. Anderson says you think Drew Holiday will be just a mentor? No, he's going to play. He'll play about 25 minutes a game if I had to bet. Cornette can hit threes well enough if we get him. Yabusele too. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if San Antonio lends either, but definitely will be valuable. Inside the Horseshoe podcast says Giddey will be first. Ethan says Ayton. Sean says, can the Knicks sign both Jordan Clarkson and Luke Kennard? It's going to be challenging for them to make the money work with that. But, if Clarkson is willing to sign for the minimum, then there's a pathway there, which Clarkson probably will sign for the minimum. Kennard, I think Kennard's going to probably outprice the Knicks a little bit, to be honest with you. Matthew says Tyus Jones coming to Orlando, I bet. Giddey says Kyle. Ash says first signing is going to be Giddey back to Chicago. Becca says Wiggins in Milwaukee. Any idea? Don't really think that's going to happen. It would have to center around Kuzma's money probably. Don't love that. Jay, welcome to the stream. He's a diehard Pistons fan. Been watching the channel for a long time. Shout out to you, Jay. Gold Christian Cia here says, is Reeves leaving the Lakers? No. Reeves will be staying in Los Angeles. Although I do think he would actually be a sneaky trade candidate this offseason. I just don't think the Lakers are actually going to do that, though. Giddey signing for close to $40 million will shock a lot of people. I think he'll be around $34 million if I had to guess. 4 years, 120 is like the bare minimum of my expectation. 5 minutes away, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging in here so far to start free agency. I've just been having an absolute great time. I hope you guys are enjoying as well. I've just been really enjoying the start of this off season. The draft was great. Free agency was tremendous. And I am so excited for free agency here today. Gary says Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets. Matthew says Orlando will be scary this coming year. Fibs, 5 minutes away. Mason says Trent staying in Milwaukee. Okay chance of that on a small contract. Jack says can't wait for the random Euro player to sign at 6:05. Jared says thanks again to the GOAT. We appreciate all you do. Appreciate you guys big time. Almost 1,000 people watching, right around that 900 mark right now. We are growing here, and we are going to continue blossoming as the night goes on. I'm sure more and more people will hang in here as some free agent news starts to get reported. We will see what ultimately happens. Again, don't forget to tag me on Twitter when a signing goes down, when news happens. I will be doing my best to stay on top of everything. Sean says, congrats on getting flagged, by the way. Jason Tatum 2.0. Appreciate you big time, Sean. I love that for my Mavericks. Vita says Jazz are set to only have a little over $80 million on their books after this season. Why are they not wanting to keep Kessler? I think they are going to keep Kessler at this point. Unless they get a really good offer for him, then that's when we'll see a move. Sean says, thanks for the content. Damascus says, could Clint Capella go to the Spurs? Possible. Capella is going to be one of those secondary centers that signs tonight or early tomorrow, depending on how the top of the center market shapes out. 6 a.m. in the morning, Cinema, Philippines gang. Appreciate you being in here from the Philippines. JT said LeBron for Butler straight up. Definitely would be crazy. Could you imagine Jimmy Butler and Luka as teammates? It'd probably be a fight. CP3 to the Lakers says Vanessa. Like Spike says Logan. Everyone smash that like button. We are 3 minutes away. We are getting super close to that start of free agency that we've been long awaiting here. We've been live for almost 4 hours already, and the show is about to start. we'll see all of these big deals coming in. Definitely interested to see what happens with the Brooklyn Nets today. Let me tweet out the link here one more time as well. Let me get this shareable link. Here we go. Let's go back over to the Twitter and post. NBA free agency starts now. Come join the live show over on YouTube. Live reacting to all the NBA news tonight. Link below. Appreciate you guys all so much. We are just a minute away now. A minute away. Thank you guys all so much for all of the support. Free agency is underway officially in about 30 seconds. We are keeping our eyes on it as it comes in. We will cover everything you guys need to know. Let's get some hype in the chat. 4-hour pre-show. You need a TV contract, man. I am nothing but iron. I can just go for days. Elijah says, what team has the most pressure for today? I think the Lakers for the long-term future, and I think the Warriors for the short term, honestly. And with especially the Lakers looking for bigs and the Warriors looking for Kuminga signing trades, that is the biggest things to watch. We are nearing on 6 p.m. Eastern time. It is coming up right now. NBA free agency starts today. Some of those contract values are down below in case you're looking for them. I am so excited. True Sports Live says, let's go. Why aren't they throwing Doc Rivers? Stay streaming until I'm off of work. I love driving home listening to podcasts off at 9. We'll see how long I can go, Matthew. Very good chance. Here we go. Chaos is beginning. It is 6 p.m. Eastern time now officially. Let's go over to Shams Charania. We are going to be live updating, waiting for the news, checking everything out. Appreciate you guys all so much. The start of free agency is here. The very start. We're going to go over to Jake Fisher here, see if he has any new tweets. We're going to be jumping through. Jake Fisher tweeted the bell. We are at the start of free agency here now. Let's see what happens. A lot of crazy stuff, a lot of craziness to keep our eyes on. No reports yet, but we are just in the first 10 seconds or so, 20 seconds. Neutralizer says, reposted your tweet. Appreciate you, my man. Some Spurs fans need to tune in. Joshim here says, it's midnight here. Stayed up for this. Appreciate you, my man. Glad to be in here. If you guys want to leave your comments, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Basket Hoop says, no thanks on Westbrook. We are going to keep our eyes on all the news. I'm, in fact, going to even turn my ringer on just so I don't miss out on anything. Check Shams. We are on Shams. I'm going to do some refreshes here. Make sure that we're not missing out on anything. Make sure to tag me in stuff as it comes in, okay? Here we go. Matt George, Sack. All signs point to the Kings really liking Jake LaRavia. They don't intend to lose him. So that was something I predicted before the start of NBA free agency as well. A couple weeks ago, I thought that they would keep him. Wow. This is interesting. We got news today that EA College Basketball is coming back. Will 2K Basketball come back too? We will see. But I am so excited for the start of free agency here. We are just 1 minute in, and of course, still waiting for that first bit of breaking news. These deals all come together, though, very quickly. So stay tuned. I'm sure it's going to come in very fast here. Matthew says, feels like Christmas. Vita says, I'm a Jazz fan. Never once in my life been excited for free agency. Well, today's maybe your day. We'll see what happens. New president, Austin Ainge. We'll see if something happens. Eric, appreciate you. We'll see what happens with Giddey today. There we go. We got our first bit of news. It's not a huge one, but we're going to go over to Mike A. Scotto with the first bit of news. The Utah Jazz have guaranteed the $3.7 million non-guaranteed salary. Huge news to kick off NBA free agency. Whoa, a little bit of sarcasm there, but free agency is underway. We are at the very start of NBA free agency. Mike Scotto breaks out our first little bit of news. Utah Jazz guaranteeing the $3.7 million non-guaranteed salary of Svi Mykhailiuk. So there we go. Svi stays in the league. Svi's had a nice long career for himself. And there we go. Just on time for Vita. There we go. The Utah Jazz, big free agency players, just like we all expected today, starting off with Svi Mykhailiuk. Appreciate you guys a ton. Svi Mykhailiuk, former Kansas Jayhawk. Legend. Devin Booker with a 40-inch vertical. I'm just kidding. Appreciate you guys a ton. Here is, again, the thank you, Brady, for tagging me in this. So college basketball is coming back as a video game by EA Sports. But then 2K also reported this. So 2K also posted something about campus. So crazy. If 2K comes back with a college basketball game that at the same time, that would be crazy. We might get 2 college basketball games. Appreciate you guys. A lot of fun. Yeah, the Svi, what's going to happen with the number 19? That's a great point by B-Max here. He's a diehard Jazz fan. So this is crazy. We got a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. Appreciate you guys. And we're waiting for more of that big news. It's going to come in. Over 1,000 people, almost 1,100 people watching live. Shout out to Svi Mikhailuk, man. Trayvon throwing in the one there for Uno. We are awaiting that big news. Again, we will keep our eyes on it. Hornets legend Svi Mikhailuk. NBA 2K is falling out. Rebel says, just joined. Not sure if it's been asked. What do you see the Spurs making any moves, and what do you think they do? I've talked a lot about Guerschon Yabusele and Chris Boucher for them today. I think those are the 2 names to mostly watch. Here we go. Oh, we got news from Chris Haynes. Let's go down to Chris Haynes here. This is news. Sacramento Kings have arranged meetings via Zoom to talk with Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Kings looking to acquire both, but have other point guard options to speak with. Kings in on not 1, but 2 point guards to start free agency. Big news here around the Sacramento Kings. Definitely going to keep our eyes. Again, I've got notifications turned on. I'm keeping up with everything. So make sure to tag me as news comes in so we don't miss out on anything. Here we go. Josh Hart, 601, and I ain't seen a deal. What happened to the game I love? We're missing Woj this year. That's what we're missing. We're missing Woj big time. Here's a report. I'm not sure if I want to believe this or not. I don't trust this reporter. I don't trust it. So I'm going to be a little hesitant there. We will see what happens. Here we go. Kelly Echo. The Houston Rockets are re-signing veterans Jeff Green. As expected. Houston keeps their depth vets in place. Not surprising there. Nothing too crazy sexy up to this point. And again, I'm going to be a little hesitant trusting Ari report just for the validity of the coverage here. I just don't trust it. So huge news to kick off free agency though. Svi Mikhailuk staying in Utah. Of course, former number 19. We'll see how him and Ace Bailey shake out there. Wonder which one of those 2 guys will get to keep the number. Dante says league probably told them to chill and we'll wait 15 minutes to shoot out deals. Maybe there's a legitimate chance that this is probably happening, but I don't know. When you have reporters as hungry as they are for clicks, we'll see. Schroeder adding a new color to the rainbow. Yeah, they're trying to get the purple there. Although he's played with the Lakers, so he's already got that kind of covered. But Pathra says Kings went from Halliburton, Fox, and Davion to being excited for Dennis Schroeder. What a fall from grace, huh? What a fall from grace. Scam. Yeah, see, this is I hate the troll accounts. They are honestly terrible. Shout out to everyone who is tuning in now. Thank you guys all for commenting over at me too. You guys are absolute legends for that. Helps me keep up with all of the news. Again, I'm going to be doing everything I can to make sure you guys see all of the important news. Justin says, having some Taco Bell for free agency. Appreciate you big time, my man. Unlimited. To be fair, the league just had the draft a few days ago, so I'm sure it's harder to get some traction on a contract. We will see. This was a little bit of a shorter time window. The latest the draft can really be is around like the 25th or 26th, just given the way that the league schedule works. So we'll see what shakes out here. And also the CBA, I'm sure, is having some impacts on this too. Teams looking for sign and trades. That's going to limit the market a little bit. We'll see how everything kind of pans out here. Let's go back over to Chris Haynes. I'm going to turn on notifications for him as well, just to make sure that we're not missing anything huge today. So we'll also go turn on notifications quickly for Jake Fisher. Make sure that we keep up with everything that comes in as it does. Nothing crazy new yet. Again, the Kings are looking at both Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Cyber here says, nope, Suns reunion. Talking about Chris Paul, we'll see where he goes. Shams SOS. Any news yet? Yes, we have news. Svi Mikhailuk is staying with the Utah Jazz on a guaranteed contract now, $3.7 million. And the other news here, Kings are meeting with Schroeder and Russell Westbrook here via Zoom. Isn't that crazy that NBA teams are using Zoom to meet, by the way? The same thing I went through college using Zoom. Isn't that crazy? Joe says, thoughts on Jabari Smith contract just right? I think so. Yeah, I think they got actually a pretty good deal. At sub $25 million a year, it's a pretty decent percentage of the cap. So my joint says, great work, bro. We love you. Appreciate you guys. I love all of you guys too. Thank you so much. Bomb Zoni here says, Shams must have forgotten to charge his phone. That's a funny tweet right there. Bomb, you should send that out. Is a Beal trade even possible? Not really at this point. James, that's a funny comment. Jeff Green and Aaron Holiday. Yes, that's the other news. Ooh, okay. We have news from Jake Fisher here. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. The Kings are also planning to meet with Malcolm Brogdon per sources. Among their other point guard options, doesn't have to be, but the Wizards are willing to help facilitate a sign and trade with Brogdon, sources say. So we will see what ultimately comes of it. You have some of the best free agents down on the ticker below. We will be updating the deals as they come in. But that's a pretty substantial one. If the Kings sign one or two point guards, it does change the point guard market a little bit. Jay says, who are the Blazers targeting with their full mid-level? They might not even use the full mid-level. Based on how they went about the Ayton deal, they might be looking for long-term flexibility over a long-term contract. So we'll see. Definitely could, though. We'll see which way they go about it. Hurricane here says, as if they haven't spoken yet. Yeah, I mean, that's another good point. Joshim here says, you think Chris Paul could go to the Kings if Russ fumbles the bag? Russ and fumble the bag. Talking about Schroeder won't work. I mean, maybe, but I think Chris Paul would want to be in California, so maybe. But I think the Clippers and Mavericks are more likely than the Kings at this point. CP3 deciding between the Suns and Clippers. My uni just got rid of Zoom. Rep JB Mixes says no more battles between Woj and Shams. Yep, this is our first full free agency without Wojnarowski. Unlimited says CP3 deciding between Clippers and Suns. He should go back to the Clippers. Where are you guys seeing that he's deciding between only those two teams? Keeping our eyes on everything. Ian Bagley here. I think Detroit, as others have said, will be in a solid position on both Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson, which open in free agency. Mentioned both as potential Pistons targets in the wake of the Beasley investigation. It's possible Detroit has moved on to other shooting options. It looks like Duncan Robinson could land in Detroit. We talked about that about an hour ago, I think. If you rewind the stream, I don't recommend doing that because you're going to miss live news if you do that. But that's what we talked about an hour ago. Yep, thank you, Troll Icy, for the tag over there on Twitter. Again, we're going to keep up on all of the news. So a lot of crazy stuff going on. We're still waiting for that big first signing, but right now we're getting some good news. Jeremy says he's playing phone games. Jonesy here says Sack's so down bad. Kings are meeting with all the point guards, seemingly. ET here says Chris Paul is washed. King Nacho, if only the Kings could draft a point guard. Oh, wait. Yeah, they drafted two of them. They're both pretty good. Traded both of them, unfortunately, though. Jam's playing solitaire. Turns out he's not Stephen A. Smith. Rebel Video here says, let's go. Always got to tune in for Utility Sports. Give this man a like and subscribe. Let's go over here. Chris Paul plans to decide between the Suns and the Clippers per Chris Haynes. Definitely interesting. Would be great. So it looks like a reunion is in place here for – I don't want to click into that. Nope, please don't do this. Okay, zoom in. Looks like a CP3 reunion is in order. We'll see whether it's in Phoenix or in Los Angeles. I would probably guess the Clippers if I had to bet, but the Suns definitely are a good landing spot for him. Found a lot of success there. Worked really well next to Devin Booker. Now, obviously, at a little bit of a different stage of his career. Seabrook says Golden One Center will be packed no matter who they get. Kings fans do show up big time. When are people signing, says Carter. We're watching for it. Brandon says Karis LeVert, who has it worse than Pistons fans. Jay Anderson says Kings should just rebuild. Flexer says, will the Nuggets sign free agent GM Ujiri? Crazy how draft and free agency went with them not deciding. So remember, Ujiri actually started, or prior to being in Toronto, was in Denver. So maybe. Free agency starts today at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We will see. Ashley says, do any trades happen normally during this time? Yes, sometimes there's some big trades even that go down. So we will keep a look. Taterhead says to look at Josh Hart's post. Here we go. Russell Westbrook, this is Centel. This is NBA Centel. Do not tag me in NBA Centel, please. It's not right, Yash. Yash got Centelled. Here we go, all things Mav. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jordan Clarkson in the six-man role does not move me at all, to be honest. How did the Mavericks get LeBron? I really don't think they do, to be honest. Jean-Philippe Mateta here says why he won't re-sign with the Spurs. Chris Paul, because you guys have Dylan Harper now. There's not a role for him. Karras and Duncan are going to be Pistons soon. We are going to continue checking on all of the news. Remember, the Kings right now are kind of at the headline spot with the meeting with point guards Schroeder, Westbrook, and Brogdon. Who's having a better run, Centel or Presti? Well, the one thing Centel never traded away James Harden. So that's funny. Matt says Nuggets moves. We'll see what they do. Definitely a team to watch for this offseason. I like Ryan Nembhard's fit with Dallas a lot, to be honest with you. Jonesy here says, will Beasley get an offer after what's happened? Probably not today. No. Jay Anderson says Karras and Duncan are going to be Pistons soon. I definitely think so. With all of the reports. There we go. We got Shams Charania news. Let's go over to Shams right now. We've got a Sham news. The Memphis Grizzlies and All-Star Jaren Jackson Jr. are expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiation and extension. Head of CAA basketball, Austin Brown, and CAA agent Max Seidman negotiated the new agreement with Memphis. Massive new deal for Jaren Jackson, including a player option in the final year of his contract. Oh my gosh. I do not love this for Memphis. Not so much the sticker price. Cap continues to escalate. But the maximum percentage here is gross. I don't think Jaren Jackson Jr. is worth that. I know that's going to be a hot topic, but I know people are going to disagree with that. But watch the playoffs. That's all I'll say. I don't think he is a playoff player. That's crazy though. Jaren Jackson Jr. is also switching numbers, going from number 13 to number 8. Maybe new era of Jaren Jackson Jr. Maybe this time he'll hold his efficiencies through in the playoffs. Appreciate you guys for tagging me. Yep, appreciate that a ton, George. Thank you. Again, we will be doing our best to watch for everything free agency in 2025. This is a great tweet. Thank you, George, for tagging me in that. That's hilarious. I just don't love this for Memphis. The percentage of the cap is pretty steep here, in my opinion. You're looking at almost $50 million a year for Jaren. You're looking at 30% plus of the cap. So it's a significant investment. Lucas says 15 minutes in, I'm getting team meetings updated. I mean, yeah, you're also getting big extensions. $240 million extension. Thank you for everyone. This is a lot of money. I told everyone there's going to be some sticker shock. It's not so much the sticker price, but the maximum percentage here is too much. Vincent says, Sheldon, how will the Blazers acquire someone with 15 to 20 million on their contract with 2 years left? We've talked about before about Scoot's extension, how there was nobody lined up with him. I think the one thing, Vincent, you don't have to have contracts lined up together. If you look at most NBA champions, in fact, they don't. NBA champions tend to have guys across multiple different ages. You have some youth with some speed, athleticism. You have some guys in the primes. You have a little bit of older veteran players who are still contributing. I wouldn't worry about so much lining everything up. That's typically not how the league works. to be honest with you. Like, think about how bad the Thunder would be if they didn't have Shea at the very top. Shea's, 3 years ahead of all the other guys, and that's valuable. So appreciate everybody. JC says, sheesh, a lot of money, $48 million a year. Scoob says our team's scared of tampering. What's going on today? It's also the new CBA playing into this. So keep that in mind. Jae'Sean here says they got to give somebody the money he ain't. I mean, you kind of, I guess, I don't know. It's not the way to go about it, in my opinion. Tyler here, thank you for the 2, says, who do you think the Spurs should target? I think they're going to go after Guerschon Yabusele. That's what I expect them to do today. Or Chris Boucher, one of those 2 guys. Thunder kind of forgot, though. What micro skills do you think translate best in the playoffs? Rim volume, ball handling in tight spaces. Those 2, I think like having moves and counter moves and not being floater reliant is the best place to start. And that's the issue with Jaren Jackson Jr. Like, you need guys who have coordinated moves to create space and win in tight windows. And I don't think that defines Jaren Jackson Jr. And the issue is, you might say, well, he's a big man. Yes, but he doesn't rebound like a big man. So if he was a true center who could rebound at the rate a normal center can, you would be able to erase some of those other concerns. But I think with the way Memphis has built their team, I don't see a way that they go very deep in the playoffs. Per Shams, let's go over to Shams here. Here we go. We got the deal. Memphis, like I said, is going to retain Santi Aldama. 3 years, $52 million. This is about what I said a couple hours ago on stream. I said Aldama would get a little under 20 mil annually to stay in Memphis. Here he is at 17.5 mil per year. Good deal that ties Aldama and Grizzlies together moving forward. I like this a lot for the Grizzlies. This is a much better contract, in my opinion, than the Jaren Jackson Jr. one. $17 million a year is more than fair. $17.5 million, I think, is a good contract. Let's go. Does Jake Fisher have something new? Let's re-up here. Nope. Let's go over to Shams here then. Yep, here is that big money deal. 5 years, $240 million for Jaren Jackson Jr. And then the recent news, Santi Aldama, 3 years, $52.5 million. The Memphis Grizzlies are off to a busy start today. If you know, you know. Big signings, yes. Memphis really digging a grave with all those contracts. I mean, this is part of one thing, too, that I think is important here that I want to tweet out. Let's get rid of that. Memphis spending now into the space they carved out by trading away Desmond Bane. Like, this is the thing. Memphis probably couldn't have done this today if they didn't trade away Desmond Bane. So that trade was always multi-fold. Here we go. Denver Nuggets and Bulls are interested in Cam Whitmore. Thank you for taking me in that 3-piece. Crazy what we've got going on right now. A lot of news. Santi Aldama, of course, is one of the most recent signings. Him and Jaren Jackson Jr. So let's just go back over to Utility Sports over on Twitter. Links in the description if you want to give us a follow. And here we go. Santi Aldama to the Memphis Grizzlies, staying 3 years, $52.5 million. Definitely a fair deal. Not a crazy percentage of the cap. A little bit over 12% or so, 13% roughly. This is a big percentage of the cap. This is roughly 30, 35% in that ballpark for Jaren Jackson Jr. So a lot of money, and a lot of it first goes to Jaren. So it's a lot of money. Again, the contracts are going to be higher. Unlimited says, curious, why not 4 years instead of 3? If you look at Santi Aldama as a player, this is, I think, an important thing too. Santi Aldama is just 24 years old. This is a great point too. I'm glad you brought this up. So Santi Aldama will be able to hit free agency. Actually, I think this is important. Unrestricted free agency again as a 27-year-old after 3 additional years of cap growth. Great job by his agent here. Like, I think that Aldama is going to make a lot of money in his career. Aldama is going to make a ton of money. I think those 3 years from now, we're going to be talking about him. Like, I'm going to be live on YouTube here 3 years from now saying, dude, Santi Aldama is about to get paid. He's going to be just 27 years old and already coming off of making over $50 million in those 3 years. He's going to probably be in line for another $70, $80, $90 million contract. You're looking at Aldama likely making well over $100 million in his NBA career. Which is insane, right? Matthew says, thank you for Bane Grizzlies. Kathleen says, do you see Miami going for anyone? Maybe Kuminga. They continue to be a team to watch for Jonathan Kuminga. Yes, that is the team and player to watch for at this point. Do you believe in this Memphis Grizzlies team? I struggle to believe in their long-term vision. I do not. I do not think that they're a contending team. I think they're going to be okay this year. I think they're going to compete for a playoff spot, but I don't see them advancing deep into the postseason at all. JB Mixes said, really like that Aldama deal for Memphis. I agree. I think $17.5 million for him as the cap grows and escalates is more than fair. So I think that's a very good contract. I think Aldama is a very good player for sure. Michael Orlando. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michael. Michael. Wow. Comes in big with a $25 super chat. Says, if it's free agency time, it's pizza time. I've been out. Anything happen with Orlando? Michael, luckily you haven't missed anything quite yet with the Magic. Huge W's in the chat for Michael. Came in big with a super chat on the day of the draft. Another big-time super chat here. Appreciate you big time, Michael. You're always an absolute legend here on the channel. Nothing huge yet for Orlando. So far, the Grizzlies have been the big teams to the big team to monitor. They kept Jaren Jackson Jr. around, and they also then re-signed Luke Cornett. So just to recap for everybody, Grizzlies extend Jaren Jackson Jr. 5-year, $240 million max deal. A lot of money, big percentage of the cap to commit. And then they get Aldama on more of a team-friendly contract, in my opinion. 3 years, $52.5 million, $17.5 a year, I think is more than fair for Aldama as the cap grows. Michael, that's your quick little recap on some of the deals that have gone down. Jaren Jackson Jr. and then Santi Aldama off the board. I'm going to update the stuff right here. Santi Aldama, first free agent to sign. There we go. Ticker is now updated. And Santi Aldama is a big signing for sure. So Santi Aldama re-signs with Grizzlies on 3-year, $52.5 million deal. So definitely big numbers there. And then Grizzlies re-sign Triple J to 5-year, $240 million, which is just insane. $240 million extension. So big deals there for sure. Those will be updated on the ticker here now for you in just a second as well. Craziness in the NBA today. A lot of big deals will get signed. A lot of fun stuff. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream up to this part. If you do, be sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. Again, if you want to leave comments today, if you want to let me know your thoughts on what's going on, make sure to subscribe so that you can comment. It's completely free to do. Helps me out a ton. And I'm sure all of you could help positively change my life by hitting that subscribe button. Love seeing that W button come in for everybody. Raz says, did my Rockets sign anyone yet other than the vets? No, they have just retained the vets up to this point. Nothing on Dorian Finney-Smith up to this point either. We will see what ultimately happens. But remember, the Rockets reportedly had meetings set with Nikhil and Luke Kennard and Dorian Finney-Smith at the start of free agency. So we'll see how this all goes. Love seeing those W's fly in for Michael Orlando. He definitely deserves all of them. A lot of awesome W's in the chat. Huge W's, fat W's even here from Zach. Thank you, guys. Christian says Michael is the GOAT. I completely agree. He's an absolute legend. Free agency curfew coming up for Memphis. Appreciate you guys. Zach says, could the Mavs keep PJ Washington for a similar amount that Santi Aldama got? Maybe a little bit more. I do think, his starting experience, part of being a part of a finals run, see him maybe make a little bit more than that. But definitely in that ballpark somewhere. Cole Anthony could get bought out. Okay, so interesting. Cole Anthony could get bought out according to his dad. Bucket Kidder, thank you for that. I mean, we'll see. He also reported. So here's the one thing. This guy also reported that Kyrie was going to opt into his player option, and then that didn't happen. So I would not be fully committed to trusting his reports. I would hesitate a little bit, proceed with caution. I mean, is it possible he gets some stuff right? Yes. But the consistency and the reliability is most important for me in the stream here today. Evan Bug says Warriors predictions. They sign and trade Kuminga to Chicago. That's what I'm going to predict today. Unlimited says 67. Steven says, do you like Ayton in a Lakers uniform? I don't love it, but I think it's an upgrade over what they have right now. So I think that's the likely outcome tonight, more than likely. There isn't much money out there, thus the loyalty. We'll see what happens. I mean, so far we've had a slow start to free agency. Of course, some big contracts, especially if you're a Grizzlies fan. A lot happened for your team. Check Steve Popper. Knicks have their eyes set on Clarkson. I mean, we'll see. Clarkson could definitely help them, but he's still, I don't know. I haven't actually checked out the book, too, the new shoes. That account also aggregates from reporters. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I just am not going to trust that. Vita here says not going to hear about team changing signings for a bit, especially after what happened to the Knicks with the tampering. Yeah, I'm sure teams are super worried about a second rounder getting stripped away from them. If you can't tell, I'm joking at the NBA for being stupid and taking away, a player hearing his name called on draft night by penalizing an NBA team. And oh no, not $5 million. Woo. How could they ever afford that? Oh man, it's ridiculous. Welcome everyone to the stream here. T. Jones on the NBA says can confirm the Jazz are guaranteeing Speed's contract. I would like to leave a like, but it's a funny story. I corrected him one time on something he was wrong about, like cap wise, and I got blocked. So can't leave a like, but I can leave a like here. Thank you for tagging me. We got a report. There we go. 4 years, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. There we go. Dorian Finney-Smith. There we go. We have the news. Dorian Finney-Smith is a Rocket. Capitalizes by opting out of his player option and getting a big non-tax mid-level sized contract with Houston. Lakers seemingly could lose DFS for nothing, barring a sign and trade materializing. We'll see what happens, but that is big news. Dorian Finney-Smith is a Houston Rocket officially. Shout out to my Rockets fans down below. Wow, we've got the news. We've got the goods. Big signing. Dorian Finney-Smith to Houston. There he is. Just like we've been talking about all day long. Dorian Finney-Smith returns to the state of Texas and on a big contract. King Nacho here saying Houston lands the final piece. Ziaire Williams saying a little bit of an overpay. This is the full non-tax mid-level exception. Big money. Roughly the full. It's not exactly the full, but a big non-tax mid-level. A lot of money here. Look on Sham's page. We are going to go back over to Sham, see if anything. There we go. B-Ball Paul stays with the Pistons. 2 years, $11 million. So Paul Reed is signed. Pistons make their first move. Retain Paul Reed on a short, cheap-ish contract. Maybe a little bit more than I thought Paul Reed was going to get, but not too much that it's bad. Like, it's fine. Here we go. Yep, Paul Reed. Thank you guys for all tagging me over there. Make sure we got all of the coverage. Craziness, what we've got going on right now. A lot of insane stuff in today's news. Paul Reed to the Pistons, staying there. And then Dorian Finney-Smith is the first big mover of the offseason. Of course, Aldama, Jaren Jackson Jr. all staying in Memphis. Here is your first big flip of the offseason. Dorian Finney-Smith to the Houston Rockets. This is a great deal for Houston. Adam says, great deal for my Rockets. Hell yeah. Houston won't be in the second apron. They're going to cut Landale. Yeah, I don't think you don't have to worry about the Rockets. They're going to be in a fine spot for sure. I mean, they already had room against the tax a little bit anyway to start with, and then moving off of Landale is going to definitely help. Unlimited says, how does Paul Reed get away with this robbery? It is a little much for him, but yeah, there he is. I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith is a solid player. This is the type of player a lot of teams are looking for. This is an ancillary piece for the Rockets. This is a hey, fill out your 9-10 man rotation. Definitely makes them better for sure. Okay, here we go. Love this. Cam Spencer gets a 2-year contract. Love that for the Grizzlies. Grizzlies stay active. Reward Cam Spencer with a 2-year standard NBA contract. Wow. Love this. Cam Spencer is good, man. It was a really good pick for the Grizzlies last year, late in the second round. Really solid player. Let's update the signings here. We're gonna start at the very top. Rockets sign Dorian Finney-Smith. I'm updating this to a 4-year, $53 million contract. There we go. That is now updated on the marker there. Dorian Finney-Smith is coming off of our free agents list as he has now been signed. And I'm going to update that in the description as well. So Dorian Finney-Smith is a Houston Rocket. Of course, a big signing for them today. And one that definitely shakes the NBA. Dorian Finney-Smith signs with the Rockets on 4-year, $53 million deal. So big money for Dorian Finney-Smith, and really love to see him get paid. He's a fun player. Really like him quite a bit, and the Rockets team defense is going to be quite good. Rockets roster is pretty much full. Yes, at this point. Let me do a just quick glance over just to make sure. The Rockets on their roster right now, they have Durant, Van Vleet, Tate, Green, Holiday, Şengün, Adams, Jabari, Shepard, Amen, Eason, Whitmore, Landale, and Dorian now. That's 14 guys from my count. And then they also have Jae'Sean Williams, depending on what happens with his contract. Obviously, Landale is not fully guaranteed. We'll see what happens there. It's actually fully non-guaranteed. So we'll see what happens. But Bobby Marks has a little bit of news. This is, again, like what we've been saying. So nothing game-breaking or changing really. But just to validate what I've been saying to you guys, just so you guys know that I know what I'm talking about. Here he is. Dorian Finney-Smith's contract comes out of the $14.1 million non-tax mid-level for Houston. So this is exactly what we just mentioned. This is what I've been talking about. Rockets use that mid-level exception and now have to stay out of the tax this year as a result. So Flexer says Reed's a bonehead player. I mean, yeah, I was surprised he got that much, but it's movable as short-term. So love Dorian Finney-Smith to Houston. Loved him in Dallas. I did too. Dorian Finney-Smith was one of my favorite Mavericks to watch. Just a lot of fun. Cam Spencer, I like that a lot for the Grizzlies. Good Cam Spencer signing. We will see what happens. Eric Kush says I'd trade Kobe White for Şengün straight up. The Rockets would not do that. Dorian Finney-Smith doesn't have to be the third best player like he did in LA. Big fan of this move for Houston. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel about it too. He becomes really great depth for the Houston Rockets. Really great depth. So it's a huge win. Again, Cam Spencer signs a 2-year standard contract with the Memphis Grizzlies. I like that a lot for them. You'll see on the bottom of the ticker here, as those deals roll in, they will be updated. So, Dorian Finney-Smith took a little bit of a risk, opted out of $15.4 million. Clearly not too much of a risk, though. It's not low. It's lower long-term, but it's not lower in the short term, really. I'm sure his number is going to start around $14 million. I wonder if it's descending. That's going to be the big question for me. Dorian Finney-Smith's not going to start. No, he will be a bench player, but a really solid one for the Rockets. Let's see if I can let me see if I can find a tweet quick that I want to pull back up. Very good roster. Very good. Their team is going to be tremendously talented. So, Here we go. I am going to go over to my bookmarks. I was able to find the tweet I was looking for. Here we go. Rockets lineup next season. Add Dorian Finney-Smith to this. Ooh, they got a good team. And more shooting. Rockets are going to be elite. Houston fans, you got to be so excited, man. This team is going to be so good. You're adding Dorian Finney-Smith into this group. You're going to probably see Tari Eason play a bit smaller. Cam Whitmore play a bit smaller. You're going to play big, fast, long lineups. This team's going to be really darn good. They're going to be able to win with big ball. They're going to be able to win with long ball. They're going to be able to shoot the three ball a bit better this year. Houston's gotten way better this this offseason. This team is going to be really good. Do I see a comp between Ace Bailey and Kuminga? Not really, and sort of, but not really. Like they're both similar kinds of players in terms of like scoring wings, but I think the comparison kind of stops there a bit. A lot of craziness. Whitmore will most likely get minutes now. We'll see. Elijah here says Whitmore got to get traded. He's going to get no playtime. I will see what happens. The Rockets aren't really worried about who gets playtime. The Rockets are worried about having a good team. Dorian Finney-Smith helps them a lot. Dorian might even be like the eighth man, to be honest with you. Probably like 18 minutes a game. Here we go. Sham says the Memphis Grizzlies and Cole Anthony's reps at XL Sports are working toward a resolution that allows Memphis to create the necessary cap space to renegotiate and extend. Cheap buyout coming here for Cole Anthony and Grizzlies, if I had to guess. And by cheap, I mean they're going to save a lot of money. Okay. Welcome everyone in. 1,200 people watching live. Appreciate you guys big time. Lakers now have access to the 14.1 non-tax mid-level and 5.1 biannual. So here we are. Lakers finally have access to that. I projected that all day today. There's tweets up on the Twitter that show that. This got deleted, it looks like. And Cole Anthony is going to be moved. We'll see what happens. Tomer Azerly, nothing there. They're one piece away from having one of, if not the best 10-man rotations. They're already there. Like they might have the best 10-man rotation in the league. It's them or OKC probably. They're absolutely loaded. Welcome everyone to the stream. Reeves was obviously the third best player, but still. The issue is Finney-Smith was overcast, so that's the point of what they were making. He had to be the fourth, fifth best guy. Like the number doesn't really matter. It's the fact that they had to rely on him to the level they had to. Free Cam Whitmore, I'm seeing. Rockets going from small ball to length ball in 5 years. Yes, exactly. That's length wins in the NBA. Size wins in the NBA. It always has. It always will. Look at the old Lakers teams, the old Celtics teams. The Lakers in the early 2000s with Shaq. Like, you need size, you need length. The Rockets have that. Unlimited says biannual on Capella, mid-level on Bruce Brown, and another rotation guy. We'll see. The Lakers, again, this is, I think, one of the biggest storylines to follow right now. They have ways to improve their team pretty drastically. It could be Ayton and Capella. It could be Ayton and a wing. It could be Ayton and a solid guard. We'll see what they do. They've been tied to DeAnthony Melton as well. Jonesy here says OKC still 4-0s the Rockets, whatever they do. We'll see. Yeah, skilled size always wins. That's been pretty much the mantra here on the channel the last 4 years. When the Timberwolves got Gobert, I was the only one defending that trade. Since then, the Wolves have made the conference finals 2 times, and they had made it 1 time previously in their entire franchise's history. So I feel like that's aged pretty well for me. Unlimited says, Amen, KD, Dorian Finney-Smith, Şengün, Adams lineups about to be nightmares. That team is going to be insane. They're going to be long, fast. They can shoot the ball a bit. KD and Dorian can both obviously shoot it. Hopefully Şengün has a progression here from his touch standpoint. All right, here we go. Let's go back over to Shams. This means the playmaking and scoring guard is entering the marketplace. So we'll see in which capacity that means. If that means like cheap buyout or a trade, I don't think the market's going to be that strong, to be completely honest. Cole to the Grizzlies. I'm a Cavs fan. Think we do anything? Well, Cole Anthony's working on getting out of Memphis, so we'll see where that goes. Jay says Grant to the Lakers. If you're a Lakers fan, you do not want Jeremy Grant. If you're a Blazers fan, you want this to happen. Joe Mape says skilled size wins unless you're in Sacramento. Well, the issue is they don't have enough skilled size, right? They don't have another skilled like a big forward next to Sabonis. If they had a skilled big forward, they'd be a menace to beat, honestly. Dante here says Nets want all the point guards, just watch. We'll see what they do. I think they're looking for playmaking more than point guard play. Brian Kohler here says Pistons. Baba says Cole to Dallas. I mean, maybe. I'm sure Cole Anthony would love that, but I think Dallas is going to have their eyes set on someone different. Chris Haynes, yeah, here is the tweet again with Dorian Finney-Smith. We are watching for all of the news, so love all the great comments we're getting right now. It's been a slower start to NBA free agency, 45 minutes in, but I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are as well. A lot of crazy stuff that will go down today, I think. Joshim here says, I'd love to see Markkanen play next to Sabonis. Maybe a little too slow-footed, but they'd definitely be long, tall, and skilled for sure. A guy that comes to mind is Siakam, someone who's athletically gifted but still very skilled. There were rumors about the Kings being in on Siakam. Had they ever gotten that done with Toronto, they would have been a better team. WCOE says, what are the Nets doing? They drafted point guards. They're also in on 3 point guards. We'll see what happens. Brooklyn is trying to win with playmaking. Teams are sabotaging Shams confirmed. That's funny. Warriors really made us believe small ball work. Yeah, that's the issue. Is the Warriors were an outlier, and everyone thought it changed the team big time. So, what's my favorite Cole landing spot? Probably like this. This is just the reality. Denver makes Jokic makes everyone look better. Who will Chicago get in free agency? I would still assume Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, we have a deal. Let's go back over to Shams. Free agent forward Jake LaRavia has agreed to a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. LaRavia had a strong finish while joining the Sacramento Kings. LaRavia stays in California, but pivots from the Kings to the Lakers. First of many moves for Los Angeles this free agency. So LaRavia signs with the Los Angeles Lakers. There we go. We have the first Lakers signing. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comment section below. There we go. D'Angelo Russell close to an agreement with the Mavericks. 2-year deal expected, reportedly. Huge news. Jake LaRavia going to the Los Angeles Lakers. I think it's a really solid signing for them. Helps them on the wing a little bit. They, of course, drafted a Adu Thiero as well, who's going to help them. LaRavia to the Lakers, though. Big start. I do think there's going to be big deals tonight. I would still hold on. LaRavia to the Lakers. Yep. What do you guys think? Let me know. I think good signing. Not too much money. $6 million a year. Fits with Bron and Luka. How many white wings does Los Angeles need? All of them, seemingly. That's crazy, Montoya. Josh says, doesn't really move me with Jake, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, the thing is, the price is cheap here. So this is not the finishing touch. This is not the final bit here. This is a small part of the beginning stages here for the Los Angeles Lakers with Jake LaRavia signing there. So LaRavia goes to the Lakers. I'm going to update the description here now. Lakers sign Jake LaRavia to 2-year, $12 million deal. So Lakers and Jake LaRavia come to an agreement here. I definitely think this is a solid signing, one that is cheap enough to benefit them. Jake LaRavia is now a Los Angeles Laker. I'm going to add that to the list of signings today. That should be now reflected on the bottom ticker here. You'll see it toward the beginning. Rockets, of course, signed Dorian Finney-Smith tonight. And then Jake LaRavia, another big switch here, going from Sacramento to Los Angeles. I know Kings fans really wanted to keep him. Haynes is saying, what's Haynes saying? Oh, here, yeah, he updated it. He fixed it. There's a new version of this post. So let's go back. Yeah, there we go. With the Los Angeles Lakers. So this got updated. Chris Haynes had a typo. And Shams did not. So shout out to Shams. Shams is doing a great job today. Again. Good job, Shams. Jake LaRavia. 4 white dudes. They got a lot of white dudes, but he is going to be a Laker. So Lakers do lose out on Dorian Finney-Smith, but they find a wing replacement here with Jake LaRavia, who's younger, a little bit quicker, which you typically don't say about this. I'm not gonna say that. Unlimited says, "Where's Woj when you need him?" Thad, appreciate you for being in here, leaving a comment, and showing all your support. Andres says, "Come back home, Luka." I think he's gonna be staying in. Los Angeles. Walker Kessler is the final piece. It's like an infinity stone here for the Lakers. Rezi says we let go of LaRavia to sign Schroeder Brogdon. Shaking my head. Lakers doing the Michael Jackson. Dorian Finney-Smith last year non-guaranteed. Not super shocking to me. Do we know if the deal is descending or not? I would have to imagine that they would try to do that. But Flexer says the Spurs trying to outguard the Nets. Trade Vassell already. I mean, the Spurs have at least better guards than the Nets have. The Nets don't have the good ones. The Spurs do. ET says, I didn't know who Jake LaRavia was until a few minutes ago. He's a pretty solid player. I recommend watching him. Jardin Harden, Elite TV with a good throwback. A little bit of a typo, yes. You caught me there with the sham slander. I was the one who even tweeted that. Big Cook says, Lakers need Kessler, Luke Kennard, and Cornette. That'll be amazing. I'm sure it'd be some people's favorite team in the league if they had all those guys. Ben72 says, how do you see Mo Wagner's situation? I think he'll stay with the Magic, probably a 2-year deal, if I had to guess. 2-year, like $16 million, something like this. The Rockets are going to be really good. You got to be excited about Houston. We get Dorian Finney-Smith into a team that already had a lot of good talent. Elite 9-man rotation coming in, and they just got a lot better. So you should be extremely excited if you're a Houston Rockets fan tonight. You're one of the early big winners for me. Graham says, where do you see LeBron going? I do think the Lakers will keep him. But if he does get traded, I do think he'll end up in Golden State. We'll see. We'll see where that ultimately leads us. Josh says they really would be the exciting whites. It's them and Charlotte, right? Con Knipple and Liam McNeely. Ryan Kalkbrenner. Farzy says Lakers defense not looking so hot so far. I mean, it's a very start. They haven't really even missed out on anybody yet at this point. So Osvaldo says Cam Whitmore is likely gone. I mean, we'll see until I'm actually alerted that that's happening. Here we go. Back over to Shams. Shams got an update here on this deal. Fully guaranteed deal for LaRavia in Los Angeles, negotiated tonight by agents Aaron Riley and Reggie Berry of AMR Agency. So LaRavia gets a fully guaranteed deal. Definitely looking for a replacement to Dorian Finney-Smith and one that's significantly cheaper. Luis here says, have the Hawks signed Nikhil or Luke yet? Nothing yet for Atlanta, Luis. Thanks for checking in. We are going to watch for it. Yes, negotiated tonight. Definitely not yesterday. Definitely not the day before. No tampering in the NBA. Haven't you guys heard? Rebel says, I feel like the Spurs will make a signing, but in the middle of the night, classic Spurs fashion. Definitely possible. Tom says, any predictions on Alfred Payton? Payton feels like he must be a blue chip vet min guy or contenders with his passing chops. I think he will be a many days down the road signing if he does get signed. Elijah says, Sheldon, what team are you signing with? I heard you're a free agent. I mean, when it comes to my actual ability to play, nowhere. But I do think I could help a team in the front office or on the coaching staff. So At some point, some team will hire me. I am confident of that. Chris says it doesn't matter who the Lakers get. They're still not going to do anything. I mean, they have the best player to build around, arguably, in Luka Doncic. So they have a start. They just need to tightrope the next stages, the next parts, and that's getting athletes, getting defense, and getting shooting. LaRavia checks a few of those boxes in like a role player fashion. So we'll see. The Rockets are getting old fast. I mean, on the fringes, but they're still very young. Their actual core is still super young. So, adding some actual talent and veteran players is not bad for your team at all. The tampering rules, I mean, there's rules, but they don't get enforced really at all. So NBA negotiates at the speed of light. They do a great job working out these nine-figure contracts, that's for sure. Think Wolves target Brogdon. Tyus Brogdon still needs a point guard. I mean, possible. Tyus, I think, is the guy that would be maybe the real option. Or Monte Morris reunion. Joseph says, any news on Cam Thomas? Nothing yet, but I do think he will re-sign on a 4-year contract with the Nets, if I had to guess. Arabia, what he brings nothing, and lost Finney-Smith after bringing him for picks. What are the Lakers doing? They still have more stuff to do, so I would stay patient. Hold on. Does that mean the Lakers use part of the non-tax mid-level and have only around $8 million left? Well, the other option is that they use the biannual exception here. So the number is pretty close to the biannual, that the first year could be on that biannual number, and the second year could escalate up from that. They could still have the full non-tax mid-level. The nice thing is with the way moratorium works is they can wait to figure out which one they want to actually have going forward. Here we go. Not consulting with LeBron this year on their roster. Yep. Thank you, Bryant, for tagging me in that. Yahoo Sports and The Athletic. Ben Simmons is looking for a deal above the veteran minimum contract. Okay. Well, we'll see if he actually gets one. Do you expect Austin Reeves traded this offseason? No, I do not. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. The most recent news here is Jake LaRavia signing with the Lakers. Kobe says, have you seen the video of Jake LaRavia hanging out with Austin Reeves a couple weeks ago? I did not see that, to be honest with you. But, for the most part, players are allowed to hang out with whoever they want to hang out with. So the NBA doesn't enforce tampering between players. They just don't really care about that. So All Suave says Woj was way better than Shams. Woj was an all-time legend, right? Elite TV says, I think Nikhil signs with the Hawks. That's exactly what I am projecting to have happen tonight, too. Rockets team is very good. Yes, the Rockets team is going to be good both now and for the future. Their team is loaded. Delmar here says, wonder if the Wizards attempt to get a big. So the issue with this is you're assuming that the first year and the second year are the same value contract, Zaj. So I would recheck that. Delmar says, wondering if the Wizards attempt to get a big. Definitely could. But Ben Simmons is not worse than any of us, that's for sure. But is Ben Simmons worth more than the minimum at this point? Probably not. Graham says, what would an Avdia to Spurs trade look like, Sheldon? It would be great for the Spurs. I don't think Portland's trading him. I think Portland really likes him. He would be fantastic for San Antonio. He'd be fantastic a lot of spots, but definitely not expecting him to get more than that. First apron hard cap triggered, $14 million below. So this is where, again, talking about why I think this could be more likely the biannual. They are $14 million below. How much is the mid-level? $14.1 million. They can use a majority of the mid-level yet, as long as this LaRavia year one of his contract fits into the biannual. So expect the Lakers to still make another big signing, around $14 million. And the other thing is they still have sign and trade mechanisms. They could use Gabe Vincent. They could use Maxi Kleber. The Lakers are in a great spot. So we'll see what they do to get there. But they have a lot of functionality and a lot of ways to improve their team this offseason for sure. So we'll see how it all plays out. But a lot of optionality. Montoya here says, I hear the Nets have some cap space for Ben Simmons. Yeah, don't think that. YouTube user says, you said what? You said, wait, what the Lakers can get? They could get a center. They could get two centers. They could trade for Nick Richards. They could sign Brook Lopez, Clint Capella. They could go after Chris Boucher. They could go after Gershon Yabusele even. They have a whole bunch of different options. So a lot of different ways to go. That's funny. Mike Scotto here. Houston Rockets. Yep, this is that deal that we talked about again. Player option, which includes a non-guaranteed salary and player option in year 4, plus a trade kicker. Interesting. This is a great contract for Dorian Finney-Smith. Really good contract from him. So that's an absolute W there. Let's see. Chris Haynes, nothing new. Let's circle back over to Shams real quick. Talked about his recent post. Mike Scotto got his. And Jake Fisher. Let's see if anything is new there. Still looking at the Kings as a team to watch for sure this offseason. Appreciate you guys big time. Make sure to show some love here to Utility Sports. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm going to check the likes quick on the stream. Over 520 likes. We've got over 1,000 people watching. I know that we can hit that 1,000 like goal tonight. Be very happy if we were able to get there. Benjamin says, what does a Wiggins to Bucks trade look like? Probably not going to happen if I had to guess. Just don't really see that coming to fruition, Benjamin. It would have to center around Kyle Kuzma's contract, and I don't think Miami would do that. Adrian says, Blazers value Abdiel like he's Giannis. They overvalue everyone. I wouldn't say they value him like he's Giannis, but I think that they are going to try to keep the guy they traded for last offseason, yes. Elijah says, with the chances of the Pistons not re-signing any more of their free agents, we should be able to get a couple solid players right. Yeah, I think the names most heavily associated with Detroit have been Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson. Devin Jones says, what's sick is the Rockets still have good picks down the line too. Phoenix and Brooklyn in 27, Phoenix and Mavericks in 29. We'll see what those Phoenix picks look like. The Suns got some good young players this offseason in the draft, so I think the Suns helped themselves pretty significantly this offseason, so we'll see how that all ages and everything. Enigmatical says, I predict Cody Martin to the Lakers. JNCTN says, hour into free agency, now I'm underwhelmed. I would say hold on. There's still news. Okay, we have a signing. Just as I was saying that, it's not, again, the biggest signing, but it's a solid one. Trey Jones has agreed to a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Chicago Bulls. That's a good payday for him, in my opinion. Good payday for the Minnesota native guard, Trey Jones. Sticks in Chicago and gets a handsome penny at $24 million over 3 years. Bulls looking to play fast with the ball flying around. That continues to be the biggest thing for Chicago. They're trying to build fast, and they're trying to be a team that plays in tempo and transition a lot. So that's what we're going to see here. Thank you guys for the tags over there. Io, thank you, as well as Art. Appreciate you guys making sure that we're able to see and cover everything as it comes in today. And again, one of the biggest well, not one of the biggest, but one of the important signings, and one that we will get updated in the description here today, too. Chicago Bulls re-sign Trey Jones to 3-year, $24 million deal. So very good payday for him. Definitely a solid player, a guy that Chicago likes. Had some good moments in San Antonio as well. Wasn't an elite player by any stretch, but a good one. And now gets an opportunity to stay in Chicago. You're going to see some of those free agency signings so far down below on the ticker. Brian wants to know who I think will be in the finals next year. If I had to bet, I would say Cleveland and Oklahoma City. But Houston definitely has a chance. You never know how the playoffs are going to go. It's hard to repeat. It's hard to go deep in the playoffs 2 times in a row. We've seen that over the last few years. But I think Cleveland gets over that hump this year. And then I think we're going to see OKC back a couple of times. Here we go. We got a signing. Let's go over to Sham Charania here now. And here it is, the actual signing of D'Angelo Russell. He is a Dallas Maverick. Mavs land a guard to fill the Kyrie hole. Tradable salary. don't love this for Dallas, but it's a ball handler. So I'm not a huge D'Angelo Russell guy. Don't think his impact on basketball and winning is that large, but it's a guy who fills in the rotation a little bit. So Dorian Finney-Smith to Houston, D'Angelo Russell to the Dallas Mavericks. I am updating the description as we go. Signs 2-year, $13 million deal. So this will be the taxpayer mid-level exception, by the way. Barring a sign and trade, this is the taxpayer mid-level. So Mavericks use taxpayer mid-level exception to add a guard. So I don't love this for Dallas, but I understand it. It's a positional need, one that they were very aggressively going to pursue. And okay, so interesting. Mark Stein here reporting around $12 million. I do think that $13 million mark is more likely here. We'll see. Again, I don't love this for Dallas. Defense wins championships until you can sign a guy who doesn't play any defense. I don't know. If you're trying to go all in on defense and you get D'Angelo Russell to play point guard for you for a while, I mean, good luck with that. More power to you, Nico Harrison. I'm going to be streaming for as long as we need to be. So this is the spot to be. Montoya says, smash that like button like Draymond did to Yusuf Nurkic. Thank you, Mason. Appreciate you for that. That's absolutely awesome. Mason, I'm not putting your profile on the stream anymore until you go back to Darko, bro. That's crazy. Spody here says, what's the best case scenario this free agency for the Mavericks? I mean, you're seeing they're signing here now on the screen. This is who they got, D'Angelo Russell. Don't love this, but I understand it. D'Lo to Dallas. That is the most recent signing. Of course, Trey Jones to Chicago is another one. Let's go over to Bobby Marks as well. The Mavericks, this is an important thing to understand too. Mavericks are $1.6 million below the second apron, and they're now hard capped there because of the tax mid-level. So this is a real difficulty for them that they're going to have to try and overcome, and they're not going to really be able to. So there's going to be some real limitations here. Oh, wow. Holy cow. We got a trade. We have a big trade. Oh, my gosh. What a trade. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We've got a big trade here. Cam Johnson. Wow, we got a huge trade. Cam Johnson traded to the Denver Nuggets for Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 first round unprotected pick. Wow. I will give my updates here, or my trade grades here in just a second, but this is a huge trade. Huge trade at the very start of first day of free agency, and that's a big trade. Wow, trade. Let me I'm trying to update the banners here for you guys. There you go, updated now. Trade. Cam Johnson traded to the Denver Nuggets for MPJ and a 2032 first round pick. Wow. What a trade. I'm going to be giving my trade grades here now in just a second. This has some financial salary value here for the Denver Nuggets as well, because MPJ makes more than Cam Johnson. Wow, big trade here. Big trade, everybody. Finally got rid of Michael Porter Jr. Wow. Trade grades. Nuggets, A. Nets, A+. And I will explain my reasoning. Denver gets a significant high caliber role player upgrade here, but at the expense of their only tradable first round pick. MPJ, significant financial savings here too for Denver. And for the Nets, increased long-term flexibility, get a far out future one as Brooklyn pursues star talent down the road. This asset will be a part of a deal. Rent out cap space in the process. So, like MPJ's contract, whatever, like I think MPJ is going to be just fine. Here we go, too. 3-year, $28 million deal. Wow. Home run for the Grizzlies here. Grizzlies stay busy. Ty Jerome at, what is this, 9.13 or $9.33 million annually is a steal of a contract. Home run for Memphis. Really good contract for the Grizzlies there. That's fantastic. So a lot of news today in free agency. Of course, we had a huge trade. Some crazy stuff going on. Ty Jerome got the full room exception. Yep, there we go. So the room exception used, talked about that earlier as a possible avenue. So it's interesting. Okay, so they are trying to use. See, this is the question here. I don't know why they would do this unless they're planning on signing 2 extra guys. Like, which again, they didn't even really need to do it this way, but that's what they've chosen to do. So I don't love that for the Lakers, but I would have just tried to squeeze the first year into the biannual for LaRavia, but they chose not to. It was possible they could have done it, but they didn't, which is weird. This is Centel, dude. You guys got to stop sending me Centel stuff. Getting Cam Johnson with Jokic is going to be fire. Like, the only reason I'm giving an A to the Nuggets here is because Cam Johnson's a lot better at basketball right now than MPJ. So I do think for Denver, like, even though there's some long-term risk definitely involved, Dennis Schroeder will agree to sign with the Sacramento Kings. As predicted today, Schroeder lands in Sac with the Kings. Point guard play was a big priority. So we'll see if they continue adding on. But the Kings add a center here, or a point guard, excuse me. Ty Jerome goes to Memphis. We've had a lot of signings here all of a sudden. It's starting to get busy here pretty quickly. We've got Dennis Schroeder going to Sacramento. We've got a big trade between the Nets and Nuggets. I really like it for the Nets. Yeah, he's not going to hurt the tank at all. New one starting. I think, yeah, good for both teams. That's exactly how I would describe it too. Who did the trade? There's no GM. Well, this is why you can tell owners are very involved. Denver is getting a lot of financial flexibility with this. Memphis gets Ty Jerome, 3 for $28. Elite says overpay by the Nuggets. I think, Elite, you're overlooking some of the short-term salary ramifications of a deal like this. So you guys have to figure out, like, Christian Brown's contract is coming up. So, there's always money stuff that you guys aren't really thinking of. Mason, you got to stop. Joe Chim says Memphis looking like the Nets. They got 4 point guards now. No. I mean, we'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, that's a disgusting overpay. What am I even looking at here? This is Kevin Porter Jr. is not a good player. $5.5 million a year for him is ridiculous. Here's the here we go. This is the Dario Saric signing of 2025. That's terrible. For anyone who's going to argue that too, go look up his playoff numbers, please. You put this guy in a setting where you have to try and win and see what he does. Okay, this is not good. Not good for the Milwaukee Bucks, but they do ultimately keep Kevin Porter Jr. 2 years, $11 million with a player option. Holy cow. I don't know how Giannis is looking at this and saying, yeah, this is where I want to be. This is just not good. Dude, just so everyone, here we go. Let's just go over quick. I think this is going to be a good Kevin Porter Jr. playoff stats. Here we go. Just so everyone remember, the Bucks lost in 5 games this postseason and got absolutely worked. Here we go. In 5 games, or in the 5 playoff games he's ever played in his career, because he's never been a part of winning. He shot 39% from the floor. And this was with him shooting elite from 3, by the way, in a 5-game sample size, which obviously you're not going to be able to trust. He shot 46% from 3 and still had a 52% true shooting percentage. This guy's terrible. He was a minus 24 in 5 games. This guy is not any good. The Dario Saric signing of the playoffs is here, or of the offseason is here, and it is Kevin Porter Jr., who is not good. But sure enough, there we go. Bobby Mark says, trade opens up Denver having the ability to use most of their 14.1 non-tax mid-level. See, this is the other part of the trade. This is why I gave Denver an A grade for those saying overpay. Other implications regarding cap rules. So that's the thing about that trade too, is there's a significant financial savings because Brooklyn's also renting out cap space, and that's why Washington, a team with $100 million of cap space next summer probably, and a significant amount of space this offseason for Brooklyn, allows teams to make trades like this. And when you're the only team with cap space in the world, that's the only thing that works. So it's not surprising both Houston and Clippers got better after letting this guy go. That's the thing. At some point, you have to start looking at what's winning and what's winning in the NBA in general, and it hasn't been Kevin Porter Jr. There we are. There's that deal. 1-year deal for the Denver Nuggets. Bruce Brown Jr. is back in Denver. Love that. I talked about that about 2 hours ago. We talked about Denver as kind of a team to watch for Bruce Brown in a reunion. We had mentioned that about an hour or two before free agency started. So really crazy, but definitely love this for the Nuggets. Denver. So now let's quote this as well. Denver walks out of free agency at least with Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown. Boy, did they get better. Denver's pretty scary again. You saw how close they were to dethroning Oklahoma City this postseason. This is a great signing here. Really great signing for the Denver Nuggets. I think this makes them a lot better. Welcome everyone to the stream. 1,200 people watching live. Gorgeous says, "What's the point of player options?" So that players can sign it. It's not about becoming a math equation. It's just about watching the games and see who's actually good. Kevin Porter Jr. leads the league in like boneheaded turnovers as well, like dribbling the ball just straight out of bounds off of his foot or something stupid. Like Kevin Porter Jr. is not any good. If you think Kevin Porter Jr. is a great player, you've been watching too many TikTok edits. That's just the reality. He is not any good. Yes, Josh makes a great point. Kevin Porter Jr. was kind of nice when the Rockets were winning 18 games a year. Yes, we called it. Unlimited bringing up that we had talked about it. Really love to see him over there in Denver. Let's see if we have a price point on it. Cam Johnson via trade and bring back fan favorite and do it all. Forward's kind of an interesting positional title here. I don't think I would call Bruce Brown a forward, but really solid. Kevon Looney, 2-year deal. Wow, what? With New Orleans? Pay $8 million a year for a big after spending first-round picks on Yves Missi and Derek Queen in back-to-back drafts. Okay. This is Troy Weaver FC here. This is what Troy Weaver does. Troy Weaver is all about bigs. So Troy Weaver strikes again here. This is honestly, like, if you look at what Detroit was doing when Troy Weaver was still running them, like it was like every big man ever was on their team. So this is really bad. I don't really understand the point of it. That's not legit. Love the trade for Denver. Cam Johnson will be versatile, paired with Aaron Gordon. Yeah, exactly. I like this a lot for Denver. Denver's had a great start to their free agency here. This is, again, I don't understand this. So Kevon Looney goes to goes from Golden State to New Orleans. I don't know, man. This is Dumar's building a contender. Anything they can do to not have it be a top 5 pick next year, right? I was not expecting Kevon Looney to get 2 years, $16 million today, and not from a team that already drafted 2 centers the last 2 years. So this has Troy Weaver written all over it. Carl says, I love what the Nuggets did. Got Bruce Brown back, got a better player in the Michael Porter for Cam Johnson deal, and saved money. Great day in Denver. An absolutely great day in Denver. This is a really great start to free agency for them. This is just weird, man. I don't understand, really. Like, True Sports Live says, Sheldon, I think that Looney contract is a solid trade contract. I don't expect Looney to be in New Orleans for that whole contract. Over under 1.25 years in NOLA. I mean, the thing is, though, like, why, if that's the case, why wouldn't they just sign somebody who can help them play now? Like actually, like, win, because they owe their first round pick. So maybe they should have spent money on someone who actually fits their positional needs on the wing. I don't know, man. Well, Zach, I know you got to sell. Zach. So sorry, but I'm telling you right now, KPJ, he'll have an impact. I'm just not sure it's the one you want. Like, you guys are gonna be begging for Damian Lillard to come back pretty soon. We'll see. Queen, whether he's a 4 or 5, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, Kevon Looney is not going to help the Pelicans that much. Like, I've talked about Queen as a 4 more than anybody on YouTube. So first of all, go check out some of the videos that I've talked about that. Yeah, this is I think you're forgetting that, they have Zion Williamson too. So, like, what, you playing Zion at the 3? This is ridiculous. Weaver 100% believes the NBA was better in the 70s. Yeah, who needs to shoot threes? This is, dude, like, I'm sorry, but you can clearly tell this is honestly crazy. Like, I don't think you guys realize that, like, Kevon Looney was not playing a ton. That's just crazy to me. Here we go. There is significant trade interest in the marketplace on Coby White. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Eric says Hornets got to be cooking up something. I like Okogie, but not for $7 to $8 million. Derek Queen's already gained 40 pounds. I mean, probably knowing how New Orleans is going to go. Again, it doesn't matter that he plays the 4. I just don't. This is the thing. Like, the thing about Queen is you could play him as the 4 next to Messi, you could play him as the 5 next to Zion, and you had the positional versatility. This is not Zach. I wouldn't say handle the ball. To be completely honest. Oh man, no, New Orleans is just trying to win 32 games. It's a race to get out of the worst record in the NBA. So New Orleans has no interest in making the playoffs. Clearly. They just want to be not bad enough where that trade that they made is terrible. So, just for everyone to understand Kevon Looney, you guys do realize the last 2 years he played 16 minutes and 15 minutes, right? Like, this is not a guy who's an impact player anymore. He's been for his career average of 17 minutes a game. This is not a guy who should be warranting $8 million a year. Just to be completely honest with you, like, this is honestly crazy to me. Warriors are locked in on getting to an agreement with Al Horford after losing Kevon Looney. See, that's the thing. Horford, the Warriors might get Horford for cheaper than the Pelicans got Kevon Looney, and Horford's the better player. This is so weird to me, man. Like, if it would have even been like the biannual number, like $5 million or something, I've been like, okay, whatever, I don't care. But this is crazy. Leaky, thank you for being one of those viewers. You can spend your whole offseason watching me. Appreciate that big time, brother. Holiday here says they will win 50. They're doing a great job. Talking about if the Pelicans win 50 games, I will be utterly shocked. We'll do a Kevon Looney jersey giveaway if they win 50 games. Sam or Jonesy here says he's the best player who could come. Talking about Looney, I mean, sure. I wouldn't say he's a defensive specialist. A lot of Golden State's best defensive lineups were with him off the court, but sure. Highly disagree on my Pels getting Looney. We struggle with grabbing rebounds and the lack of size. You guys drafted a big man. You guys drafted someone who will be a hybrid center power forward for you. Like, this is the issue I'm still unsure of how we're not understanding. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's a pretty sizable contract for Kornet. Wow. Was not expecting that much money. A tad much for my liking, but the Spurs get their backup big. Definitely, I mean, I don't love it. $10 million a year for Kornet's a little much, but it's not terrible. It's less than the mid-level. So there we go. Luke Kornet signs with the San Antonio Spurs. We talked about him a little bit at length. You know, I did think they were going to go kind of more power forward oriented, like a bigger physical 4, but with length. But they chose to go full center. Appreciate you guys big time. Rad here says Coby White for Cam Whitmore and salary with a first. I don't think the Rockets will be in on Coby White, honestly. Kevon Looney here is known as great guy in the clubhouse. Yes, I continue to run into issues where people and fans are valuing guys in the clubhouse over winning games, and I just don't understand it. The whole point of the NBA is to be good. You want to win. Kornet ultimately leaves to go to San Antonio. And don't get me wrong, for New Orleans, I love Derek Queen. And I think Messi's going to be good. Muhammad here says the Spurs need to overpay now for players or get fleeced by others. A little bit overpaid. Bigs are getting paid, though. You know, this is talked about the value of size in the NBA. Skilled size works especially too. Cornette, we'll see how many threes he shoots moving forward. Obviously kind of came into the league as a stretch big. We'll see if that's something that carries over or not. Didn't shoot threes at all the last, multiple years for Boston. So wouldn't bank on that necessarily, but maybe San Antonio wants him to or asks him to. We'll see. Clubhouse Eagles smaller contract. Evan Bug says, you think there's a possibility Warriors get Bam? We'll definitely see what happens. I don't think Bam would be the guy, but I think more likely you're looking at Al Horford and or Nikola Vucevic. So teams, a lot of stuff going on. He is a good screen setter. That's one thing I like about Kevon Looney. But Mike says $10 million a year for a position of immediate need, covering for Wemby missing games or resting, and an A+ character guy. It's like, here's the thing. It's just a sheer overpay on his production historically. Again, you're looking at another 18-minute per game player for his career, and he's not like super young, honestly, too. Like I don't think people realize like Luke Cornett's about to turn 30. I don't think people realize that. Just one thing too. I don't think people really Luke Cornett turns 30 years old in July. Like this is one thing people don't understand about Cornett too. I think like because he's a lesser known player, everyone thinks he's younger than he is. The Gafford deal keeps looking better and better. At $20 million, like that's a legitimate starting center that you got for like basically the contracts of Kevon Looney and Luke Cornett combined. No, I don't think Trae Young will get traded. Celtics need to resign Al Horford now. I think the Celtics are anticipating a kind of down year where they're not trying to contend at the highest level anyway. I just think there's a big belief that some of these players are cheaper than they are. Wow, whoa! I was not expecting this. We got a signing here that I was not expecting at all. Wow, let's go over to Shams here. Clint Capella returns to Houston. What? On a cheaper contract, by the way. I was not expecting this. On a cheaper per year contract than Looney and Cornette. Houston going triple big this year. Crazy depth for Houston. This is a little weird to me. I don't understand it, but I don't understand it, to be completely honest with you. But this is what I'm talking about. He's cheaper. Somehow Clint Capella, who started like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games in his career, is cheaper than Kevon Looney, and he's better than Kevon Looney. So that's wow. I am shocked by this for Houston. I am very surprised by that. I don't think that's a terrible contract for Cornette. I just think it's a little bit of an overpay. And I think this Capella one shows that. Capella's making significantly less than Cornette and is better. But I am very shocked by this. This is one of the big surprises of the offseason. Houston's getting everybody. This is one of their last roster spots, and it's a big one. Christian here saying that the Rockets are trading for Giannis. I mean, you'd have to figure that this is a trade flexibility deal in mind, right? Like that they're trying to stack up some contracts. Steven Adams insurance. I mean, you could look at it that way too, right? Like the one thing about the Rockets too, unlike the Pelicans, like they're actually trying to contend. So at least having center depth is sensible in case of injury. But I don't know. The Pelicans will win like 32 games again this year, and Pelicans fans will tell me I'm stupid that their team knows what they're doing when they don't win a playoff series again and again and again and again. Like, I don't really understand this for Houston. I was not expecting them to do this, to be completely transparent with you guys. Man, crazy stuff that we got going on here. There we are. Expected this deal. Free agent guard Caris LeVert has agreed to a 2-year, $29 million deal with the Detroit Pistons, sources tell ESPN. There it is. Detroit lands Caris LeVert with Schroeder gone and Beasley in a weird spot. I'm going to just label that. Pistons get active with LeVert. Don't love Caris LeVert. I wouldn't probably give him this much money either. And this is where a lot of you are probably starting to realize, like, hey, if this guy's not a well-defined, like, very good role player, like, you probably shouldn't want to give him $8 to $15 million a year. Like, the worst case, some of these are tradable at least. Like, the Looney one's going to get traded probably. This one can get traded. I am shocked by this. This is still like very surprising to me. So Clint Capella ends up in Houston. I'm just kind of shocked here. LeVert ends up in Detroit like we had predicted would ultimately happen today. We had talked about him quite a bit earlier as a possible Pistons target. Rad here says makes sense now. Looking at Landale, Capella, Whitmore, and picks with a young player. I mean, we'll see what happens here, but definitely some flexibility. Caris to Detroit. Yep, LeVert is on his way here. Appreciate all of you for all of your awesome comments. Flexorcist says Atlanta GM keeping his job for getting that first overall pick next year from New Orleans. I mean, the Pelicans should be okay. Like, I don't think they're going to be as bad as Brooklyn and Washington, but it doesn't really matter because there's a lottery. So even if you don't have the worst record, like, you could still ascend a top 3 pick, and next year is a pretty damn good year to have a top 3 pick. So I don't think the Hawks are going to really worry about this too much, Elite. With the Rockets, this is, I think, the Rockets signing Capella and DFS. The Pistons landing LeVert. The Wolves keeping Nas and Randall. All signs point to the Hawks as the Nickeil Alexander Walker landing spot as predicted. So this is not surprising here at all. For me, coming in, Nickeil was a player that I predicted to land in. Nickeil was the player I predicted to land in Atlanta, and it's not shocking to me here. I'm going to go over to bookmarks, and here I am, 6 days ago now. At this point, this is what I tweeted 6 days ago. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna leave this on the back burner just in case something crazy happens. But it just seems like the Hawks are gonna get Nickeil Alexander Walker this offseason. That's what I felt the whole time. Sean Amick here says, by the way, the Bruce Brown reunion is per sources on a vet minimum deal. The Nuggets' new front office, very good. So this is good reporting here from Amick. Good contract update here on Bruce Brown. Back to Denver. Nuggets still have some of the to work with. So they've got not all of it because of their apron situation, but most of it. So the Nuggets are definitely going to be a team to watch for. We'll definitely see how this plays out. Yossi here saying the Rockets don't have enough remaining in their mid-level to sign Clint Capella to these terms. It looks like a sign and trade is coming either with this deal or for Dorian Finney-Smith. So my guess is here, my guess would center around Landale. Not sure if he would go to ATL or third team involved. We'll see what that sign and trade actually looks like. But I would have to imagine Capella here is on a sign and trade instead of Dorian Finney-Smith. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Here we go. Yep, that's minimum deal for Brown. That trade report one just aggregates information, though, by the way, just so you guys are aware. Like, he's just stealing information from other reporters and then passing it on as his own. So be careful about that. Don't want, plagiarism in any extent to be a part of that. But big news here. Mike says, don't forget that all these contracts are not just a cap burden. It's also fuel for trades. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Like, that's why I don't mind it for really any of them. It's not like I'm grading them as Fs, but, it's also doesn't make a lot of sense for New Orleans, if we're just being honest. Spoonfed, thank you for the 2, says, give me some hope on the Wolves. What are they thinking? Their Wolves are kind of locked in place. They just need one more guy on the roster. They do have some of the tax mid-level that they could use, but I don't really expect them to necessarily. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. Yes, I think Nickeil to the Hawks. I will be streaming tomorrow, Kyle. LeVert's solid. He's not great. He's solid. Kind of like a 7th, 8th guy on an okay team. I do think Nickeil is way better than LeVert, like Zach's saying here. I think Atlanta's going to upgrade big time this offseason. I think this is really good. Again, I think all signs point to Nickeil landing in Atlanta like I predicted. Zach says, am I surprised that Miles hasn't signed yet? No. I did not think he was going to be one of the first guys to sign tonight. I'm not shocked by this because you're looking at, kind of a tricky contract dispute, I'm sure, where, I'm sure the Pacers would love to be closer to $20 million. And I'm sure Miles Turner wants closer to 30. And I would urge Indiana to maybe stay away from that $30 million mark, but we'll see where they actually get. Vetman for Bruce is crazy. I think it's very good value. Very good value for Denver. Jamal says Wizards could have done with Clint. We don't have a starting center on the roster at this point. Sarr is more of a 4. I think if you're going to maximize your team long-term, Sarr's got to be the center anyway. So I'm all in on just playing him as the center. Appreciate you guys big time. I don't think the Bucks are going to be in on Nickeil, just to be completely honest with you. And this is kind of what I'm talking about too. Like, you see Bruce Brown sign for the minimum, and then these other teams are looking for, a 15-minute per game center on $8 million. Crazy. Interesting. So Capella's 3-year deal can start as low as $6.9 million. Cam Whitmore or Landale guaranteed at 3.3 works straight up for Capella at that number in a sign and trade. That could be the deal from Houston's perspective. We'll see if it is Whitmore. I do think more than likely it's going to be Landale, like I talked about. I tweeted that just a couple minutes ago. So my guess would center around Landale and sign and trade. Not sure if he would go to Atlanta or a third team involved. So Atlanta could try and clear some more money, or they could do this Landale thing, open up a small trade exception still in that process too. But I think a third team is what makes the most sense here. I think, Houston, the one thing about them is they're going to have pretty good trade flexibility going into the offs and into the deadline. And they're an actual contending team. So they, unlike New Orleans, they're not going to look to stack contracts together. The one thing about New Orleans, too, is you have to remember they committed more long-term money trading McCollum for Jordan Poole. Like, they ate Poole's contract for pick number 40 in this draft. So, I don't know, man. Who will the Clippers get? I had liked them as a Ty Jerome team. They're still going to be in on Chris Paul, though. Chris Paul could be the guy. So we'll see what ultimately happens there. So the one thing is the Rockets actually had room under the first apron, so they should be able to do this just fine under the first apron. So, Brandon, that's a great question. They should be able to be just fine. They had room under the tax even after getting Durant and signing Van Vleet's new contract. So they definitely have some flexibility, and they'll be able to, if they send out Landale, make everything work, which is why I think Landale's the guy who's gone in this. We'll see who actually goes. Of course, we're keeping up on all the news here. 1,200 people watching live. Appreciate you guys big time. Everyone be sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. We're at over 570 likes on the stream. Trisona here says, do you think the Rockets are trading for another superstar? No, not yet, but maybe. Maybe down the road. And Joe says, better eat something, Sheldon. I haven't eaten for like 9 hours at this point. So C. Brooks says, let's revisit your predictions. Yes, let's do that. Like I said beforehand, there was definitely going to be some that I had wrong. Not surprising. But a few that did materialize incorrectly. So, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like especially when you're doing something like a prediction of which teams are going to sign who when like you're just taking guesses. So this is the one I remember before this or during the stream earlier. I talked about these two probably being wrong. I talked about how I could either see them flipped or I could see Dallas going a different way. They went with D'Angelo Russell. I would have preferred Chris Paul for them, better player, but they went with D'Lo. D'Lo to Dallas. Ty Jerome ends up in Memphis. That was, of course, starting to gain steam after I tweeted this today. We had talked about that as a possibility. That's what happened. But I'm feeling pretty good about these other ones, right? Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets. Schroeder to the Kings. Aldama stayed with the Grizzlies. I still think Turner's going to end up in Indiana. It does look like still Nikhil is on track to end up, Miles Turner to Indiana, excuse me. Nikhil to Atlanta still seems to be on track. And then I still feel good about this Cam Thomas, Brooklyn, Josh Giddey, Chicago. Feel very good about those two. Of course, I'm kind of going out on a limb here with the Kuminga one. Could be Miami, could be Chicago, could be some other team that gets involved here or just staying in Golden State, although I don't think that's likely. The Lakers and Ayton still feels like kind of on track. And Horford, it does seem like things are trending today toward him being a Warrior. So those were my predictions, my big ones coming into tonight. Did not expect Cam Johnson to be a Denver Nugget, but I really like that for them. Earlier, I did talk about a possible trade. So either way, I guess the Rockets trade Cam Whitmore and cut Jock Landale at a minimum. This allows them to fit Dorian Finney-Smith under the $195.9 million hard cap. I mean, we'll see what they do. Like the one thing about that, though, is so this is with them factoring in Nate Williams, like under the 195.9. I think the one thing he's missing here is the $1.5 million difference between Nate and Cam, for example. That difference is not greater than 1.5. So let me look up Cam Whitmore's contract again just to make sure I'm correct on that. But Cam Whitmore this season is making, if my computer will load here. Spot Track might be broken too, by the way. So, 3.5. So, with his prediction here, like he's assuming Nate Williams is in at 2.2, like they could stay under the threshold either way. So, we'll see. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's wrong. I do think there's a decent chance that Whitmore gets traded today, but we will see. We will see what ultimately happens here. I don't mean this to be controversial. It's just true. This is the beginning of the end with the Lakers for LeBron James. Interesting. I'll definitely keep our eyes on that situation. Talked about that a bit today. Thank you guys for tagging me over here. Yossi does some really good work with the cap as well. So appreciate you guys all so much. Just to recap some of the deals, we'll go through Shams here. Karis LeVert to the Pistons, 2 years, $29 million. You got Capella going to the Rockets on a 3-year, $21.5 million deal. A little surprising to me. A little surprising for sure. Then you also have this deal here, Cornette going to the Spurs, 4 years, $41 million. You have Kevon Looney, 2 years, $16 million going to New Orleans. D'Angelo Russell's 2 years, $13 million with Dallas. Bruce Brown on a minimum going back to Denver, as well as Denver getting in a trade Cam Johnson. Kevin Porter Jr. to the Bucks, 2 years, 11. Ty Jerome, 3 years, 28 to Memphis. Here is that big trade that we talked about. And then, of course, Trey Jones, 3 years, 24 to Chicago. LaRavia, 2 years, 12 to Los Angeles. Some solid deals. Cam Spencer gets his first standard NBA deal. And Dorian Finney-Smith was the big beginning headliner on the first guy to swap teams as he goes from the Lakers to the Rockets today. Definitely a lot going on. Definitely a lot. NBA is in a great spot. A lot of busy moves tonight. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really appreciate you guys. Do I think the Chargers sign anyone? Surprisingly, no. Not during NBA free agency, Trey. Shout out to Pimp here. Thank you for the 2. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes behind. He says, what do you think Cam Thomas contract looks like? Somewhere in the ballpark of 4 years, 84, 4 years, 80, anywhere between $20 and $21 million a year is kind of what I'm projecting right now. I think he's worth more than that. So if he gets more than that, it wouldn't be like shocking. But I think they're going to look to stay roughly around like 1/6 or 1/7 of the cap. So you're looking, 14 to 18% of the cap is somewhere in that ballpark, which is, $20 to $24 million a year. Oxy here says Brooklyn trading Cam Johnson makes me wonder if they tried to trade up or not in the draft. I'm sure that they tried. Wonder if teams weren't really willing to move with them. Maybe that's the case. But Cornette to the Spurs. Yep, he signed in San Antonio for a little over $10 million a year. Not a super big time game changer, but definitely helps their center depth pretty significantly for when Wemby is off the court. Brook Lopez to the Clippers. Is that legit? Let's go over to Shams. Oh, yep, there we go. Wow, that's okay. Yeah, Brook Lopez, 2-year, $18 million deal with the LA Clippers. Clippers and Lopez's agents at Wasserman negotiated a new deal. So here's the thing. He got $1 million more per year than Kevon Looney. Get a backup big behind Zubac now with Brook Lopez. This gives Harden a pick and pop big man to work with. Figure Lopez's rim protection fits LAC's team defense well. Better in the West than East, given playoff matchups too. Makes the Yannick Conan Niederhauser pick weird. Honestly, the fact that they drafted Yannick Conan Niederhauser in the first round and then signed a backup center here is very strange to me. I don't quite understand. I really am not sure, but really not sure. But there we go. Brook Lopez, just $1 million extra a year over Kevon Looney. And Brook Lopez actually starts games and plays a lot. He is old and slow. I don't love Brook Lopez as an individual player at this point of his career, but definitely solid signing here, contract-wise. Supreme Chef Colby says, Cornette to the Spurs. Go, Spurs, go. Appreciate you big time, Chef Colby. Glad to have you here. Dang, not the LA team I was expecting. Yes, I thought Brook Lopez was more likely to land with the Lakers. Instead, goes to the Clippers here. Very interesting. Trisona here says Rob Pelinka needs to be fired. Guys, he just got you Luka Doncic 4 months ago. I think it's going to be just fine. Okay, I think you guys are doing okay. Again, Brook Lopez, I don't love as an individual player right now, but he is definitely better than Yannick Conan Niederhauser. So the Clippers definitely does improve just a little bit here. We'll see what happens. I don't think a Giannis trade is going to materialize, but you never know. Sham Sharania here has nothing on that, so I wouldn't bank on a Giannis trade up to this point until one actually, gets reported on or materializes. I mean, the thing is, you're drafting a third-year college player with the 30th pick. You guys do realize, like, ET, how about you watch Ryan Kalkbrenner play this year for Charlotte, and then we'll come back to this conversation. He probably wouldn't have had to sign Brook Lopez if he drafted Ryan Kalkbrenner. Which team would make me scratch my head? Well, the Clippers are making me scratch my head from their draft a few days ago still. The Clippers drafted 2 older college prospects who are both projects, and I didn't like it when they did it. I really don't like it now because I thought at least they would give Niederhauser a chance to play, and he's athletic, so I was like, whatever, maybe it'll work out because they have Harden who makes bigs look better than they are all the time. Brook Lopez, I mean, this is a little weird, but, he's at least big and block shots, so there's some value. I think the Pelicans continue to make me scratch my head. I don't really think there's like an actual long-term plan in place by Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver, which shouldn't be shocking if you know Troy Weaver's work. So, yeah, we'll see. Brook is a little washed. That's definitely part of the reality here. But he's lost a lot of foot speed. I agree. Trust me, no one was harsher on Rob Pelinka before he got Luka, but he got Luka, so now you guys just have to be okay with that. Yeah, Kalkbrenner's slow, but he's actually good. At the end of the day, like, being good is probably more important than being athletic. Unless you're like, here's the thing: the Clippers tried the Kai Jones thing, so we'll see how Yannick Niederhauser goes. So maybe this can be the great start of a TikTok edit if he turns into a Hall of Famer, which he won't. But James Harden, he just signed with the Clippers on a 2-year deal, so. Brook Lopez can't rebound either. Well, the thing is, you're looking at total rebounds, and you're factoring in for a stretch big man to get offensive rebounds. That's not really how basketball works. So let's go back over to Bobby Marks. This will probably be part of the mid-level exception for the Clippers. Yep, it's exactly what it is. So they still have a bit of room with that non-tax mid-level. They could go sign another guy yet. Of course, they were able to get Harden and Batum back as well. So. The Clippers have added to their roster a little bit this offseason. They had a couple draft picks. They took some guys who probably won't factor in too much. No, this is not someone to actually trust. I do think he's probably right with that information, but I think he's just tweeting stuff that is likely to happen to look smart. So I agree with this, Elite TV. I do agree with that for sure. Lopez is old, so shout out to Meep. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat. Wake Up says, think Detroit signs Beasley for a bargain and risk losing losing Beasley to the allegations. Well, the thing is, if you're Malik Beasley, you're going to probably wait to sign. You're not going to just sign for cheap now. So I think that's going to be a difficulty. The Pistons are going to have his rights, so they might just wait. They'll have early rights on him. I'm comparing him to Yannick Niederhauser, who you're hyping up for the Clippers, who hasn't played a day in the NBA yet either. So, I'd probably settled down on Yannick Niederhauser. The nice thing is he finally had a positive BPM for one time in college. The first couple of years he didn't. So, he had one positive year in college basketball, and it was not really that positive. So, I don't know, man. It's my favorite thing is everyone knows that NBA GMs screw up, but then you go on a stream and tell people that they screwed up, and then they tell you that you're stupid. So Penn State was barely above 500 this past year, by the way. So we'll see. Everyone knows that teams make mistakes, and then you try and point out those mistakes when they happen, and then no one believes you, and then years later they say, oh yeah, you were right. Like, Pistons fans hated me when I said Killian Hayes was an F grade draft pick. So remember, he wasn't even invited to the Combine to start. He was a non-Combine invite. He was a G League Elite Camp invite because he did not have a good enough season in college basketball to warrant a Combine invite, and then he became a first-round pick. It's crazy. Appreciate you guys. Stefano says Lakers need to sign or trade for two centers. They're definitely going to bring in at least one this offseason for sure. They still have a biannual exception and a decent amount of their mid-level exception left. So Slick here says Cleveland Cavaliers needs one more move at the center spot, and we will get ready to rock. Lakers need to get Nick Richards. I hope not. Nick Richards is another guy who's not good. Suns fans were mad at me when I said that when they traded 3 second-round picks for him, and then they proceeded to not get better. No Respect here says, do you still think Ayton goes to the Lakers? With the way that they structured this, it's a little weird. There's still a good chance, right? But we'll see. Did we talk about the Rockets? Yes, we did, but they are one of my big surprise teams of the offseason so far. One of my big surprise teams of the offseason, just with what they were able to do. Here we go. I I don't know. This idea of playing like that Capella is much different. Like, I don't know. I don't really buy that as much, but it's okay. It's whatever. Appreciate you guys all a ton. When it comes to the Rockets, so yeah, I just want to make sure I'm able to answer this here for you, Abe. I'm very surprised by what they've been able to do. I did not think they were going to get Capella back. This was like not on my radar at all this offseason. They got 3 bigs now. They've got depth insurance. We'll see how much each one of them plays. They have like an 11-man rotation, and then if they trade Cam Whitmore, they've got a 10-man rotation with 3 different centers, and like Dorian Finney-Smith's a 4. So I don't know. We'll see, but definitely a crazy start for them. I really like the Dorian Finney-Smith signing though. And chosen one, sorry. Pistons catching strays right now. We get it. No Beasley, Killian trauma. Now we have to settle with LeVert. I'm sorry, Pistons fans. Duck and cover. I didn't mean to throw any shade there, but I'm just saying, like, the most dangerous time of the year is 3 days after the draft, when everyone starts to sell themselves on their team's draft picks because they watched highlight reels of him. Like, Yannick Niederhauser should never have been a first-round pick, and the fact that, like, we're talking about the same organization that picked Kobe Brown at 30. They picked Daniel Oturu in the high 30s or in the early 30s. They picked Fiondu Kabengele in the first round. I'm sure that Clippers fans loved all those picks too. So, Adam here says, any thoughts on Şengün being moved after this signing? No, he will not be moved. Şengün is the franchise cornerstone. He is the best player on the team. He is not getting traded. Hen City says Suns fans believe in Richards. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Weird offseason. Some teams are point guard heavy, wing heavy. Some are hoarding centers. It's definitely a lot of craziness going on right now. Some teams that need certain things are going other ways. I thought the Rockets would probably prioritize guard this offseason, and they've signed Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a power forward in today's game, and Clint Capella, who is, of course, the center. So Robert says, full respect for you and the manner in which you deal with uninformed comments. Appreciate you, Robert. I mean, at the end of the day, like, people are entitled to their opinion, but if they disagree with me, I will disagree back and assert why I believe what I believe, which comes from hours and hours and hours and hours of study and film and all that stuff. So, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So, yep, Sack signed Dennis Schroeder. They need a point guard. Kingdom here says Rockets and Nuggets biggest winners for me thus far. I really like what Denver's been able to accomplish. Now it comes with some significant long-term risk, which is why I prefer it a little bit for Brooklyn. But the Nuggets are definitely good enough to be a team to watch for sure. Yossi here says Clippers use most of their mid-level exception. Yep, they are $8 million below the first apron hard cap. Could get $4.8 million more of flexibility by waiving Eubanks. So the thing is, they don't really need to actually waive Eubanks here at that $4.8 million mark. And the reason for that, let's just do some number crunching here. They have $5.3 million left in their mid-level, right? They have $8 million here and 2.7 between those two things. Like, you can fill out your roster with another part of your mid-level and then minimum signings and stay below this number without having to waive Eubanks. Now, if they want, like bird rights, like if they want to use their early bird rights on a guy to pay a little bit more, like if they keep Ben Simmons, maybe that's when you'd waive Eubanks, but it's not necessary, but definitely good reporting there from him for sure. Anything is better than Zach Collins. This is true. Zach Collins was terrible for the Spurs, so it's a great point by Link there. Okay. All right. Now we're getting to hear how Brook Lopez is going to teach Yannick Niederhauser how to shoot. Okay. That's my favorite thing. Every guy pre-draft who can't shoot, hey, we can teach them. I got to talk with a lot of NBA GMs and stuff. I was in Vegas a few years ago, and I got to talk with them, and they all were like, "Oh, well, guys who learn how to shoot become so good." That's really not the case in the NBA. Like, sometimes it happens, but for every one guy that learns how to shoot out of nowhere, there's 30 guys that didn't pan out. So, Texas Sports says Sheldon Capella to Houston ended up being your signing nobody expected. And I know I'm still baffled. I was not this is like I had no out of every going into free agency throughout the end of the offseason or the beginning of the offseason, end of the postseason, everything, I start looking pretty in depth. I cover every single free agent on YouTube. I have a huge video that comes out every year with all 100 something, all 200-ish free agents every year. At no point in time did I think Clint Capella would be a Houston Rocket again this offseason, but that's how it goes. Duke here says, I love Nola deals. You hate them. I mean, that's the thing. It's fair to like them, if that's your perspective. Here's the thing. I want to be clear. I like Derek Queen a lot for New Orleans, and I thought Jeremiah Fear's pick has some significant upside for them. I don't love the Jordan Poole trade at all. I was very surprised by that. And I really, really am not sure about, don't get me wrong, there's no risk here in signing Kevon Looney. It's just whatever. It's not like we're not going to look 10 years from now and say, oh my gosh, the Pelicans screwed up by signing Kevon Looney. But you can dislike a signing without it being an absolute failure. So that's the thing. I would have rather had them use exception for trade reasons. You know what I mean? So Offset, what signing would look like for the Pistons? I'm not a fan of the backup power forward position. I think it's more likely they look at shooting. They've lost a significant amount of shooting. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a free agent. We don't know what's going to happen with Malik Beasley. We'll see. But been live for over 6 hours today. Appreciate everyone in here. Oh, there we go. We have a signing. And it's a pretty interesting one. Sham Charania here reporting. Luka Garza has signed a 2-year, $5.5 million fully guaranteed deal with the Boston Celtics. Wow. So good for Luka Garza. Celtics lose Cornette, but now add the former Iowa Hawkeye legend on a multi-year deal worth significantly less, if I can type. Could be a real chance for Garza this season. So Garza, here's the thing. Garza cannot pass the basketball at all. Obviously, very talented post scorer. His game does not fit the NBA, really. But we'll see. Yeah, that's a good point, Wiley. Size wins in the NBA. That's what we've been talking about. Here we go. This is what I've been saying. This is not shocking. Let me go over to the bookmarks. This is very unsurprising to me. We will add on our little post there. And I think this is big news. Talked about the Hawks and their trade exception over 6 days ago at this point. They have plenty of room between their position right now in the tax. Nickeil Alexander-Walker was the guy that I've always thought for them was going to be the target this offseason. And now, according to Jake Fisher here, which thank you to everyone for tagging me in. Appreciate you guys big time. We are going to go take a look, and here it is. Atlanta and Minnesota are in active conversations on a sign and trade for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So not shocking at all. This is what I thought was going to happen for a while here. Appreciate you guys all for the tags over on Twitter. Make sure that we're keeping up on all the news. And like I said, this is, again, not shocking to me. This was one of the most surprising things, or unsurprising things of the offseason. Predicted it today earlier. Yes, this is going to be a sign and trade, Carl. This will be a sign and trade for the Hawks and Rockets. Atlanta and Minnie working on a sign and trade now. Yep, this is exactly what we have been looking at and talking about for a long time here on the channel. So shout out to you guys. Really glad that we could predict this ahead of time, and it's going to happen. So Curry says, my goat, how's the stream going? Been a lot of fun. Over 1,100 people watching live. Xavier says Spurs spend money on a stiff Cornette. I mean, It's not too much money though. It's whatever. Zach says is Garza going to be really our center? Probably not starting, but he'll be a part of it. James, thank you for your comment. Carter wants to know who the Hawks will be sending. Nobody. The Hawks will send nobody in this trade, I think. It's possible that there's some little small nugget in the deal. Danielle, okay, here we have reporting from Danielle. Not sure the Rockets have either the roster spots or the exceptions to sign both Capella and DFS. Would expect another move, working to track down details. Cam Whitmore may be on the move, but I don't think it's to Atlanta. We're going to have to keep our eyes on Cam Whitmore. We'll see where he goes. Here we go. Shams Charania. There it is. There's the deal. A little bit more than the mid-level exception. Not much more. Probably starting right at that mid-level exception number. On a multi-year deal around the value of the non-tax mid-level exception. We'll see what the S&T looks like. So again, this is not shocking. We've talked at length about Nickeil. This is really good for Atlanta. The Hawks have done a tremendous job, all things considered. The Hawks offseason grade is going to be super good. Landing Porzingis, Asa Newell, and a 2026 first via NOLA is such. The big win, like it's either the Hawks or Rockets, right, as the big winner. The Hawks have done tremendously well. This is an absolute home run for them. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's really darn good. This is the exact kind of player that they needed. This is another very good fit onto their team. $15 million a year is not an overpay in my opinion. This is about what he's worth. Starting right around the mid-level exception number. You think about it, Dorian Finney-Smith just got paid this much, and Nickeil's much younger than him, much more athletic than him, and a better point of attack defender at this point in time. So this is an absolute home run. Shoots the corner three ball really well. Just a little bit of playmaking juice. Love Nickeil as a player. I really love Nickeil as a fit here for Atlanta. I think the Hawks got way better this offseason. I mean, way better. This team, let's take a look at it now. Hawks rotation. So you're looking at Trey Young, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. You've got Dyson Daniels. You've got obviously Zachary Reese-Shea. You've got Jalen Johnson. You've got Kristaps Porzingis. You've got Onyeka Okongwu. You've got Asa Newell in the mix here. Let me pull up their roster just so I don't miss anybody too off the top of my head. Obviously, I have all of the rosters memorized for the most part, but when you're streaming and talking live, you don't want to miss anybody. We'll see what they do with Larry Nance. Obviously that'll be a question for them. They have Kobe Buffkin. We'll see what his role in future looks like on this team. But really good stuff for Atlanta up to this point. And they've just nailed it, right? They've done a tremendous job on the fringes of their roster. So let me pull up their cap table. Here we go. So going into next year, obviously they have no LeVert anymore. They traded Mann, but they've still got Buffkin, Krejci, Gay. They declined the option on Barlow, so we'll put Buffkin here. This is a really good team. Like the top 8 of their roster is very, very good. That both Houston and Denver have done great. So I think, those three teams tonight are like kind of the big winners for me here. That's funny. We'll see how this season goes on that. I don't know. Who won the Bronny James sweepstakes? Shout out to everyone watching here. Yeah, I do agree that Nikhil's more of a 2, but I think what the Hawks are trying to do is maximize their lineups when Trey's in the game. Like Nikhil's not a true point guard for sure, but he's going to do a little bit of the playmaking. And I think, you're going to have Bufkin. Like, I don't know. Is Bufkin going to be a backup point guard really either for you? I really think it's going to be like when Trey's out, you're going to have both Daniels and Nikhil in, right? And you're going to kind of do point guard by committee. So it doesn't like these, these are kind of like loose positional structures. There's going to be times where Okongwu plays the 4 and you're going to play Porzingis and Okongwu. This is what? I really like this. Atlanta can play big with Porzingis and Okongwu together. They can play fast with probably Okongwu at center, Jalen and Risa Shea and Daniels and Nikhil. You have a defense go Burr lineup. Like this team's going to be so fun. This lineup is probably going to win 48 to 52 games next year. So we'll see. Wise Citizen says, utility, my Rockets looking nice. Definitely agree. Static says Rockets getting Giannis confirmed. Unlimited says best unrestricted free agents are Yabu, Horford, Chris Paul, Boucher, Kennard, Tyus, Mann, and Ayton. Appreciate you. ITK says he just joined. Let's recap the news here today for everybody, just so that we can catch up on all of the news. So Nikhil, most recently, he's the most recent signing, 4-year, $62 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks. Luka Garza, 2-year, $5.5 million deal with the Boston Celtics. Brook Lopez, 2-year, $18 million deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. Karis LeVert, 2-year, $29 million deal. You got Capella, 3 years, $21.5 with Houston. That was one of the big shocks up to this point. Cornette, 4 years, $41 million with San Antonio. I do think there was a bit of sticker shock here for me. I tried warning people about sticker shock. This is still a little rich for me. I thought he would have been closer to about half the mid-level than a vast majority of it. But that's the case. Looney goes to the Pelicans for 2 years, $16. D'Angelo Russell, 2 years, $13 with Dallas. I think that's solid. Bruce Brown, minimum contract with Denver, which I really love. Kevin Porter Jr., 2 years, $11. Ty Jerome, 3 years, $28. I mean, Denver, of course, traded for Cam Johnson, and they gave up Michael Porter Jr. and their future first-round pick, the only tradable first-rounder they had. Big trade, obviously. There's the D-Lo one. Trey Jones, 3 years, $24. Jake LaRavia, 2 years, $12. Definitely think there's a lot at play here. But Parker says I don't know ball. We'll check in on this. This is one that we're going to come back to, okay? And when the Bucks underperform again and Giannis maybe asks out or whatever, we'll see what ultimately happens. No source, but vibe is maybe Miles isn't happy with whatever Indy could offer. I mean, that's just speculation. I'm not going to bet too much on that. It's 2027 Cleveland second-round pick. So Hawks are sending a second-round pick in cash to the Timberwolves. So Timberwolves will open a Sizey trade player exception with this sign and trade, get an extra asset, and cash again. Smart little work for Tim Connolly, who had no real pathway to keeping Nah, unfortunately. So yeah, the Wolves were just going to lose him, especially once they had kept Julius Randle. There was just no pathway here to keep Nah, and that's the case. So we'll see what happens, but the deal is in. Nikhil, and we're going to go over to Shams too, who just confirmed it himself with his own reporting. Atlanta is sending 2027 second round pick via Cleveland and cash to Minnesota. Of course, trade exception, which these two have not tweeted. Fisher and Shams did not tweet about, but that's the most important part of this deal. This is, again, something people aren't going to understand, but trade exceptions are more important than second-round picks in a lot of cases, especially bigger ones. This is going to be a pretty decently sized trade exception, and down the road could be a little useful tool for Minnesota as the cap continues to escalate. If I go to my profile here and scroll down a bit past the start of free agency, I tweeted that. Let's see where I can find it. I think it was a little bit further past this. A little bit after this, I think. Well, this was an important one too. Sign and trade, salary dumps, exceptions are all important. I think it was a little bit after this. If I'm able to find it. Here we go. So, yeah, here it was. Nickeil Alexander-Walker sign and trade has huge potential ramifications for the Wolves. Salary cap continues to spike. Wolves' flexibility long-term improves. Receiving a sizable TPE for the future is very good, as promised. So, yeah, this is, I think, a very important thing to remember and ultimately point out that completely played out the way that I expected this offseason too for Atlanta. The Hawks have had a great offseason. They did a great job here. The Nickeil signing is very, very good. And like I said 6 days ago, this is them getting Nickeil. And it's really good for them. Like it a lot. Future Fox says, thank you, Utility Sports. Appreciate you guys a ton. I'm going to take one quick break over from the Twitter. Hopefully no breaking news happens here in the next 30 seconds. But I'm just going to go over to this right here. We're going to update the live subscriber count. Look at that. Up almost 100 subscribers since the last time we checked. Appreciate you guys big time. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying. George says, good job, Utility Sports. Appreciate you, George. Dante says, Suns need to shed more money. Watch for a stretch and wave. Oh, we do have a deal. Let's go back over to Twitter. I told you that maybe I was going to jinx it. We got that deal coming in now. Let's go over to Mike A. Scotto with the reporting. Tyus Jones is nearing a deal with the Orlando Magic. We had chat earlier calling it. Chat called it. Good job, chat. Tyus Jones to Orlando, filling out that backcourt. Love what the Magic have done for their short-term roster with Banchero and Wagner. So obviously, what a good offseason from Orlando. Another team that you could argue is a huge winner, like walking out with some big acquisitions here. Interesting development. Rockets don't have the cap space. Yes, we will. Josh, this is going to be something with Whitmore or Landale, or both possibly. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff to keep our eyes on here. Tyus Jones, 1 year, $7 million deal with Orlando. Pretty hefty price, but a good one. Tyus Jones cashes in after a weird year in Phoenix. Orlando should give him some real opportunity to lead the team for stretches. Don't think he'll be a starter, but maybe in stretches he will be, depending on injuries and stuff. So we'll see what ultimately happens, but a lot of crazy stuff. A lot of crazy news today. Dark Reapers, you called it. Chat called it, guys. You guys did an absolute job. Bang on job here. Shout out to Toxic. Shout out to Dark Reaper. Appreciate you guys. Sanic wants to know Suns backup point guard options. Chris Paul is the one that has been most heavily linked to Phoenix as of late. So that's the guy we're going to keep our eyes on. Teammates Unite says Jones. I mean, yeah, I'm not a big Tyus Jones fan, but for $7 million, I mean, it's cheaper than Kevon Looney. So I think that's how I'm going to justify every signing now. If it's cheaper than Kevon Looney, it's a steal. Just kidding. It's not like Kevon Looney's a terrible player. I don't want to be aggregated saying that or something. But Elite TV says, man, Orlando looking good. This is exactly what they needed. Their offense got a lot better, that's for sure. And they have the team defense to hopefully protect some of these smaller guys that they're bringing in. So Orlando doesn't care about defense, I guess. I mean, well, the thing is they still have a lot of good defenders. Bane's a very solid defender. Jace Richardson, despite being small, has some good defensive tape. Like, there's not a lot to hate for sure. So shout out to the Hawks, man. This team is going to be pretty good. This is a very solid roster. Nickeil is a tremendous fit here for them. They're going to have a lot of defense, a lot of event creation. They're fast. I think that's the one thing, like looking at this roster, man, this team is fast. They're fast, and I like that a lot for them. They've got some playmaking juice, right? Dyson can play make a bit. Buffkin a little if he sees the court much this year. On the Nickeil, he can pass the basketball pretty solid. Santa says calling it Duncan Robinson to Detroit. I think there's a good chance of that for sure. We'll see how that materializes. Santa says I actually like Clarkson to Phoenix. I don't like Clarkson to Phoenix. I hope that they stay away from that and go with more of a legitimate point guard, someone like Chris Paul. CJ Starling says my Warriors aren't making any moves. They're probably right now in the thick of what we call sign and trade negotiations, one of the hardest things to actually accomplish and figure out. But if they're able to get one done here around Jonathan Kuminga, that's going to be their big move, right? Runner Flash says, could Clippers maybe sign Trey Mann to get younger a little, or will they just keep getting veterans? Hard to keep up with the young teams. I think they're going to be veteran-centric with the start of what they did with Brook Lopez. They still have part of their mid-level available, so we'll see. But Yakir says, any idea on why Miles Turner hasn't re-signed? Again, I think there's just contract numbers that they're trying to work through. Like, you're talking about, probably a $7-8 million difference between the two sides. I don't think the Pacers want to commit $30 million to him. And I think it'll be hard for the other team to it's not under the tax. This is under the I think, to be honest, I think he means the second apron. So I think this is a little bit of a typo here from Yossi, but yes. The Magic have a significant commitment of salary spending on their roster, so we'll see. We will see. Keith Smith here says Tyus Jones will likely come out of the non-tax mid-level. So here's the thing. This is I don't understand. Let's pull up the cap table for the Magic just to point out something. So with them declining Mo Wagner's team option, they have, before that, they had over $209 million committed. Before that, okay? I don't know where these people are getting these numbers, like, at all. I have no idea where these numbers are coming from, to be honest with you, because from what I'm looking at, Franz makes 38.6, Bane makes 36.7, Suggs makes 35, Boncaro and Isaac together make 30, Wendell Carter makes 11. You're looking at significant money already on this roster. So I don't know where they're getting this this number from, to be completely honest with you. I'm just going to do some quick math here. 38.66 plus 36.7 plus 35 plus 30.3 plus 8.3 plus 7.8 plus 5.5 plus 3.8. That's $166 million for not even 10 players, and then they have a cap hold on Mo. They're going to have about $4 million, $5 million committed to Jason Penda. I don't really understand where they're getting these numbers from, to be completely honest with you. So we'll see. They're going to have a hard time filling out their roster I don't know. I think the Magic long-term flexibility is going to be very interesting to watch. But there are rumors on a potential sign-and trade involving Malik Monk instead of your average unrestricted free agent signing. Not sure what is unfolding behind the scenes. I don't know. Aspiring sports journal. I don't know. I don't want to be rude, but we'll see if that's actually a legit thing. Adam wants to know my thoughts on what the Cavs do this offseason. They probably are keeping the majority of their roster around. So, Adam, thank you for following over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys all a ton. We've been live for 6.5 hours up to this point. Steven, I did talk about Brook Lopez to the Clippers. I actually talked about it at length, but I'll recap it quick for you. Lopez goes to the Clippers for 2 years, $18 million, $9 million a year. Gives Harden and pick and pop big to work with. Definitely can protect the rim for them a bit. And I think fits better in the West than he does the East. So, yeah, Dante, this is my point. Like, they have 11 roster spots filled, and they're at $170 million before Tyus. So I don't really know where these guys are getting their numbers because if they are holding on to Mo Wagner's cap hold, unless they fully renounce Mo Wagner, which no one has tweeted yet, with Mo Wagner's cap hold, they are over the first apron. So this is the one thing that, like, I don't know. We'll see what happens with the Mo Wagner contract, if they actually keep him or not. But right now they're going to be limited. So we'll see. But I do like Brook in terms of his shooting for the Clippers. I don't love his foot speed. But again, you're trying to match up with the Nuggets. You won 7 games with them in the first round. Having another 7-footer who's actually decent, and Brook Lopez is going to help you. So definitely some value there. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really appreciate you guys a ton. Somebody wake up Pat Riley. Yeah, Suggs makes $35 million. His contract is descending, luckily. So for Jacob wants to know what the aprons are. So for anyone wondering, the aprons are these new CBA mechanisms that are in this new CBA that have never been in the NBA before. The first one's about $9 million north of the tax, and then the second one's about another $8 million north of that, roughly. And the aprons come with their own set of rules. It's basically in place to deter spending. Teams didn't want a team like Golden State to be able to spend $400 million on their roster to try and win. They wanted balance and parity and spending limitations. So ultimately, the second apron almost works like a hard cap with some significant rules on like how you can only retain a certain number of players and some of the long-term fallouts of signing guys. Like if you're in the second apron, you lose draft picks down the road and they get moved to the back of the first round. You can no longer trade them. There's just rules in place that limit that. And then if you break one of those rules, so for example, if you use the non-tax mid-level or whatever, or let's say you use the tax mid-level, you can't go into the second apron. So if Minnesota uses their tax mid-level this year as a first apron team right now, they can't go into the second apron at all during the entire season. So Julian here says, Utility Sports, our Rockets working on a sign and trade with the Lakers for Dorian Finney-Smith. Looks like we can get Whitmore and Landale. It looks more like the Hawks are going to have a sign and trade for Dorian around the deal. So we'll see. See, this is the issue, though. That's what I'm saying is like they don't have a full roster. So this is like basically, I guess from my understanding, Yossi here is saying that he's basically not accounting for Mo Wagner at all being back, which I thought he was going to be back, but maybe he won't be. Maybe them declining the team option was just saying, hey, we're done with you completely, which I didn't expect them to do to Franz's brother, but maybe that's what they're doing. I thought Mo gave him pretty solid minutes this year, and they need to shed some salary in other areas. So we'll see what they do. Notice they could use a Cam Whitmore here. Cam Whitmore can make some sense for the Hawks, given what they are kind of lacking on their wings here. You're looking at an upgrade over Bufkin for sure, and someone who can be a legitimate 3 next to Risa Shea. This would be a dream offseason for Atlanta if they walk out with Cam Whitmore, who at this point still isn't a good player, but is young and athletic and fast, so fits a lot of what they're doing. Yeah, the aprons, that's part of why the offseason's been a little bit slower here. Josh Hives with the 2 here, thank you, says that 2026 pick Atlanta is looking really good. Yeah, the one that they got from New Orleans, that pick is looking juicy. So, yeah, the Hawks have done really well this offseason. It's been a dream offseason for them. They've taken advantage of some teams. I did not think the Rockets were going to be in on Clint Capella, but if they can turn that into Cam Whitmore instead of losing him for nothing, that's awesome. Absolute home run so far for Atlanta this offseason. Vincent here says, are the Blazers done this summer? Is there any chance they package Jeremy, Time Lord, and some serious draft capital for a superstar? Maybe that would entice someone to buy the team. If they're looking at what happened with the Lakers just now, maybe that's the best way to go about it, right? Like, push some chips in, go get Giannis. Like, they have the assets to actually do it. Not sure that'll happen. Is Cam Whitmore like Cam Reddish, but Whitmore's just a better scorer? No, Cam Reddish was never good. Cam Whitmore actually has a chance of being pretty good. Cam Whitmore is actually a good scorer. Like, he just can't do other stuff. Like he can't pass. I swear to God, he's blind. But I mean, Cam Whitmore is better than Cam Reddish for sure. Cam Reddish just lived off of mixtapes in high school, and I mean, he didn't have a good year at Duke his freshman season, and still was drafted very high. But Cam Whitmore is like legitimately a better player than Cam Reddish ever was. But JK here says, really looking forward to the Texas Triangle cage match this season. Dude, that's going to be a battle between those three teams. Elite TV says, waiting to see Kuminga and Grimes news. These are the guys I think are big names left still. It's not a surprise. Restricted free agency goes slower. We haven't seen any big restricted free agent moves other than Santi Aldama, so we'll see. Oh, my God. I just don't understand. I hope when I'm sassy, I swear I come up with some of the funniest stuff. I'm not gonna lie. B Murphy, thank you so much for the 2. He says, is Terrence Shannon going to take over Nickeil Alexander's role? Yes, he will. Expect Terrence Shannon Jr. to play a ton. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We got news here. There we go. There it is. Nigel Hayes Davis, EuroLeague champion, finals MVP. There it is. Someone said it was going to happen tonight. There it is. Nigel Hayes Davis signs. Of course, was with in the NBA, actually played 9 career games before. In those 9 games, he did not succeed. He spent 2 games with the Lakers, 2 games with the Raptors, and 5 games with the Kings. Averaged 3 points, shot 33% from the floor, 25% from 3. But we will see if we can pull up his Europe stats here and take a better look for what he was able to do in the EuroLeague this past year. So this most recent season for Fenerbahce, he scored a total of 650 points, shot basically 50% from the floor, just a hair below it, and then 91 of 222 from 3. So definitely a solid chance here. Solid chance for Nigel Hayes Davis. He actually had a really good year this past year. So coming from Fenerbahce this past season, he shot just under 50% from the floor and made 91 of his 222 three-point attempts, which I'm going to pull up my calculator now to do the math on, which is 40.99%. So, you know, a guy who has a legit chance here in Phoenix to catch on. The Suns have been very creative in their flexibility this offseason. Kavari, thank you for the 2. He says, why are the Warriors missing out on everybody? Right now they're working mostly on a sign and trade for Kuminga, I'm sure. We'll see what happens with them. But I think, you know, when you have a restricted free agent, things tend to go slower for you. So Suns keep adding salary. Maybe they're going to waive Beal. I think you're going to see a stretch and wave for Bradley Beal, to be honest with you, if I had to guess. Like, not guaranteeing that, but I think there's a good chance. Suns executives and Hayes Davis agent finished details tonight on the Eurostars deal in Phoenix. So there you go. Nigel Hayes Davis comes over, 2-time EuroLeaguer, first-teamer, returns to the States in the NBA. So there's the guy, right? There is the guy. Maybe we'll have to do a video on him very soon here. Orlando's still better than the Hawks with all the moves they made. I mean, yeah, Orlando's a very good team. Definitely think their roster is going to be very hard to beat this year. Like I've said multiple times, Orlando's probably winning 50 to 55 games this next season. Julian wants to know when I think the Ayton to the Lakers deal will happen. If it happens, it'll happen at some point tonight, I'd have to imagine. But definitely a good chance that we see Ayton land in Los Angeles. If not That's cold. He was a killer in Europe. I mean, he was shooting the ball really well. We'll see how much of that holds over. Sometimes these guys who find success in Europe come back and the NBA game's a little bit harder for him, but we'll see. There we go. Love to see that. But yeah, he had a really good season for Fenerbahce this past year. So I'm very excited about that. Wolves get Brogdon or this offseason as a dumpster fire, says John Lewis. We'll see. Chad called it, though, with Tyus Jones, and he got a pretty good payday, $7 million. Pretty surprising to me, honestly, that he got that much. Josh here says, who are the best free agents available? Some of the top ones I'm going to try and update here quick. So Nikhil is off the board. We still have a bunch of restricted free agents available. Ty Jerome's off the board. Schroeder's off the board. D'Lo's off the board. Looney's off the board. Brooke Lopez is off the board now, as is Clint Capella. Bruce Brown is off the board. There we go. It should be updated here now. Karis LeVert's off the board. There we go. So let's save this. There you go. Best available free agents are down there on the bottom, starting now. So there you go. There are some of the top guys still available at this point in time on the ticker there down below. Make sure you check it out as we're going through. AKF here says, Sheldon, what teams do you think are in on Miles Turner? Could the Lakers realistically get him? I don't think the Lakers are going to get Miles Turner. To be completely transparent with you, I would just be pretty shocked by that. So, no, I would bet against that, but you never know. Brian says, just coming back, was on a Pistons live stream for a bit. Detroit is cooked. If I was Beasley, I'd bet that Cade gets mysteriously injured in the first half of the season. I mean, Beasley's already doing enough betting for himself, it looks like. Not actually. I'm just making a joke. Do not get me in trouble, guys. Sean Johnson says Clarkson would be a slam dunk for the Knicks. Clarkson's okay. Clarkson's a solid player. Tony says, what does Dallas trade for LeBron? I don't think LeBron's going to get traded, to be honest. And if he does, I would bet it's more likely to see him get traded to Golden State than to Dallas. Unlimited says, young man in the 3 episode with Nikola Jokic is going to hit like a truck. Kuminga to the Bulls. Still think that's a real possibility here. There we go. Let's see what we got here. This is... I need to go do something quick. Just to point it out, let's go over to Chris Haynes here. So he is tweeting, Phoenix Suns and franchise player Devin Booker in talks on a contract extension. So this is not surprising to me. I reported this again 3 days ago. Just like some of this stuff is not shocking at all. So let's go back over to Chris Haynes. Devin Booker expected to agree on 2-year, $149.8 million maximum contract extension by July 6th. So this is not shocking here. This is something I've been talking about for a while. So this is not like an official order. I said that earlier. I should have talked about that again. This is just some of the top guys. I ran out of space on the ticker. There's only so many guys that I can put in there, and now that I've cleared it out, it looks a little bit more empty. But let me maybe go in there and add Gershon Yabusele. There's only so many characters I can do, so that's why. So hopefully you guys don't take everything super serious. Some of it's just the way it is based on the order and the time that I was able to put in there. So hopefully that makes sense. It's not the ticker's not in order. Apron rules are brutal. Again, 3 days ago, this is something that I said was happening because I knew it was happening. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really glad to have you guys all in here. Appreciate you guys all so much. Again, according to the report here, which I reported 3 days ago, Phoenix Suns and franchise player Devin Booker are in talks on a contract extension. Booker is eligible for a 2-year, $150 million max extension. If I put something out like this, that means I know that it's happening. I don't report like that unless I for sure know. So when I put this out, this should be like a good indicator that this is happening. So that way you guys are aware. But here we go. Chris Haynes is confirming what I said many days ago. So there you go. Love that for Luka Garza that he got his next contract. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Need to know what happened to Horford, man. We will see. Duke Holiday says, D-Book, the 76ers would have given you that. Please save us. Devin Booker, I think, is going to be staying in Phoenix. He's been consulting the Suns on a lot of moves. He's been a core part of their decision-making this offseason, and they've been making good decisions. So I think that Capella will get the sign and trade. It's an easier number to get to, Dober. Cheaper than Dorian Finney-Smith. It's much easier for Houston to do a sign and trade with Clint. Giants fan says, how would a LeBron Warriors trade work? It would be a sign and trade with Kuminga. It would be 3 or 4 teams involved at the bare minimum. Yes, this free agent class is a little thin. That is for sure the truth. Houston might get picks for Atlanta from Atlanta for Capella and Whitmore Landale deal. Maybe second rounders. I don't think you're going to get too much. Brian, thank you for the 5. Says, what's the likelihood of Yabu ending back up in Philly? I said that before the start of free agency. I said that's a real possibility. Looks like the Spurs can only offer 5.1 mil. Philly can do still 5.7. So I do think there's a good chance that the Sixers do keep Guerschon Yabusele. I'm not going to commit to that for sure, but a real possibility here. Tari Eason contract extension next. Yes, Vita for Life saying 2 years, 150 million. So this is an important thing to remember here for these kinds of deals. You're looking at percentage of the cap. This is 35% of the cap only. So I know it's going to say, wow, 75 million a year. It's just because the cap is going to grow to 200 something million dollars. So this is, again, an estimate number. This is under the idea that the cap grows to around 220 roughly, so, or 215. So keep that in mind when you're looking at some of these numbers, right? Appreciate you guys, Dominic and Rodiculous. Appreciate you guys for following over there on Twitter. Mo Wagner will resign with Orlando. I mean, right now they have to shed salary instead of add it, so we'll see how they go about doing that. Do I think Al Horford could go to the Nuggets? I mean, maybe. We'll see what they do. They still have a little bit of flexibility, so that's not true either, Colin. But that's okay. Should we correct him or no? It's more than that, but it's okay. I don't really care enough to correct him. $2 million difference is whatever. People still think Kevin Porter Jr. is good, so it's fine. Mason, appreciate you being in the stream. Come on, Malu Watch, crying photo. It says Book is getting paid. Good Lord. Yes, he is, as he deserves. He's going to get big money, and I think that's good for Phoenix. They were able to duck out of this Kevin Durant drama without losing the face of their franchise in the process, which is a real rarity. Other teams have not been so lucky with that. That Cornette deal was clutch, says Brian. Sean here says, thoughts on the apron rules. I think it's good because it prevents super teams. I think it's good in some regards. I do think there needs to be some fixes in it. I do think if you drafted a player and he's only played for your team throughout history, you should be able to get a lessened cap hit on Supermaxes, but that's only one little change I would make to it. Slick Sophistication here says Ben Simmons probably will stay with either Clippers or go to the Warriors. We'll see where he lands. Josh Hive says, does Golden State sign guys like Al Horford or Ayton because their center depth is straight garbage with just post? I think they'll definitely sign one big man, maybe even two. We'll see. The names I continue to come back to are Al Horford and Nikola Vucevic in a sign and trade. So we'll see what happens. There's a lot of names that are definitely possible, but we'll see. Brandon here says, I don't see Beal being good for any good team. I mean, he's still a solid player. He just is not a good fit in Phoenix, like I said when they traded for him. Wemby and Cornette double bigs, maybe a little bit, but not a ton. Sean says, Son's got my draft crush, Kobe Brea. He's an absolute beast. He's going to be a flamethrower for them out there in Phoenix. Vedant here says, hey, who my Raptors getting? I don't know. I think it'll all right now. You got a brand new leader in the clubhouse, right? No more Masai Ujiri, so it's going to be interesting to see how Toronto goes about free agency. Joel McKinney here says, any Pacers news yet? Thanks for keeping us updated. Of course. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream up to this point. No Josh Primo landing spots. I'm surprised Bucks fans are telling me that he'd be really good for them. It's okay to laugh. Says, interesting that almost everything so far are Western teams. Yeah, the East has been a little bit more quiet, that's for sure. Runner says, I could see Clarkson being traded. Seems like Nets are rebuilding and getting picks. Zach says, as a Pacers fan, it's nerve-wracking how silent things with Turner have been. I wouldn't be too worried. Not very many teams have cap space, really only Brooklyn. And I don't think anything's going to materialize signing trade-wise. So unless Miles Turner just wants to play for less money on a mid-level, like, you guys are going to keep him. So I think you're in a fine spot. I really wouldn't worry. I understand because you're like, why isn't he signed yet? But I really wouldn't worry. He'll be back in one form or another, whether it's today, tomorrow, a week from now. Unless he wants to play for $14 million this year, he's going to take a Pacers contract. Pistons lose free agency big time. I think you guys have been okay. I don't love Karis LeVert for you, but it's not the end of the world. So don't think it's the end of the world at all. At all. Jonesy says, other than the Bucks leftovers re-signing, we'll see what Milwaukee does. I could see Clarkson being traded. The Bucks now really don't have a starting center, by the way. Like, they've got Jericho Sims. So we'll see. Over under MPJ and Cam Thomas, 100 shots taken per game. Together, probably over. Just joking, but they're going to shoot a lot. Westbrook needs a contender. I still think the Knicks are the best landing spot for him. We'll see, though. As LeBron said, he wants to retire in Cleveland. Not from what I've seen. Utility sports legend Jericho Sims. Yes, Doob, you are on it. Jeremy says Bucks could use a Şengün. I mean, they could. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think Houston. If I'm Houston, I'm going into Giannis discussions, if there are any that are happening, and you just say, yeah, we're not giving you Şengün. We're not giving you Amin Thompson. The rest of the roster is up for grabs. So what do you want? And from there, you can build a package that makes sense salary-wise. Start with Tari Eason, work from there, right? But I'm not doing anything with Şengün, and I'm not doing anything with Amin Thompson for 30-plus-year-old Giannis Antetokounmpo. Just imagine a team making a deal to create cap space. That's how you end up like the 76ers. Turns out gutting your entire roster to sign one guy doesn't work very good. That's what they did for Paul George. They let everybody go, and then they looked at their roster and said, oh, we're kind of thin and shallow and old. And that was with an awesome Gershon Yabusele minimum signing. Like, imagine if they didn't have Yabu, how bad they would have been. Zach, I understand, but I think, if teams are smart, they're going to look at what happened to Philly and say, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't carve out our team to sign one dude. Obviously, Turner would make a little bit less than Paul George max, but definitely not great. This is Troy Weaver School of Art right here. Pelicans signed Bull, Sean Bradley, and the Purple Monster from Space Jam. Yeah, that's true about Jericho Sims too. But, like I'm saying, worst case, they can probably have him on their team. So with the Bucks move so far today, does it make it more likely Giannis wants to trade? I mean, I don't know. Like, let's be real. I know Giannis is this super loyal guy, so Bucks fans, don't be mad at me. I'm not saying he's going to. But I don't know how Giannis could look at this team and say, okay, well, Dame's out. We've got Kevin Porter Jr. We lost Brook Lopez today. We don't have a starting center. We got Bogo Markovic, who's okay, skilled, but, I mean, can't really guard at the NBA level and won't for a while. I just don't know how, if you're Giannis, you look at this team and say, yeah, this is where I want to compete in my early 30s. I don't get it. I understand wanting to be in Milwaukee. It's like one of those sad things. Like, the team's just been so mismanaged to the point that I honestly think it's choking Giannis out of there. But I don't know. He's loyal, so he might stay. But I don't know. It's just, I would not stay if I was Giannis. I would not stay. Yeah, I get where that's a good point, Zach. But yeah, I don't know. I just I'm hoping teams learn their lesson from Philly. Jordan Hawkins needs to get traded from New Orleans. We'll see. And he just hasn't been able to stick. He was never a lottery talent, though. I got a lot of flack from Big East fans when I tweeted that before the draft, and I think it's aged decently. Bucks fans are high if they think they'd get Şengün or Thompson from Houston. You just can't. If you're Houston, the point of getting Giannis is to have Giannis with those guys, not without them. So, will the Mavs re-sign Kai Jones? I mean, maybe. I don't think that's going to be a priority for them, though, this offseason. Chris says Hornets and Nets make a deal for Clarkson. That would definitely help Charlotte a lot. Clarkson would be fantastic for them. I just don't know if it's going to happen. Yeah, that's a good point, Zach. I just got done raving about that half hour ago or something. Teams do stupid things, so good point. The nice thing is, I mean, if you're Indiana, if you lose Miles Turner a year without Halliburton, maybe just dip 1 year and then you go into the 2026 draft and walk out with someone good. Like there's Patrick Ngungba. Even if you don't get a top 3 pick, think about what Boozer would do for that team. Geez. Whew. But even if you don't get a top 5 pick in the draft, if you do have a down year, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Hawks are killing it. I think they did tremendous. Bucks got Kuzma. Yeah, they do. CP3 to the Suns. Trey Beal, what do you think? So Chris Paul to the Suns is definitely a possibility. Bradley Beal, I'm honestly not sure on with Beal. I think stretch and wave is the most likely outcome. Tim Hardaway Jr. landing spots, probably Milwaukee. Milwaukee or a team looking for some shooting veteran play like Miami. Those are 2 spots that make some sense for Tim Hardaway Jr. Zach says that, yeah, it's true, Zach, but you're looking at teams right now that would have to give up some of their cap holds, and it's always a little trickier with cap holds and everything. Unless it's Brooklyn maybe could just come off the top rope and say, "Ha, gotcha," but I don't know. We'll see. I do ultimately still think Turner will end up in Indiana. Robert says Bucks would be smart to trade Giannis for a haul and rebuild. I mean, it depends on what it needs to be a good package though for him, obviously. But yeah, the tricky thing is they don't even have their picks. So, and Atlanta's not giving up that pick now this next year. So Atlanta's very happy to own that. The only spot that really now makes sense for Giannis is Atlanta. That's the only spot that actually really makes sense because the Hawks have the Bucks pick next year, essentially. So, oh man, it's messy. It's messy. Is Gary Trent Jr. a perfect fit for Miami? Yeah, I think he's a pretty good one. 52% true shooting is a hooper. I'm just gonna wait for the. I don't know, man. I heard it from Clippers fans, and then all of a sudden when he got traded, he's not good. I heard it from Rockets fans, and all of a sudden when he got traded, they're like, "Oh, we started winning." It's just God, insane. It's insane. Remember the most recent deal was Nigel Hayes-Davis, catching on here with Phoenix. Jack says, "Wait, what will Bucks starting 5 be next season as is?" That's a huge question. I don't know the answer to that. They don't have a majority of their starting 5 intact. So get ready for Kevin Porter Jr. run. Ayton going to LA, says Ziaire Williams. The Bucks could also be another sleeper Ayton team. We'll see. Trevor says Beasley ruined the Pistons offseason. I'm sick. We'll see what happens. True Sports Live says, wait, but a down year isn't good for the Bucks, if I remember correctly. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, you can't just tank. That's the only place that you can trade Giannis to get your pick back now is Atlanta, because the Hawks are going to stronghold that pick if they get wind that Giannis wants out. So, it's just a mess, man. It's a mess. How does trading a non-taxpayer mid-level exception during the season work? So if you don't use your mid-level, you can use it as a trade exception. So that's how you use it. You just acquire someone who makes less than $14.1 million. I've lived through Granger, Paul George, Oladipo, and now Halliburton injuries crushing my team. Dude, shout out to Danny Granger. I loved watching him play when I was a kid. Chris says, can you do the Nets cap space that's left? So Chris, couple things here. Since the offseason technically isn't started, it starts officially on July 6th. cap space is all figurative. So right now the Nets, who had a maximum of $91 million in cap space, that number theoretically should go down after acquiring Michael Porter Jr. That number should theoretically go down after taking in Terrence Mann. But they have trade exceptions. They have a trade exception that they could use for the Mann contract. So right now it's all figurative. I can't give you a firm number. If I had to guess, you're looking around $35 million, $40 million maybe, somewhere in that ballpark. But it's all figurative. If they do things right, they can make that number a little bit bigger. And if they don't have other deals, they can make that number smaller and prioritize other flexibility long term with exceptions and stuff. So come on, Lakers, get a center, says Eli. We will see here. But I've been live for 7 hours today on the channel. Appreciate you guys big time. Shout out to everyone who is watching here. We have a deal. Oh, there it is. Atlanta strikes again. The Hawks are landing a pretty significant player, one that definitely helps them. Hawks star Trae Young reached out to Kennard and Nikhil this evening to help recruit them to the franchise, source said. 2 big wing gets for the Hawks, who land Luke Kennard. Absolutely love that. Luke Kennard to Atlanta, maybe a little more money than I was expecting. Wasn't expecting him to get quite $11 million, but it's a 1-year expiring deal. So really there's no long-term downside here. Wow. So Atlanta here got a lot better today again. Getting Kennard, I mean, their team has really filled out nicely. This is perhaps part of a 3-team sign and trade. We'll see how this kind of pans out, but wow. I'm going to quote this. Hawks rotation updated. Big news here, obviously. So we got Dyson Daniels, Kobe Buffkin, Risa Shea, Jalen Johnson. Whoops. And then, of course, Porzingis as well. So we got now Luke Kennard in the mix here too. So Buffkin, their roster just got a little bit deeper, a little bit better. Kennard gives them a shooter that they just did not have on the wing. I really like what they've been able to do. Again, free agent sharpshooter Luke Kennard has agreed to a 1-year, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks. What a win for Atlanta this offseason. Really do appreciate all of the support, guys. Over 1,000 people watching live. Wow. I got hyped, thought it was the Lakers. These Spurs picks look terrible. I mean, they do have some of these near future Hawks ones, but Atlanta clearly pushing their chips in a bit. I think the Hawks are going to be very, very good. Art wants to know if the Nets will reroute Michael Porter Jr. Probably not this year. The Hawks are pretty darn good, man. Their team has gotten a lot better. Luis wants to know what center do I think the Lakers are going to get? Ayton. That was my prediction before the night. I still feel that. Any updates on the Cole Anthony situation? Seems weird. Nothing yet at this point. Like Kirk here says, I think, again, the Lakers are getting Ayton, and I think the Hawks are killing it. Again, if we go look at their updated depth chart, I mean, I don't understand why some people get like so upset about certain things. Like, you guys do realize positions don't matter, right? Like, it's not a thing. These are basketball players. These are guys like Nikhil can dribble the ball a bit. Dyson can dribble the ball. Kennard can dribble the ball a bit. Like, it doesn't really, and Jalen can dribble the ball. Like, it's not a big deal. I don't understand why people, like, honestly, like, if you're worried about positions, you're not looking at the right things about basketball at all. Positions really don't matter. You just need to understand, like, guard, wing, big. Those are like the only things you need to understand. And some of these guys have interchangeable skill sets amongst those 3 things. Like, Nikhil can dribble and guard and shoot. Like, those are 3 fundamental core skills that Atlanta is valuing this offseason clearly. So Big offseason with Atlanta making all these moves. Who is the biggest loser in the East? I mean, I like what Charlotte's been able to accomplish. I think you're looking at Milwaukee. Like, Milwaukee hasn't gotten anything really done that I think is good for them. They were able to keep Portis, I guess. Like, I didn't really love the contract there. Unlimited says Kennard, Nod, KP, Newell, and you get a valuable 2026 first. Yes, exactly. So you're looking at a completely revamped bench here, right? Nikhil, Kennard, Newell, Okongwu moves back to the bench now with Porzingis as the likely starter. You can play big, you can play fast, you can play long. I really like everything that they've been able to accomplish this offseason. Atlanta continues to be the big winner for me. Turning George Niang, Terrence Mann, which is a bad contract, by the way. Bad contract. Clint Capella, pick 22 and pick 13 into Kristaps Porzingis, Kennard, Asa Newell, 2026 Pelicans, Bucks first. What an offseason so far for the Atlanta Hawks. They've done a really great job revamping, tooling up their team a little bit while keeping the core pieces intact, right? They've done I just think a tremendous job. I think they've gotten really good fit players for them. Matthew, glad to have you back here. Appreciate you. Orlando signed Tyus Jones, Matthew. You got Tyus Jones in Orlando. Joe Mapes says my mock trade Giannis and Siakam contract mirror each other. Pacers add Mathurin or Walker and 4 first rounders. I do think Indiana continues to be a great spot for Giannis, but I'm not sure with the Halliburton injury if this is the year for Indiana to push in like that. I've talked about them at length before, but I think the injury kind of shifts things a bit. Zach says, I do think they could use some playmaking in non-trade minutes, though. Not a massive hole, but would be good to round out the team. Well, I think that's where they're going to lean on Jalen a bit, too. It's going to be Jalen and then Daniels and then Nikhil, probably in that order. Like, they're just going to – and the one thing is Quinn is one of the best play callers in the league. So in the minutes that you don't have Trey, you probably just spam play calls and try and generate advantage that way. Don't go so many high ball screens and maybe – instead of simplifying your offense when you have great talent, you complexify your offense. And when you have Trey out of the game, you need someone who can do a little bit more, like you're saying. But you can find other ways around that by calling plays and trying to find creative avenues to open shots that way. So definitely a great offseason, man, for Atlanta. Maybe a little thin on the playmaking, but I think Nah and Kennard and company add enough in there. Yeah, see, that's the thing is like Nikhil's gonna be the back. That's exactly right. That's why I laid it out the way that I did. People should not be frustrated about that. Like, it's not a big deal. Krusty says Detroit getting the 5th pick again in the lottery next year. I don't think Pistons are probably gonna be a playoff team, man. I think they're good. In my way too early mock, I projected them making the playoffs. A Golden here says Celtics fan here, would the Rockets be interested in Hauser and Niang for Adams and Whitmore? No, I don't think Adams is going anywhere. I think looking at a 1-for-1 trade is more likely, but Houston's probably not going to be looking to take an extra salary at this point. So someone tell Rob Pelinka to get on the phone. Quinn play calling is a good shout. That's a good point. Yeah, see, that's why I just think like that's going to be a pretty big factor here for that too. He's just super creative. Brandon says Kuminga not getting traded. We'll see. Golden State going to get a steal with Kuminga contract next year? I don't believe that, to be completely honest with you. I don't think that. Orlando, Atlanta, Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, I wouldn't bet on it. I think Cleveland's probably still the best team in the East, especially with Boston out and Indiana kind of down for the count without Halliburton. But we'll see. Jonesy says, what do you think about Yabusele? What do you think Yabusele contract will be? 2 years, 12-ish, something like that. I think Magic are done. We just need to re-sign Mo Wagner. They need to just fill out their roster, yeah, and they got to shed some salary along the way. So we'll see what happens here, but very excited. Lot to talk about and break down. If Hawks land Giannis or Turner, it's over. I mean, I don't think they'll get Miles Turner. Giannis would definitely be sick for them. Brandon says that sign and trade issue with Kuminga makes it hard. Yep, that's the problem. And for those who don't know, there's it's not the poison pill, but it's essentially like it, where it's base salary compensation. So when Kuminga is signed and traded, the Warriors can only take back about half of what his next contract will be from a per year basis. So if you're signing and trading him to Chicago for $20 million, you can't take back Vucevic at $20 million because it breaks the trade rules. So you have to look at Kuminga making at least $27, $28, $29, $30 million a year. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, whoa, do we want to sign him for that much? That's the question. I don't think Kuminga is going to be staying in Golden State, but we'll see. Dark Reaper says, can't believe I called ties to Orlando. It was a great call, Dark Reaper. Appreciate you big time. Rod Love says, can the Pistons get John Collins or PJ Washington? I think Collins would be the more likely of the two. Not sure that's going to be the direction they ultimately go, though. But if so, Rod, you called it. Sean says Knicks and Clarkson have mutual interest. We will see what happens here. Orlando is spicy. The Magic are going to be really good, man. Like, the East is going to be fun next year, man. True Sports says Quinn loves guys who are going to shoot. Kennard going to be throwing up threes all game long in the minute. Yeah, I think this is a really good fit of team and player, honestly. Really, really good fit of team and player. Could someone just pay Kuminga a poison pill and the Warriors not match? Well, Brooklyn could, because Brooklyn has cap space. So the Nets could screw up everything tonight and just offer an offer sheet and say, haha, too bad, we get him, you don't. And then Golden State would have to decide whether or not they're going to match that or not, which would be a complete disaster mess for them, potentially. So Sean here says Knicks sign Clarkson, re-sign Shamet, and sign Boucher. They're the best team in the East. I mean, they're going to be in the conversation, right? They were in the Eastern Conference Finals this year. They're very good. Teams in the league are going to be very solid. I think the East looks really fun. Like, these are a bunch of good teams, right? Really, really good teams, I think. So I just want the Lakers to sign a setter. I don't care if he's trash. I mean, you should care. You don't want another Alex Len situation going on here. Joe says, I like Anthony Black. He's a pain for the Pacers every time. Really solid two-way guard, right? Paulo is only 22 and has a lot of room to grow still. Definitely. He's going to get a big contract this offseason, that's for sure. Do you think the Spurs will make another move, says Kathleen? Yes. At some point, they're going to have to fill out their roster. So, yes, they'll make another signing. Maybe just not a big one. Would I trade AD and Flake for Luka? It's just not even going to – it's not going to happen. There's not, you know – I miss having Luka Doncic on my favorite team, though. Fib says, I believe the Nets have $17 million in cap space, not including Sharpe, Williams, and Thomas. Well, that's with cap holds, though, and, you know, there's other ways for them to figure out stuff. And, like, the other thing is they have rights on Sharpe and Thomas and Williams. And Thomas's cap holds maybe even bigger than it will be. So they could sign other guys first and then structure these deals to sign afterward using rights and depending on the cap hold numbers and stuff. So there's flexibility. There's ways to figure out contracts. So keep that in mind. Julian here says, could you see Sabonis to the Lakers? Looks like Kings rebuilding. I think the Kings are trying to compete, to be honest with you. They signed Schroeder tonight. According to, let's go over here to, this is interesting. Here we go. according to Scoop B, I don't think the New Orleans Pelicans are done just yet. A wing and veteran guard are on the way, sources say, according to Scoop B. Robinson, who has had some accurate thoughts before. Jarms here says, anything on Washington? Sorry I fell asleep. Love you, by the way. Appreciate you, Jarms. Glad you're enjoying the content here. Nothing definitive on Washington yet. We will keep our eyes out for it, though. Nada here says the West is going to be even more stacked next year. Teams are going to be good. Preach here says, I think the Lakers signing Deandre Ayton, Lakers on championship contender, and that Jake LaRavia signing with the Lakers did was sneaky. LaRavia is definitely a solid player. $6 million, pretty cheap for him. Give us trades. I mean, first of all, don't call me Onk. I know I'm not even Onk, bro. Rachel says, haven't you heard Flag is way better than Luka? Generational, they say. Flag is really good. He's probably not better than Luka, but Mavericks are in a really good spot, and they got very lucky. You'd be surprised, Harold. Magic are going to be really good as long as they're healthy. I would bet on them winning 52, 53, 54, maybe 55 games. Their team's going to be really good. Reddy here says, what do you think of a potential Alvarado, Haywood, Highsmith swap? I don't like that for Miami, unless they're getting some form of draft capital with it, which, knowing Joe Dumars, he's probably already sending the draft capital over. We'll see. Appreciate you guys all a ton. West proved to be not as stacked as proclaimed. I mean, this is something I've been consistently saying. The West is overrated. People look at the West and then say, oh, the Grizzlies won 48 games. They're really good. And then you watch them in the playoffs. Oh, they couldn't compete with anybody. Like, the Grizzlies had no hope in the playoffs. Like, no hopes. No hope at all. Like, they got up to OKC. We saw Indiana come out of the East and, like, oh, this is actual battle for Oklahoma City. Only one other team in the West gave them a battle, and that was Denver. So I think, the West is overrated every single year. It continues to be overrated. The media coverage tends to focus mostly around the West. But, I don't know, the East has some really good teams that are overlooked. BR says, I think my Spurs are going to be lottery bound this year. Again, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. We'll see. I mean, there's a chance you guys sneak into the play, and you guys are going to have one of the best players in the world in Victor Wembanyama. So, and a much better defensive coach now in Sean Sweeney on your staff. So, Justin here says, what would you do if you're the Spurs to fill out the rest of your roster? What players are you looking at? Long forwards. Chris Boucher, don't think that's going to happen now at this point, probably, but you're looking at guys who are long and athletic. That's what I'm looking. You just need more depth in your front court. That's pretty much it. Mosin here says, a Turner deal not being announced yet screams suspicious. Something might be up with Indiana. They made that trade to get their 26 pick back too. We'll see. Here we go. News from Mike Scotto. Let's go over there right now to Mike A. Scotto. Thanks, everyone, for tuning into the stream today. He says, Al Horford has received interest from several contending teams since the beginning of free agency, including the Celtics, and possibly keeping him. Golden State Warriors, New York Knicks, Denver Nuggets are a team linked, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Los Angeles Lakers. Remember, before free agency started today, I predicted the Lakers would land Horford and Ayton both. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition or not. But Al Horford definitely is going to have a market, as you can see here from Mike A. Scotto. I'm going to retweet this because I do think that's an important thing of news to share. Appreciate you guys big time. Shout out to everyone watching here on the channel. Tyler here says, tie us to Orlando. Who am I excited to watch in Summer League? A lot of teams, to be honest. Pretty much everybody. Mostly excited to watch Phoenix with some of their young guys. I'm excited to watch Thiero with the Lakers. I'm very excited to watch Flag and Harper, Carter Bryant. I'm excited to watch Hanson Yang. We'll see how those minutes go. He might actually perform really well. It wouldn't shock me. So, what would I think about Chris Paul going back to New Orleans? I would like that for them. I would actually like that a lot if the Pelicans get that. Not sure that's going to happen though. We'll see Unlimited what they're able to do. But the issue is they're using We'll see how they go about this. I'm very curious to see how Orlando fits all of this in. I don't think Spurs fans think they got worse. I think they're just looking at the West and saying, "Oh, Phoenix is still like in the conversation. Portland got a little bit better, you could argue. You've got Dallas got better again. They're going to be a real playoff team this year. Golden State didn't get worse. Minnesota's still a threat. The West is still pretty solid. So it's, I don't think he's trying to be pessimistic. I just think he's looking at it and saying, are we going to make it or not? Marcus says, "What's up, Sheldon? What's going on with De'Anthony Melton and the Lakers?" I haven't heard anything more yet, but I do think the most likely outcome is De'Anthony Melton on a very cheap contract for the Lakers, if anything there. I mean, I don't know why we're laughing at Phoenix. Phoenix got a lot better. They went from having no good centers to two of them. So I think Phoenix has had a tremendous offseason, especially given their circumstances, and depending on what they do with Beal here at the end of the offseason, like they could even get out of the second apron and still successfully have improved their roster, which is very hard to do both things. We saw Boston strip down their team a little bit to get out of the apron. Phoenix might have improved theirs while getting out, which is impressive. Now, obviously, it was a very low bar because their team was terrible before, but Connor says, "What about OKC re-bringing back Russ?" The Thunder are full on roster spots, so I just don't think OKC is going to do anything. Chris says Nets in 5. Yeah, probably in the summer league, there's going to be a chance, right? We got a lot of young players. There'll be a fun summer league roster. Johnny Furphy, the legend, MVP this summer. I mean, fun chance, right? You bet on those second-year guys having strong showings. Soul Train says Al Horford on the Cavs would be interesting. He wouldn't need a lot of minutes. Veteran presence, that would be maybe good for Mobley's development as well. I think the one thing, too, is he's pretty scheme versatile for them with Mobley or Allen at the center spot. Could work. Oracle says, "I want Chris Paul back so bad," talking about the Suns. "We won't be contending seriously anyways. He can come back in and be a leader and help these young guys." Think about how valuable he would be with Kaman Maluach, an elite lob threat. I would love to see Chris Paul play with Maluach. Wake Up says, "How much did Schroeder sign with the Kings for?" I don't think it was announced yet. Could it be a sign and trade? Haven't seen anything yet on that price point, but could be part of the mid-level. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a sign and trade. The Kings do have access to the mid-level exception, of course. We'll see what ultimately happens there. Remember, one of the big shakeups here today, Denver trades for Cam Johnson and sends out Michael Porter Jr. My trade grades on that were right here. I gave the Nuggets an A. I think their team got a lot better. They saved some significant financial savings here too. They were able to get Bruce Brown after this. They still have other salary mechanisms to improve their team. On the Nets, I gave an A+. I think increased long-term flexibility. This is really good for them. And, Michael Porter Jr. probably starts and maybe averages even 20 points a game this year. Not going to bet on that, but maybe. Static says, "I don't see how the Spurs are a top-seeded team next year, even though I'm a homer. Teams like the Lakers, Clippers, Suns, Mavs, Kings all got worse." I don't think the Mavericks got worse. Think about it, Static. You're sitting there, you're probably banking on Dylan Harper being a big contributor for you. The Mavs got the top player in the draft. And their team is loaded with good veterans. I think, the hard thing here for I don't think the Suns got worse. I don't think the Clippers got worse at all, to be honest. I think the Clippers are about the same or maybe even just a hair better. We're talking about a team that won 50 games, and then the Lakers are probably about the same. So, the Kings, the Kings got worse. I don't have an issue with that. Here's the thing. I think the Spurs have such a tremendous chance because they have Wembanyama. But the one thing, this team is still very young. So outside of Fox, oh boy, there it is. There's the center for the Hornets. Woo! Mason Plumlee, 13-year career for Mason Plumlee. We'll see. Oh, man. Don't love that. But what do you think about Looney and the Pels? I don't love it. It's not like a huge bad contract or anything. It's just They paid a little bit more than they should have. Looney just hasn't had a big role in Golden State for like 3 years now almost. I don't know. They signed him for a little bit more than they should have, but we'll see. Let's go over to Mike Escato here. Yep, we took a look at this. Back over to Shams. Again, Mason Plumlee is the signing here. Spurs have a young coach who's learning on the job. This is not helping this year's chances. I mean, I still think San Antonio's going to be really good. Like, will they be in the play-in mix? Yes. If they made the playoffs, would it surprise me? No. Rachel says Chris Paul can't get penetration. I mean, if you have Mulliwash screening for him, that'll help. Look at San Antonio's screener. Look at Victor Wembanyama's frame, his weight, size. As much as I love Wemby, let's not act like he's the best screener in the world, and let's compare his size and frame to Mulliwash's and the screen setting differences, okay? Does Chris Paul get to the paint at the same level he did 10 years ago? No. Is he still a very good lob passer? Yes. Plumlee's back. Woo! Plum Dog millionaire. He has made so much money in his NBA career. Hornets winning it all now. Yep. Kalkbrenner, save them, please. They're going to need Kalkbrenner to play really well this year. Mike says, hey, bonus points to Mason Plumlee for being able to bring the ball down the court. Yeah, he'll do it. He'll definitely have some pizzazz and flair on top, won't he? Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, why is the deal not gotten done yet for Miles Turner? Is he no longer going to be a Pacer? Sign and trade Brooklyn. He'll be a Pacer. I'm going to hold that position until he isn't. I just would be shocked if he's not. Woom says, wait, what does that mean for Trey Mann? I figured we would trade for a center. Now we have to move someone else. I mean, let me look at the Hornets cap table quick. So Charlotte here right now, they have plenty of room. They've got, they could waive Micic. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't worry too much. Trey Mann can still theoretically be back. We'll see how they get there, but Eric says, yikes, first questionable Hornets move this offseason. I mean, he has experience with Melo, who is Hornets starting center. This is the issue. Eric, this is what I've been a little worried about all offseason for Charlotte after the Mark Williams trade. I understand wanting to move past Mark Williams. It's fine, but it just looks like they didn't have a center plan in place. Diabate will play, that's for sure. Do you honestly believe that Miles Turner is worth $30 million? No, I don't. I think he is worth about $22 to $24 million. And probably a 3-year deal. But I'm sure Miles Turner wants 30. I'm sure Miles Turner would love 120 over 4. I would be hesitant to give that to him as much as I like him. But yeah, this is kind of an important detail. Wow. That's very interesting. 2027 free agency doesn't look that attractive, in my opinion, but we'll see what the Lakers have up their sleeves. Jake LaRavia makes Rui and Dalton more expendable. I mean, yeah, but he's not better than either of those two guys, in my opinion. But we'll see. How much space does Utah have? And if so, do you see them making any moves like a Kuminga? I don't think Utah will be in on Kuminga, to be honest. We can always bring back Cody Zeller. Yes, this is exactly what Charlotte needs. The real pathway to winning is bringing back the guys you've already had. Woohoo! As you guys can tell, I've been live for 7.5 hours. I've done a full shift here, so I'm getting a little squirrely here. And Charlotte bringing back Mason Plumlee is not helping me with that. Mosin says Turner will probably get that $30 million. Pacers now have to ask themselves if Turner's worth not. Being able to keep Mathurin, possibly Obi Toppin. I mean, we'll see. $30 million is a lot of money for Miles Turner, even with the cap growing. Curry says Cody Zeller, my GOAT. Bruce Brown was a minimum signing, unlimited. Yes. Aaron says Detroit or disaster offseason for my Detroit Pistons so far. Turner 13-4 ain't worth $30 million. I agree. I think he's more of a $22 to $24 million player. Thoughts on Benedict Mathurin? I honestly am so torn on him. I believe Mathurin is the second most potential on the team, but I don't know. I'm all off of him. He was not good this playoffs at all, and I find a hard time believing that he will be good for them in future playoff series. I think if they can turn him into another Aaron Nesmith type player, they will be better. So I would trade Benedict Mathurin this offseason. And I would see, teams like Utah, teams like Washington, teams that are rebuilding for upside, see if you can send him there and get something good actually back. So Preach says, what do you think about the Lakers get Chris Paul? Would it be good for him to be a backup point guard for the Lakers? I mean, it would help them for sure. Oh, here we go. Let's go back over to Shams here. We have a deal. Free agent forward Taurean Prince has agreed to a 2-year, $7.1 million deal to return to the Milwaukee Bucks. Bucks running it back with TP, KPJ, and who else? Bobby Portis, Westbrook Lopez. No Dame this season. Wonder how excited Giannis is. I don't see it, man. I really don't. But they might still make the playoffs because Giannis is that good. Yeah, Giannis is definitely not leaving now. They're set. Yep, Prince 2 years, 7. I mean, this is the thing. This isn't a bad contract for Taurean Prince. The issue is this team is like, if this was their 9th best player, you'd be saying, oh, that's a really solid signing for them. This is going to be like their 5th best guy or 6th best guy. I mean, are they? Let's just look back at the East quick. I'm just going to read off some teams, okay? And you tell me which teams of these ones they are better than definitively. Are they better than Cleveland? Are they better than Boston? You might say, well, Tatum's hurt. Yeah, so is Dame. Are they better than New York? Are they better than Indiana? You say, well, Halliburton's hurt. Yes, Dame is still hurt too. Pacers are deeper and better than the Bucks. They've shown that 2 years in a row in the playoffs. Are they better than the Pistons? Are they better than the Magic? Are they better than the Heat? Are they better than the Hawks? I don't know. I don't know. Like, Giannis is really freaking good, so I don't want to bet against Giannis. But again, to Mosen's point here, like, these are all guys who, if they're your 8th or 9th guy, you're like, okay, fine. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard to. So this is the issue. Well, so Krista, remember the Hawks got a lot better this offseason. Like, let's just go back over quick, just so Krista, remember this is what the Hawks' new lineup looks like right here. Trey, Nikhil, Dyson, Kennard, Risa Shea, Jalen, Newell, Porzingis, Okongwu. I don't think the Bucks are better than this. Without Giannis, the Bucks are the worst team in the league. Without Giannis, the Bucks are terrible. Without Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks would be right in the conversation with Washington. I mean, heck, like Kyle Kuzma, like we're already halfway there, right? Like, this team is not good without Giannis at all. They would be miserable. I mean, yeah, well, Giannis is the best player in the East. Yes, I agree. But, I mean, I haven't even mentioned Philadelphia. What if the Sixers come back healthy next? Oh, I shouldn't even. That's a waste of a thing. But, like, if Porzingis stays healthy, yeah. But even if he doesn't, like, let's say Porzingis plays 45 games this year, which is even less than he normally plays. Like, Okongwu would start for Milwaukee. Jalen Johnson would start for Milwaukee. Risa Shea would start for Milwaukee. Dyson Daniels would start for Milwaukee. Start doing that kind of exercise. You start looking, a lot of these guys would be better for Milwaukee than the Milwaukee Bucks guys are. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, so let's just for everyone to. This is Kristaps's games played by year. Okay. 42 this year, of course, was dealing with the health, the medical stuff, not like actually injury, like he was missing like time because of illness, but 57 games. The year before that, 65. The year before that, 51. The year that got shortened because of COVID stuff, 43. So you probably would have been on pace for like 50, 55 games. The year before that, 57, 48 before he tore his ACL. So, and then the years before that, 66 and 72. So, like, you're going to bank him for missing 30 games for sure. Like, but let's say 45, which is lower than what he normally plays. Like, Atlanta's going to be pretty happy with 45 games, I think, even. So, Desmond says, woke up from my nap, can't believe you're still live. Not going to be live for probably too much longer. We'll see. My throat is starting to get a little agitated here, but it's just very hard to see how this is going to pay out long term for Milwaukee. I just I don't know, and the fact that they missed, like, I think missing on. Like, Milwaukee has just mismanaged this. Like, they've had even opportunities in the draft a bit here and there, and they just haven't been able to. They just haven't been able to do anything right. Like, it's honestly sad. Bucks need to bring back Pat Bev. No, please no. We don't need any more Patrick Beverley in the NBA. Joe here says Pacers just let Giannis get his and not foul him. Not worry about the rest of the team, and it works every time. I mean, that's the thing, is like, it's just got to be the Giannis show, and it's hard. Unspoken hoop knowledge here says, okay, Sheldon, give us a hot take. Which star or starter do you think could or will get traded this offseason? Let me think about that for a minute here. Nothing crazy big yet. Let's go back over to Shams quick, though. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. Bucks officials negotiated the deal, player option the second season as well. So, yeah, Prince does pretty good in this deal. It's a good contract. Unspoken. I would say, like, Herb Jones would be like the surprise starter that gets traded. Maybe, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think betting on the Pelicans doing something is definitely worthwhile because they've been very busy. Jason here says they missed on just about every pick since the chip. Hopefully Chris Livingston gets real minutes. That's the guy I'm hoping for them too. Like, Andre Jackson Jr. is kind of like a cute, like, little minutes player. Like, Chris Livingston, I do think there's some value he can be there. Eric says, why are Hornets and Suns trading their centers back and forth? These two teams have each other's phone numbers, clearly. Sometimes when you work with a trade partner and you're happy about how things went, you just call them back and say, hey, what else you got? Unlimited says drafting A.J. Johnson before Ryan Dunn and Terrence Shannon Jr. hurts, and this isn't hindsight whatsoever. Well, that's the thing. A.J. Johnson wasn't top 60 on my final big board last year. He was not good. He was not a guy who should have been picked in the first round. When a guy doesn't make the top 60, if they get drafted in the 40s or, like late 40s, early 50s, you're like, okay, well, like, he was in that ballpark, right? Like, there's not a huge separation between 45 and 63 on a board, right? But drafting him at 23, yeah, that's where you run into issues. That's Ryan. Like, they would be so much more athletic if they had Ryan Dunn at least. They would have had maybe someone to try and guard Halliburton. Mosin says Pacers just let Giannis, D-Mitch, and Brunson get theirs. Worked really hard to try to stop Shea. Well, the beautiful thing, and this is a credit to some of the talent on Indiana, you have one of the best screen nav guys in Aaron Nesmith. You have another really good one in Ryan Nembhard. Like, sometimes letting stars get theirs doesn't work for you because they just get it so efficiently. They had enough point of attack defense to at least contain those guys a little bit. So, definitely the value. Andrew says Giannis is so gone. On it, like, I would not blame him. I don't think anyone could blame Giannis if he requested a trade. Honestly, he's loyal. He's loyal to a fault. Des here says I don't think Plumlee is playing real minutes. I think they'll use him as a bet. I mean, well, the thing is, Taj Gibson played real minutes last year. Like, let me pull up Taj Gibson's stats. Taj Gibson last season, he played 37 games. He played almost half the games and played 11 minutes a night. Like, God, if he played like 4 more minutes, he would have gotten a huge contract from the Pelicans. I'm just kidding. But like, Taj actually had to play last year a bit, which I did not like. It was very hard watching that. Felt like every time I was just like, geez. Zach wants to know if I'm streaming at all tomorrow. Yes, and I would probably stream again tonight if something happens. So, loyalty. Funny comment there on Twitter saying loyalty. They're holding him hostage. Honestly, kind of feels like it at this point, but we will see. John Horst has not had a good run here in the last couple of years, in my opinion, but not pretty. Shout out to Wizards, AJ Johnson. He's so good for us. He's a fun, empty calories guy for sure. Super athletic. Zach says, I'm excited about the idea of growth years from Nembhard, Neesmith, Mathurin, and Walker. I think there's big potential there for when Hallie comes back in 27 to be even better than we were. I mean, we'll see. That's kind of what, Zach, I think you're up close too. You got to see this with Memphis when they had, the year Ja missed, and you got to see a lot of growth from Jaren and Desmond. It doesn't always turn into winning. Now, I do think for your players, they fit kind of all smoother together. We've seen that in the playoffs too. Memphis has ran into that issue at earlier stages than Indiana ever has. So this isn't me being pessimistic about Indiana at all. But at the end of the day, sometimes the roster is just the roster too. Even if they all take some meaningful steps forward, sometimes you still run into the same issues. So yes, I completely agree here, Zach. Milwaukee, I think, is killing it in other areas. One specific hiring this offseason was great for them. No hate there in that department, Zach. JT says, I hate Karis got away, but the Hawks look good on paper. They're going to be better without Karis LeVert. They'll be fine. Robert says, this has been awesome. Thank you for your expertise and streaming stamina. We are going on 7 hours and 40 minutes live with no breaks. You guys are absolutely awesome and deserve it, though. Jones here says, Wizards going to develop AJ Johnson. He showed real promise and progress with the minutes he received. So here's the thing. I'm still very worried about his shooting. He shot 24% from three with the Wizards in 22 games. So, I don't know. It's just there's going to be challenges along the way. I just don't think he's a good player at this point, but he's a very fun empty minutes guy right now. I hope you're right. I really do. But sometimes March basketball is not the best way to gauge a player either. So Bradley says, my hot take is that the Thunder will win 70-plus games with Shea averaging 36. Very good chance. And a finals win in 6 against the Hawks as SGA wins finals MVP. I love that bold take, Bradley. Someone take a screenshot right now and post this on Twitter. Tag me in it, and then maybe I'll try and bookmark it. And if we get this exact prediction, Bradley, I will repost it later down the road. Ninja Nolan here says, this has been amazing. Keep up the great work. Appreciate you guys all a ton. You guys have been absolutely awesome today. Clarkson to the Knicks for minimum, apparently. Generational Hater says, no chance Shea averages 36. I mean, this past year, Shea averaged 33 points a game. So from the year prior, he went from 30.1 to 32.7. And actually, it was a little less efficient. If he shoots the three ball just a little bit better, even from 37.5 to about 39, and his field goal percentage goes up 1% roughly, he probably could get in the ballpark at 36. Now, would I bet on it? Probably not, but it's not like completely crazy. It's a 3-point per game improvement, which is possible. Tulip says, Sheldon, do Lakers still have biannual and vet min slot? Yes, they do. And they still have so the thing is, with the non-tax mid-level, they only have about $8 million of that left. So we'll see. Tom says to spam W in the chat for Sheldon on the marathon stream. Appreciate you guys big time. DMD here says, was there a silent trade between the Hawks and Rockets with Capella? I think we're still waiting on the deals there involved. So we're still waiting to see what everything looks like for them for sure. But appreciate you guys all so much. Let's go check on the Twitter in general, see how we're doing for a follower count at this point. We are up to 5,656. Look at that. Just updated as I hit refresh. There we go. Pretty good number. It's SGA. Harden's elite. Harden's the absolute legend. Harden is an absolute beast. I definitely think, skepticism here is a fair response to that. It's not likely by any stretch, but it's a bold prediction, remember. So try to have some fun with it. Ian says, what would be your reaction to a Kings Warriors Monk Kuminga swap? Well, the Warriors need to get bigger, not smaller. So even though I like Monk a lot as a player, I think Monk's really talented. I don't think that's the player the Warriors should be going after. I think the Warriors should be looking for longs and bigs, forwards and centers. So if Dorian Finney-Smith was a sign and trade, can Los Angeles still afford DeAndre with the mid-level? There's a way that they could work out a 3-team sign and trade here. This is the thing. Everything that's reported today could change tomorrow. Not in terms of who's going where, but how they're going there. As teams explore functionality, like this is why we have a moratorium. I'm going to tweet this too. Remember, today is the moratorium. Teams can pivot and change mechanisms used to sign guys. What was mid-level exception today could be sign and trade tomorrow, depending on what else happens. So I think this is an important thing to remember. Watch for this. I just think this is a really big deal that people need to remember and realize. Like right now, even though some things getting reported as this, that, or the other thing, there's a lot of other things that can happen. Zach says, but we're already a great team with them, and in the finals, staying at the same level would be fine. Well, yeah. So yes, Zach. But I think one thing too, if you look at how the seasons have gone for Boston, you look at Denver not being able to get back to the finals yet. The NBA right now, especially under Adam Silver with this CBA and stuff, the playoffs are very matchup dependent. That's one of the things I love most about Indiana. If you want to feel optimistic, like you guys match up really well because of your unique style of play, the pace, the consistency as a team unit, the shooting, and the collection of different talents you have. But at the same time, it's just hard to get back. Year in, year out, the league changes big time. I definitely understand the optimism. And if you're a Pacers fan, you should just still feel optimistic about the future. Your team is awesome. But yeah, like to your point, like, yeah, Memphis was never as good to begin with, which I completely agree with. But it's just hard to get back. That's my only concern here. My only concern. SGA got those points because he gets 14 free throws per game. Did you guys know that Michael Jordan? Let's pull up MJ stats quick. Michael Jordan for his career, we're gonna pull up his career free throws per game. Michael Jordan for his career shot 8.2 free throw attempts per game, and his year where he scored 37 averaged 12 free throw attempts. So, good scores tend to get to the free throw line. That's just how it works. With Dallas taking D'Lo, where do you see Chris Paul? Either Phoenix or the Clippers. Let's go over to Chris Haynes here. We do have a little bit of news. Free agent guard Jordan Clarkson intends to sign with the New York Knicks upon clearing waivers. To fill out some depth. JC lands in New York. So there we go. Jordan Clarkson signs with the New York Knicks. Appreciate you guys all so much for watching the stream here today. Over 7 hours and 45 minutes live here. Matthew says, thank you for being with me on my way home. Utility Sports shout out. Glad I could stay alive for you, Matthew. Tulip says, Sheldon Melton for a vet min seems like a bargain even off an ACL. I think so too. He could be, partial of the biannual or maybe the full biannual for the Lakers. We'll see what happens. It's going to be cheap though. Jack here says Miami, New York, Philly, Toronto's been quiet. Well, there's your New York news right on time. If something crazy ends up happening with Turner and there's a sign and trade, what team do you see the Pacers trading with? It would probably be something around Los Angeles, and it would be with draft capital, but not sure. You got the wrong YouTuber here. You got how do you think the new look Grizzlies would fare with? I mean, I don't even know what you're asking here. Sheldon for Tuber of the Year. Appreciate you, ITK. Eight different champions in 12 years, or maybe 9 and 12. It's a lot of different champions. I think so. We got Golden State, Cleveland, Boston, Denver, OKC, I should have gone backwards. It would have made this a lot easier. Toronto, that's 6. San Antonio is 7, and then the Heat. So yeah, I 8 at least, maybe 9. I lost count. That's not true, James. That's just not true. I would really recommend going back and watching 1990s footage. It's just not the truth at all. This is one of those big lies that the media is selling you on. So let's go over to Shams here. He has an update on this Clarkson situation. Clarkson expected to sign with the Knicks. So he is just confirming basically what we saw there. Should I make one of these guys? Oh gosh. Jared says Raptors sleeping. Chris Paul to Phoenix prayer circles. Would I trade Bronny James for Kuminga? Yeah, yes. If I could get Kuminga for Bronny James, I would do that. Yeah, exactly. You're making a good point. Muhammad says Knicks prioritizing free agency rather than a head coach. It sounds like they're in on Mike Brown. So yeah, I had the balloons go off. Let's get some confetti in the stream here for a long full stream today. Zach, I think the biggest thing for you guys is when you make that next trade. I think you guys are really close right now. Obviously, some internal growth could help, but you guys are really positioned either for a third star or, even though no matter how great Siakam was, like upgrading that, right? So Tulip says Sheldon, why have center prices spiked this offseason? I guess they're watching utility sports videos and realizing centers win. I've been talking about this for about 3 years now, finally, and teams are starting to value it a little bit more. Are they valuing it properly? I don't know. Like, I think Looney got overpaid. I think Cornette got overpaid a little, but I don't know. Jack says, thanks for the stream. Appreciate all your takes. Appreciate you guys for being in here. Again, here's the thing, too. You guys probably do not agree with everything I said over 8 hours. It would be ridiculous if you did. So, that's the one thing, too. I think every time you listen to somebody talk, you should take what they're saying, hear it out, agree with some things, probably disagree with others, and that's called, analysis. Like, I don't expect you guys to agree with everything. Is there things that I'm going to be right about? Yes. Is there things I've been wrong about in the past? A lot, right? So, Ken here says, glad my Hawks made 2 trades today. I think Atlanta has had a tremendous offseason, a really tremendous one. Trisona says, who do you think are the biggest winners of the offseason so far? I will have a video coming out on that soon, Trisona. BR Grossenbach says, do you think any teams would be interested in Mamu Kelishvili? I think there's a good chance he returns back overseas. Sport Travel says, any new signings? This is the most recent one. Clarkson is going to land with the New York Knicks. And he actually has the most points off the bench since 2020 at 4,589, according to StatMuse. Pat Riley needs to wake up from his nap. Sheldon, should LA do Rui, Kleba, and a pick swap for Wiggins as they need a real 3? Jared says, thoughts on Houston's chances to go all the way? Very good chance. They're going to compete with OKC. It's the 2 best teams in the West. Oklahoma City, Houston, 2 very, very good teams. There we go. We have a deal. I talked about him earlier as kind of a fun, like under the radar buy guy for a team. Let's go back over to Shams here now. Let me refresh the stream here. Free agent forward Trendon Watford has agreed to 2-year, $5.3 million deal with the Sixers. Watford is set to play a potential key role in the 76ers rotation. Talked about Watford as an awesome buy low young guy with talent. The Sixers are a great landing spot for him. Definitely some opportunity here. So really like this for Trendon Watford. If you guys want to see a glitch or a cheat code to get big news in the NBA, it's me ending my live stream. So we got 1,200 people live. Let's check the likes here real quick too. How are we doing on the stream today? 634 likes. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal today. Again, no surprises there, of course. You guys have been fantastic. And should we stay live? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Comment down below what we should do. Appreciate you guys all so much. Having a ton of fun today streaming. Appreciate you all a ton. Think there's solid talent and utility in spurts with Trent and Watford. Yes, everyone's saying stay live. Oh, okay. Well, we will do that. Grossenbach saying I should get some rest, but everyone else wants me to stay live. Triple X, no, I do not think Diddy is watching. Thank God for that. B says to stay live for one more hour. Are we going to get a big trade today? We'll see. I like Clarkson for the Knicks is pretty solid. Here we got a $10 super chat saying to stay live from Ion. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ion. We haven't thrown W's in there for a while. I want to see those W's fly in now. I'm going to throw in some balloons for him too. What an absolute legend. For those who are all joining in now, we are going to be staying live for a tad bit longer. Ion bought you guys a little bit more time. Stay until Westbrook goes to the Wolves. Dude, I would have to stream the rest of forever. I do not think Tim Connolly will ever sign him. Watch him sign tonight, man. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? Now that I said that. Appreciate you guys. W Ion, love seeing those W's fly in. Grossenbach says I'd love to keep watching. It's just that 7 hours is a long time. Yeah, we're almost on 8. We are 6 minutes away now from 8 hours of live streaming consecutively. What's the Guinness World Record for live hours consecutively streaming? Ian says, if you need sleep, definitely want you fresh for tomorrow. Love your coverage. I am streaming tomorrow, Kyle. I am. But I will, I'll make sure I'm fresh. I'll figure it out. Worst case, if I got to get some caffeine in me, that's what we're going to have to do. Pat says, is Corey Kispert going to have trade value? I think a little bit, not a crazy amount. Not a crazy amount. Appreciate you guys. Big time. 3 more hours should do, says Kong. Pushing for 11 hours. Stream until the Wolves trade Leonard Miller for 5 firsts. Well, if I was an executive, Leonard Miller's looking pretty nicey. No, I'm just kidding. I would not trade 5 first rounders for Leonard Miller, but I would try and trade for him for a couple seconds maybe. Ben Lewis says, any thoughts on my Hawks so far? I thought the Hawks have had a tremendous offseason. They're one of my big winners here being, I think they've done a really good job, all things considered. So if we go down here, right to here we go. Atlanta continues to be huge winners this offseason. I think they've just done a great job turning Niang, Man, Capella 22 and 13 into Porzingis, Bernard Newell, and 2026 first. Like, that's a great offseason. Raphael says, watching from France won't stay long, but stay live, of course. Appreciate you, Raphael. Love that you guys are watching from all over the world. So huge thank you to you guys. Saul Goodman says you should really stay live because other streamers are getting off and everyone is going to come to your stream. You guys have to share the link. Let me get the link for everyone. Everyone share the link with somebody. Think about it right now. If you all just get one more person to watch the stream, that would double the viewers on the stream, which would do wonders. I hope you guys feel like this has been a great spot for you guys. I sent the link in the chat. Share that link. Go post it on Twitter. Tell people if you got followers over there or anything, tell them to come hop in the stream with us. Appreciate you guys. And Joseph said you should go to sleep. Bronny James isn't getting traded. I've been calling the Lakers all day to get the guy to a new city. He's going to be staying close to dad, I think. Tulip says, Sheldon, who is the most overpriced and underpriced player signed today? The most overpriced is Jaren Jackson Jr., just because he signed a huge max, 5 years, $240. And then the most underpriced player, probably Bruce Brown, right? Like, this is a great question, Tulip. Underpriced for me is Bruce Brown. Minimum is awesome. So that's absolutely great for Denver. So that's my answers to that. It's a great question there, Tulip. Any new signings after Prince? The most recent one we have here, if I go back over to Shams, is Trendon Watford to the Philadelphia 76ers and Jordan Clarkson to the New York Knicks. Big J says, Sheldon the Legend, appreciate you guys big time. Welcome everyone in here to the stream. Waj here says, love watching you, but do get rest. I will at some point tonight, I'm sure. Ayton to the Lakers is his redemption arc. Hopefully we'll see. Big J, glad to have you back in here. Umar says, is free agency done? Not yet. We've still got some news. Joe Maeve says until midnight West Coast. That's like 5 hours from now. That would be a little bit of a doozy there for me. How did Houston create cap space? They're going to do a sign and trade they're going to do some kind of sign and trade with Atlanta, I'd have to assume. Could still do it with the Lakers, but I think Atlanta is the most likely. Joseph says the Kings have a direction. It's called bad ownership. Yes, that's been an unfortunate reality for Sacramento. SS says, hey, I know a Hawks question just came up, but what is a realistic expectation for this team next season? I saw it's a top four seed as a lock. I think that's a really good likelihood. Top 4, top 5 seed. We'll see how everything meshes. You always have to give a little bit of time to that too. They have a lot of roster changes, some starting lineup adjustments and everything, but this team's going to be good. I think the Hawks are going to be a top 4, top 5 seed in the East next year, if I had to bet. So, Indiana's still going to be tough. Boston will be tough. The Cavs should probably lead the league in wins for the East, just out of the East, especially. OKC will lead the league in wins in general. And then, you're going to have Orlando to overcome. That's another really good team. But New York's still a challenge, but I think Hawks are going to be right in that mix. So, like talking about Atlanta, I mean, they've been making the moves tonight. If your team's making the moves, we talk about you, right? We sleeping tonight without a Golden State move? Maybe not. We'll see what happens with Kuminga tonight. The restricted free agency market's always a little bit slower, but there could still be a sign and trade coming very, very soon. So, if LeBron does get traded, does Bronny go with him? Yes, I think so. What do you think the odds are of LeBron requesting a trade? 5%, I would say. Latinx Travel Club says Clarkson to the Knicks. Yep, that was one of the more recent signings as well. So we had Watford to Philly, Clarkson to the Knicks, and Taurean Prince to Milwaukee. Those are the 3 most recent moves here today. Appreciate you guys a ton. Another one. Yes, Ty Jerome, most underpriced. That's another good answer. Glad you reminded me on that. Yes, this is a great point here. Want to include Ty Jerome as underpriced. His contract was an absolute steal. I love that for Memphis. So I definitely thought that they did very well there. Thought they did very, very well. I don't think LeBron and Bronny are probably going to get traded, but if they do, we'll see. Could you explain what a mid-level exception is? I'm a little confused. Yeah, so the mid-level exception is a signing mechanism that the NBA puts into place to help teams get flexibility. A lot of the rules in the CBA are actually designed to help teams. Like exceptions mean, hey, you can go over the cap. So that's what the exception word stands for, right? It's an exception to the salary cap. And it allows a team, so for example, the mid-level this year, the non-tax mid-level, so if you don't have a lot of money committed to your roster, you have the mid-level exception to use. And that means you can use $14.1 million to go over the cap this year. So if you're already over the cap, you can get an additional $14.1 million salary slot. And if you use that well, you sign a good player for a multi-year deal, it can be a really good way to get a solid depth player onto your team. For example, with Dorian Finney-Smith going to Houston, that's a really good role player. For Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta, it's a really good role player. Those kinds of pieces are what can be kind of filling out of your roster players that all of a sudden you go from, hey, we're a pretty good team with maybe a little bit of depth to, hey, we're a very good team with a lot of depth. One signing, 1 or 2 players in the NBA means a lot, and the mid-level exception is a really good asset to that to bring in players. So hopefully that helped you understand it a bit better. Utah Jazz have done a sign and trade. Jazz give all their wins to the Lakers. Lakers give Jazz all their losses. BMAX is all locked in on an AJ DeBonsa, Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson draft class, and for good reason. SS says, where do you get the sign and trade info for Hawks Rockets? Does it involve Cam Whitmore? Hopefully, we don't have any actual firm news yet at this point. We are watching for that. You guys are obviously doing a great job tagging me in all of this, but nothing definitive yet there, SS. But again, moratorium is what we're in right now. So remember, today is moratorium. Teams can pivot, change mechanisms used to sign guys. What was MLE today could be sign and trade tomorrow, depending on what else happens. Watch for this. So, we'll see. There's definite ways for this to all work out. Osa Ray, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. He says, shout out Sheldon. Appreciate you big time, Osa Ray. Joseph says the East is going to be wide open next year with all the injuries and changes. We'll have to wait until July 6th when contracts are solid. Yes. Osaray says Sacramento not getting LaRavia back stings. Yes, it definitely does. A bummer for them for sure, and seeing him to go to the Lakers hurts even worse, I think. I used to work around the Timberwolves. I was, credentialed in their locker rooms, all that kind of stuff. So I used to live in Minnesota. The only reason I stopped doing that is I moved across the country. So appreciate you guys big time. Glad I was able to answer that. Maybe Kyle Lowry to the Wolves. I don't think that's likely. I think Kyle Lowry probably stays in Philly, especially since Edgecombe chose number 77 instead of 7. Where's Yabu going? Could just stay in Philadelphia. Depleted said thoughts on the Luke deal. I do think they paid a little too much. $10 million a year is a little much for him, but it's not like drastically overpaid. Like it's a few million more than what I would have wanted to give him. I would have been closer to like the $6-7 million mark, but San Antonio had room to make it work. It's not the end of the world at all. BR says I'm higher on Giddey the most, but he will be overpriced. I completely agree. Jonesy here says I thought Jerome was going to get like over 50. I'm surprised he got as little as he did, and only on a 3-year deal too, which is interesting. ITK wants to know the best coach in the league. It's between a few. Mark Daignault. You'll have to look at what Rick Carlisle did the last 2 postseasons and respect it. And then Joe Mazzulla. Those are the 3 guys that stand at the top to me. I think they are the most modern in their coaching style, and I think their use of small screening and different kinds of defensive looks, the timing of their switches, everything is just very well drilled into place there with those programs. So I think with Mazzulla, you have to be a little bit crazy to be a great coach, and I think he's a little bit crazy in a good way. So am I crazy for thinking Karis LeVert is terrible? He's not terrible. He's just not super good. I think he's just a replacement caliber player, to be honest. So other than Giannis, what other big names could ask for a trade in February? Just a prediction. It's a good question. Lowry, Markkanen, possibly. Paul George. I don't think he'll ask for one, but he could get traded. Joel Embiid, depending on what that Sixers season looks like. Those are kind of the names. Jared said, who should the Lakers be targeting realistically? That's a good question. At this point, let me go over to free agents here and take a look at who's available and who's not. Miles Turner would be like the non-realistic, super fun one for them. I don't think they'll get him though. So then you're starting to look at like maybe a Mo Wagner reunion, Al Horford, Deandre Ayton. Those are the guys, right? You can score in bunch. Again, though, I've talked about this a couple times in the stream. Like teams are going away from the 6-man model of scoring. Look at OKC. Look at Indiana. You're trying to bring 6 men in who can impact the game defensively more. Tulip, glad I could give you that shout out. You definitely deserve it. It was a great question. B-Max says, honestly, with the Jazz, talk of John Collins buyout, I don't see it. I think Jazz can grab a couple seconds for him, especially considering the Lakers' big situation. He would be fun watching with the Lakers 77. Yes, he would be, B-Max. I don't think the Jazz will buy him out. I do think at worst he gets traded for 1 second-round pick. Or they give up a small asset with him to get a guy that they want, like they did with the Sexton trade. I didn't love the Sexton trade for them, but they could do something similar again. Light of Wisdom says, W. Sheldon for putting up such great work and staying up so late to keep us updated. Of course, appreciate you guys. Kind of bummed it's been a slower offseason in general. Jay, just seeing these now, thank you for sending me DMs of some of the big moves today. Appreciate that big time. You guys have been absolutely awesome. So nice. Okay, great. Thank you, Texas Sports 2, for sending some of the DMs. I'll make sure to give that a closer look. Jake and Austin are good friends and practice together, so I wasn't surprised. Yeah, talking about him going to the Lakers with Reeves. Umar here says, I wish the Bulls did more trade Vucevic for Kuminga. Still a possibility, right? Kuminga has not signed yet, so we'll see where he goes. Max says Lakers will miss the playoffs. I mean, that could be a possibility. but we will see what happens. NBA free agency red zone. Yes, we have been live for a long time here. Over 8 hours now at this point. Clay says Nick Nurse most underrated coach. Talk about defensive adjustments. I know the Philly issues. Oh yeah, I have long thought Nick Nurse is a great coach. I have been a huge Nick Nurse fan for a long time. D here says, been with you my whole 8 hours on my road trip home. Goated. Appreciate you, D. Glad I was able to be such a service to you live for this long. So appreciate you big time, my man. Glad you could be in here. Piano Matt says, salute. LeVert scored 11 points per game last year. Surely someone would have paid $5 million for Bruce. Vetman is wild. I think the Lakers would have, but clearly he's looking at places he can impact winning, and one of them is Denver, clearly. So, Spoonfed, thank you for the 2. Let's get some W's in the chat for Spoonfed. He said, who's the most impactful low-key signing so far? That's another very good question. Let me look at the sign list quick. I think like low key, so I'm not going to include Nikhil into this, right? If you're looking at like a low key impactful signing, I do think we've talked about Bruce Brown enough to where it's not low key anymore, but that would probably be my answer. Otherwise, I think like Luke Kennard's a really solid piece for Atlanta when it comes to the way Quinn Snyder calls plays. Ty Jerome obviously is not an under the radar one, but a good one. Davion Mitchell a few days ago I thought was a really good signing. 2 years, 24 is not bad. Santi Aldama was one of the first signings today. 3 years, 52 is definitely not bad for him. And then, I think one of the other ones that like stands out to me as like a really, really solid signing. It's not sexy, but Cam Spencer, standard contract with the Grizzlies. Really like that for them. I really do. So those are some of the ones that come out to me. Wow. Okay. So this is big news here. League sources tell The Athletic that it appears Guerschon Yabusele will not return to the Philadelphia 76ers next season. Appreciate you, B-Max, for tagging me in that. Very, very appreciative of that. Glad that we could get that news here now as we update the stream. Make sure everyone knows what's going on. And the latest news here is that Yabusele will not return to Philly. We'll see how valid that is or isn't long term, but definitely very interesting. Justin here says Deandre Ayton will fit good with the Lakers. I think he's an okay fit, not an elite one, but a good one. Greg, I'm sorry. I feel your pain. Here we go. Sport Travel Coaster wants me to go to Shams. The most recent thing is still the Trendon Watford news, right? So we got Trendon, we got Clarkson, TP, Plumlee to the Hornets. Woohoo! Luke Kennard to the Hawks. And then one of the fun ones, Nigel Hayes-Davis to the Suns. Had a really, really good year the last couple of years over in Fenerbahce. So, Danny, I completely agree with your premise here. So we've had some big news, right? Also love all the Twitter support. You guys have been absolutely awesome following us over on X. Oops63 says, what is available for the Lakers if LeBron retires mid-season for some reason? LeBron will not retire mid-season. I'll be back in just one. All right. Thank you, everyone, for waiting. I had to grab my kitty. She was meowing outside my door, so I didn't want her to feel too sad. So she's now going to be a stream star. Say hi to the stream, Moki. She's sitting here. She wants out. She didn't want the fame. She got nervous. She saw that 1,000 people were watching, and she got a little scared. So she dipped out. But hopefully, you guys enjoyed the little bit of a cat presence on the stream. Appreciate you, King Nacho. Spoonfed, thank you for the 2 again. He said he's think Yak's still good. Saw it on the Suns time about Landale. No, I think he is a super depth center, like 13th, 14th kind of roster. Shouldn't play much, but he can sit there and exist. Zach says, hopping back in the stream to ask you to end the stream. I need this Miles deal to come through. See, that's the thing is if I end the stream, we're going to get big news immediately. It'll either be Kuminga or Miles Turner. I guarantee you the moment I hit end stream, the very moment is when the deal will come through. I guarantee you that happens tonight on whatever deal. So, Zach, you want to know? This will be funny on the stream. This will be really funny. Oh my gosh. I corrected him. He said that trading for Karl Anthony Towns was absolutely stupid for the Knicks, and that Karl Anthony Towns is basically not any good. And I told him, well, I wouldn't say all that. And then he got all sensitive. He was also saying that the Gobert trade was like an absolute bust for the Wolves, and they've now made it to the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row. Like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, is what I think. So, and it's funny because I used to work for the same company as him. And I can tell you his reporting is not accurate. So, if you want what I really think, there you go. Sheldon just proved he's not AI. Yes. No, it's I was just grabbing my cat. We got W Cat. Her favorite team, I don't know. I'll have to ask her next time she's willing to hop on the stream with me here. Maybe she can be the host for a while. Kuminga for Keldon and 2 second-round picks. I don't think the Warriors would want to facilitate that as much. And honestly, I don't know if the Spurs really need Kuminga. So I think the Mavericks could be good. Could be good, but I give Anthony Davis 10 games before he's on the shelf. I mean, possible, right? B sources tell me Giannis has requested a trade to only the Hornets. Well, hopefully he can learn how to play center for them. Tulip says, W. Sheldon, appreciate you guys. I actually like the Nigel Hayes-Davis signing quite a bit, Tyler. I think it's really solid for them. He shot the ball the last couple of years very, very well for Fenerbahce. And I'm hoping, I'm sure it's going to be a minimum. I'm hoping this can be this year's version of the Yabusele signing. Jack says he reported that despite not signing a new deal, Miles Turner is still expected to return to the Pacers on a new lucrative contract. Oh yeah, that's the special there. Just all the stuff that I've been telling you guys all stream about Miles Turner, he just tweets that and calls it reporting. So I don't know. I could be the best reporter of all time if I just tweeted speculation the whole time. So it's ridiculous. Zach says the Cat's obviously a Pacers fan. Besides all of our picks, what would Atlanta have to give up for Giannis? I mean, you'd probably start with like Jalen Johnson, which would hurt, but that's where you'd probably start in the deal and then salary. AKF says sources tell me that Sheldon has signed with the Lakers to play center. Somehow I would be worse than Jackson Hayes. Jackson Hayes is not a starting caliber center in the playoffs. Definitely not, but trust me, I am not helping that situation. Tulip says Sheldon, should Lakers go for Jack Sims as their third choice athletic big? I would go for Isaiah Jackson. Much better than Jericho Sims as a player. Grossenbach, you're funny. Pandora's box says, so the Hawks didn't use the full TP on Nikhil. What do we have left, if all of it? Well, right now, my understanding is they use their trade exception. So Atlanta still has flexibility to work with. I think Kessler to LA still has legs. Not really. I've never really been a big believer that Kessler will end up with the Lakers. Maybe he will, but I just have not been a huge fan of that possibility. Michael Scotto here. Let's go over to Mike Scotto here on Twitter. It does some really good work. Says, I spoke with Cam Johnson shortly ago about his reaction to being traded by the Brooklyn Nets to the Nuggets. I'm excited to compete for a championship. It's a new beginning. So definitely a great opportunity for Cam Johnson. This is a really good spot for him in Denver. I think the Nuggets are going to be really good this next year. We'll play. We'll see how that all plays out. But Murray, Brown, Denver's going to be really good, man. I really like what Denver's got. I think the Nuggets have done a very good job. So, yeah, of course, Zach, I got you. Matt says if the Spurs end up going after Yabu after all, what would that have to be? Would that have to be a signing trade? Either that or it would have to be a cheap biannual exception deal. So, which if that's the case, I don't know if he would come to San Antonio. So that's crazy, Reddy. That's crazy. A lot of people want to know about Yabusele. Really solid. On a scale of 1 to Rudy Gobert contract, how cooked is your brain right now? I feel like I'm chilling. 8 hours, 18 minutes in. We are doing very good. Joseph says, I want Gobert to shoot 200 threes next season. I do feel like I'm hitting my wall a little bit, guys. I'm not going to lie. Brown, Westbrook, off the bench about it for the bench, though. I mean, well, you got Bruce Brown, remember? They got Strother. They've got Peyton Watson. I mean, they've got some solid players. Tridy here says, respect for the 8 hour plus grind. Who's the utility MVP of free agency so far, team or player? This is a great question. Question from Tridy in the live chat. Who is the utility sports MVP of free agency so far? Team, Atlanta Hawks and Houston Rockets. I've liked what both have accomplished. Player, Jaren Jackson Jr. getting that payday. Those are the answers there. Really like that for them. Clint Capella is going to return to Houston by way of sign and trade. Rockets are sending a 2031 second round pick swap plus cash to the Hawks in exchange for helping facilitate the veteran's second stop in Houston. Very interesting. Still waiting on the other salary. Sending out cash. Interesting. Still waiting on the other salary going out, whether it's Whitmore, Landale, or both. Not sure of all the details. So we'll see what happens, but that was a great question, Tridy. Glad that I was able to answer it. Do I think Luka Garza is an upgrade over Luke Cornett? No, I do not. CJ says Bucks bring in TP on almost a vet is an underrated signing. Yeah, I think Prince is a really solid player. I just think the issue is if he was like their 8th or 9th guy, we'd feel so good about their team, but he's going to be like their 5th or 6th guy. So I think that's just going to be the continued problem there is they're just thin and a little slow and a little old, honestly. So who would go first overall in an expansion draft? So expansion drafts, each team would protect like 8 guys. It would be someone from Oklahoma City probably. Like you would probably see, I don't know, like AJ Mitchell. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It depends on who's all protected and who isn't. It's a big ask off the top of my dome here. Curry says, can I get a recap? I just got back from the store goat. Of course, Curry. I'll hit you up here with a quick little recap. Let's go over to Shams. Best place to recap here. Trendon Watford goes to the 76ers on a 2-year deal. Jordan Clarkson signs with the New York Knicks. We saw in this one, Taurean Prince sign with the Milwaukee Bucks. And then we also have Mason Plumlee agrees to a 1-year, $3.6 million deal with the Hornets. And then Luke Kennard goes to Atlanta, 1 year, 11. Nigel Hayes-Davis signs what I'm assuming is the minimum to go to Phoenix. It would have to be the minimum unless there's some other deals in place that helps Phoenix do something else. Tyus Jones goes to Orlando, 1 year, 7. And then Nikhil ultimately ends up in Atlanta like I predicted. Dwayman wants to know which centers are left. There are still quite a few. Ayton is one of the headliners. You also have Al Horford, a few other guys. Rudy Gobert is a first ballot Hall of Famer before ever winning a title. This guy is for sure a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best players in the last 30 years. Montoya here says, have a nice night, Sheldon. Thank you for going the extra mile tonight, my man. Of course, appreciate you guys all big time. Thanks all so much for being in here. Sword says to take an hour break. And remember, as soon as I hit the end button, there's going to be a big trade. So we're going to keep our eyes out on that. So Dorian Finney-Smith's not a sign and trade. As of right now, does not seem like it. Despite the curse of turning off the live stream, I really don't see much else getting done tonight. Well, that's the thing. Nothing else will happen if I stay live. That's how this goes. Topich here. Oh yeah. Topich would probably be one of the headliners. That's a good call there, Andrew. Again, I'm a little fried here after 8.5 hours of streaming, but yeah, it's probably the right shout, I think. Joseph says, Sheldon, you can go to sleep, but let us sit here and dissect this free agency frenzy. I want Rudy to be a deadly three-point shooter for $50 million a year. I like Gobert. Gobert's a very good player. I don't think Bucks will finish quite that bad, but Sam says, just end the stream so Giannis gets traded. It's probably what will happen. J-Hep says, still watching even when I'm at work from the Philippines. Appreciate you, J-Hep, big time. RQT says, good stuff as always. Appreciate you, my man. Perryman just... Jeremy says, will Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Thomas request for 2 basketballs to be used in the game so they don't have to fight over? That's a funny comment there from Jeremy. Appreciate you guys. Adam says the problem with Cody Williams is that he has just way too much soft mentality in him, is the word I'm going to substitute in there. He just can't shake it loose. I'm hoping to see an aggressive version of him in Summer League. Really hoping for that. How do you know there will be a big trade? Did someone leak something? I am just saying my my luck history here at Curry. As soon as I end the stream, something stupid big happens, and then I have to rush to get back live streaming again. So we'll see, but we'll see what happens here. Ben Shepherd for Keegan Murray. Yes, this would break my brain. You would have the perfect replacement, Taylor Peters, too now. The Ben Shepherd light. True shooting percentages, I swear, the only thing the Pacers look at when drafting half the time. But it tends to work out for them, so you can't even be mad. If you end the stream, Nico will trade Cooper. Yeah, that's probably true, Montoya. John here says, what is the realistic amount Jeremy Sohan contract will be? 15 to 18 million a year, somewhere in that ballpark. Relatively cheap, not too crazy. Keon Ellis is a restricted free agent. He will stay with the Kings, I think. I have to double check on that. They declined his team option, I think, so that they could make him restricted, if I remember correctly. Jae'Sean here says, I want Dunleavy to trade his way out of the Warriors front office. Tulip says that MPJ contract is awful. Why didn't they take Lakers' offer of Rui and expiring plus first-round pick? So here's the thing about the MPJ contract. It's really not that bad. It's got 2 years left. This year and next year, I mean, like, it's movable. So, and he's in his late 20s. So it's really not that bad. People are going to say it was bad for, here's the thing, bad for Denver is different than bad for Brooklyn, right? Like, Brooklyn doesn't have other huge salaries like a Jokic and a Murray that they're paying. It was more damaging for Denver than it is for Brooklyn, and that's, I think, always important to remember. Oh, probably better Zach, to be honest with you. He's probably just never going to miss a shot in his NBA career. So, Simon wants to know how old I am. I turned 26 5 days ago, so I'm 26 years old. Grimmy, glad you are enjoying the stream and all the information. Josh says, so with Philadelphia signing Trendon Watford, does that mean Yabusele is leaving? Definitely points to that. Also, Luke Kennard signed already, so you can remove him from the bet. Ooh, thank you. I did not realize he was still on there. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, so get Luke Kennard off that list. See you, Luke. All right, that should be updated now for you guys. I can also probably take off the free agency start time, huh? There we go. Best available free agents. Miles Turner still is the headliner. Some restricted free agency you're going to notice haven't gotten moved. Zach says, damn, Unk. Dang, guys. Dang. Turn 26 years old. You're on the wrong side of your 20s all of a sudden, and 30 starts creeping at you in the mirror a little bit. Did they accept the Keon option? I thought they declined it. Keon Ellis option. Did they? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, my gosh. Wait, what? They did that yesterday? I thought they were going to decline it. Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, Drew, thank you for saying that. I either saw bad information or completely missed that. Wow. Reality says, why is Mike Dunleavy asleep at the wheel? He's not asleep at the wheel. He's just dealing through restricted free agency. It's always hard. You notice the teams that had restricted free agents. Chicago haven't done anything. Brooklyn really hasn't done too much today, despite having a lot of cap space. They have Cam Thomas. Look at what Golden State's going through with Kuminga. Look at Philadelphia. They haven't done anything. They've got Quentin Grimes. Like, teams with restricted free agents tend to act slower. It's a complicated free agency for them. Opinion on D'Angelo Russell, the Mavs. Cheap contract. The contract slot isn't bad. I don't love D'Angelo Russell as a player. Don't think he's going to help them that much, but we'll see. Drew says, what is Sacramento waiting for? First of all, love that profile picture for you, Drew. And what's Sacramento waiting for? I mean, they went and got Schroeder already. They've already made one move. We'll see if they bring in another guard. Tulip Play says, Sheldon, is Isaiah Jackson available for vet min, or would it be biannual? It's going to be vet minimum. After tearing his Achilles, he's going to be rehabbed on a vet's min for sure. Ose Vols here says, who's your free agency loser of the day? To me, Milwaukee. You're losing Brook Lopez. They've been able to retain some of their other guys. Just haven't loved what they've been able to do up to this point. So just haven't been able to guide their team in that direction. Wupo says Mavs depth chart is elite if Kyrie comes back healthy. I do think they're going to be very good. I wouldn't say 3-time champs. I'm not going to bet that, but I think they'll be very good. Pandora's Box says, what do you think the Hawks will do with their expiring? Well, they used it. They used a lot of it, Pandora's, into Nikhil. So that's the first step. Zach says, why did Indy extend the qualifying offer to Isaiah Jackson? What was the number on that? Let me see if I can pull that up. I don't remember it off the top of my head. This one doesn't have it reported. No one has the numbers here on iJax. I don't know. Probably because it was cheap. It was probably like $4 million or something. So it's center insurance for them. Andrew says, I'm tapping out. Great stream, man. Appreciate you, Andrew. Zach says, why wouldn't he just take the qualifying offer? Opportunity. Zach, here's the thing with Tony Bradley staying on his, they picked up his option. Appreciate you, Andrew, again, by the way. With that being the case, and if they re-sign Miles, he might be looking for playtime. And a team like the Lakers could probably give that to him as a really good fit next to Luka as well. So that's probably why, if he wants to stay in Indiana and then maybe be the third big, that's the other outcome. The other thing is, if the team's giving a minimum, they could give him a multi-year minimum, whereas the qualifying offer is just for 1 year. So there's some nuance there. Now, you make a good point, and something he definitely could just do, right? So we'll see, but we'll see what happens. Also, the Pacers could pull the qualifying offer on him, so. We will see. Let's see here. What do you think about Gary Trent Jr. to the Lakers? I mean, he's solid. He wouldn't change the complexion of that team too much, but he would help a little bit. And just a solid 7th, 8th guy on your team. Who got the bang for their buck today? I think Atlanta with Nikhil did really well. I think that I think the biggest one, Grizzlies, got Aldama on a good number. Outside of Jaren, the Jaren number is too much to me, but getting Ty Jerome for cheap and Santi Aldama for cheap helped a lot. So, okay, VMAX, that's sweet. I'll have to. I'll be watching for that. Okay, that's sick. Ian Farr says, if you're a GM, what's a signing you would tweak from today to improve it for the team? I would have significantly less money for Jaren Jackson Jr. He's getting $48 million a year. That number needed to be closer to 40. I think 40 million would have been fine because you're looking at it being way less than 33% of the cap then. You're looking at a deal. Do we have a trade? Let's go over to Shams. Taterhead said trade. Let's see if we missed anything. Okay, nothing here. I think 40 million would have been better for Jaren than 48. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, Zach. If he's only getting minimums, he's gonna sign the qualifying. That's insane that it's that much money. Yeah, wow. I did not realize it was that much. Okay, BMAX says you can show on stream. Let me go. Let me pull this off for one quick second. Let me try and pull it up here quick. BMAX. Oh, very cool. Let me. Here we go. So there's what they came up with, which is sweet. Little Utah State logo or silhouette in the background, Jazz logo with the Ace cards. Very sweet. BMAX, you should tweet this and then tag me in it so I can repost it for you because that's very cool. Very cool indeed. I'm going to pull this back off. Thanks for sending that to me, BMAX. Very cool stuff. Very cool. I like that a lot. So make sure to tag me, BMAX, over on Twitter, and I can repost that over there so that everyone can see it. Yeah, he still can. He still can take this offer. I'm surprised he hasn't, to be honest with you. Aiden says Lakers are done because Pelinka's a stupid human being. I'm sorry. I'm harsh. It's frustrating to see this man not do his job and constantly making stars upset. It's ridiculous. We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, the most important thing is making the right moves, not hurried moves. So we'll see. Very cool stuff, BMAX. Again, really love that you guys are showing me that kind of stuff. And it's just always fun seeing all this new stuff. Here's some free agency listings. I mean, see how fast the small forward position cleared out. Whew. Mere coffee. Whew. Appreciate you guys big time. A lot of fun stuff today, right? A lot of fun stuff. I mean, well, yeah, I don't think a team's gonna. Yeah, I just don't think a team's gonna give him the biannual, though. To be honest, so I agree. Pre-injury, like that's exactly. Bosun, you're exactly right. Like you probably won't find a YouTuber, especially someone who covers the whole league. Like that's the one thing I cover the whole league, right? I love Isaiah Jackson more than any other whole league streamer, YouTuber, whatever you'll find. Isaiah Jackson is my boy. Like I love watching him play. All the skills that I value, super productive as a permanent guy, like block rate, all that stuff's really good. He's the guy that like the Lakers would be tremendously smart to get for cheap. But coming off the Achilles, that's where the risk is. And that's where it's scary a little bit, especially if you're committing multiple years. Elip says, everyone in the stream, be sure to like the video and subscribe. You guys heard him. We just dipped under 1,000 people in the stream for the first time in a long, long time. So shout out to you guys. ATFT says, assuming Ayton signs elsewhere, do the Lakers have anyone left to pivot to? They do have, Al Horford still. So Horford continues to be a big name that I think is worth watching for. Let's see how we're doing from a subscriber count. Haven't checked for a while, so let's pull that up on stream. See how that number grows. Look at that, 34,803 subscribers. You guys are absolutely awesome. We're less than 200 away from the big 35K mark. Saul Goodman says, did you see that Dennis Schroeder deal is looking like a sign and trade, most likely involving Malik Monk? It better not be that straight up. I have not seen that. Tag me in that on Twitter if that's a legit thing. Could the Bulls target KJ Martin? I don't think KJ Martin's going to have a huge market, to be honest with you. Where did Russ end up? He hasn't signed yet. We'll see. BR says, I know they're irrelevant, but I'm fascinated to see what else the Bulls do. I think Kuminga continues to be the guy I'd watch for. My dad absolutely loved watching Ijax at Kentucky. Dude, Isaiah Jackson, he should not have gone as low as he did on draft night either. Really smart pickup for the Pacers with where they were able to get him that year. Unfortunately, the injury stuff this year kind of shortened his year, but not kind of. It drastically shortened his year. But Joe here says Tony East went over the Pacers picking up the two center offers they did. Long story complicated, but neither is set to stay. I mean, we'll see what happens, honestly. Like, Sheldon, would Horford take the taxpayer mid-level exception, the mini mid-level? Yes, I think so. But it takes one team to come in above that to convince him to do something else. Like, Right now, I think the offers for him are going to be around the tax pyramid level, but you never know. It takes one hungry team to shake that up. So, guess it's Hayes, Sims for vet min, third big. Biannual exception needs to be a two-way wing. Probably Mo Wagner a lock to return to Orlando. It doesn't seem like a lock at this point. They've got some financial stuff to figure out. They're under a little bit of a financial crunch right now, so we'll see. I kind of think the Pacers might prefer to bring Wiseman back off that same injury instead of Jackson. Thomas Bryant is definitely out. Yeah, it seems like Bryant is for sure out. Them keeping Bradley was definitely, I think, an early indicator of that. And then Wiseman, definitely a real possibility. We'll see what that all looks like and entails, but we shall see. We shall see. Tyler here says best landing spot for Ben Simmons to have same amount of success or some amount of success. Denver's the best spot for him to have success because here's the thing for guys who can't shoot. As much as I value spacing and three-point shooting, if you want to make guys who can't shoot work, put them next to a dominant post-up big man because, hey, guess what? Who's the center going to guard in LA? Is it going to be Nikola Jokic or is it going to be Ben Simmons? You have to put the centers on Jokic 99 times out of 100, and that's one of the advantages there. Now, do I think the Nuggets want Ben Simmons? Probably not. So I don't believe this, Bryce. I am not certain of that. I don't think that would have happened. Best spot is China. Simmons and Jokic is actually a go-to pairing. I could definitely value that. Zach says I prefer Thomas Bryant to Tony Bradley. What do y'all think? I mean, the stretch big play is obviously valuable, right? Bradley's cheaper though, likely, so that's part of it. Well, likely will be cheaper. I should make sure to emphasize that. Stormtrooper says, will LeBron be traded this free agency? I think that's very unlikely. Not impossible, but very unlikely. What do I think the Warriors will do? Sign and trade Kuminga somewhere for sure. So that's my prediction here. Appreciate all of you guys so much for all of the support. Dunbar back saying how much he dislikes Kyle Kuzma. Yeah, I did not love that trade for them. Seeing there's a chance Yabusele moves on from the Sixers, do the Spurs see a move? Do you see the Spurs making a move for him? If not, which team? Yeah, I think San Antonio could be a team. Otherwise, you're looking at teams out west looking for fours. Lakers, Warriors, kind of continues to be that hotbed, West Coast topic for us. No new signings after Trendon Watford, unfortunately. So let's go over to here to Twitter. Appreciate you guys. Still haven't seen any new signings the last little bit. Of course, when I do end the stream here, that's when there will be a big signing. Appreciate you guys all so much. I've had a lot of fun today up to this point. We are going to set up another stream for the future while we're all hanging out here. Welcome, everybody. It's been an absolutely fun day. Of course, we are still waiting for Deandre Ayton news. We were waiting on if LeBron James news comes to fruition or not. There's some good players out here, though, in free agency. Al Horford is one of them. Jonathan Kuminga could be another guy to watch for. So we are going to keep our eyes on everything that you guys need to see. So stay tuned for that. Appreciate everybody in here now. Make sure to comment your favorite team down below too. I'd love to hear who you guys are pulling for big time this off season. A lot of obviously fun teams, good teams, a lot of talent in general. So I am very excited. I hope you guys are enjoying as well. I think it's just been a great time up to this point. So we're having a fun time here for sure. A lot of craziness, a lot of different stuff going on in the NBA, but we are trying to make the most of it here, right? So we've got Kuminga, we've got Nikhil, we got a lot of fun stuff for sure. So Nikhil signed, we've got the Giddey situation ongoing still. Who knows if LeBron's going to go anywhere? A lot of craziness for sure. A lot of fun stuff to think about, look at. Consider. D'Angelo Russell, remember, signed with the Mavericks. So definitely some big topics to talk about. Adam is a Houston diehard from New Zealand. I love that. Let me see if I can get another thumbnail made here too while we are chatting it up. Diehard Spurs fans, says Marcus. Zach says, all right, I'm off for the night. I'll probably be in sometime tomorrow. Appreciate you, Zach. We'll see what happens with your Pacers and Miles Turner. I think Dame will be more affected by his injury. Achilles is just a lot more severe than the ACL. Dunbar, appreciate you. Again, glad to have you in here, my man. Ironic that you stay for an extra hour right when Shams went dark. I know, that's what I'm saying. I swear they're just watching the stream saying, let's wait for him to get done here. Unlimited says, this MF still live. I am still live. Appreciate you guys. Oh, we have a deal. There we go. We have a deal. We waited them out, guys. We waited them out. So this is exactly what we need to do. Let's go over to Shams. Let's hit the little refresh button here. And there he is, staying with Milwaukee. Free agent sharpshooter Gary Trent Jr. has agreed to a 2-year, $7.5 million deal to return to the Milwaukee Bucks. There it is. GTJ staying in Milwaukee as well. Bucks running it back, just without a starting center. We'll see how this ages for Milwaukee, but there we go. There's our big signing, Gary Trent Jr. Stays in Milwaukee. Not shocking, right? Pretty solid deal, all things considered. Good player. Solid, especially on that price point, right? Very, very solid player. So, good talent. Fits the Bucks. Definitely is going to be staying there for sure. So, signs a shorter term deal, 2 years, but definitely solid price, all things considered. Appreciate everyone for being in the stream here today. Having a lot of fun with everybody in the stream so far. We are going to stay live for just a little bit longer. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Crazy day for NBA free agency for sure. A lot of insane stuff going down. Some big signings, some incredible ones, some big shifts and switches and some changes along the way. But having a lot of fun here today. Gary Trent Jr., of course, is one of the headliners at this point in time. But we'll see who else gets moved, right? We're still waiting on Al Horford news. We're still waiting on Deandre Ayton. Kian, welcome to the stream here. Adam says, yes, I'm still going. I was going to shut down, but we're staying on for a little bit longer. Best remaining guys. Those are on the bottom there for you. Miles Turner, Cam Thomas, Giddey, Kuminga, Grimes, DeAndre Ayton, Al Horford, right there on the ticker. Zach says, LOL, I'm back to say I love it for Milwaukee. Trent is solid. Definitely think at that price point, you can't really complain, right? So cheap that he's definitely not a bad option for them. Deal brings Trent back to the team where he emerged as a key rotation player, averaged 11 points, 41% from three this past year. Allows him to re-enter the free agency market next summer with a player option, of course, in that deal. So, I mean, pretty solid deal, right? For Milwaukee, Gary Trent will continue to play big minutes for this team. And it's one of his better opportunities to actually playing a lot. So, with that in mind, that's really what you're looking at here, right? That's the sell. And the reason why he's ultimately staying in Milwaukee here is they're going to give him a better opportunity than most, right? So we'll see what happens with Al Horford this offseason. He, of course, is a super talented player, one that's going to be a guy to watch for sure. So we'll see what happens with Al Horford this offseason, but he is a core player to watch for yet at this point. We'll also look at Kuminga, look at the Jones brothers both signed today. Trey and Tyus both got decent contracts for themselves, which I like to see. But we're mostly waiting for Kuminga and Giddey here, which I'm not surprised by. Restricted free agency tends to take just a little bit longer anyway than unrestricted free agency. Teams are figuring out what to do. Offer sheets are a bit more complicated. You have to figure out how to get salary cap space or how to figure out a sign and trade. All of those things take just a little bit longer. So not surprising up to this point, but 900 people still watching live. BMAX says money is tight this offseason. Amazing how small some of these deals are. Yes, very cheap deal across the board here. Very cheap for Trent. I don't think he's good, but I think at this price point he's pretty good. So that's the thing is there's a difference between being good and being super, affordable on a contract. So that's what I think this is a bargain deal. It's cheap and it's a good deal for this. Derek says, "Aren't you tired, man?" I am a little bit, but I gotta keep rolling, keep going. So. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the tags over on Twitter, keeping us up to date with everything. Yes, very cheap contract there. Let's see what we've got going on. Al Horford, that's a funny one there. Let's see what this one is. Streets are saying Al Horford is a warrior. Does seem like that's going to be the case here. Thank you, Saul Goodman, for the tag here. Says Matt George says, if what I'm hearing this morning has any validity to it, there's a reason why the Schroeder signing hasn't been confirmed. For the record, I 100% believe it's happening, but the Kings are working for more, and how they sign Schroeder is part of it. So very interesting. Interesting development here for Sack and Schroeder. Possible sign and trade. We'll see what all kind of comes of it here, but a lot of different stuff. John Carlo says, good job, Sheldon. Road to 50K. Been here since 2K. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, John. Thanks for all the support over the years. Always appreciate you for tuning in. Joseph says, I think the NBA needs to do away with this upfront money. It should be paid for only the games they actually play at a per diem. I mean, I don't think the players would sign off on that in the CBA negotiations, but I understand your frustration. I'm a Vegas Golden Knights fan, and NHL free agency is tomorrow. Excited. Well, that's great to hear, Rams fan. Glad for you. Doran says, sorry if I missed any of the talk on this, but with the Spurs using most of that MLE on Cornette, do you think that the lure of Wemby to get Yabu to San Antonio on less than his market value? I mean, you have the biannual. That would be your best pathway, but I don't think it's the most likely this offseason. But you never know. Don't want to rule anything out at this point. You just never know what's going to happen. So when there's a will, there's a way. And the Spurs maybe could find that way, but I'm not going to guarantee anything at this point. Deandre Ayton, Lakers jersey swap. Let's see if I can find one of those. And look at that. There's about 100 of them already up on social media, because why wouldn't there be? It's DeAndre Ayton. Of course there's going to be jersey swaps. Appreciate you guys all so much for tuning in so far. I probably am going to wrap up the stream, but I'm going to get another one started for us here soon. So appreciate you guys. We've been live for just about 9 hours. I think now is a great time to sign off. Everyone, again, please leave a like, subscribe. If you guys are enjoying the content so far, this is a great place to be for the rest of free agency. So appreciate you all. Almost 9 hours consecutively live here. Shout out to Brady. Shout out to Dunbar. Will Graves here says, been subscribed since 100 subscribers. Shout out to you, Will. Appreciate you guys all so much. Paul, thank you. Tulip here says, W Stream Champ. Jeffrey wants to know which young point guard Wolves should look at. Someone who's going to play for the minimum. Maybe Cole Anthony if he's bought out today. We'll see what happens. But Soren says, great work today, man. Appreciate you, CJ, for that. And it's a good point to point out. Guy of Rage says, thanks for the stream. If the Pistons Kings do a sign and trade for Schroeder, who could be the return for Detroit? It could just flat out be a trade exception too, depending on what that looks like and trying to work out the deals there. I'm going to have to look. Oh, whoa. Okay, well, hold on one second. We are going to stay live here for just a second. See, I was just about to hit the button, and they know it. They are just waiting for me to hit that button here. According to Jake Fisher, an emerging option for the Pistons sources say it's Detroit trading for Kings guard Malik Monk. Sounds like there's a chance this deal, if agreed to, could turn into a sign and trade that brings Schroeder to Sacramento. Huge news for Detroit. Malik Monk would be such a good addition to the Pistons roster. This is great for Detroit. This is great. They knew I was about to end the stream, so they said that. Hold on. Yeah, this is true too. Probably, definitely crazy. What do I think about the Pistons? I think getting Malik Monk would be tremendous for them. I think that would be a really great situation. Malik Monk would be so good for them. So I think he could get really give them a really valuable ball handler off the bench, and maybe not even off the bench, depending on what happens with Ivy coming back from injury. But Dunbar says Giannis ain't getting traded. I appreciate you, Dunbar. Sam says, what are the Kings doing? Well, there could be an asset coming back from this, right? So it could be Schroeder plus something like some form of draft capital. So we'll see. Joseph said, good job as always on the stream. I've been here since 32K as a subscriber. Remember, LeBron and Bronny need to be traded. Joseph, I appreciate you big time. That 32K number is going to look awesome when we get to 100K in a few years, and maybe even shorter, maybe in a year or two. We'll see how the growth on the channel goes. Hopefully in like 2 years, but you never know. We'll see. But that'd be awesome. Thank you, Joseph. Swavey says, I subbed approximately 3 free agencies ago. Appreciate you big time, Swavey. Glad to have you in here. Guys, don't feel apprehensive of leaving comments. Throw comments in. A lot of great discussion and talks to have. Malik Monk for Dennis and multiple firsts. We'll see. I don't think you're going to get multiple firsts from Malik, but maybe one would still be good. P-Lip here says, can the Bucks still afford Deandre Ayton after the Gary Trent signing? There's definite pathways there to that, so don't rule it out. I have kind of thought they are a dark horse team. Will says, I've heard sources say the Kings are eyeing Russ. Still a possibility for sure. Joseph says, you've gained almost 3,000 since February. You're on fire. Yes. Hope is to get to 35K this week. And then from there, we're absolutely cooking with gas. So appreciate you guys. Sam says, Schroeder, Klintman in 2 seconds per me. Klintman would be a fun get for Sacramento. I do think there's some future for him in the league for sure. They can get Sasser, Schroeder in a couple seconds. Sasser's not a bad shout either. As a Bucks fan, I do not want Ayton on my team. I feel that cheesehead. King Nacho says LeBron to Bucks, Beal to Lakers, Dame to Phoenix. I do not think LeBron is going to show up to Wisconsin. That's just my vibe there. I don't think he's going to want to play for the Bucks, as sad as that is. But Sports Travel here says to go to Shams. Do we have more news? It doesn't look like it at this point. We will be ending the stream now. If something really big happens tonight, I will go live. Otherwise, make sure to follow the Twitter. Okay, link is in the description for that at the very top there. If you want to find ways to support the channel, at the very top of the description, you got the Utility Sports Discord, you got the Utility Sports Twitter account, and you've got my Substack. So those are all great places to be. I have my draft grades up on the Substack, so go read that right now if you're looking for something about your favorite team. I talk about all 30 teams in there. Romulus, I thought the LaRavia signing for the Lakers was very good, really solid. So $6 million a year is not bad at all for him. So electric value for Gary Trent Jr. Yes, super cheap for him. Appreciate you guys all a ton. You guys have been just absolutely awesome. Thank you, Sebastian, for the follow. Thank you to Mosaic. Thank you to Old Man Glenn, Earth Money, D1 Dreher, and Treglow. Appreciate you guys all so much. Again, go follow over on the Twitter if you guys haven't already. Ready for huge news. Everyone brace yourself. I'm going to end the stream here in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Big news coming. 3, 2, 1.